Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Past Life Exploration Program. I'm the host Shushu. On a large stage, a beautiful and slender woman, holding a microphone in her hand, said to the audience with a smile. The technology in this world is very advanced. The world's top scientists have invented a machine called a past life finder, which can search for a person's past life and project the person's past life. Once this machine came out, it has attracted the attention of countless people. After all, there are not a few people who are curious about their past identities. They all wanted to know who they were in their previous lives. Is it the same as they are now, an ordinary unknown? Or is it an indomitable hero? In this case, a program called Exploring Past Life came into being. Each program will invite several guests to participate, and explore their past lives through the program. The venue of the show is a large venue that can accommodate 100,000 people. The entire venue is surrounded by a semicircular screen. The past lives of the guests can be projected onto the big screen through projection, which can make the audience feel as if they were on the scene. After many episodes of the program, by exploring the past lives of the guests, many stunned periods were presented to countless people. The information revealed through the previous lives of the guests also gave these periods names. The periods that have been shown so far include the Hokage period, the Shinigami period, the Pirate period, and so on. When these times were displayed, it shocked countless people. After all, it is hard to imagine that such a wonderful era existed on the earth in the past. Naruto's Ninja War, Pirates' Top War and other battles. The people who participated in these battles all have strengths that are many times greater than ordinary people. Of course, judging from the projected content, the previous lives of those guests were basically cannon fodder characters. They can only watch those strong people fight but cannot participate in it. Because even the aftermath of the battle is enough to kill them countless times. But even so, countless people know that there was such an exaggerated period on the earth in the past. However, because there is no specific reference, no one knows how far back these periods are. The new episode of the program is finally about to start. I hope that among the guests in this episode, some of them can last a little longer. That's right, those guests from the past, the content of their previous lives ended not long ago, it's not enjoyable to watch at all. The duration of this program of exploring past lives is not fixed. It is determined according to the duration of the previous lives of the guests. For example, if the previous life of a guest is unremarkable, you can change it after a while. If all the guests were like this, then the show would naturally end soon. And if the previous life of a guest can be more exciting and the content can be more enriched, then naturally the duration can be longer. As long as the previous lives of the guests are exciting enough, it's not a problem even if the show lasts for one day. But it is a pity that the longest one of the past guests only lasted for more than 2 hours. And this person's previous life was a lieutenant commander in the pirate era. Take part in a battle called the War on Top. It's just that, even though his strength in his previous life has far surpassed that of ordinary people, he is still like a cannon fodder in this battle. Of course, it was through him that other people knew that there was such a fierce battle during the pirate period. There are so many top powerhouses. There are a total of 10 guests in this episode. Soon, the 10 guests took the stage in order. And the 10th guest is a very sunny and handsome young man. At this moment, he was looking at the past life finder in the center of the stage with curious eyes. This is a machine that can explore a person's past life? Good guy, it's really black technology. Subai looked at the past life finder, feeling a little moved by the technology of this world. He is not from this world, but from a time travel. After coming to this world, I learned that there is a black technology called past life finder in this world, which can explore a person's past life. In his previous world, this was a black technology that he didn't even dare to think about. Out of curiosity, but also to experience this black technology, He signed up for the program Exploring Past Lives, but he didn't expect to be selected. He is the 10th guest and the last guest of this episode, the last person to enter the Past Life Finder. That's good too, let him see how the previous few people operated and what their past lives were. With the official start of the program, the guests in the front row entered the Past Life Finder one by one. But soon, they came out. Because these guests were basically ordinary people in their previous lives. And the show won't waste too much time on these guests. Even if one of the guests came from those powerful periods, it was just an ordinary civilian. So soon, the previous 9 guests have all entered the Past Life Finder. Finally, when it was the last person's turn, Suibai entered. Chapter 2. Hey, it seems that this episode of the show is coming to an end soon. Yeah, if that's the case, then I'll be at a disadvantage if I buy a ticket. It's my fault, I came here from another city. Seeing that it was the last guest's turn so soon, everyone in the audience felt very sorry. Because the program of Exploring Past Lives is very popular, even if the program can accommodate 100,000 people. But tickets are still up for grabs. And this ticket grabbing is like opening a blind box. If there are some wonderful past lives in the program I watched, then I made money. If it's all mediocre, it's a loss. Of course, even if this is the case, the tickets for each episode will still be snatched away quickly. Of course, in order to take care of those viewers who didn't get tickets, in addition to watching the show live, you can also watch it live. Because the program will be played live. However, watching the live broadcast is not as good as going to the scene to watch it in person. So even if you can watch the live broadcast, there are still many people who will grab tickets. But this time, because the first 9 guests were mediocre, most of the audience felt that their tickets were a bit of a loss. Now there is the last guest left, I hope this guest's previous life can be a bit more powerful. That's right, I don't expect him to be more powerful in his previous life, but I hope that he is not just an ordinary person like the previous 9 guests. That's right, even if it's a small navy or a small pirate from the pirate era. The audience at the scene did not expect how powerful Suibai's previous life was, as long as he was not an ordinary person. Make them look a little longer. At this time, Suibai has entered the Past Life Finder. He didn't know about the prayers of the audience. If he knew, he would have told them, but forget it. Where did he, a time traveler, come from his previous life? Moreover, the past lives of many people in this world were actually pirates, characters in Naruto. If they want to know what happened during these times, then he can say it like a few treasures. But these periods definitely have nothing to do with his previous life. If he really had a past life, then it was probably the life before he traveled through. Unremarkable, just like everyone else. After Suibai entered the Past Life Finder, the machine started to work. Different from the previous 9 guests, the operation of the Past Life Finder this time is very violent. Moreover, the projection time is also very long. And this situation also made the audience excited. Well, in this situation, could it be that the past life of the last guest came from an unknown time? This has happened before. But that's only when the past life of the guests is found to be from a new era. Moreover, the more unusual this new period is, the longer the search time will be. Finally, after waiting for an unknown amount of time, even many viewers became impatient. Projections appeared on the surrounding screens. A huge mountain range appears, and there is a vast forest on the mountain range. And somewhere in the forest, there is a small house. In an open space in front of the house, a short boy with a strange hairstyle and a tail behind him is doing warm-up exercises. Afterwards, he threw the logs in front of him into the air, and he jumped up, smashing all the logs with 3 punches and 2 kicks, turning them into square logs, which fell on the ground and were superimposed. This really is a new era. That's right, those previous periods don't match the images projected. Looking at the picture being projected, the audience was also very excited. They determined that the period of Suibai's previous life was a new period. A new era just appeared in their eyes. Is this boy with a tail behind him the past life of this guest named Suibai? Indeed, he does look a bit like Suibai. But he still has a tail behind him. Could it be that people in this period have tails behind them? Or is it just him? Have you seen the way he chops wood? It's really special. Such a kid can jump so high, and can punch these logs like this with his fist. Perhaps this period, like the pirate period and the Hokage period, is also a powerful period. Speaking of this, the audience was even more excited. If we say that the new era that has emerged is just an ordinary era, that was nothing exciting. But if it is a period like pirates and Hokage, it is a very powerful period. That would be wonderful. It's a pity, Suibai was just a child in his previous life. Even in a powerful period, he probably wasn't a powerful existence. You have really high requirements for a child. I now hope that this child in Suibai's previous life can let us see the strong in this world. Even if it's just to watch their battle. Well, who wouldn't want that? Chapter 3. The boy with the tail shuttles through the forest. He has lived here since he was a child, and he is very used to life in the forest. And the places he passed by not only had all kinds of extinct animals, such as saber-toothed tigers, but also very huge dinosaurs. This is a dinosaur. I didn't expect that Suibai's previous life actually lived in the age of dinosaurs. So what period? Jurassic? Triassic? Cretaceous? No matter which era it is, the era closest to us must have been hundreds of millions of years ago. That is to say, Suibai's previous life lived in a period hundreds of millions of years ago. Did humans exist hundreds of millions of years ago? The moment the dinosaurs appeared, the entire audience was shocked. Because as far as they know, dinosaurs were creatures that lived hundreds of millions of years ago. Those periods that appeared in the past, whether it is the pirate period or the Naruto period. Because there is no reference, it is not known how far in the past these periods are. But now, this new era of emergence, has dinosaurs as references. So we can be sure that this new era happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Although it is not known how far in the past the other periods were. But certainly not as old as this new era. In the age of dinosaurs, although there were other creatures besides dinosaurs. But there are no humans, or there are no current humans. At that time, human beings had not yet evolved, they were just some kind of creatures living in the sea. But these were all previous thoughts. The moment Suibai's previous life appeared, the audience knew it. In the age of dinosaurs, there have been evolved humans. Although it may be because the evolution is not complete, it still has a tail. But apart from this tail, there is no difference between Suibai's previous life and the current human child, at least in appearance. The boy with the tail caught a fish with his tail. This is his lunch today. But when he was going back with the fish, he suddenly collided with a car traveling at a high speed. In the car that was knocked down, a young and beautiful girl appeared. She saw that the boy who was knocked into the air not only did not die, but even pointed at her with a stick behind him. In fear, I took out the gun and shot. The boy was shot, but he didn't die, he just fell to the ground and cried out in pain. This scene left the audience stunned again. They were not surprised that the boy was still alive after being shot. After all, in those other powerful periods, there were many fierce men stronger than this one. Although it is a bit surprising that a child who is only about 10 years old has such strength. But not to the point of being particularly surprised. The audience was surprised that the girl was actually driving a car. And she actually has a gun. You know, these things are all products of modern times. But it appeared in the dinosaur period hundreds of millions of years ago. Doesn't this mean that during the dinosaur period hundreds of millions of years ago, human technology at that time had already reached modern standards? Cars and guns. These things existed hundreds of millions of years ago. No way, could it be that humans at that time already had modern technology? If those dinosaurs aren't fake, then they are. In other words, the human race at that time had already formed a civilization. Look, the little girl doesn't have a tail behind her, but the little boy does. What's going on? Could it be because the little girl is older than the little boy? Humans at that time, as they grow older, their tails will gradually disappear. That's how it should be. Being shot, coupled with the car the girl was riding in, made the boy directly regard the girl as a monster. However, when the girl said she was a girl, the boy let go of his vigilance and even became polite. Because his grandfather told him to be polite when meeting girls. "My name is Son Goku, what's your name?" the boy asked the girl. My name is Bulma." The girl replied with some embarrassment, because her name was a bit weird. Afterwards, boy Son Goku returns home with girl Bulma. After returning home, he bowed to a bead with 4 stars at home, and called this bead Grandpa. Because, this bead is a relic left behind by his grandfather after his death. And after seeing this bead, Bulma suddenly became excited, and quickly picked it up to look at it. This move made Son Goku alert immediately, and snatched the beads from Bulma's hand. Bulma also realized at this time, she was a little emotional, so she took out another bead from her pocket. The beads she took out were the same as Son Goku's beads except for the number of stars in them. Chapter 4. This bead is called Dragon Ball, and there are 7 of them. Bulma starts talking about the beads to Son Goku. As far as I know, as long as you can collect all these 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shenron. And if you make a wish to Shenron, any wish can come true. In the past, someone made a wish to Shenron, and he became the king. Bulma's explanation didn't surprise Son Goku, but it surprised the audience. Dragon Ball. Shenron can be summoned. You can make any wish come true. Shenron can be summoned from these Dragon Balls, and any wish can be granted. Really? I don't really believe that any wish can come true. This is a bit too exaggerated. Summoning Shenron may be true, but fulfilling any wish is certainly impossible. This little girl named Bulma only saw these contents in the ancient books, and the contents on the ancient books may not be true. The audience can accept that Dragon Ball can summon Shenron. Although it is a bit exaggerated, but after seeing several other strong periods, their ability to accept has become much stronger. But being able to fulfill any wish is a bit too exaggerated. Directly beyond their acceptable range. Can realize any wish, is it possible that even the dead can be resurrected? How is this possible? Even in those other powerful periods, this kind of thing is impossible. However, it would be nice to be able to summon Shenron. I'm curious what this Shenron looks like. Yes. I don't know if it looks the same as the Shenron we know. However, you need to collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Bulma and Son Goku have 2 in their hands, which means they need to collect 5 Dragon Balls. I don't know where the 5 Dragon Balls are, so the 2 of them are going to look for the Dragon Balls next, right? But a little girl, a little boy, wants to find the Dragon Ball in this dinosaur era. It's not so difficult. Yet, if you encounter any dinosaurs, you will be gone if you are not careful. In order to collect all the Dragon Balls, Bulma fooled Son Goku to protect her, and followed her to find the Dragon Ball. Because I lived in Baizai Mountain for a long time, Son Goku was also curious about the outside world, so I agreed. Because the car Bulma drove over was broken down, she took out a box of universal capsules, chose one of them, opened it, and threw it out. Then, a motorcycle appeared in front of the 2 of them. Seeing Bulma's act of opening the universal capsule, Son Goku regarded her as a monster again, and after Bulma talked about it, he put down the wish stick in his hand. The mood of the audience at this time is similar to that of Son Goku. I can't believe it. What did they just see? They saw that the little girl named Bulma took out a capsule-like thing and opened the capsule, and a motorcycle appeared. What kind of black technology is this? You must know that their current technology is already very high, and they can even manufacture things like past life finders. And cars have also developed to the level of suspension cars. But like this technology that transforms a motorcycle from a small capsule, they don't. In Suibai's eyes, the past life finder is a black technology. And in the eyes of these audiences, the universal capsule is also a black technology. Did you see that just now? That Bulma just threw out a small capsule, and the capsule turned into a motorcycle. This is impossible. It is completely inconsistent with the conservation of mass. Hundreds of millions of years ago, human beings had such black technology. This level of technology has already surpassed our current level. Or does this Bulma have a special identity? Only a few people can use this capsule? If it is said that this capsule was already popular in the world hundreds of millions of years ago, then this is too exaggerated. But even if it is not popularized, the level of technology that can develop this magical capsule is far beyond our current level. Did the Bulma car also use this capsule technology? If we also have this kind of technology now, then I don't have to worry about parking spaces. The rest of the audience felt the same way. Although their current technology is very advanced, things like parking spaces are still very scarce. Especially when going out to play, it is almost impossible to find a parking space. And the parking fee is very expensive. But if their cars can also use this capsule technology, then there is no need to worry about these things at all. After arriving at the destination, turn the car back into a capsule and just stuff it in your pocket, which is very convenient. Since you can change from a capsule to a car, it makes sense to change from a car to a capsule, right? Chapter 5. The appearance of the universal capsule not only shocked the audience, but even the upper-class people were shocked. Those periods that have appeared in the past have been either mediocre or very powerful. But those periods of strength cannot make the present period stronger at all. For example, during the Hokage period, although those ninjas were very powerful, all kinds of powerful ninjutsu were extremely powerful. But performing these ninjutsu requires a kind of energy called chakra. Those powerhouses in One Piece world are also very powerful, with various fruit abilities, and 3-color domineering. But you need to eat a devil fruit or practice domineering. Since the emergence of these energies, the upper echelons have sent people to study them. If these energies can be analyzed and made available to people today, that can also reproduce the excitement of these periods. However, although these energies have given explanations, countless top scientists have gathered together and still haven't researched a reason. They finally came to the conclusion that things like chakra and domineering are innate. And things like devil fruits have been extinct for many years, and they can't be found at all. So, although these periods were very powerful, it made people realize that there were such powerful periods in the past. But it can only be seen as a piece of history. The energy in it cannot be owned and cultivated, and the things left over from those periods cannot be found. As for the technology in it, the technology of One Piece world is a bit higher, but not as good as they were in this period, so research is meaningless. But now, a new era has emerged. And this new era is likely to be a high-tech era. Just turning the capsule into a car has surpassed today's technology. If you can master this technology, among other things, the utilization rate of space will be higher. There is no need for a parking lot, it can be used for other things. Moreover, since the car can have this capsule technology, what about other things? However, it is not so easy to analyze this technology. After all, I don't know how this technology came about. Therefore, the upper class put their hopes on Suibai. I hope Son Goku in his previous life can get access to this technology. In the venue at this time, Suibai sat in the past life finder, looking at the projection in front of him. His expression was a little weird. He originally wanted to experience the past life finder. His family knew his own affairs, and he never expected anything magnificent to happen in his previous life. But now, how does this past life finder regard his favorite anime, Dragon Ball, as his past life? Maybe it's because this is his favorite anime, he's watched it countless times, and it leaves a deep impression on him. So the past life finder regards his memory as his past life? If this is the case, it would be fun. Although he has watched Dragon Ball countless times before, it is the first time he has watched the live-action version like this, and this live-action version of Son Goku actually looks exactly like him when he was a child. This feeling is really amazing. Bulma left Baizai Mountain with Son Goku and started the journey to find Dragon Ball. Just after leaving Baizai Mountain, Bulma was captured by a pterosaur, but with the help of Son Goku, Bulma was rescued from the mouth of the pterosaur. In the evening, Bulma took out another capsule, opened it and threw it out. And this time, what appeared from the capsule was a semicircular house. Even the house can be stored in the capsule. Oh my god! What's in that box of capsules in Bulma? The value of that box of capsules is too high. I can see it clearly. This period must be a high-tech period. There are all kinds of high-tech. That's right. Although the combat power of this period may be a little lower than that of the Hokage period, the pirate period. But the technology of this period is far superior to other periods. How about we call this period the high-tech period? It's a bit unpleasant, otherwise, how about the Dragon Ball period? Isn't Son Goku and Bulma just looking for the Dragon Ball? Good idea, then call this new period the Dragon Ball period. Do you think this Dragon Ball is also some kind of high-tech? The summoning of Shenron is also a kind of technological means. It should be. I don't know what other high-tech we can see next. At least this world is much less dangerous. As long as Son Goku and Bulma are not too unlucky and encounter a certain dinosaur, they should be able to survive. In this way, then we can follow Suibai's previous life, Son Goku, and see all kinds of high technology. Those guests in the past, either came from an ordinary world with nothing to see, either from those powerful and dangerous worlds, and their previous lives were either civilians or cannon fodder. It is the first time that Suibai's previous life came from the high-tech era. Chapter 6. So, as long as Son Goku in Suibai's previous life was not too unlucky, he encountered large animals such as dinosaurs on the way. On the way to find the Dragon Ball with Bulma, you should be able to see a lot of high technology. Although the Dragon Ball period is not as strong as other periods. But this period was anything but ordinary. After waking up the next day, Son Goku and Bulma continued their journey to find the Dragon Ball. They met a desert robber named Yamcha in the desert, and a Dragon Ball was in his hand. In order to get this Dragon Ball, Son Goku and Yamcha fought a battle, and finally Son Goku won the Dragon Ball. And after Yamcha was defeated by Son Goku, because he became curious about him and Bulma, he followed them secretly. After that, Son Goku and Bulma met a pig-headed man named Oolong in a small village. Oolong has the ability to transform and can change into various appearances. This Oolong actually has such an ability. This shouldn't be possible with high technology. Could it be that people in the Dragon Ball period still have special abilities? By the way, not only did dinosaurs exist in this Dragon Ball era, but there are also all kinds of orcs. This Oolong should be a kind of orc, a pig-headed man. Piccolo next to Yamcha is also a kind of orc. He can also talk. And have you noticed a problem? That is, people who meet Son Goku are very puzzled by the tail behind him. And there are other kids, but these kids don't have tails. So, isn't this Son Goku also an orc? But although those orcs are in human form, their appearance still retains the characteristics of beasts. Son Goku is no different from humans except for his tail. Then explain why he has a tail and the others don't. How do I know that? In short, this Dragon Ball era is not only a high-tech era, but also has so many types of creatures. And the combat power is actually not bad. Although it can't be compared with those monsters in the Hokage and pirate era, it is much stronger than us. That's right, the previous battle between Son Goku and Yamcha was not something ordinary people could fight. I don't know why, but this Yamcha always gives me the feeling that I really want to persecute him. Me too, obviously I saw him for the first time, but he just gave me the feeling that I want to persecute him, and I don't know what's going on. He has been following Son Goku and Bulma, won't he stop them from getting the Dragon Ball later? Who knows? After conquering the Oolong, Son Goku and Bulma continue to search for Dragon Ball. One day, when Son Goku got up early to practice, he met a big turtle. Son Goku and Bulma brought this big turtle to the beach. Then, the owner of the big turtle appeared. It turns out that the owner of this big turtle is a little old man with a turtle shell, a white beard, a bald head, and a short stature. This old man is called Master Roshi, and in order to thank Son Goku for bringing the big turtle here, he gave Son Goku a cloud called Somersault Cloud. As long as you sit on this somersault cloud, you can fly in the air. However, only those with pure and innocent minds can sit on somersault clouds. This is not a problem for Son Goku, he easily sat on the somersault cloud and flew a few times in the air. And this scene also shocked the audience. Is this somersaulting cloud also a kind of high technology? As long as you sit on this somersault cloud, you can fly into the air. This is more convenient than an airplane. However, the disadvantage is that it is too small to seat several people, and there are requirements to sit on it. Only those with pure and innocent minds can sit on it. Anyway, I will definitely not be able to sit on it. I guess only babies can sit on it, but I didn't expect Son Goku to be able to sit on it. He lived in the mountains with his grandfather since he was a child, so this is how he can maintain a pure and flawless heart. I'm still curious, is this cloud a kind of high technology? If so, why haven't I seen it elsewhere? Or is this high tech only available to this Master Roshi, and no one else? Why do I feel that this is not high tech? But if it's not high tech, is there really a cloud that can sit on and fly with people? This should not be possible. If there is such a convenient thing, why would the plane come? But if it's high tech, why hasn't it been seen elsewhere? You must know that even if it is a high tech such as the Universal Capsule, that Yamcha still has it in his hand, which means that the Universal Capsule has been popularized during the Dragon Ball period. But this somersault cloud, so far, only Master Roshi has it. Then maybe this somersault cloud is a high technology developed by Master Roshi. Chapter 7. For those viewers who don't know who Master Roshi is, the image of Master Roshi, in their minds, fits the feeling of an extraterrestrial expert. Maybe he is the top scientist in the Dragon Ball period, and developed this high-tech called somersault cloud, which allows people to fly in the air without taking an airplane. In the eyes of many viewers, this somersault cloud is also a kind of high technology. After getting somersault cloud, Bulma and Son Goku got the fourth Dragon Ball from Master Roshi. Then, they embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Ball. During the journey, they met a bandit named Ox King. Originally, Son Goku was going to have a fight with Ox King, but afterward, Ox King recognized the Ruyi stick in Son Goku's hand. And this Ruyi stick is exactly what Ox King's senior brother, Son Gohan. Since this Ruyi stick is in Son Goku's hands now, there must be a connection between Son Goku and Son Gohan. Son Goku told Ox King that Son Gohan was his grandfather. After learning about the relationship between the two, Ox King, who was about to attack Son Goku, immediately gave up the attack. Son Gohan is his senior brother, and Son Goku is Son Gohan's grandson, that is, his junior. As an elder, how could he fight with a junior? But then he learned that his brother Son Gohan was dead, and it was said that he was trampled to death by a huge monster that would appear on the full moon. Ox King invites Son Goku and Bulma to visit his site, Flame Mountain. Because of the response of the Dragon Ball radar, the next moment the Dragon Ball is on the Flame Mountain, so Son Goku and Bulma also agreed. However, when they arrived at the Huoyan Mountain, they discovered that the Huoyan Mountain, which was hundreds of meters high, was actually on fire. The flames spread across the entire mountain, making it impossible for people to get close. If you want to enter the flame mountain, you have to put out the fire first. But it is not so easy to extinguish the fire of the whole mountain. Later, Ox King told Son Goku that if he wanted to extinguish the flames of the flame mountain, he could only use the plantain fan in his master's hand. And his master is none other than Master Roshi. After learning about this matter, Son Goku didn't waste any time, and came to the Gaixian house while sitting somersaulting. After explaining the situation with Master Roshi, Son Goku and Master Roshi went to the Flame Mountain. However, because Master Roshi can't ride Somersault Cloud, so he came a little bit late. When he came to the Flaming Mountain with a plantain fan, the fire in the Flaming Mountain was already getting stronger and stronger. A mountain that big is surrounded by fire, the fire is too big. But I didn't expect this Master Roshi to be Ox King's master. So what did he teach Ox King? You said that the reason why the Flaming Mountain caught fire was because Ox King failed in researching something, which led to the fire. It makes sense, it's very possible. However, it can set the whole mountain on fire. The power of this research is a bit powerful. From the audience's point of view, Master Roshi is a hidden top scientist. As his apprentice, Ox King is naturally also a scientist. It is also very normal for scientists to fail in research when they are researching things, which leads to a fire that burns the flame mountain. But it can cause flames to burn the entire flaming mountain. This is something Ox King researches, which is very unusual. Can the banana fan in Master Roshi's hand really extinguish the fire on the entire mountain? Just use a small fan. Maybe, this small fan is also a kind of high technology, it can blow out very powerful wind. However, if such a small fan wants to extinguish the fire on the entire mountain, how much wind does it need to blow out? Isn't this a bit inconsistent with energy conservation? Even the technology of universal capsules has appeared. The general laws of physics are no longer applicable to the high technology of the Dragon Ball era. I still don't quite believe that this can really be done. Anyway, whether it can be done or not will be revealed soon. Master Roshi stood in front of the flaming mountain, holding a plantain fan in his hand and waving it like this. However, something surprising happened. It's not that the fire in Huoyan Mountain is extinguished, but because the fire in Huoyan Mountain hasn't even moved at all. Just when Son Goku and others were puzzled, Master Roshi told them that it turned out that he was holding the wrong fan. What he is holding is not a plantain fan, it is just an ordinary fan that he usually uses to fan the wind. Hearing Master Roshi's words, Son Goku and others also fell down one after another. Not just Son Goku and others, the audience wanted to fall to the ground. They all had very speechless expressions on their faces. Got it wrong? How could such an important thing be taken wrong? Why do I feel that this Master Roshi is a bit unreliable? Can this banana fan be taken by mistake? Then now comes the problem. I took the banana fan by mistake, so how do I put out the fire on the Huoyan Mountain? Chapter 8. The current solution is to ask Master Roshi to go back and bring the real banana fan. But how much time is wasted going back and forth? When Master Roshi comes back, this flaming mountain will be burned. You can also ask Son Goku to take it by sitting on the somersault cloud. The speed of the somersault cloud is much faster. But no matter how fast it is, by the time Son Goku comes back with the plantain fan, the flame mountain will probably be almost burned. But it's the only way. If you want to extinguish the fire of the whole mountain, you need a lot of water. Not to mention that there is no such thing as a lake around here, even if there is. With these people, how could it be possible to bring so much water? If you want to extinguish the fire on the entire mountain, it seems that you can only use banana fans. Or other high-tech. Yeah, this is no longer a fire that was extinguished by human power. No, it should be said that this is not a fire that can be extinguished by human power in the Dragon Ball era. If you let the ninjas from the Naruto period come, a few water ninjutsu should be enough. That's right, it's okay if someone from the pirate era comes. The Admiral Aokiji who appeared in the War on the Top, isn't his ability to freeze? He can completely freeze the entire mountain. It's a pity. Although the technology in the Dragon Ball period is very high, the combat power of humans is still too low. It can't be compared with the monsters of these periods. Could it be that Son Goku and the others are going to watch the Flame Mountain burn down? Don't forget, there is a Dragon Ball in the Flame Mountain. If the Flame Mountain is burned, then the Dragon Balls inside will also be burned. In this case, we will never be able to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. If Son Goku can drive the somersault cloud a little faster, maybe it's still too late. Wait a minute, look at this Master Roshi, seems to be doing something. Master Roshi is also a little embarrassed because he took the wrong fan. So in order to be able to extinguish the flames of the Hawaiian Mountain, he decided to go out in person. Is it possible that Master Roshi is going to use that trick? Knowing that Master Roshi is going to do it himself, Ox King suddenly became excited. That move? What is that move? Son Goku and Bulma on the side were also very curious when they heard what Ox King said. That move is Master Roshi's unique skill, a powerful move created by Master Roshi. It's called Kamehameha. At this moment, Master Roshi stood on a high platform in front of the Flame Mountain, and took off his clothes. His figure is very thin, even the bones can be seen. He looks like a very thin old man, who might be blown down by a gust of wind. Hey? Kamehameha? Doesn't that name sound like a kind of Qigong? It's called Kamehameha, it must be a kind of Qigong. Then the question is, isn't this Master Roshi a scientist? How can he know Qigong? Who stipulated that scientists can't learn Qigong? But what I'm curious about is, he wants to use this Kamehameha to extinguish the fire in Hawaiian Mountain. How is this possible? That is to say, even if the Qigong in the Dragon Ball period is relatively strong, how powerful can it be? Don't talk about extinguishing the fire in the Flaming Mountain, it's impossible even to extinguish the fire in the small fire. But looking at how excited Ox King is, and seeing how Master Roshi is, it seems that as long as he makes a move, he can extinguish the flames of the Flame Mountain. Then Kamehameha shouldn't be weak. But no matter how strong it is impossible to extinguish the flames of the Flame Mountain. I don't think this Ox King was deceived, right? He thought his Master Roshi's Kamehameha was strong, when in fact he was weak. You mean to say that this Master Roshi and the current Qigong Masters are just people trying to catch fame? In this world, there are many deceptive Qigong Masters. They claim that their Qigong is so powerful that they can even beat a person who is much taller and stronger than themselves. But it's all fake. It is also because of this that countless people have doubts and even disdain for these so-called Qigong Masters, and even such things as Qigong. They feel that there is no powerful Qigong at all. It's all fake, it's just a lie. There are also many people who have practiced Qigong, but gave up after not practicing for a long time. Because it's useless. So many viewers think that Master Roshi is somewhat similar to those current Qigong Masters. He may be a top scientist, but his Qigong skills are probably deceiving. Looking at how thin he looks, I can knock him to the ground with a light punch. For such an old man, how strong is his Qigong? I guess he must have waited for the Flaming Mountain to be completely burned down, and then he would make excuses, saying that he was old, his reaction was slow, and he didn't have time to make a move. Pretending that he could put out the fire if he just shot, but he didn't have time to shoot. In this way, Ox King will still believe that he will have powerful Qigong. I have seen too many so-called Qigong Masters. The audience present can give their own reasons. Chapter 9. Today's Qigong Masters will always find all kinds of excuses not to take action. Because they know that once they make a move, they will be exposed. So from the audience's point of view, Master Roshi will definitely find similar excuses to avoid shooting. Don't look at what he's doing right now, but he's all pretending. With his thin appearance, he is even worse than those so-called Qigong masters. Even if it is pretending, you should pretend to be a little bit, at least make your figure a little bit better. Those so-called Qigong masters, among other things, at least manage their bodies very well. Just by looking at it, it does give people the feeling of a master. But now this Master Roshi, with such a frail body, is even skinny to the bone. Such a person, even if he knows Qigong, how strong can he be? It might even be worse than those current Qigong masters. However, just when all the audience thought so, the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Master Roshi looked at the flaming mountain in front of him, put his palms together in front of him. The next moment, his originally emaciated body suddenly grew taller. At the first time, Master Roshi changed from a thin old man to an old man with a strong body. But it's not over yet. As his body continues to expand, the muscles on his arms and back become stronger and more developed. Then, he retracted his hands and pushed his whole body forward. The muscles in front of him have also become very developed. The chest muscles and abdominal muscles are clearly defined. If you just look at the body, it's hard to imagine that this is actually an old man's body. No, even most muscular men don't have such strong muscles. How is this possible? Master Roshi changed from an emaciated old man to a muscular and strong man. This scene stunned all the audience. They never imagined that a person could be so weak and emaciated the moment before. In the next moment, he turned into a muscular super macho. Moreover, he is still an old man. This Master Roshi, shouldn't it be using some kind of high technology again? What high technology is there that can change a person from being so thin to being so strong? It all involves biotechnology. And I don't think he used any tools. He just made a few gestures, and then he turned into this macho look. So, this is Master Roshi's original appearance? The weak old man's appearance before him is just his disguise. I take back what I said before, just this move, isn't it better than those current Qigong masters? It's more than amazing. I don't know how many times it's amazing. You let those so-called Qigong masters try Master Roshi's actions? If they can make their bodies a little stronger, I think he has real skills, okay. If Master Roshi didn't use some high technology, then he really has real skills. But I still don't believe it. Even if he has become as strong as he is now, is it possible that the Qigong he used can still extinguish the fire? I admit that he does have real skills, but no matter how much he has real skills, he can't rely on Qigong, so let's put out this fire. The fact that Master Roshi has grown bigger and bigger has changed some of the audience's views on him. I think he is different from the current Qigong masters, he does have real abilities. But even so, they still didn't believe that Master Roshi could extinguish the flames of the Huoyan mountain by relying on Qigong. After all, no matter how powerful Qigong is, how can it be possible to extinguish the fire on the entire mountain? But the next moment, countless viewers were shocked again. Master Roshi, who has turned into a muscular man, is suddenly covered with a layer of light. Then, he placed his hands on the right side, making a calyx shape. Master Yamsha, what the hell is this Kamehameha? Yamsha and Piccolo, who were hiding in the dark, also saw what Master Roshi was doing at this time, and also heard what Ox King said just now. So, Piccolo asked Yamsha beside him, very puzzled. That is the legendary unique skill created by the martial arts master Wu Tian. It is a move that concentrates the energy of the whole body and then launches it in one breath. I really didn't expect that. I was lucky enough to see this move. Yamsha looked at Master Roshi, trembling with excitement. Although he is a desert bandit, he is also a martial artist who is passionate about martial arts. I also know about the legendary martial arts master Wu Tian. I also heard that Mr. Wushin has a unique skill called Kamehameha, which is very powerful. But he had only heard about it before, and had never seen it with his own eyes. So for him, whether it is a person or a move, it only exists in the legend. But now, not only did he see Wushin sensei himself, he even saw him cast Kamehameha himself. What an honor this is! Chapter 10. Turtle. Group. Gas. Achievement. As Master Roshi spit out each word, a circular white light condensed around his calyx-shaped hands, and powerful energy gathered in his hands. Then, Master Roshi pushed forward with both hands, and the condensed energy turned into an energy ball, dragging a beam of energy light, and flew towards the flame mountain. When Kamehameha collided with the flame mountain, a tyrannical energy burst out, emitting a very dazzling light. The light enveloped the flame mountain, so dazzling that Son Goku and others blocked their eyes with their hands. Not only Son Goku and others, but even the audience at the scene were blinded by this dazzling light. What a dazzling light! This Master Roshi can still emit such a dazzling light. No, according to that Yamcha, this is the light emitted by Master Roshi after condensing the energy in his body, not by Master Roshi himself. Did you see it just now? From Master Roshi's hand, an attack like an energy ball was released. Is that some kind of high technology again? But no, Master Roshi doesn't use any tools. Could it be that he installed some energy device in his body? So, is this how Master Roshi puts out the fire? But how is he going to put out the fire? As the dazzling light dissipated, the audience's sight was restored. They all opened their eyes and looked at the big screen. Then, the scene on the big screen shocked them. As the light dissipated, Son Goku and others also recovered their sight and looked at the flame mountain. Hey, I haven't exercised for a long time, I'm a little tired. The fire of Huoyan Mountain has been extinguished by me. Master Roshi sat on a high platform, with his back to the flame mountain, and said to Son Goku and others. Mountain, the mountain is gone. Son Goku and others pointed at the back of Master Roshi and said in surprise. Master Roshi turned his head, and suddenly saw the flaming mountain, which was originally burning with raging fire, had disappeared and turned into a pile of ruins. In other words, Master Roshi's attack just now directly shattered a mountain hundreds of meters high. I'm really sorry, it's a little too hard. Seeing that the flame mountain was destroyed by him, Master Roshi scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? The mountain with a height of hundreds of meters is just gone. Master Roshi's attack directly shattered a mountain hundreds of meters away. His attack just now can be compared with those monsters in other powerful periods. Seeing the flaming mountain that was smashed into pieces, the audience was shocked. Although they have seen many spectacular scenes in other periods before. For example, a freezing tsunami, a magma attack evaporating a large iceberg, and the like. But those attacks were in the period when pirates and Hokage were so powerful. As for the Dragon Ball period, they have always considered it a high-tech period. Although the technology is very advanced, the combat effectiveness of people in this period is still far behind those monsters in other periods. But what Master Roshi did directly overturned their thinking. One move directly shattered a mountain hundreds of meters high. This combat power is no worse than those top powerhouses in the powerful period. Do you think there is a possibility that this Dragon Ball period is not only a high-tech period, but also a period of high combat power, just like the Naruto and Pirate period? I always feel that Master Roshi didn't use any high technology. I think so too, and Yamcha and Ox King also said that this Kamehameha is a unique skill created by Master Roshi, and this Master Roshi also has the title of Martial Arts Master. So is there a possibility that he is a top powerhouse? After all, if he relies on high technology, then it is impossible for him to obtain the title of Martial Arts Master, and the others are not fools. I think so too, so this Dragon Ball period is a period of coexistence of high technology and high combat power. If this is the case, then this Dragon Ball period is the most powerful period that has ever appeared. The previous periods were either periods of high combat effectiveness but mediocre technology. Either it is a period of mediocre technology and poor combat power. And this is the first time that a high-tech and high-strength period like the Dragon Ball period has appeared. So there is nothing wrong with calling this period the strongest period. Just because of Master Roshi, no wonder he is known as a martial arts master. This is the real Qigong master. Can those so-called Qigong masters do it now? I really didn't expect that real Qigong could do this. It directly smashed a mountain hundreds of meters high. Master Roshi is the real Qigong master. Now all the Qigong masters combined can't compare to his finger. Chapter 11. Originally, most of the audience did not have a good impression of Qigong. I feel that Qigong is useless, it is used to deceive people. But now, after seeing Kamehameha cast by Master Roshi, they have completely changed their views on Qigong. So it's not that Qigong is useless, but because those so-called Qigong masters don't know real Qigong at all. Kamehameha of Master Roshi, this is the real Qigong. If those Qigong masters can do what Master Roshi does, then I will never ridicule them. Don't say that they are Master Roshi, even if they can achieve 1/10, or even 1/100th of Master Roshi, I will admit that they are real masters. Forget it, even if it's 1% of Master Roshi, it still requires them to smash a small mountain several meters high. In my opinion, even if they break a brick, their hands will probably hurt for a long time. It can't be compared with Master Roshi at all. You said, would there be a Qigong master who was truly inherited from the Dragon Ball era? Even if he couldn't be like Master Roshi, he would still be much stronger than the so-called Qigong masters today. I don't know about this, but I think there should be some other periods, whether it is the Hokage period, the Pirate period, or other powerful periods. Their high combat power uses special energy, such as chakra, tricolor arrogance, devil fruit ability and so on. But the top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period used Qigong. If that's the case, can we also learn it? But you have to learn real Qigong. No matter what, I finally have a thought. Compared with those other powerful periods, it is still possible to reproduce the top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period. Chakra, domineering, spiritual pressure and other energies in other periods. What devil fruit, tailed beast, Zanpakuto, and the like. It can't be reproduced at all. As for the Qigong of the Dragon Ball period, although it is difficult to reproduce it, but at least it's not impossible. Even if you can't practice to the point of smashing mountains like Master Roshi. But even if it can break a wall or something, it's already very strong, okay? And after practicing Qigong, he can still have a body like Master Roshi. It's so beautiful. It's just that one must practice real Qigong. If you practice the Qigong of today's so-called Qigong masters, you will go far. I just don't know if there is any real Qigong left. The Huoyan mountain was shattered, and the fire in the Huoyan mountain was naturally extinguished. Son Goku and Bulma and others also found the fifth Dragon Ball. After finding the Dragon Ball, Son Goku was very interested in Kamehameha cast by Master Roshi and wanted to learn it. However, Master Roshi told him that it would take at least 50 years of skill to learn this trick. Hearing Master Roshi's words, Son Goku was also a little disappointed, but he was not reconciled, so he faced the car he and Bulma were riding in, imitated Master Roshi's appearance just now, and posed in a Kamehameha pose, and then moved his hands forward a push. Originally, seeing Son Goku wanted to perform it, Master Roshi thought it was impossible for him to succeed. But the next moment, something that shocked him happened. Son Goku, Kamehameha was actually cast. Although the power of the Kamehameha he displayed was very weak and only knocked out a tire of the car, he did display it after all. Very surprised, Master Roshi learned from Ox King that Son Goku was the grandson of his first disciple Son Gohan, and also learned of Son Gohan's death. Because Son Goku is the grandson of Son Gohan, coupled with the powerful talent he showed. So Master Roshi invited him to practice with him, and he can teach Son Goku martial arts. However, because Son Goku is still looking for the Dragon Ball with Bulma, so he didn't go with him for the time being. He just said that after he finished finding the Dragon Ball, he would go to Master Roshi. Then, Son Goku, Bulma and others continued to embark on a journey to find Dragon Ball. Seeing this, the others didn't feel anything, but Suibai felt a little puzzled. Because he remembered that when Son Goku left, Ox King's daughter Shishi asked him to marry her when he grew up. Because Son Goku didn't understand what it meant to marry her, he thought it was something delicious, so he agreed. And that's why Son Goku and Shishi got married later. But in the current plot, Shishi didn't tell Son Goku that he wanted to marry her. And originally Bulma sacrificed his own hue to obtain the Dragon Ball fingered by Master Roshi. But also no. Of course, Son Goku's slap of the Five Thunders was successfully implemented as in the original book. In other words, only Son Goku saw Bulma. Could it be that this past life finder has found my true inner thoughts? Suibai looked at the plot in front of him and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Chapter 12. Like countless Dragon Ball fans, Suibai is quite critical of the fact that Son Goku and Bulma are not together in the original book. They've been through so much together, only to be cut off by a Shishi. Of course, Suibai has no problem with Son Goku and Shishi being together. I just think that Son Goku can marry Bulma and Shishi. With his strength, it is reasonable to have a harem, right? And if you look at the original plot, Bulma has a high probability of liking Son Goku. It's just because Son Goku married Shishi first, so let her bury this relationship deeply in her heart. So he has also imagined countless times, the situation where Son Goku and Bulma are together. Now I see that the original plot has changed slightly. This made Suibai couldn't help thinking, is it possible that the plot will develop according to his imagination? If so, that would be interesting. Son Goku, Bulma, and others continue their journey to find Dragon Ball. Following them, Yamcha, who originally wanted to know the secret of Dragon Ball and retrieved the place, also showed up and joined them in their search for Dragon Ball. Originally, Yamcha planned to be an enemy of Son Goku and the others. But after seeing that Master Roshi values Son Goku so much, and that Son Goku cast Kamehameha so easily, this let him know that he needs to have a good relationship with Son Goku. Following the Dragon Ball radar, Son Goku and others came to a castle. According to the radar response, there are 2 Dragon Balls in the castle. What they don't know is that besides them, there is another group of people who are also collecting Dragon Balls. And this group of people is exactly the group of King Pilaf. They collected 2 Dragon Balls, just short of the 5 Dragon Balls on Son Goku's body. And they also know that Son Goku and others have the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. So, in order to obtain these 5 Dragon Balls, they used the 2 Dragon Balls in their hands as bait to lure Son Goku and others into the castle. There are many traps in the castle, but under the strength of Son Goku, all these traps were cracked by him. But in the end, Son Goku, Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, Piccolo, and others still fell into the trap of Pilaf and his group. They were locked in a cell, surrounded by thick metal, very strong. The top floor of the cell is also very hard-tempered glass. After Son Goku and others were imprisoned, unless the cell was opened from the outside, they could not get out from the inside. Because all the Dragon Balls fell on Pilaf and his group, in order to prevent them from making a wish, Son Goku and others tried their best to escape. Son Goku cast Kamehameha desperately against the surrounding walls, but because his strength is still weak, the Kamehameha he played is not very powerful. In the end, it was only possible to make a small hole, and there was no way to pass through. At this time, Pilaf and others have summoned Shenron, ready to make a wish. Seeing Shenron summoned by Pilaf and others, all the audience were excited. Because they really saw Shenron. You know, Shenron was originally a creature that existed in legends. Whether it is real or not is still unknown. Although other powerful periods also had various creatures, such as sea kings, tailed beasts, and the like. But no Shenron. This is the first time they have seen, in the previous period, the appearance of Shenron. And this Shenron is not a big lizard with wings, but a real Shenron with various animal characteristics. Dragon, it's a dragon. Ah! I never thought that I would be able to see the real Shenron in my lifetime. This is what Shenron looks like in the legend. It is exactly the same as the description in the legend. Domineering, it's really too domineering. Isn't this more domineering than that big lizard with wings? Wait a minute, is this Shenron really summoned with high technology? Why don't I think so? Actually, I don't think so. This Shenron looks like a real creature. It's not made with high technology. It doesn't have a sense of technology at all. If this Shenron is true, is there a possibility that the legend that any wish can be fulfilled is also true? If it was before, no one would have believed that the summoned Shenron could really grant any wish. Because in the eyes of the audience, this Shenron is nothing more than a Shenron summoned by high-tech means and made by high-tech. It's like being a robot. But only after they saw the real Shenron did they realize that was not the case. They can be sure that this Shenron is definitely not made by some high-tech means, nor is it a machine Shenron. This is a real creature. Then the problem comes. Since this Shenron is real, doesn't that mean that the fact that any wish can be fulfilled may also be true? Chapter 13. If any wish can really come true, then Shenron and Dragon Ball are a bit too scary. If it's really possible, wouldn't even the dead be resurrected? And it's okay to rule the world. Look, this Pilaf gang is ready to make a wish. I don't know what they wish for. I don't care what wishes they wish, I just feel that it's a pity that the Dragon Ball that Son Goku and the others collected with great difficulty was snatched away like this. Unfortunately, Son Goku's strength is far inferior to Master Roshi. If it were Master Roshi, his one move, Kamehameha, would probably be able to smash the entire castle. You can't force a teenager who is only stronger than an old man who looks very old. And maybe Master Roshi's strength is not as good as before, after all, he is so old. In short, this first Dragon Ball wish will fall on Pilaf and his group. Pilaf and the others looked at the summoned Shenron with very excited expressions. Their desire to rule the world is finally coming true. At this moment, Yamcha, who was locked in the cell, suddenly thought of a way. He turned Piccolo and Oolong into birds and flew out of the hole Son Goku made. Although the hole Son Goku made with Kamehameha is so small that no one can pass through it at all. But it can let small animals pass. And the abilities of Oolong and Pu Yalu are that they can be transformed into various things. So, they can turn into birds and fly out, and then prevent Pilaf and others from fulfilling their wishes. Oolong and Pu Yalu turned into birds and flew out, but by the time they tried to stop them, it was too late. Pilaf is ready to express his wish. In order to stop them, Oolong had an idea, and hurriedly expressed his wish in front of Pilaf, wanting a girl's chubby. Because Oolong made a wish first, Shenron fulfilled his wish, and a lady's fat time volleyed down. And after realizing the wish of the Oolong, Shenron disappeared, and the 7 Dragon Balls also flew towards the distance, and I don't know where they flew. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect this Oolong to be a fellow. You didn't know until now, did he? His previous performance already showed that he is an LSP. I didn't expect that Oolong would make such a great contribution. LSP saved the world. Yet, if he hadn't made the wish first, then Shenron would have fulfilled Pilaf's wish first. But Son Goku and the others are in danger. They have stopped Pilaf's ambitions. Pilaf and the others won't let them go so easily. If it's just based on strength, Son Goku and Yamcha are not afraid of them. But if they are locked in a cell until they die, there is nothing they can do. Although Oolong preemptively made a wish to stop Pilaf's ambitions, the audience felt very happy. But then there is their worry about Son Goku. If Pilaf and the others' ambitions were stopped, it was obvious that Pilaf and the others would not let Son Goku and the others go so easily. If you just lock them in the cell like this, you won't give them anything. In a few days, they would not be starved to death, but also thirsty to death. Could it be that Suibai's previous life, Son Goku, is about to die like this? However, since Oolong's wish is successful, that means, you can really make a wish to Shenron, and any wish will come true. Some viewers have also discovered this. That's right. It's really possible to make a wish successfully. It's much more reliable than making a wish on a shooting star. Damn it! I should have made a wish to Shenron just now. Maybe my wish will come true. I actually missed such a precious opportunity. Countless viewers went crazy for this. Since any wish can really come true, then they should wish it. Although it's just a wish through the screen, what if it happens? But they missed such a precious opportunity. The next time I can see Shenron, I don't know how long it will be. It is even possible that this is their only chance to make a wish. It's just too late to regret it now. Because the Oolong prevented their ambitions, Pilaf and the others were very upset. They captured Wolong and Pu Yalu again, locked them in the cell, and strengthened the walls around the cell. The sun at noon is very strong, and the glass above your heads has the effect of absorbing sunlight. That is to say, by the noon of the next day, the cell you are in will become a steamer. You are in pain, be sunburned to death. Pilaf said to Son Goku and others very unhappy. He wants Son Goku and the others to die in the most painful way. Chapter 14. It's over, I'm still so young, I'm going to die. Bulma is called a despair. She is still so young, she still has a lot of life to enjoy, she never thought that she would die here. Son Goku tried to attack the wall a few more times, but he couldn't even make a trace of the reinforced wall. In other words, they have no other choice but to wait for death. Several people are staying in the cell and have given up struggling. Tonight is a full moon. Piccolo looked at the full moon in the sky through the glass above his head, and said with great emotion. Humph! It's already this time, why are you still looking at the full moon? Oolong on the side said very disdainfully. I'm going to die anyway, I want to see some beautiful things before I die. Piccolo's words also aroused the approval of Bulma and Yamcha, and they also raised their heads to look at the full moon in the sky. Speaking of the full moon, Grandpa told me about it before. At this time, Son Goku's voice sounded. He told me that you can't look up at the moon when it's full, because there will be very scary monsters. What are you talking about? You're not a werewolf. Instead of thinking wildly here, it's more practical to think about how to get out of here. Bulma doesn't believe Son Goku's words, she is more concerned about how to escape from here now. She doesn't want to die like this at such a young age. I'm not lying. My grandfather was trampled to death by monsters. Son Goku said. What? That monster can actually kill the martial arts master Son Gohan Sr. It seems that he must be a very powerful guy. Yamcha knew who Son Goku's grandfather was, so he was very surprised. Although Son Gohan is not as good as Wushan teacher, he is also a top-level powerhouse. But such a top powerhouse was trampled to death by that monster. Yes. Even the houses and trees are trampled in a mess. That monster, who the hell is it? I was sleeping at that time, so I didn't see it. The house has been trampled flat, and you can still sleep. Grandpa used to tell me that you must not look at the moon in the sky when it is full moon. Son Goku's words immediately attracted the attention of Bulma, Yamcha, and others. Actually, I don't think it doesn't matter if I watch it or not. I don't know if there will be monsters when the full moon is around here. Son Goku was still talking on his own, he didn't realize that Bulma and the others were already hiding in a corner. And Son Goku's words also caught the audience's attention. Wait a minute, Son Goku's grandfather, Son Gohan, was trampled to death by a monster. And his grandfather told him that he must never look at the moon when it is full. You said, is there any connection between the two? You mean, Son Goku and this monster are very likely to be the same person? No way, Son Goku is so small, even if he becomes a monster, how can he trample his grandfather to death? That's right, if Son Gohan is to be trampled to death, then this monster should be huge. Son Goku's petite body, how did he become such a huge body? Even the previous Master Roshi only became stronger for a few laps, and his body shape hasn't changed much. I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the tail behind him. The audience also thought that Son Goku and the monster who stomped his grandfather to death may be the same person. But what they don't understand is, how did Son Goku turn into that giant monster? Son Jun, let me ask you a question. Bulma asked Son Goku. Did you see the moon in the sky the night your grandfather was trampled to the ground? Well, although Grandpa told me not to watch it, I accidentally saw it when I went to the bathroom outside. Hearing Son Goku's words, Bulma and Yamcha panicked even more. A long time ago, I always felt that he was not an ordinary kid. But, that's impossible, it must be a coincidence. Bulma can't believe it. We can give it a try and see how Goku reacts when he looks at the moon. Oolong proposal. It's true to say so, but if our guess is correct, wouldn't we be in danger? Bulma's words also reminded others, so that Oolong and others who originally wanted Son Goku to look at the moon gave up this idea all of a sudden. It's fine if Son Goku isn't that monster, but if he really is that monster. If he sees the moon, then he will turn into a monster, and they will be the first to suffer. Son Jun, I think it's better for you not to look at the moon, do you know? Bulma speaks to Son Goku. Chapter 15. If Bulma just said so, then there is no problem. But when she told Son Goku not to look at the moon, she subconsciously pointed at the moon. And this also made Son Goku subconsciously look at the moon. This scene scared Bulma and their souls away. Son Goku looked at the moon and was silent for a while, but nothing happened. And this also made Bulma and the others breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that they were thinking too much. Bulma and others are not the only ones who think they think too much. Son Goku looked at the moon. But nothing has changed in him. Let me just say, with such a petite body, how could he turn into that huge monster? Maybe that monster lives in Baizai Mountain, and only comes out to move around when the moon is full. But Son Goku, why doesn't his grandfather let him look at the moon when it's full? I don't know about that, maybe I don't want him to see that monster. However, just when the audience thought so, what happened next left them stunned. Son Goku, who hasn't changed since watching the full moon. Suddenly, it was as if a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and he froze in place, even his pupils turned pink. Then, a loud sound resembling a beating heart sounded, and Son Goku's whole body was moving. This scene directly made Bulma and others, who were originally relieved, panic again. Then, Son Goku became big and strong. Not only that, huge fangs grew out of his mouth began to protrude forward, and black hair began to grow around his body. Subsequently, Son Goku directly turned into a huge giant ape. The originally impenetrable prison cell, under the destruction of Son Goku, who turned into a giant ape, was destroyed instantly like paper paste. This scene stunned all the audience. Even if they have seen many big scenes in other periods. But this is the first time they have seen a scene like this. Son Goku, he turned into a giant King Kong. How did this happen? How did such a petite person become such a huge King Kong? Is it possible that people in the Dragon Ball era have this ability? Probably not. Otherwise, Bulma and Yamcha will also transform. I think this ability should only be possessed by Son Goku. I think so too. I think the problem lies in his tail. He's definitely not a normal kid. In other words, his grandfather was trampled to death by him. Poor thing, he still doesn't know about it. I think the ones who should be more pitiful now are Bulma and the others. After Son Goku became a giant ape, they were the first to suffer. Yet, Son Goku, who turned into a giant ape, even trampled to death his own grandfather, obviously he has lost his mind. The enemy is indistinguishable from himself. No way, is it possible that Bulma and the others will die at Son Goku's feet like Son Goku's grandfather? Probably not. Pilaf and the others may attract Son Goku's firepower. Pilaf and the others never dreamed that Son Goku would turn into a giant ape. Son Goku who turned into a giant ape began to wreak havoc. Bulma, Yamcha, and others took the opportunity to escape from the cell. The Son Goku who was destroying everywhere also attracted the attention of Pilaf and the others. They flew the plane and started to attack Son Goku, but their attack hit Son Goku, which was no different from scraping. Even if you attack with cannonballs, it's useless to Son Goku. Under the destruction of Son Goku, Pilaf and his gang crashed directly, and the castle was completely destroyed. After destroying the castle, Son Goku started heading towards Bulma and the others. In order to survive, Yamcha and others had no choice but to fight back. At this time, Pu Yalu suddenly thought that when he and Yamcha were following Son Goku and his group before, they discovered that Son Goku's tail was a weakness. So, as long as you can cut off Son Goku's tail, it is possible to restore Son Goku to his original state. Knowing this, Yamcha desperately grabbed Son Goku's tail, then turned Piccolo into scissors, and cut off Son Goku's tail directly. When the tail was cut short, Son Goku, who was originally rioting, also stopped. The next moment, his size began to shrink, and he reappeared from the giant ape and changed back to that cute little boy. Seriously, if I hadn't seen how Son Goku transformed from a little boy into a great ape, I would have been shocked that the great ape turned back into Son Goku. That's right, so the problem is really Son Goku's tail. Viewers now fully understand. It's all about Son Goku's tail. Chapter 16. Seeing now, it seems that only Son Goku has a tail. Could it be that he has some special identity? Didn't there be orcs during the Dragon Ball period, so could he be one of the orcs? But the orcs we have seen before are all normal in size. There is no such kind of orc that can suddenly grow bigger. Maybe he is a special kind of orc? Maybe he is the only one left now? It's not impossible. By the way, if Son Goku turns into a giant ape, he can rival those dinosaurs, right? At least in terms of size, he is absolutely worthy of those dinosaurs. Indeed, even the size of those dinosaurs is not as good as him. After he becomes a giant ape, his strength will also become stronger. I just don't know who is stronger, he or Master Roshi. I think it's still Master Roshi. You know, he smashed a mountain hundreds of meters high with one move. Even if Son Goku turned into a giant ape, he only destroyed the castle. It's still worse than Master Roshi. Ordered. Indeed, if Master Roshi casts Kamehameha on Son Goku who has turned into a great ape, then Son Goku may be killed. Look how cute Son Goku is sleeping. It's hard to imagine that he could turn into such a scary monster. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball period is the most powerful period so far. Not only does it have high technology, but there are also such terrifying creatures. Although there were some terrifying creatures and powerful people in other powerful periods, they are not as technologically advanced as the Dragon Ball period. Now we can be thankful that there is finally a guest's past life, who is no longer a small person or cannon fodder. I hope his previous life, Son Goku, can let them see more exciting content. Among all the guests who have explored their past lives, Suibai has the highest status. The other guests were either civilians or cannon fodder. As for Suibai, although he was just a child in his previous life, he is definitely an extraordinary child. Maybe in Suibai's previous life, he might become a top player in the Dragon Ball period. That way, let them know more about the Dragon Ball period. Whether it was the Naruto period or the Pirate period. Although through the past life of those guests, they also know some things. But compared with the whole period, what they knew was just the tip of the iceberg. And the current Dragon Ball period is the only period where it is possible to let them know more. Because of this, not only the audience at the scene, but also the audience in the live broadcast room, and even the people above all focused their attention on Suibai. Son Goku, who had a nap, woke up, completely unaware of what happened before, and he did not have the memory of the time when he became a giant ape. And in order not to make Son Goku feel sad, Bulma and others have also decided not to tell him that Son Goku is the monster that trampled his grandfather to death. Because after Dragon Ball makes a wish, it takes 1 year to make another wish. So during this time, Son Goku plans to go to Master Roshi to practice, so that he can become stronger. Yamcha, Oolong, and others decided to come to the big city with Bulma to see the world of the big city. In this way, partners who have traveled together and experienced many things, parted temporarily. Son Goku drove Somersault Cloud to Master Roshi's hut. Knowing Son Goku's intention to come, Master Roshi gave him a test, which is to bring a beautiful woman here. Because Son Goku doesn't know what beauty means, so the women he brought over the past few times are all weird-looking people. Finally, at the last time, I brought back a mermaid and passed the test of Master Roshi. And just as Son Goku was worshipping under Master Roshi, a small boat rode over on the sea in the distance. On the boat, there is a boy who is slightly smaller than Son Goku and has a bald head. The boy came to Master Roshi and Son Goku and told them his name, Krillin. And his purpose of coming here is naturally to worship Master Roshi as his teacher. And Krillin is much smarter than Son Goku. He brought a bunch of emperor uncles to Master Roshi, and passed Master Roshi's test directly. After the two of them became disciples, the first task Master Roshi gave them was to bring a beautiful woman. Because the mermaid that Son Goku brought before, after knowing the true face of Master Roshi, left directly. Under the search of the two, they rescued a beautiful woman with blue hair from a group of people. This blue-haired beauty is named Lan Chi. Son Goku and Krillin brought Lan Chi back to the Gaixian house. Because Lan Chi was alone, in order to repay Son Goku and Krillin for saving their lives, she stayed in Master Roshi and helped several people with housework. Chapter 17. After bringing back Lan Chi, Master Roshi asked Son Goku and Krillin to continue the next practice. He threw a stone with a turtle character written on it into a forest. Whoever finds and brings it back first wins. The loser will not be able to eat dinner. Originally, Son Goku had already found the stone. But he was deceived by Krillin, thinking that the stone in his hand was fake, so he gave the stone to Krillin. Because of this, Son Goku lost the game and had no dinner. And Krillin's cunning move also made the audience very upset. They watched Son Goku go all the way. Plus Son Goku's cute looks and pure heart. This has turned countless viewers into mamas and mamas, seeing Son Goku as their adorable child. Now Son Goku is being tricked by Krillin, causing him not to be able to eat dinner. This made them very upset with Krillin. They also know now that Son Goku likes to eat very much. Not letting him eat dinner is undoubtedly the biggest torture for him. What's going on with this Krillin? It's the stone that Goku found first. He actually lied to Goku. To be honest, from the perspective of a bystander, Krillin is not tired of being a soldier. Although his actions are a little treacherous, there is no problem. But if I'm speaking from a male mother's point of view, I'd love to kill this Krillin. How dare you do that to my lovely Goku? Goku likes to eat so much, what a torture it is for him not to let him eat dinner. Look at the way he looks at that table of delicious food, it's really pitiful. I can't wait to treat him to a lot of delicious food. Krillin treated Goku like this from the very beginning, and I don't know what he will do afterwards. By the way, this Master Roshi doesn't have the demeanor of a martial arts master at all. Isn't he just a mean old man? This is the real LSP. The one that can't remove the old characters. So if you want to worship him as your teacher, it's as simple as that. Honestly, if he hadn't shocked me with his previous attack of Kamehameha. I wouldn't believe it, just such a mean old man, what's so amazing? By the way, do you think there is such a possibility that when he teaches Goku and Krillin, we can also learn? His teachings are not 100 times or 1,000 times more powerful than those so-called Qigong masters today. It makes sense. If we can learn from his teaching method, then I have to learn too. Not to mention anything else, even if it's used to strengthen the body, it's good. Indeed, but I think, as a martial arts master, although he is a little bit rough, his training methods are not something everyone can bear. If even two teenagers, Goku and Krillin, can take it, that makes no sense we can't. That is to say, could it be that we are no better than two teenage children? Many viewers felt that it was impossible for them to be inferior to two teenage children. You might be able to beat that kid Krillin, but are you sure you can beat that kid Goku? Not to mention that he can turn into a giant ape, but when he and Bulma met for the first time, he was able to withstand the bullets fired by Bulma, but it was painful and there was no injury at all. Only this point, are you sure you can beat it? Ah, this. The audience above immediately calmed down. Indeed, compared to Son Goku, they really can't compare. Don't say anything else, let's just say that Son Goku didn't get hurt when he resisted bullets when he first appeared on the stage. They can't compare. Then we can always compare to Kling. Yeah, I don't believe it, Krillin is just like Goku, a kid like a monster. He's just a little smart. As for other things, I don't think I'll lose to him. They didn't believe it, they couldn't compare to Son Goku, could it be that they couldn't compare to Kling? But then they know. They really can't compare. Because they ate poisonous pufferfish for dinner, Master Roshi and Kellen officially started practicing after a day's rest. And before formal training, Master Roshi wants to see the foundation of the two of them. So, he asked Son Goku and Kellen to run 100 meters to see how long it would take them to run 100 meters. The first one to run was Kellen, and his time for running 100 meters was 10.4 seconds. 4 in 10 seconds. Kellen, a brat, ran 100 meters, but he was able to run 4 in 10 seconds. Are you kidding? Is this really a grade that a child can run? Not to mention children, even those second-level athletes may not be able to run such a result. Only those first-level athletes can do it. Seeing Kellen's 100-meter score, all the audience were stunned. They also vowed before that even if they can't compare with the little monster Son Goku, could it be that he couldn't be compared with the little boy Kellen? But now, Kellen's 100-meter score hit them hard in the face. Chapter 18. Want to know what it means to run 100 meters in 10 seconds? Even national second-level athletes may not be able to run to 10.4 seconds. Only first-level athletes can do it. And now tell them that Kellen, a little kid, can actually run out of a first-class athlete. Before, they actually wanted to compare with Kellen. After knowing Klin's true strength, viewers who previously thought they could be compared to Kling said, "Can't compare, can't compare." You say, is it because Krillin is also a little monster, or is it that people in the Dragon Ball period are generally so powerful, even children are very powerful? I think it should be that Krillin is also a little monster. Some of the people Goku and the others met before are ordinary people. Indeed, for example, in the village where Oolong was conquered, the people in it are very ordinary villagers. No wonder Klin, a brat, dares to come to worship Master Roshi as his teacher. But yes, if you don't have something, you don't have the confidence to practice under Master Roshi. What I'm curious about now is, how fast can Goku go? Piccolo Lin must run fast. I think he can run in less than 10 seconds. I think so too. For loving Son Goku and hating Krillin. Let the audience think that Son Goku's performance must be better than Piccolo Lin. Kellen's achievement was also praised by Master Roshi. And Kellen said that his best time is 10.1 seconds. In such an environment, he can run 10.4 seconds, which is considered so-so, very Versailles. After Krillin finished running, it was Son Goku who started running. It's just that he glanced down at his shoes while running. In the end, Son Goku's score was slightly worse than that of Piccolo Lin, exactly 11 seconds. Then Son Goku proposed to let him change a pair of shoes and run again. Because his shoes are broken. Seeing Son Goku's broken shoes, Master Roshi and Kellen were also very surprised. Because Son Goku can run 11 seconds even with his shoes broken. Then if the shoes were not broken, what would his grade be? Soon, the two will know. After changing to a good pair of shoes, Son Goku ran again. And this time, his speed is obviously not at the same level as before. Even after his figure had already passed the finish line, the wind blowing from his running just passed by. His speed can't even catch up with the wind. And Son Goku's rerun time improved by 2 seconds and 5 compared to the first time. That is to say, Son Goku's 100-meter score after putting on good shoes. It's 8 seconds 5. The audience was very surprised when they saw Kellen's achievements. Then after seeing Son Goku's results, they were dumbfounded. Even if they know, Son Goku is a little monster. But they were still dumbfounded by Son Goku's results. You know this is 8 seconds 5, 8 seconds 5. 100 meters run 8 seconds 5. What is this concept? The original world record for 100 meters was 9.58 seconds. And that record was set decades ago. In the past few decades, this record has been broken, and the new record is only 9.48 seconds. In other words, for decades, the human world record for 100 meters has been improved by 0.1 second. It can be seen how difficult it is to break through the limits of human beings. Although the development of science and technology is very fast, the breakthrough of the human body limit is not so fast. And the result of 100 meters in 8.5 seconds. It is estimated that no one will be able to achieve it in the next few hundred years. Unless there is a strong period ahead as well. Maybe those strong players in other periods, their speed is even faster than Son Goku's. But they are already the top powerhouses in their respective periods. And what about Son Goku? It's just a child who just stepped out of Baizai Mountain. Even if he can resist bullets, even if he can become a giant ape, even if he is not a normal child. But he can do it at his age. Already amazing. As for why Son Goku can run so fast, Kellen is very puzzled. Son Goku told him that because he has been running around in the mountains since he was a child, jumping up and down, he trained a pair of strong feet. Master Roshi praised both of their achievements. But he told them that although both of them are very fast, they haven't exceeded the limit of human beings yet. If you want to become an excellent martial artist, you must go beyond the physical limits of human beings. In order for the two of them to understand the meaning of their words more deeply, Master Roshi took off the tortoise shell he had been carrying and asked Kellen to help him time, and he also ran once. Before he ran, he threw the turtle shell that he took off at Son Goku and the others, smashed it on a rock next to them, and smashed the rock directly. Afterwards, Master Roshi just stood there without any starting posture. And following Klin's order, the figure of Master Roshi has disappeared in place. Chapter 19. By the time Master Roshi reappeared, he had already run 100 meters and came to Son Goku and Krillin. Kellen was stunned when he saw the results, and stammered out the results of Master Roshi. 5 seconds, 5 seconds 6. This result has completely frightened him. Compared with Son Goku's previous results, it is much more outrageous. Not only Kellen was shocked by the results of Master Roshi, but also all the audience. Before Master Roshi started running, they guessed how fast Master Roshi could run. They also have their own guesses. But they didn't expect that Master Roshi could run so fast. 5 seconds 6. Almost 3 seconds faster than Son Goku. Master Roshi is indeed a master of martial arts. It takes 5 seconds 6 for 100 meters, which is no longer an achievement that normal humans can achieve. No, Goku's 8.5 seconds is no longer an achievement that normal people can achieve. Did you hear what Master Roshi said before? Goku ran 8 seconds and 5, and he said he didn't exceed the limit of humans. Did he think too much about the limit of human beings? I don't think so. Maybe we think the limit of human beings is a bit too low. 5 seconds and 600 meters, this is truly beyond the limit of human beings. Besides, Master Roshi doesn't have any special means, he just got to this level by practicing Qigong. In those other powerful periods, there were many people who were faster than Master Roshi. But they all have all kinds of powerful energies. There are also various powerful moves. For example, Flying Thunder God, for example, Flashing Fruit, and the like. But what about Master Roshi? He doesn't have these powerful energies and moves. He just practiced Qigong, and he cultivated to a point beyond the limits of human beings. True Qigong can make people exceed the limits of human beings. In fact, we knew this when we saw Master Roshi shattering the flaming mountain with one move. But it's a bit too difficult to practice to the point where he can make Qigong manifest. Is your goal so ambitious? I only hope that I can practice to be as fast as Goku. But this is Goku's own talent. You must know that he has not practiced Qigong yet. Do you remember when Goku cast Kamehameha for the first time? Do you think it is possible that when a person's physical fitness reaches a certain level, he will naturally have powerful Qigong? If we say that the Qigong in the Dragon Ball period is the same as the Qigong we imagined, then it's very possible. Isn't there another way to say that a person dies, called dying? It means that we humans are alive. This Qigong practice is very likely to be the kind of qi we think. When a person's physical fitness improves, his qi will also increase. So, as long as the physical fitness is stronger, that person's qi will be stronger. Even if you have never practiced Qigong, you can still have powerful Qigong. This can also explain why Goku has never practiced Qigong, but he can use Kamehameha for the first time. Because he lived in the mountains since he was a child, his physical fitness has surpassed ordinary people, and he can even resist bullets. It makes sense, this explanation makes a lot of sense. Regarding the concept of qi, most people in the Dragon Kingdom have more or less heard of it. It can also be seen from a person's appearance, how energetic this person is. The more physically fit a person is, the better his spirit will naturally be. So some viewers speculated about the relationship between the Qigong practiced by Master Roshi and the qi they know. For example, when a person can cultivate his qi to the point where it can be manifested, then you can do moves like Kamehameha like Master Roshi and Son Goku did. Although this seems like a fantasy, but after experiencing the baptism of other periods, everyone's ability to accept this kind of fantasy has improved a lot. Aren't those so-called Qigong masters bragging about how powerful they are and how exaggerated things they can do? Probably everything they brag about is possible. It's just that those so-called Qigong masters can only brag. Of course, this is just a guess. But even if it's just a guess, it's enough to get everyone excited. Because compared to chakra, spiritual pressure, devil fruit, three-color domineering and the like, Qigong and qi, etc., are at least a little closer to them. After testing Son Goku and Kling's foundation, Master Roshi gave them a day off to give them a good rest. Because the practice will be officially started the next day, and they will not be able to take a day off if they want to. On the second day, before dawn, Master Roshi called Kellen and Son Goku up. It was only 4:30 when they woke up, and most of them were still asleep. Chapter 20. Master Roshi takes Son Goku and Kellen out of Master Roshi, and first tells them the meaning of Budo. Practicing martial arts is not for victory in fights, nor for the favor of women, but for physical and mental health, and then using this healthy body and mind to live a meaningful life, this is called martial arts. Of course, if there are people who bully kind people, then they should be taught a lesson when they meet such people. After talking about the meaning of martial arts, the cultivation officially started. Master Roshi took Son Goku and Krillin to a milk distribution place in the town. He sends Son Goku and Krillin to distribute milk to customers. However, you can't use a helicopter to deliver, but you have to run. And it must be delivered before breakfast. The first customer is 2 kilometers away. Master Roshi asked Son Goku and Krillin to send them by jumping and running. And Master Roshi's practice method also stunned all the audience. They have thought about how Master Roshi, a martial arts master, will train Son Goku and Krillin. Even they are still thinking, if they can, then they can learn it. But after seeing this way of practicing milk delivery, they were dumbfounded. No, no way, deliver milk by running. The first customer that Goku and Krillin are going to deliver is 2 kilometers away. And you need to jump over it. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? This is just the first customer. There are several more customers. In this way, wouldn't they have to run at least 10 kilometers in one morning? Not in the morning, they have to have all the milk delivered by breakfast. In other words, they only have 2 or 3 hours at most. Get up at 4:30 in the morning, run at least 10 kilometers to deliver the milk without eating breakfast, and it needs to be done within 2 or 3 hours. This way of cultivation will kill people. There are many people who like to run in the morning. There are also many people who run a few kilometers in the morning. But there are not many people who run more than 10 kilometers in the morning. And there is still a carton of milk in your hand, which is heavy. And it's not a normal run, the first 2 kilometers is actually a way of jumping and running. This jumping run is much more tiring than normal running. This kind of practice intensity immediately makes those who want to learn lose their desire to learn. For them, this is really terrifying. I usually run 2 or 3 kilometers in the morning, but I have never run more than 10 kilometers in the morning, even on weekends. And you have to get up at 4:30 in the morning, which is a bit too early. This is practice. If you sleep until you wake up naturally and then practice, then it can't be considered practice. Is it just me who noticed that the person who delivered the milk originally planned to drive a helicopter to deliver the milk? Good guy, so the means of transportation in the Dragon Ball era have been popularized as airplanes. This is even more terrifying. We need to use a helicopter to deliver milk, so the distance is very far. But for this distance, Goku and Krillin have to run, and it's not a normal way to send it. I'm really afraid that the two of them will die of exhaustion halfway. Master Roshi has been so ruthless since he came up, so is this a day's practice? I don't think it's possible. The milk delivery has to end before breakfast. The day has just begun. I think the suffering of Goku and Krillin has just begun. Is this the way of real masters? I really want to see those so-called Qigong masters practice like this. As long as they can persist for a week, even if they are false masters, I will regard them as true masters. Don't be ridiculous, I don't think they can survive the first day. Master Roshi's cultivation method has shocked all the audience. The point is, this is just the practice before breakfast. What about after breakfast? They don't think that Master Roshi will let Son Goku and Krillin go so easily. Son Goku and Krillin follow behind Master Roshi, jumping and running to deliver milk. After running for 2 kilometers like this, they finally came to the first customer and delivered the milk. The next customer is 1 kilometer away. Because there are trees on both sides of the road, so when delivering milk to the second family, Master Roshi asked Son Goku and Krillin to run around the trees next to them. During the run, Son Goku kept following Master Roshi's pace, while Krillin was playing tricks and didn't choose to run around the tree, but just ran like that. But it was quickly discovered by Master Roshi. After delivering the milk to the second company, the customer of the next company is on a mountain. If you want to go up the mountain, there is only one staircase other than flying. It's just that this staircase goes all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, tens of thousands of steps are indispensable. Chapter 21. The three of them did not know how many steps they walked before they finally reached the top of the mountain. On the way, both Son Goku and Kellen are dying. However, under the encouragement of Master Roshi, the two cheered up again. Master Roshi knew the abbot of the temple on the top of the mountain. During the chat between the two, Son Goku and Kellen knew that if the two of them could practice hard, they would be able to participate in the number 1 Budokai in the world 8 months later. Because Son Goku doesn't know what the number 1 Budokai in the world is, so Krillin explained it to him. It turns out that the best martial arts club in the world is the gathering of martial arts masters from all over the world, and then decide who is the best martial arts club in the world. The martial arts conference is divided into preliminaries and finals. And there are only 8 people who can participate in the finals. But there are hundreds of people participating. It can be said that the competition is very fierce. Son Goku and Kellen were very excited when they learned that they had the opportunity to attend such a grand martial arts tournament. Because of this, the two of them have more fighting spirit in their practice. Relying on the belief of participating in the number 1 Budokai in the world, Son Goku and Kellen walked across the desert, the single plank bridge above the cliff, and the river with the waterfall at the bottom. The two were even chased by dinosaurs. Finally, after going through all this, the two finished delivering the milk. When they returned to the Gaixian house, the two of them had collapsed on the ground and had no strength left. Master Roshi told them that for the past 8 months, they will use this way of running to deliver milk. I was so naive, I thought it was just running, at most the way of running was a little different. I didn't expect to have to walk across the desert, the single plank bridge over the cliff, and the rushing river. I even got chased by dinosaurs. This is not delivering milk, this is simply killing one's life. The experience of Son Goku and Kellen on the way to deliver milk stunned all the audience. They originally thought that the previous 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer journey was difficult enough. I didn't expect it to be even more difficult. It was running the normal way before. But in the future, I still have to walk in the desert, cross a single plank bridge, walk in a river, and be chased by dinosaurs. If you are not careful, you will die. If I were to practice with Master Roshi, I would have given up in the first 2 kilometers. I don't think I'll be able to finish running 3 kilometers, and I have to walk such a long flight of stairs. Even after that, my life will be in danger if I'm not careful. I thought it was just delivering milk, but I didn't expect that I was so naive. Even some fierce people who think they have good physical fitness can run 10 kilometers without any problem. After seeing Son Goku and Kellen delivering the milk, they were also trembling. If it's just running, even if the way of running is a little different, they can accept it and bear it. But after that, they really couldn't accept the life-threatening. They estimated that if it was their own, their first milk delivery would be their last. Not that they gave up. But they died halfway. And Son Goku and Kellen actually have to give away milk for 8 months. Go through this every day. But now we can really be sure that the Dragon Ball period is not only a high-tech period, but also a period of high combat power. Even, their high technology is only for us, and for them, it is estimated that those technologies are ordinary. Indeed, the world's number 1 martial arts society will come out, and we will know that the Dragon Ball period is a period of high combat power. Even Goku and Klin need to go through such a hard training for a full 8 months before they are eligible to play. The other martial deists who played must be the fiercest of the fiercest. Indeed, this is equivalent to a gathering of top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball era. Then can't we see other Kigong masters? What I'm worried about now is that Goku and Krillin won't die in these 8 months. Even if they delivered the milk without any risk on the first day, there is no guarantee that they will be able to deliver without any danger every time thereafter. If one is not careful, then the person is really gone. I think it should be okay. Don't forget, Goku has a somersault cloud. So even if he falls off the cliff, he can come back by somersaulting without falling to his death. I'm worried that he will die of exhaustion. That's true, and this is probably just the beginning of a day's practice. I'm really worried that Goku and Krillin will die in these 8 months. Is this the practice of following a real master? If you are not careful, you will die. On the other hand, if you can pass the training and not die, then the strength of Goku and Krillin will definitely become stronger. Maybe Goku can play a more powerful Kamehameha. Chapter 22. After delivering the milk, Master Roshi told Son Goku and Kellen that this is just the practice in the early morning, and the morning practice will start next. Even Son Goku was surprised when he learned of this. I didn't expect Master Roshi's practice to be so strict. The milk delivery just now was just a practice in the early morning. Simply incredible. At first, they thought that this was a day of practice. I didn't expect it to be just the beginning of the day. Master Roshi told them that the practice in the morning is to help the farmers plow the fields. It's just that when Son Goku and Kellen were about to pick up the farm tools to plow the field, Master Roshi stopped them. He told them that farm tools cannot be used to plow the field, but the field must be plowed by hand. In other words, Son Goku and Kellen need to plow the field with one hand while empty-handed. Master Roshi told them that this practice is to cultivate the strength of the waist, wrist, and hands. And Master Roshi's second practice method left the audience stunned again. It's okay to plow the field, but you still have to plow the field empty-handed. Such a large field, are you sure it can be plowed by hand? Even with tools, it will take a lot of time to plow such a large field, but now Goku and Kellen are just empty-handed. Plowing the field after delivering the milk, Master Roshi's way of cultivation is really extraordinary. Most of the audience have never plowed the fields, but they also know how difficult it is to plow the fields with both hands. You know, even with tools, it takes a lot of time to plow such a large field. But Master Roshi let Son Goku and Krillin finish plowing before they had breakfast. It's horrible. However, I have to say that what Master Roshi said makes sense. Gengtian can train the strength of the wrist and waist, and if they are empty-handed, the strength of the hand can also be exercised. Indeed, my grandfather is a farmer. He has been doing farm work for so many years. It is no exaggeration to say that he can catch up with 2 of me. But he uses tools, he doesn't have hands to plow the field. If Goku and Klin can really bear it, then their strength in all aspects will be greatly improved. It's actually the same as the milk delivery before. The training is about the endurance and the strength of the feet. So, although Master Roshi's practice method is a bit weird, it is indeed useful. Although it is the first time they have seen such practice methods as delivering milk and plowing the fields empty-handed. But the audience can still know from these 2 ways of practice that this way of practice is indeed useful. At least, you can exercise the strength of many parts of a person. Although this level is a bit too fierce, the effect is real. This training method is quite scientific. I have decided. I will also exercise in this way for a while in the future. Are you sure you can do it? You won't die on the way, will you? Then I'm sure I won't be so fierce right from the start. It's okay to reduce the amount of training to a point that suits me. Yes, our physical fitness is not comparable to that of Goku and Kling, so there is no need to be so fierce when we come up. But at least you can exercise in this way, nothing more than reducing the amount. Since this method is the practice method of Master Roshi, a martial arts master, there must be a reason for him. I am willing to try. It makes sense, I will try it later. If it is said that the way of practice is proposed by the so-called masters now, not many people would believe that. But since this is the practice method of Master Roshi, not too many people believe it. After all, Master Roshi is a true martial arts master. The method he proposed must be useful. Of course, they are just ordinary people without such a strong physical fitness, so it is impossible to carry out such a strong amount of training. But even if the amount of training is reduced, it is still effective. They don't expect that they can practice like Master Roshi, who can smash a mountain hundreds of meters away with Qigong. Even if it's just breaking a wall. At the request of Master Roshi, Son Goku and Krillin started to plow the field with their hands. In the beginning, the two plowed the fields very quickly. But gradually, the speed of the two slowed down. However, with the hard work and persistence of the two, the fields were soon plowed up. It's just that when the two of them finished plowing the field, they were not only exhausted and out of breath, but also dirty, and even felt that they didn't even own their hands. You spent so much time, you can't catch up with breakfast. The field you will plow tomorrow will be bigger than today's. Master Roshi said to the two. At this time, Son Goku and Krillin are already starving. The two have been practicing since the early morning until now. Not only have they trained so much, but they have not even eaten a bite. Chapter 23. At this time, Lan Chi has already prepared breakfast. When Son Goku and Krillin came back, they couldn't wait to throw themselves at the dining table and started to eat. It's just that Krillin sprinkled pepper, which caused Lan Chi to turn blonde and ruined a table of meals. No way, the three of them can only come to the restaurant in the town to eat. Because Son Goku and Krillin were very hungry, they also ate a lot. After breakfast, Master Roshi started training the two of them again. However, the training this time is not a difficult training method, but to let two people study. Master Roshi told the two that if you only exercise your body without exercising your brain, then you cannot be regarded as a true martial artist. Martial deists are the kind who must be both civil and military. It's just that this training method makes Son Goku feel very boring, because he hates reading more than training. So the practice of reading is more difficult for him than the milk delivery and plowing in the early morning. Finally ended the morning practice. After lunch, Master Roshi took the two of them to take a nap. Compared with the previous practice, the morning practice and afternoon nap also made the audience feel very incredible. Because these are two completely different styles of practice. The practice in the early morning and in the morning is so intense, it's like rushing to practice people to death. It is very normal to take a nap in the morning and afternoon. It turns out that reading is also a kind of practice. So, isn't it true that most of us have practiced for several years, or even more than 10 years? I think what Master Roshi said is also reasonable. A true martial artist cannot only train his muscles and not his brain. A guy with well-developed limbs and a simple mind cannot be regarded as a real martial artist. Take a nap. I see Goku and the others taking a nap. I'm really envious. Yeah, they can still take a nap after going through such a fierce practice, but what about us? Naps are a rare thing for us. In this period, unless it is a child or an elderly person. Otherwise, whether it is for people who go to school or work, taking a nap is a luxury for them. It is true that there is a break at noon, but the problem is that after lunch, basically no one goes to take a nap. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. There are too many things left in the morning. If they can't get some done at noon, the time to get off work in the evening will be extended, or they will be late to do their homework at night. So to prevent this from happening, whether they are office workers or students, they will take care of their work and homework during the noon break, which can make the evening easier. But in fact, noon is the time to rest. Even on weekends, students have to do various homework and attend various interest classes and remedial classes. And what about office workers? Also work on weekends. A good rest is simply non-existent for them. So, after seeing Son Goku they can take a nap, I don't know how many people are envious. This is the combination of work and rest. What Master Roshi implements is a practice method that combines work and rest, and combines civil and martial arts. This is the real master. After taking a nap, it's time for practice in the afternoon. Master Roshi brought the two of them to a construction site and told them that their next practice was to work on the construction site. This practice can not only exercise the muscles and bones, but also earn income. However, tools can be used for work on the construction site, and there is no need for two people to work empty-handed. Compared to the practice in the early morning, this practice is really too simple for them. The people on the other construction sites were stunned when they saw the work of the two. Moreover, under the spur of Master Roshi, with the reason that if they don't work hard, they are not allowed to participate in the number 1 Budokai in the world. The two are working harder. Work hard to the point where others are dumbfounded. In the end, each of the two got the salary of 6 people. If I have the ability to go to the construction site to move bricks, I can make a fortune even just by moving bricks. That is to say, the two of them did the work of several people alone, and got the salary of 6 people. It's a pity, we don't have the strength, otherwise I would declare that we have contracted all the construction sites in the world. Although we don't have this strength now, if we can follow Master Roshi's practice method, then maybe we can become stronger in the future. At that time, not to mention the salary for 6 people, even if it is for 3 or 2 people, I will contract all the construction sites. As Master Roshi said, working on the construction site can not only exercise yourself, but also earn a lot of income. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 24. People who work on the construction site tell you that it is not as easy as you think. But if I can reach Goku's level, no, even if it's only half or even a third, I can make a fortune on the construction site. But I didn't expect that there are quite a lot in common between the Dragon Ball era and our era. There are also construction sites, there are also farmer uncles plowing the fields, there are also things like milk delivery, and there are even big cities. This is like a modern society. So, in the age of dinosaurs hundreds of millions of years ago, a civilization similar to our modern civilization appeared. No, it's different. Human civilization during the Dragon Ball period, whether it is technology or force, is much higher than what we are now. This is really the human civilization of ancient times, and it's still an advanced civilization. Many viewers were deeply moved. In the past, various civilizations were born on the earth. Compared with the civilization of the past, their current civilization has even gone backwards. After working on the construction site, Master Roshi took Son Goku and Kellen to the next practice. This time the practice is swimming. The 3 of them came to a lake. Son Goku and Kellen need to swim in the lake. Son Goku didn't want to continue this kind of practice, so he let Master Roshi teach them boxing practice. However, Master Roshi told him that if the basic physical strength is not well learned, then it is useless to learn boxing. In order to prove what he said, Master Roshi pointed to a huge stone nearby and told them that if he wanted him to teach them boxing techniques, he had to move such a big stone first. Then, Master Roshi walked to the stone and began to push the stone. Under the shocked gazes of Son Goku and Krillin, the huge stone is pushed. Seeing Master Roshi's move, Son Goku also found a stone of about the same size and began to push. Seeing this scene, Master Roshi told him that it is impossible to push such a big stone without practice. But the next moment, a slap in the face happened. Son Goku not only pushed this stone, but also pushed it farther than Master Roshi pushed. Ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard. Have you seen Master Roshi's expression? Humph. Let him look down on our Goku, doesn't he know that our Goku can cast Kamehameha for the first time? The slap in the face came too fast like a tornado. This time, what reason will Master Roshi find? But to be honest, I think what he said is right. If you don't build up your basic physical strength, then learning boxing will be for nothing, and you won't be able to exert real power at all. That's right, the foundation is the most important thing, and Master Roshi's current practice is laying the foundation for Goku and Krillin. According to his way of practice, the foundation laid by Goku and Kellen, I don't know how solid it will be. Do you think there is such a possibility that Goku and Kellen are actually getting stronger in the process of practicing like this? It's possible, if those so-called Qigong masters can also practice in this way. Then they may become real Qigong masters. Seeing that Son Goku can actually push a big rock, and it's farther than he can push. Master Roshi scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. He said he got the size of the rock wrong. He looked around, walked to a huge stone that was dozens of times bigger than the tongue just now, and told Son Goku and Krillin that it was necessary to push such a big stone. He told them that if it is said that such a big stone can be pushed, then the practice of physical strength can be almost completed. Son Goku ran up to the rock and started pushing, but this time it didn't move. Master Roshi said that he can push such a big stone. Klin hoped that Master Roshi could give them a push with a look of admiration. It's just that Master Roshi found an excuse and didn't push it, but asked Son Goku and Kellen to practice quickly. And Master Roshi's practice of changing the topic also made the audience suspicious. Could it be that Master Roshi himself can't push such a big stone? Why do I feel that Master Roshi can't push such a big stone by himself? I feel the same way, otherwise he wouldn't have changed the subject. He can break this stone, I have no doubts about that. But whether he can push this stone, I doubt it. But, since Master Roshi can smash such a big flaming mountain, can't he really push this stone? It's different, right? Master Roshi smashed the flame mountain with Qigong, not with his fists or with his body. I don't know if you have read the novel, but this is the difference between Qi training and body training. There are audience guesses. Chapter 25. Master Roshi is a strong Qi practitioner, so his body is not that strong. Yeah, it's not that strong, it's just 5.6 seconds for a 100-meter run. Whether it is strong or not depends on comparison. Perhaps his physical fitness is not very strong among those strong body refiners? It's just that in terms of destructive power, Qi training is stronger than body training. But if that's the case, then why did he have Goku and Krillin train? His current practice method is to train his body, right? Even if you want to lay the foundation, you must also lay the foundation of Qi training. I don't know what his current practice has to do with the foundation of Qi training. It seems to be laying the foundation of body training. So I am more inclined, Master Roshi can actually push this huge stone. It's just that for some reason, he didn't do it. Anyway, there are still 8 months. Maybe Master Roshi will let Goku and Lin Chiu practice Qigong after that. Maybe. Master Roshi can let Son Goku and Kellen go back and forth in the lake 10 times. Having experienced the previous training, this time the training is not too difficult in Klin's opinion. Following Master Roshi's order, the two jumped into the lake and started swimming. The two were swimming leisurely in the lake. Compared with the previous practice, this time's practice is simply enjoyable. But the next moment, Master Roshi told them that for some unknown reason, there are sharks in this lake. As if to confirm what Master Roshi said, a huge shark appeared under the two of them and chased them. In order to avoid the pursuit of sharks, Son Goku and Kellen swam desperately, and finally swam to the other side of the lake. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge dinosaur appeared behind them. In order to avoid the pursuit of the dinosaurs, the two jumped off the lake and began to swim to the opposite bank, which is where Master Roshi is. But there are sharks in the lake, so the two are chased by sharks to swim again. In this case, the two of them have completed this practice. It's just that before they can take a breath, the next practice is coming. Master Roshi uses a rope, one end is tied to Son Goku and Kellen, and the other end is tied to a tree. He told the two that the practice this time was to train reflex nerves. They need to be within the range of the rope to effectively avoid the enemy's attack. Afterwards, Master Roshi knocked down a hornet's nest on the tree. Then, countless bees attacked the two of them. Because the two were tied with ropes, they couldn't run very far at all, they could only dodge the bees' attacks within an effective range. When the practice was over, the two of them were covered with bumps from bee stings. At the end of the practice at night, Kellen asked Master Roshi if the practice in the future would be like today. As a result, Master Roshi told him that future practice will not be as easy as it is today. From the second day on, Son Goku and Kellen will not only have to practice like today, but also carry the turtle shell on their backs. And a turtle shell weighs dozens of catties. With the turtle shell on their backs, Son Goku and Kellen started a more arduous practice. A few months have passed, and the two of them have gotten used to this harsh practice. Wanting to become stronger, and wanting to participate in the world's #1 martial arts association became the driving force for them. In the future, Master Roshi doesn't even need to follow them, they can also consciously complete these practices without being lazy. And one day, Son Goku and Kellen called Master Roshi to the huge stone before. Then, Son Goku and Kellen started to move the big stone in front of Master Roshi. Under the stunned eyes of Master Roshi, the two really pushed this stone. And when the two pushed the stone, the audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers after being stunned for a while. Wow, that's amazing! Goku and Krillin actually pushed such a big rock. Such a big stone weighs several hundred catties. A few hundred catties? Are you kidding me? At least a few tons have started. Two teenage children pushed a huge stone weighing at least several tons. Is this the power after practicing? It's really terrifying. That's right. This is the stone pushed by the two of them completely relying on their physical fitness. I didn't expect that after enduring this harsh practice, it would be so powerful. In other periods, there were many strong men with great power. But the reason why these strong men have great strength is either by various ninjutsu or by various fruit abilities. And what about Son Goku and Krillin? It all depends on their own physical fitness. Rely on the powerful strength they gained after enduring Master Roshi's harsh practice. Although Master Roshi's practice is indeed very harsh. But at the same time, as long as you can bear it, the effect is very obvious. Chapter 26. It seems that after Goku and Krillin have undergone the harsh training of Master Roshi, their strength in all aspects has become much stronger. Yet, if they were asked to run 100 meters now, their results should have surpassed the limit of human beings. If it is the current Goku, the Kamehameha he played should be able to break the prison of Pilaf and the others before, so he doesn't need to become a giant ape. Looking at Master Roshi's appearance, it is obvious that the two of them are able to push this boulder, and it is very incredible. I remember what he said before, as long as the two of them can push this boulder, then the basic physical strength training is almost completed, and they can practice boxing. Then, can he teach Goku and Krillin the real cultivation method? The basic physical strength has been completed, and it's time to practice Qigong next. But I guess it's too late. Although I don't know how many months have passed, the world's #1 martial arts association should start soon. In this case, there is not much time left for the two of them. However, even if the two of them don't practice Qigong, they can still achieve very good results with the results of their practice. I don't believe that other martial arts masters can withstand such a harsh practice. But if those martial arts masters are also Qigong masters, I don't know if the two of them can achieve good results. Yes, in short, it still depends on the performance of the two of them. After pushing the boulder, Son Goku excitedly asked Master Roshi if he could practice boxing. It's just that Master Roshi told them that there are actually no boxing skills, and he has nothing to teach. He told the two that the basic essence of Gaixian-style martial arts has been fully contained in the 7 months of their practice. In the process of practicing, the two may not have noticed, but all aspects of their bodies, even their minds, have been exercised. As for boxing, it's just about how to use it. Learning martial arts is not to defeat the opponent, but to surpass oneself. So, the two of you should make use of the basic things you have learned to create your own boxing, that's right. He doesn't expect the two of them to be #1 at the world's #1 martial arts association. It is just to let the two know where their limits are, so as to motivate them to go to the next level. In the month before the Budokai, the two of them can do the same practice as before, but the weight of the tortoise shell on their backs has to be doubled. In the process of continuing to practice, the two also doubted whether they could participate in the Martial Arts Association and be able to win and advance to the top 8. But it's come to this point, it's impossible to just give up. In this way, the remaining month will soon end, and finally the day before the Budokai will start. Master Roshi asks the two to take off the turtle shell. When the two took off the turtle shell, they only felt that their bodies were very light. Master Roshi made the two of them jump hard, and they jumped hundreds of meters into the sky. The jump of the two directly jumped into the hearts of the audience. Is this the result of practicing with weights? You can jump so high. I remember that even in other periods, those top experts would have jumped almost as high. Doesn't that mean that the current strength of the two of them is already comparable to the top experts in other periods? It should only be comparable in terms of jumping ability, but I don't know about other aspects. But even in terms of jumping ability, it is already amazing. You must know that those strong people in other periods relied on various special energies. As for Goku and Krillin, the two rely entirely on their strong physical fitness. I suddenly thought of a question, since the jumping ability of both of them is so good, how terrifying is Master Roshi's jumping ability as their master? It's estimated that he jumped at least 1,000 meters. He surpassed the powerhouses of other periods. Unfortunately, Master Roshi didn't teach Goku and Lin how to practice Qigong, so is what he said true? Does he really have nothing to teach, or is he hiding something? Hiding a hand for sure, at least not imparting Kling Kamehameha. Maybe it's because they feel that their cultivation is almost the same, and the only difference now is their skill, and it takes at least 50 years of skill to perform Kamehameha. But Goku can already cast it. Goku can cast it, but it doesn't mean Krillin can also cast it. But anyway, at least Goku and Kling aren't real Qigong masters yet, that's for sure. I just don't know if they will meet other Qigong masters at the martial arts meeting. And that Yamcha, I don't know what's going on, will he participate in the Budokai? Chapter 27. What to do, the Martial Arts Association is about to begin, although it has nothing to do with me, but my mood has become tense. Me too. I don't know if Goku and Kellen can advance to the quarterfinals, and what is their best result. Master Roshi brought Son Goku and Kellen to the venue of the Budokai by plane. And Son Goku was also at the venue of the Budokai, where he reunited with Bulma, Yamcha, and others. The reunion of good friends, the few of them are naturally very happy. The next day, the world's #1 martial arts association also officially started. Because Son Goku and Kellen are just children, they naturally attracted the attention of many people. Master Roshi prepared the competition clothes for the two of them. It was an orange-red martial arts uniform with a turtle character on the front and back. And this is also the martial arts uniform of the Gaixian style. The preliminaries are held indoors, and there are many arenas and contestants indoors. With the sound of a gong, the world's #1 martial arts association officially begins. There are a total of 137 people participating in the #1 martial arts association in the world. Among the more than 100 people, there are many other tall creatures, such as orcs. The rules of the #1 martial arts association in the world are very simple. If two people go to the ring to fight, as long as they faint or fall out of the ring, they will lose. However, it is not allowed to use weapons or kill people. With the lottery to determine the arena to play, Goku, Kellen and Yamcha also came to their respective arenas. Both Son Goku and Yamcha are very confident in themselves. However, Kellen has no confidence in himself at all. With the official start of the preliminaries, Son Goku took the lead on stage. Because Son Goku was just a kid, he was looked down upon by others. No one thought he would win, but thought he was here to be funny. The opponent of Son Goku is a tall and burly man. Naturally, this big man also looks down on Son Goku in various ways. As the game officially started, Son Goku ran directly behind the big man. The speed is so fast that even Son Goku is a little surprised. Then, Son Goku stretched out his fingers and tapped the big man. His intention was not even to attack. But it was just this light click that directly pointed the big man out of the ring and won the victory. Others think that the big man charged too hard and fell by himself. But Son Goku knows how strong his current power has become. He also warned Klin that unless he meets a very strong opponent, he should not attack with all his strength. Because he knows that if he encounters some weak people and goes all out, he will kill them. The other contestants thought that Son Goku's opponent lost his balance and fell. But the audience knew very well that this was not the case, it was Son Goku who beat him down. Did you see it just now? Goku just knocked that burly guy out of the ring with just one tap. Of course I saw it. He didn't lose his balance and fell, but was knocked down by Goku. Goku just tapped that person lightly, but just this light tap must contain a lot of powerful power. That's right, I even think that if Goku taps it lightly, if it hits me, a comminuted fracture will be inevitable. Even that burly man can't stand it, I don't think I can compare to this burly man. That is to say, the current strength of Goku and Klin has surpassed the limit of human beings. I estimate that if they explode with all their strength, they must have at least a few tons of strength. They can push stones weighing several tons. It's normal to have a force of several tons. Is it normal? Many audience members fell silent. Maybe it's normal for Son Goku and others. But for ordinary people like them, that's not normal at all. Again, relying on Master Roshi's practice alone, one's physical fitness can be trained to such a terrifying level. It's simply terrifying. After Son Goku's match, Klin's match is next. And his opponent happened to be his senior brother in Duelan Temple. Because he was always bullied by his senior brother in Duelan Temple, that's why he left Duelan Temple to learn from Master Roshi. Wanting to surpass his senior brother and no longer be bullied by his senior brother, this is also an important reason why Kellen can persevere in such a harsh practice. It's just that, because he has been bullied before, he has a shadow when facing his senior brother, thinking that it is impossible for him to defeat his senior brother. However, when his senior brother attacked him, Kellen dodged subconsciously and came behind his senior brother. Then, he directly kicked his senior brother out, and directly kicked his senior brother to the outside. This kick at least sent his senior brother flying a few hundred meters away. Chapter 28. And Kellen's kick directly hit the hearts of the audience. They may have seen a scene where a person was hit by a car and flew 100 meters. But I have never seen a scene where a person is kicked hundreds of meters by another person, or by a child. Anyone who is good at science can calculate how much strength Klin's kick contains. Kicking a person flying hundreds of meters with one kick is at least a few tons of force. His senior brother is not dead, and he has real skills. Now I understand what Master Roshi said, there are no boxing skills at all, as long as you use these basic things flexibly. Goku and Krillin are far superior to others in terms of speed and strength. Even if other people know some boxing techniques, it's useless to them at all. This is the so-called one strength drop 10 times. As long as my speed, strength, and defense are above yours, your powerful punches will be useless in front of me. Indeed, no matter how advanced a kindergarten child's boxing skills are, he can't be an adult's opponent. All kinds of attributes are directly crushed. From this point of view, the other martial arts masters participating in the number 1 martial arts association in the world are not as powerful as we imagined. I thought they were all Qigong masters, but now it seems that's not the case. Indeed, maybe we are all wrong. Perhaps Qigong masters like Master Roshi were rare during the Dragon Ball period. That's right, just like in other periods, top players are always in the minority. But those who were eliminated, in our period, are also the kind of random killings. Even those who are world boxing champions are not their opponents. I think so. After all, they are weak compared to Goku and the others. For ordinary people like us, it is still a dimensionality reduction blow. Those boxing champions are similar to ordinary people in front of them. If you put those boxing champions in this martial arts competition, they won't even be able to pass the preliminaries. From this point of view, Goku and Klin still have a good chance to win the championship. But in this way, there must be a battle between Goku and Krillin. Not necessarily, don't forget, there is also a Yamcha. Indeed, among these three people, there will always be two people who will meet. At that time, those spectators will be just like us, and they will be able to see what the battle of the real strong is. After the preliminaries, the finals will soon be reached. The 8 people who passed the preliminaries also gathered in the background. Except for Yamcha, Kellen, and Son Goku. The other 5 people who passed the preliminaries also made their official debut. A person who looks like an ascetic monk, a pterosaur, a woman, an old man with grey hair and beard, and a tall man with a bad smell all over his body. The finals require the top 8 to draw lots to get their opponents in order of appearance. Through the lottery, the 8 people also divided their opponents in order of appearance. Klin's opponent is the savage, that is, the one with super body odor. Son Goku's opponent is the pterosaur, Qinglong's opponent is Yamcha, and the ascetic monk Nanmu's opponent is the only female opponent, Lan Fang. The first game begins, with Klin fighting the barbarians. The rules of the final are the same as the preliminaries. As long as you faint for more than 10 seconds or fall out of the ring, you will lose. You can't use weapons and kill people either. In terms of hard power, Klin is undoubtedly stronger than the barbarians. But the stench on the barbarian's body is his strongest point. Under the barbarian's body odor attack, Kellen fell directly to the ground. Afterwards, the barbarians launched another foul-smelling attack on Klin. Kellen was hit directly to the point of fainting. However, just when Krillin was about to lose the game, a sentence from Son Goku reminded him. Kellen! Think about it calmly. The smell you feel is just an illusion. You can't smell at all. Don't you have no nose? Son Goku's words completely reminded Kellen that he doesn't have to be afraid of the barbarian's body odor attack at all. He doesn't have a nose at all. I can't smell it. After solving the problem of body odor, Kellen directly kicked the barbarian away and easily won the game. Because of the barbarian's body odor, the second match can only start next week. Because of the barbarians, there seemed to be a stench in the venue of the show. I don't know what's going on. After seeing this barbarian's attack, why do I also smell a bad smell? Is this my illusion? To be honest, I seem to smell it too, but it must be an illusion. This savage is too disgusting. He hasn't taken a bath since he was born. As a modern person, it is hard to imagine what it would be like to never take a bath. Chapter 29. But what surprised me even more was that Kellen didn't have a nose. It's kind of amazing. Fortunately, Klin has no nose to defeat the barbarian. If it were another person, especially Goku whose nose is several times more sensitive than others, I think he would lose to the barbarian. Indeed, the barbarians can only be defeated by Klin. If they are replaced by other people with noses, they will probably lose. Sure enough, there are all kinds of strength. As long as you can defeat your opponent, you are strong. Although this barbarian is disgusting, on the other hand, he is also very powerful. Indeed, he is considered very powerful, but it is a pity that he is really unlucky to meet Klin who has no nose. If everyone else has a nose, then maybe he can really win the championship. Relying on body odor to win the final championship, other martial arts masters want to cry. But by the way, don't you think that old man named Chenglong looks a lot like Master Roshi? Indeed, I also discovered that the difference between him and Master Roshi is that he has hair. Hair can also be a wig. He looks exactly like Master Roshi no matter his appearance or beard. I think he is Master Roshi with a wig. So, Master Roshi pretended to be Chenglong to participate in the Budokai, so what is his purpose? To win the championship? I don't know about that, but I think that as a martial arts master and a legendary martial artist, he probably won many championships before. I have a guess that the reason why he participated in the Budokai in disguise was for Goku and Krillin. He sees himself as a strong opponent for Goku and Krillin, and beats them. In this way, Goku and Kellen will know that there are others, and they will work harder. Indeed, the level of other martial arts masters is mediocre except for Yamcha, so Goku and Krillin are very likely to be champions. They are just children. If they are allowed to win the championship like this, then they are likely to swell, and they will not practice well afterward. If that's the case, then Master Roshi is really well-intentioned. The second game is Chenglong vs Yamcha. As soon as he entered the field, in order to test Chenglong's strength, Yamcha launched a tentative attack. However, Chenglong dodged all his attacks. Chenglong's leisurely look made Yamcha very upset, because he felt that the other party had seen him all over. So, Yamcha used his unique skill, Spike Fang 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 Fist. It's just that Chenglong easily dodged his attack. Then, he just waved his hand like this, and a strong wind appeared, blowing Yamcha out of the field directly. Chenglong directly won the victory easily. The strength displayed by Chenglong also made the audience completely affirm that this Chenglong is Master Roshi. Only Master Roshi has such a powerful strength. Stone Hammer. This Chenglong is Master Roshi. It's too strong, it's really too strong. It's indeed Master Roshi who is known as the Master of Martial Arts. He defeated Yamcha so easily. Yamcha's strength is definitely not weak, but Master Roshi's strength is stronger. This is the embodiment of strength. Master Roshi just waved his hand, and the wind generated can blow Yamcha out of the ring. Do you think boxing techniques are really useful in front of this kind of person? Yamcha's spike wind fist is a kind of punch, but it doesn't mean that even Master Roshi lost without touching it. To be honest, his powerful strength and his LSP appearance really don't match. Yet, who would have thought that this naughty old man would be Master Roshi? With him, I don't think Krillin and Goku can win. But that's good, so I don't have to worry about which of the two gets bloated after winning the championship. Yet, and if it's Goku who wins the title, then I think that's pretty much the end of the Dragon Ball era. After all, Suibai's previous life was Goku, and Goku has already won the championship. He will not meet a strong opponent in the future, so there is nothing else to do. Yet, maybe he went back to Baizai Mountain after winning the championship. If that's the case, then I really hope that Goku won't win the final championship. With Master Roshi here, he won't. Even if Goku is already very strong now, it is still impossible to defeat Master Roshi. But before Goku fought Master Roshi, it was Krillin who fought him first. Kling and Master Roshi are the winners of the first and second games, so they will meet in the next games. Yet, it looks like Krillin tasted failure before Goku did. Nobody thinks Krillin and Goku can beat Master Roshi. Although the two passed Master Roshi's training, they are relatively young. It will take a few years to compete with Master Roshi. Chapter 30. The third game is Nanwu against Lan Fang, the only female player. Seeing Nemo's serious look, Chenglong, also known as Master Roshi, was very curious. So he used a move similar to telepathy, and knew the reason why Nanwu came to participate in the world's #1 martial arts meeting. It turns out that Nanwu's hometown is a poor small village, living off farming. However, a drought occurred in the small village, and there was no rain for a long time. Not only the crops could not survive, but the people were almost dying of thirst. In order to get the prize money for the championship, I bought water and brought it back to the village. That's why Nanwu came to participate in the Budokai. At the beginning of the third match, Lan Fang used a beauty trick to defeat Nanwu. Using a beauty trick, Nanwu did fall into a disadvantage at the beginning. But later, under Nanwu's strong will, Lan Fang's beauty trick failed, and finally lost the game. In the fourth game, Son Goku will play against pterosaur. Pterosaurs have the ability to spit out something similar to bubble gum. Son Goku is trapped by this thing, and can't break free. Pterosaur lifts Son Goku and throws Son Goku to the sidelines. However, before Son Goku fell out of the field, he called out Somersault Yunfei and came back. Although Somersault Cloud is a tool, it is not considered a weapon, so it is not considered a foul by him. But he can only use it once and cannot use it again. So, if you can't break free from the bubble gum wrapped around you, you will still lose. However, just as the pterosaur punched Son Goku's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was hanging on the pterosaur's hand. That's right, it hung on the pterosaur's hand with its tail. Son Goku's tail, which was cut off, has grown back. After growing the tail, Son Goku's strength became stronger, and he finally broke free from the bubble gum around him. Without the bubble gum, the pterosaur is not afraid. Especially after seeing Son Goku smashing the wall with one kick, the pterosaur raised the white flag to surrender. The fact that Son Goku has a tail surprised others. But Yamcha, Bulma, and others who have seen Son Goku transform into a giant ape are a little flustered. After all, they have seen with their own eyes how Son Goku turned into a giant ape. Because Son Goku and Krillin advanced to the semifinals at such a young age. So the host also conducted an interview with the two of them. The interview revealed that Krillin is 13 years old and Son Goku is 12 years old. And both of them are practicing under Wu Tian teacher. Others were very surprised to learn that their master was actually teacher Wu Tian. Because teacher Wu Shen is a legendary figure to them, the god of martial arts. At the backstage at this time, Yamcha has also completely confirmed the identity of Cheng Long, that is teacher Wu Tian. With the end of the interview, the semi-finals also began. In the first match of the semi-finals, Master Roshi will play against Kling. As soon as the two came up, they had a very fierce battle. Krillin keeps launching fierce attacks on Master Roshi, but they are all blocked by Master Roshi. Afterwards, Master Roshi stepped in front of Kling directly, and then shot quickly, knocking Kling into the air. Then, Krillin and Master Roshi attacked at the same time. In the eyes of others, the two just passed each other like this. Then, the two made another move, just like last time, the others saw nothing but the two passing by. The next moment, Kellen fell to the ground. However, when the referee counted to 9, Kellen stood up again. Afterwards, the referee came to Master Roshi and asked what happened just now. Because they only saw the two passing by like this just now, and then Kellen fell down, and they didn't know what happened. In order to satisfy others, Master Roshi and Kellen used slow motion to demonstrate what happened just now. It turned out that the two walked towards each other just now, and then Master Roshi kicked Kellen. Krillin dodged Master Roshi's attack and punched Master Roshi in the face. Master Roshi spits on Kaylin's fist, and Kaylin Ju backs away when he gets too dirty. Master Roshi took the opportunity to stretch out his left hand to punch Kellen. However, Krillin sniffed at Master Roshi's fist, causing Master Roshi to back off. Then, the two redetermined the battle plan, and the time spent during this period was 0.2 seconds. As a result, the battle plan that the two came up with was actually guessing fists. Because Klin lost to Master Roshi in boxing guessing, Master Roshi swiped his finger to the side. Klin subconsciously turned his head in the opposite direction, not wanting to be in the same direction as Master Roshi's finger swipe. But it also left a flaw. Master Roshi took the opportunity to jump up, kicked Kellen away, and then returned to the place where he stayed before. Knowing what happened just now, not only the host and the audience who watched the game looked blank. Even the audience at the show opened their eyes wide, dumbfounded. Chapter 31. Did you understand what Master Roshi and Kling just said? I understand it, but I can't understand it. So in the few seconds just now, the two of them did so many things. The speed of these two people has completely surpassed the limit of what we can see with the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the two of them can perform so many movements. This speed is really terrifying. And at such a terrifying speed, the two of them still acted like nothing happened, which shows how powerful their bodies are. It was hard for the audience to imagine how the two of them made so many moves in just a few seconds. If they are allowed to do these actions, it will take at least a few minutes. Being able to do so many movements in a few seconds, this speed has completely exceeded the limit of the naked eye of ordinary people. Moreover, to be able to withstand such a fast movement, the bodies of Klin and Master Roshi are already incredibly strong. If their bodies were weaker, such a fast speed would be enough to tear their bodies apart. The speed of these two people has surpassed many top powerhouses in other periods. Indeed, we have also seen some clips of those top powerhouses in other periods through the memories of other guests. Although their strength is very strong, such high-speed battles rarely happen. Except for those speed-related ninjutsu and speed-related devil fruits. The speed of other top powerhouses is probably not as good as the current Klin and Master Roshi. The audience also had a little understanding of the battles of top powerhouses in other periods. They fight each other through various ninjutsu or devil fruit. High-speed battles like Krillin and Master Roshi rarely happen. Because this requires him with the same speed to fight. In fact, there are not many strong players with strong speed. The speed shown by Klin and Master Roshi, in the eyes of the audience, has surpassed many top powerhouses in other periods. At least it was the first time they saw that the battle between the two could complete so many actions in a few seconds. Through the battle just now, Klin already knew that the opponent's strength was stronger than his own. If we talk about fighting head-on, then he will definitely not be Changlong's opponent. However, in order to deal with this situation, he also prepared one thing. Kellen took out from his arms, and then took out a lady's fat pear and threw it in front of Changlong. Through the observation just now, Kellen knew that this Changlong, like Master Roshi, was an LSP. Sure enough, after seeing the lady fat's eye thrown out by Kellen, Changlong jumped on it. And taking advantage of this moment, Kellen kicked him flying. This kick directly sent Master Roshi flying to the sidelines. However, at this moment, Master Roshi cast Kamehameha against the ground. Relying on the reaction force of Kamehameha, he pushed himself back onto the ring. And the Kamehameha cast by Master Roshi naturally shocked the audience. After returning to the ring, Master Roshi also wanted to end the battle quickly. Klin knew that he could not win, so he quickly rushed towards Master Roshi with the thought of dying together. It's just that Master Roshi easily dodged his attack. Krillin didn't hit Master Roshi, but hit the wall on the ring. Then, Klin rushed towards Master Roshi again. Master Roshi easily dodged again, came behind Klin, and hit Klin in the back of the neck with two hand knives. This move directly eliminated Kellen. Learned. I didn't expect to use Kamehameha's reaction force to return to the ring. This principle is quite scientific, but the Kamehameha performed by Master Roshi is a bit unscientific. This is the power of practicing Qigong to a high level. You can even do some unscientific things. Did you see that when Master Roshi came behind Klin, his speed was so fast that he left an afterimage on the spot? Who can calculate how fast it can leave an afterimage in place? Even for those sports cars that run hundreds of yards, although people can't see them clearly, they can't be fast enough to leave afterimages. Not to mention sports cars, even magnetic levitation, airplanes, and even rockets, none of them are fast enough to leave afterimages. That is to say, the speed of Master Roshi just now directly surpassed these things. Is this really the speed that humans can achieve? Even the top powerhouses who are good at speed in other periods can't do it to the point where they leave afterimages in place. It's okay to leave afterimages, but it's impossible to leave afterimages in place. You know, leave an afterimage and leave an afterimage in place. These are two completely different concepts. Chapter 32. If you want to leave an afterimage, it is not difficult to say, but it is not easy to say simple. Some people's speed is so fast that, for example, those sprinting world champions can also leave afterimages when they are running at full speed. But their afterimages followed them all the way. And leaving an afterimage in place, this is comparable to leaving an afterimage, I don't know how many times faster. This speed has even exceeded the speed of sound. Is this the power beyond the limits of human beings? In other words, can this really be achieved by practicing Qigong alone? I don't think so. It's obvious that the physical body has surpassed the limit of the human body. So our previous guess is very likely to be correct. As the physical body becomes stronger, the qi in the human body may also become stronger. If we have a device to measure the qi in the human body, we may know that those who exercise regularly and have a strong body have much stronger qi than ordinary people like us. Indeed, in fact, those who participated in the #1 martial arts association in the world, their qi should not be weak, but they are not Qigong masters. Is there a possibility that they don't know how to use the qi in their bodies? Master Roshi's Kamehameha is a move that converts the energy in his body, that is, his qi, into an attack. Is it possible that other people don't? It makes sense. This kind of technique may also be the skill of a real Qigong master. So, the strength of the Qigong masters in the Dragon Ball period is comparable to or even surpassed some top experts in other periods. More than that, Clint doesn't know Qigong yet, but the strength he displayed is not inferior to some strong men from other periods. If he learns Qigong, he will definitely be stronger. I can see that those strong men in other periods cultivated various energies. The stronger the energies, the stronger their strength. As for the strong ones in the Dragon Ball period, what they cultivated was their own bodies. The stronger their bodies are, the stronger their strength will be, and the qi in their bodies may also be stronger. Speaking of their qi, it is essentially a kind of energy, like chakra, domineering and the like. But the difference is, chakra, something like domineering, is only available in those specific periods. I don't know if there are people with chakra and domineering in our period. However, the Qigong of the Dragon Ball period is very likely to be similar to the Qigong we know now. That is to say, the energies and powerhouses from other periods cannot be reproduced in our period. But the power and energy of the Dragon Ball period, in our period, it is still possible to reproduce it. Although it can't be as powerful as in the Dragon Ball period, at least there is hope for a reenactment. I dare not tell others, but after Suibai knows that his previous life was Son Goku, maybe he can know how to practice Qigong from the memory of his previous life. At that time, maybe he can also become a powerful existence like Son Goku in his previous life. When I think of these strong players in the Dragon Ball period, there is hope that they can be reproduced in their period. The audience was so excited. Even if you can't reproduce strong players like Master Roshi and Son Goku. But even if they are weaker than them, they are already very strong. Not to mention, Son Goku as Suibai's past life. Maybe Suibai can reproduce the strength of Son Goku? Although this possibility is a bit small. But it's not impossible. After the battle between Master Roshi and Kling is over, the second match of the semi-final will follow. From Son Goku to Nanmu. As soon as the game started, Son Goku used a strong speed to leave an afterimage on the spot, then he came to Nemo's back and kicked Nemo. It's just that his kick didn't hit, and Nanwu directly dodged it. Then, Nemo continued to attack Son Goku, but his attacks were blocked by Son Goku. However, Nemo's strength is not bad, and he won't lose the wind when fighting Son Goku. Subsequently, Son Goku thought of a new move, and his whole body quickly spun like a spinning top. This trick made Nanwu unable to even get close, so he could only keep dodging. Soon, Nemo was forced to the edge of the ring by Son Goku. However, just when Nanwu closed his eyes and accepted his fate, Son Goku, who was originally spinning, stopped. It turned out that Son Goku was dizzy because he kept the high-speed option all the time. Although as long as he persists for a while, he can eliminate Nanwu. But the dizzy feeling made him unable to hold on. Looking at Son Goku, who fell to the ground in a daze, Nan-mo jumped hundreds of meters into the air. Then, he made an X shape with his hands in front of him, and swooped down towards Son Goku on the ring. And his move is called Sky X Fist. Chapter 33. This trick of Nanwu also gave the audience a strong sense of sight. Everyone, have you heard of the palm technique that falls from the sky with one move? But this Nanwu didn't use the palm technique, isn't his move called Sky X Fist? Only I care, can this Nanwu jump so high? His jump must be at least 100 meters or more. Sure enough, those who can enter the top 8 are not easy to mess with. Even if it's Lan Fang who used a beauty trick, you should know that she can beat Nanwu. If you don't have enough strength, it's impossible to beat Nanwu. Indeed, if I'm allowed to go up, my attack will fall on Nanwu, and he will definitely not even move. I might even break my hand. This Nemo can fight Goku for so long, his strength is already very strong. This is the real martial deist. Now those so-called martial deists, do they have such strength? Those so-called martial arts masters and Qigong masters are just trying to gain fame. The real martial arts masters and Qigong masters are all like Master Roshi, Goku, and Nemo. After countless hidden martial arts masters and Qigong masters know the audience's definition of real martial arts masters and Qigong masters. They just want to cry. They are not those guys who are trying to catch fame, but those who have real skills. But I didn't expect that in the eyes of other people, they could not be regarded as real martial arts masters and Qigong masters. But also, in front of these powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period, they are indeed not real. To become a true martial artist and Qigong master, one has to jump hundreds of meters high, push several tons of boulders, and break a mountain hundreds of meters high with one Qigong. They can't do these things. But if you want to cry, you want to cry, they looked at the memory of Suibai's previous life, and their eyes were shining. Since the martial arts masters and Qigong masters during the Dragon Ball period were so powerful, then can they also reproduce a wave? You must know that the reason why they are hidden from the world is because, in this era, all martial arts and Qigong have declined. Especially under the coquettish manipulation of those guys who are trying to catch their fame. No one believes that there is real martial arts and Qigong anymore. On the other hand, they also feel that martial arts and Qigong have little potential. In other words, they don't know what martial arts and Qigong were like before, and they are a little confused about the way forward. But now, they know that during the Dragon Ball period, martial arts and Qigong were actually so powerful. And thanks to Suibai, countless people have changed their views on martial arts and Qigong. Then they seem to have no need to hide from the world. But rather than rebirth, they were more curious about whether there were stronger martial arts and Qigong during the Dragon Ball period. Nemo uses the Sky X-shaped punch, and under the factor of gravity, rushes towards Son Goku quickly. As for Son Goku, because he was in a daze, even though he woke up, he was still hit by Nemo. Son Goku passed out directly after enduring Nemo's move. The referee starts counting down the seconds, however, just as the referee is counting to 10, Son Goku wakes up and jumps up. Seeing that Son Goku can still stand up, Nemo was shocked. You must know that the person who suffered from his trick will not be able to wake up within 10 days. But Son Goku, it only took 10 seconds to wake up. Nan Mubu believed that his unique move was useless, he only thought that he missed it just now. So, he jumped into the air again, wanting to do it again. Seeing this scene, Son Goku jumped up with Nemo. Nanmo used the Sky X boxing again, but then he found that Son Goku on the ring had lost his figure. At this time, Son Goku has already jumped higher than Nemo. He swooped down and fell to the same height as Nanmo. Then, the two engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Afterwards, Son Goku and Nemo quickly fell to the ground, and Son Goku's speed was a little faster than Nemo's. So, when Nemo landed on the ground with the Sky X fist, Son Goku took the opportunity to kick Nemo and flew him out. Because of this, Son Goku won and can participate in the final with Master Roshi. There is a 10-minute break before the final. During this period, Master Roshi gave Nanmu a universal capsule, which allowed Nanmu to fill a lot of water back. Then Master Roshi told Nanmu that the reason why he came to the Budokai in disguise was for his two apprentices, Son Goku and Kellen. In order not to let them get carried away after winning the championship, lest they be unable to face the subsequent practice. So he came to the competition in disguise, hoping to tell the two of them that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. And what Master Roshi said made many viewers cry. Because they can see that when Master Roshi said these words, he was sincere. Chapter 34. The words of Master Roshi are really touching. Yet, although we also guessed the reason why he participated in the Budokai in disguise. But hearing him say that now, I still can't help but cry. Honestly, Master Roshi may be a little bit astringent, but he is indeed a good teacher. Goku and Kellen are lucky to have a good teacher like him. Compared to those so-called teachers now, it's much better. Forget it, those so-called masters and teachers now don't have any real materials themselves, and they don't know how to teach anything at all. They're just trying to make money. It's not like Master Roshi, who not only teaches Goku and Krillin for free, but also includes food and lodging, and even for their sake, he personally participated in the martial arts meeting. Even if he has any shortcomings, just because of these, I like him. What's more, besides being astringent, he doesn't have any other shortcomings. Before that, there were quite a few people who didn't like Master Roshi. You can't say you don't like him, you just have no feeling for him, and you don't like him or hate him. But at this moment, many people like Master Roshi, a good teacher. A good teacher like him is really scarce in this day and age. The next one is the final. I don't know who will win. I think it's still Master Roshi. Even if Goku's strength has become stronger, Master Roshi has eaten more salt than him for so many years, so I don't think Goku is his opponent now. I think so too. Although I hope Goku can win, I think Master Roshi is more likely to win. But the battle between the two must be very exciting. Both of them know Kamehameha, I don't know, will we see their Kamehameha fighting? If there is, it will definitely be wonderful. The audience is very much looking forward to it. After the rest time is over, the next step is the final. Master Roshi vs Son Goku. As soon as the game started, the two started a very fierce battle. Master Roshi kicked Son Goku away with one kick, just like Kellen kicked Master Roshi away. And Son Goku's way of coping is a little different from Master Roshi's. He actually rotated his tail at a high speed, making himself fly in the air like a helicopter propeller. With the help of the tail, Son Goku returns to the ring. Son Goku told Master Roshi that he originally wanted to use Kamehameha to bounce back like him. But in the end he decided to stay until the end. And this also made Master Roshi a little upset, thinking that Son Goku looked down on his Kamehameha. So, the two cast Kamehameha at the same time, and there was a Kamehameha confrontation. The Kamehameha of the two collided fiercely, and with a flash of dazzling light, both of them were ejected. The Kamehameha of the two faced each other, and they played a match. And this is also the first confrontation during the Dragon Ball period. Here we come. I didn't expect to see the Kamehameha confrontation between the two so soon. Sure enough, Goku's Kamehameha has become stronger. He hasn't practiced Qigong in these few months, but his Kamehameha power has improved. This also proves that our previous conjecture is correct. Training your body can also enhance the power of your Qigong. I see. That's why Master Roshi said there's nothing to teach. You say that the way of practicing Qigong is to train your own body. Just like what we guessed before, as long as one's physical body becomes stronger, the Qi will also become stronger, and the power of Qigong will also become stronger. It was just a guess before, but this time the confrontation between the two can be said to prove that our guess is correct. However, our physical body and our breath are closely related, and it can even be said that they complement each other. Our bodies are strong, so naturally our Qi will be strong. Our bodies are failing, so naturally we are close to dying. The reverse is also the same. I remember watching some movies before. After a monster absorbs a person's energy, the person is almost dead. At that time, I thought it was only in the movie, but now it seems that it is very likely to be like this in reality. That is to say, as long as we train our bodies, when our bodies become stronger, our chi will also become stronger. At that time, maybe we can also cast Kamehameha. It's still a bit difficult to cast Kamehameha, but at least it makes our bodies tough, so there's no problem. To be honest, I used to be too lazy to exercise, but now, I want to start exercising. That's right, I'm going to start working out too. If I can really play Kamehameha in the future, even if I can only break a small brick, I will be satisfied. Chapter 35. After the confrontation between the two was tied, Master Roshi shot again. He left an afterimage in place again, and the real person disappeared to nowhere. And Son Goku felt that he had seen through this move, so he threw a punch towards the position he thought. But what he didn't expect was that what was hit by this punch was still an afterimage. And the real Master Roshi has come behind Son Goku and kicked him out. It's just that Son Goku didn't suffer any injuries and stood up from the ground. Then, the two fought again, using their respective moves. Master Roshi performs the drunken fist, and Son Goku performs the monkey fist. Master Roshi used hypnotism to make Son Goku fall asleep, but Bulma told him to eat and woke up Son Goku. The two of you come and go, and you won't lose each other. Knowing that Son Goku is difficult, Master Roshi decides to use his real moves. He put his palms together in front of him and began to gather his energy. Then, his hands were covered with a layer of lightning. Even around him, there are flashes of lightning. Then, Master Roshi let out a loud roar, and the electric light condensed in his hands hit Son Goku. Look at me, Myriad Kingdoms shocking palm. Son Goku was hit by Master Roshi's 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm, and he screamed in pain. That is a trick to convert the energy of the whole body into tens of thousands of watts of electricity. Maybe, Goku's life will be in danger. Yamcha in the background saw Master Roshi's moves and couldn't help but make a sound in surprise. Hearing Yamcha's words, countless viewers opened their mouths, stunned. What did Yamcha just say? Convert whole body energy into tens of thousands of watts of electricity? Is this really something a human can do? Master Roshi, besides Kamehameha, can actually do this move. Tens of thousands of watts of current. How powerful it is! Anyway, if we ordinary people touch it, it will turn into coke in an instant. This is not a voltage of tens of thousands of volts, but a current of tens of thousands of watts. Voltage and current are different. If there is only voltage but no current, electricity will not kill you. Static electricity will be generated on sweaters in winter, and the voltage of static electricity can be tens of millions of volts or even hundreds of millions of volts. But because the current is very small, static electricity will only make people feel tingling, but not life-threatening. But if it is replaced by electric current, let alone a current of tens of thousands of watts, even a current of more than 10 watts is enough to kill a person. Tens of thousands of watts of current, that really saves even cremation. Of course, this is not the point. If it's only tens of thousands of watts of current, it's not surprising. After all, the current in those power plants may not stop. But the point is, this tens of thousands of watts of current is just a move of Master Roshi. This move converts energy into tens of thousands of watts of electricity. How much energy is needed to do this? Master Roshi's energy can be converted into tens of thousands of watts of current, it is simply terrifying. So this is also a way of using Qigong. No, it should be a way of using Qi. Master Roshi's energy should be his Qi. And his Kamehameha is also a way of using Qi. This Qi really has various uses. But this is something only a true Qigong master can do. The Qi of ordinary people like us can only guarantee our survival. But the question now is, can Goku withstand tens of thousands of watts of current? If he can't withstand it, won't he die? Death is impossible. After all, the Martial Arts Association does not allow killing people, but it will be difficult for him to win. Indeed, Goku can survive tens of thousands of watts of current, which is already very good. But that's all he can do right now. Could it be that Goku is about to lose? Hey, didn't we guess that Goku would lose? Also, it's okay for him to lose to Master Roshi, especially with the trick of Master Roshi. Master Roshi is indeed the god of martial arts, he knows so many moves. Ugh! Saw this scene where Son Goku was hit by Master Roshi's 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm. The vast majority of viewers thought Goku had lost. After all, if you don't want to lose the game, you need to break free from Wanguo's shocking palm. But looking at Son Goku's pained look, it's not so easy to break free. Moreover, he was hit by an electric current of tens of thousands of watts, so it is not bad to be able to survive. If he wants to break free, his current strength is simply not enough. In the final of this Budokai, Master Roshi won in the end. However, just when they thought so, what happened next shocked them. Son Goku suffered from tens of thousands of watts of current. Although he didn't want to surrender at first, as time passed, he found that he couldn't escape this trick. Although I am very unwilling, there is no other way but to admit defeat. However, just when Son Goku was about to admit defeat, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 36. Just when Son Goku was about to admit defeat, he suddenly saw the moon in the sky. When he saw the moon, he who was in pain suddenly calmed down. And his pupils also turned pink. The moon he saw was a full moon. Because he has grown his tail now, and he has seen the full moon. So, the horrible thing happened again. Son Goku, become a giant ape again. Oops! It's a full moon. Knowing that Son Goku will turn into a giant ape when he sees the full moon, Bulma, Yamcha, and others start to panic. They have seen how terrifying Son Goku turned into a giant ape. Son Goku, who turned into a great ape, broke free from Master Roshi's 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm. Afterwards, he lost his mind and began to wreak havoc. The venue of the Budokai was quickly destroyed and turned into ruins. Yamcha told Kellen that this was not Son Goku's trick. Son Goku turns into a giant ape whenever he sees the full moon. What? If this is the case, then there is only one way to solve the problem. Hearing Yamcha's words, Master Roshi also immediately found a solution to the crisis. He took off his clothes, turned on the burly mode, and then posed a Kamehameha pose in front of Son Goku. The greatest power of Kamehameha. Master Roshi let out a loud roar and began to condense the energy of his whole body. Yamcha and Bulma thought that Master Roshi was going to kill Son Goku, so Yamcha rushed over to stop it. However, it's too late. Before Yamcha arrived, the energy of Master Roshi had been condensed. Afterwards, Kamehameha, which Master Roshi used with all his strength, flew towards Son Goku. With a flash of light, Son Goku, who turned into a giant ape, disappeared in place. Everyone thought that Son Goku died under the full force of Master Roshi, Kamehameha. This also makes Bulma, Kling, and others feel very sad. Even blamed Master Roshi for killing Son Goku. Because in addition to killing Son Goku, there is also a way to cut off his tail, which can make him return to his original form. But the next moment, Master Roshi pointed to the ruins on the ring. A tail droops on a piece of ruins. And the appearance of the tail also proves that Son Goku is not dead yet. Sure enough, the next moment, Son Goku appeared in front of everyone, but at this time Son Goku was already asleep. It wasn't Goku that was destroyed by Kamehameha just now. Master Roshi pointed to the sky while talking. It's the moon. The moon, which was still high in the sky, has disappeared at this time. Originally, knowing that Son Goku would transform into a giant ape when he saw the full moon, Master Roshi first thought of destroying the moon. In this way, Son Goku will never see the moon again. Master Roshi said it very lightly, but the host of the Budokai and other viewers felt that everyone would not be able to appreciate the moon in the future. However, at this time, whether it is the audience on the show or the audience watching through the live broadcast room. All the audience who saw the scene where Master Roshi destroyed the moon just stood up. All rise. This is an action they took spontaneously after seeing something incredible. And not just one or two audiences, but all audiences. At this time, the faces of these audiences all had dull expressions. The scene just now had a huge impact on them. The whole audience was silent, and everyone was shocked to the point of silence by the scene just now. It wasn't until a while later that someone came back from the sluggishness. Did I read it right? Turtle, Master Roshi destroyed the moon. You're not mistaken, because that's what I saw too. But, how is this possible? That's the moon, the moon. So, Master Roshi's full-strength Kamehameha directly destroyed the moon. Master Roshi, Master Roshi. Could it be that he is really a fairy, not a human? The scene where Master Roshi destroys the moon has a huge impact on the audience. Especially the audience at the scene. They saw this scene through the huge screen, and only they knew how much impact it had on them. A moon as big as it hangs in the sky. Under Master Roshi's full-strength Kamehameha, it directly turned into nothingness. Before, Master Roshi shattered hundreds of meters of flaming mountains with one blow, and the audience has already seen how strong the top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period are. But they didn't expect that that was not the limit. The real limit is actually so exaggerated. Destroy the moon. Although the moon is just a small satellite. But that is also a planet. With their current level of technology, it is impossible to destroy the moon. Even if their current weapons were 10 times more powerful, it would be impossible to do so. But Master Roshi, a human, did it. Could it be that he is really a fairy? Chapter 37. Is this the strength of Master Roshi after he erupts at full strength? Even the moon can be shattered. So during the Dragon Ball period, it turned out that the moon was shattered. But wouldn't the moon be smashed up? Wouldn't it have some effect on the earth? Let's not talk about the impact. Master Roshi shattered the moon with all his strength. Whether it's his attack speed or attack power, this has far surpassed the top powerhouses of other periods. You must know that the moon is very far from the earth. And Master Roshi's full strength, Kamehameha, not only reached the moon from the earth in such a short time. And it's so powerful that it could destroy the moon. This expressive power has far surpassed the top powerhouses of other periods. Even the top powerhouses in other periods were also very strong, but judging from the previous lives of other guests, those top powerhouses could at most destroy a village or an island. It is completely incomparable with Master Roshi's destruction of the moon. Not even on the same level as both. Even if all the top powerhouses in other periods add up, it is still unknown whether they can destroy the moon. And Master Roshi destroyed the moon in front of them. Before this, they would not believe or dare not believe that a human being can actually have the strength to destroy the moon. But now, they have to believe it. At first, I thought it was an exaggeration for Master Roshi to destroy the flame mountain. I didn't expect my pattern to be small. So when Master Roshi destroyed the flame mountain, he didn't take it seriously at all, right? It can even be said that it was just a casual blow. That's for sure. After all, destroying the moon and destroying the flame mountain are not on the same level at all. Is this what a real Qigong master can do? He can even destroy the moon. So when Master Roshi confronted Goku before, he seriously let go of the water. If he had shot with all his strength at that time, Goku would have lost. It doesn't even need to be a full shot, as long as it is a little harder, Goku has already lost. It's too exaggerated, it's really too exaggerated. Is this the strength of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period? Why do I think that Master Roshi's strength is not at the same level as the others? There is no doubt, his strength is indeed not at the same level as those other powerhouses. Master Roshi is also a legendary figure to others. So the gap between the strong and the strong during the Dragon Ball period is a bit serious. In other periods, at any rate, there are lower ninja, middle ninja, upper ninja, rear admiral, vice admiral, admiral, and so on. But during the Dragon Ball period, there was no division of powerhouses, and top powerhouses such as Master Roshi can destroy even the moon. But the strong ones under him, such as Goku, probably can only destroy a mountain. Indeed, and other people's chi may be very strong, but they don't know how to use their chi, which makes their strength weaker. So the gap between the top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period and other ordinary powerhouses is really too big. This is like the admirals of other periods, and then there is such a gap as the ordinary navy. But the top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period can already suppress all the powerhouses in other periods. Even other ordinary powerhouses are comparable to powerhouses from other periods. I don't know if Goku can grow to the level of Master Roshi. For sure. He is only 12 years old now, and he can already fight like this with Master Roshi. If he continues to practice for a few more decades, when he reaches the age of Master Roshi, he may be even stronger than Master Roshi. Master Roshi destroyed the moon and must have taken a toll on him. Doesn't that mean that Goku has a chance to defeat him? That's right. Although Goku took advantage of the loophole, victory is victory. I hope Goku can win the final victory. Although the audience knew Master Roshi's concerns, if Son Goku won the championship at such a young age, he might become inflated and not practice well afterwards. But they feel that Son Goku is not such a person. Even if he wins the championship, he will still practice hard in the future. So, they still hope to see Son Goku win. Even if he took advantage of the huge consumption of Master Roshi. Son Goku stood up again while the referee was counting down. Because Master Roshi just destroyed the moon, resulting in a very large consumption. So after taking advantage of a loophole, Son Goku directly kicked Master Roshi out. However, Son Goku was too happy, Master Roshi did not fall out of the ring. It turns out that he kicked on the edge of the ring, immobilizing his body. Because Master Roshi was not eliminated, the match between the two continued. Both of them consumed a lot, so the next battle was really a fight to the death. Chapter 38. Following a fight, Son Goku and Master Roshi jumped up at the same time. The two kicked each other at the same time, and they both kicked each other in the face. Afterwards, the two fell to the ground one after another. At this point, whoever can stand up will win the game. When the referee was counting seconds, neither Son Goku nor Master Roshi could stand up, which means that the two were defeated at the same time and the game was tied. However, the world's #1 martial arts association cannot have a tie, so there must be a winner. In other words, one person must stand up. Son Goku and Master Roshi stood up desperately. The next moment, Son Goku stood up first. I won. However, just as Son Goku declared himself the winner, he fell down again. As long as he can persist a little longer, and persist a little longer, he will be able to win the final victory. However, it was this one that made him lose the chance of winning. Because at this time, Master Roshi has already stood up and announced his victory. This fight between dragons and tigers, in the end Master Roshi won the victory. The reason why I win is that my feet are longer than his. Because I am an adult and have longer legs than him, so I kick stronger than him. But Goku, you did a good job. You are the first person to push me, who is known as Wushin teacher, to such a degree. Master Roshi looked at Son Goku who fell on the ring, and said in his heart. The defeat of Son Goku also made countless viewers regret it. If he lost just like that, then they might not be so sorry. But Son Goku stood up and even declared his victory. If he didn't fall again so soon, the victory would be his. Just one breath away, just one breath away. This is like taking an exam by yourself and passing by only 1 point. This situation is most regrettable. Goku lost in the end. As long as he persists for a while longer, the victory will be his. However, you can't blame him for this. He can persist to this point, which is already very good. Master Roshi also said that what he wins is that his legs are longer than Goku's, so his kick is stronger. Yet, if Goku can grow taller, he must be the one who wins in the end. But to be honest, I wish Goku didn't win. You think, if Goku wins like this, then he will lose his target, and maybe he will return to Baizai Mountain after that. But now that he has lost, he definitely wants to participate in the Budokai again and win the championship. In this case, then we can see more things about him. Yes. What you said makes sense. But this time Goku won the runner-up, so he will definitely win the championship in the next Budokai. It's not necessarily true. If Master Roshi also participates in the next Budokai, it will be very difficult for him to win. If Master Roshi didn't consume too much energy this time destroying the moon, Goku would have lost. Indeed, Goku still has a long way to go if he wants to truly grow up to rival Master Roshi. But anyway, Goku lost this time, so we can continue to watch his deeds. For Son Goku's defeat, those who had felt very regretful did not feel regretful anymore. Because what others say makes sense. If Goku really wins, it's possible that we won't see much of him after that. And now Goku lost. Then he will continue to practice hard in order to win the next championship. That way, they get to see more of Goku. That being the case, Goku should not win this time. Because of winning, Master Roshi won the champion's prize of 500,000 yuan. Master Roshi used the 500,000 bonus to treat Son Goku and others to dinner. And Son Goku was also at the dinner, showing his appetite far beyond ordinary people. This meal directly ate up all the bonuses that Master Roshi had just obtained. After finishing the number 1 Budokai in the world, Son Goku embarked on a journey to find the 4 planets in order to retrieve the relics left by his grandfather. At the same time, an evil organization called the Red Ribbon Legion is also looking for Dragon Ball. Inevitably, Son Goku and this Red Ribbon Legion confronted each other. This organization is the world's number 1 evil organization, with a powerful armed force, and even the country is afraid of it. Because they were also looking for Dragon Ball, they sent people to deal with Son Goku. The general sent by the Red Ribbon Legion made Son Goku suffer a lot, but under Son Goku's efforts to resist, the Dragon Ball was not taken away. But because of this, the leader of the Red Ribbon Legion became impatient, so he directly invited Tao Bibai, the number 1 killer in the world. Chapter 39. Tao Bibai is worthy of being the number 1 killer in the world. The general who caused Son Goku to fight hard was killed by Tao Bibai with his tongue. Not only that, Tao Bibai found Son Goku who was staying with a boy from UPA and his father. UPA's father was killed by Tao Bibai in order to protect Son Goku. And Son Goku was also severely injured by Tao Bibai's Dongbo. If it wasn't for the fact that Tao Bibai hit the right place with 4 planets, then Son Goku would have died directly under Tao Bibai's hands. Unexpectedly, there is such a powerful armed force. This Red Ribbon Army is so powerful that even the country can't deal with it. And the people in this legion are so strong. Even Goku will be in a tough fight. I think the strongest killer is Tao Bibai. Goku is so powerful, he defeated him so easily. If it wasn't for his attack hitting the 4 planets, Goku might be dead. Sure enough, this Dragon Ball period is not as simple as it seems. Besides Master Roshi, there are other strong people. I'm still too naive. I thought that under Master Roshi was Goku and his group of strong men. I didn't expect there to be so many strong men. The number 1 assassin in the world, Tao Bibai, I don't think his strength is weaker than Master Roshi's. Yet, even Master Roshi didn't beat Goku so easily. In other words, he also has the strength to destroy the moon. And have you noticed that the whole wave he used, like Kamehameha, should be a kind of Qigong? Sure enough, during the Dragon Ball period, only the top powerhouses could perform this kind of Qigong. Indeed, only the top experts can cultivate to the point where they can use Qigong to deal with others. But Goku is so strong, he is not the opponent of Tao Bibai, and he even snatched the Dragon Ball. And the point is, Tao Bibai found out that there is a Dragon Ball on Goku, so he will still go to Goku. At that time, Goku's luck will not be so good. It's not easy to achieve a strength beyond Tao Bibai in a short period of time. Or, Goku finds Master Roshi and asks him to deal with Tao Bibai. But I think, with Goku's character, he probably wouldn't do that. In short, I don't believe that Goku will be killed by this peach so easily. I believe he will definitely be able to get through it. Because Tao Bibai is very strong, Son Goku is not his opponent for the time being. In order to defeat Tao Bibai and retrieve the Dragon Ball, Wuppa told Son Goku that as long as he can climb the Kalin Tower next to the Kalin Holy Land, he can meet the real Immortal. When the time comes, Immortal will definitely have a way to make Son Goku stronger. In order to become stronger and regain the Dragon Ball, Son Goku began to climb Kalin Tower. Kalin Tower towers into the sky, and the apex cannot be seen at a glance. Son Goku climbed for a day and a night and slept on the Kalin Tower before seeing the top of the Kalin Tower. On the Kalin Tower, Son Goku met the so-called Kalin Immortal. It turns out that Immortal Kalin is a cat. Kalin Immortal told Son Goku that there is something called Super God Water on Kalin Tower. As long as you drink the Super God Water, your strength can become several times stronger. However, it is not so easy to obtain Super Divine Water. It needs to be snatched from Immortal Kalin. During the process of snatching, Son Goku also knew that there was a person who successfully snatched the Super God Water from Kalin Immortal 300 years ago. And this person is Son Goku's master, Master Roshi. I learned that Master Roshi had actually climbed up the Kalin Tower and drank the Super Divine Water. All the audience was so surprised. They were not surprised that Master Roshi climbed up the Kalin Tower and drank the Super God Water. In their view, it is normal for Master Roshi to be able to do such a thing with such a powerful force. To their surprise, Master Roshi was actually the Super Divine Water that they drank 300 years ago. So, Master Roshi lived at least 300 years. He has lived for more than 300 years. This is no longer a human being. Could it be said that if you practice Qi to a certain level, you can live forever? Actually, it's not unreasonable. The stronger a person's Qi is, the stronger his vitality is, and the longer he can live. But Master Roshi can live for 300 years, his vitality is too strong. Don't forget, he is the one who can destroy the moon. Then his Qi must have grown to an unbelievable level. It's not surprising to be able to live for 300 years. Makes sense. However, I didn't expect that there were still immortals in the Dragon Ball period. This Kalin Immortal should be a real immortal. By the way, isn't the Kalin Tower a bit too high? It must be at least 10,000 meters high. That's why the Kalin Immortal is a real immortal, he really lives in the sky. Chapter 40. In order to snatch the Super Shen Shui from Kalin Immortal, Son Goku began to attack Kalin Immortal non-stop. It's just that no matter how he attacks, he just can't snatch Immortal Kalin from him. And Immortal Karin also told him that it took 3 years for Master Roshi to get the Super Divine Water from him. During the snatching process, because Son Goku was hungry, Kalin Immortal gave him a fairy bean to eat. As long as you eat fairy beans, you can stay hungry for 10 days. After eating the fairy beans, Son Goku continued to grab the super magic water. However, in the process, not only did he fail to grab the super divine water, but the Dragon Ball on him was also taken away by the Immortal Kalin. And, throw the Dragon Ball off the Kalin Tower. In order to prevent the Dragon Ball from being snatched by Tao Bibai, Son Goku hurriedly ran down the Kalin Tower, and then climbed up again. But what he didn't notice was that the time it took him to climb the Kalin Tower this time was much shorter than the first time he did it. Finally, with the efforts of Son Goku and the help of his tail, he finally got the Super God Water from Kalin Immortal. It's just that after he drank the Super Divine Water, Immortal Karin told him that in fact, this Super Divine Water can't make people stronger at all. However, Son Goku's strength has indeed become several times stronger. Because he climbed up the Kallen Tower and then climbed down the Kallen Tower. This back and forth is his exercise. It took him a whole day and night to climb Kallen Tower for the first time. And when he climbed Kallen Tower again, it only took a few hours. This shortened time is proof that he has become stronger. Hearing the words of immortal Kallen, Son Goku roughly understood what he meant. Anyway, he became stronger. Then, Son Goku returned to the ground, and at this time, Tao Bibai also arrived. Because Son Goku's strength has become stronger, so this time, he did not lose the upper hand in the battle with Tao Bibai, and even gained the upper hand. In the end, Tao Bibai saw that he was not Son Goku's opponent, so he relaxed Son Goku's vigilance by kneeling down and begging for mercy. Then, he took out a bomb and threw it at Son Goku. It's just that this bomb was kicked back by Son Goku. In the end, Tao Bibai himself was blown up by the bomb, and his life and death are unknown. After solving Tao Bibai, because the Dragon Ball radar was damaged, he came to Zeta to find Bulma. During this period, Bulma's identity was also exposed. She is the daughter of Professor Brive who invented the Universal Capsule. The world's largest group, the daughter of the Universal Capsule Group. It can be said that her family is the richest man in the world. Fixed the Dragon Ball radar, Son Goku came to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Corps. With his soaring strength, he alone dismantled the world's #1 evil organization. After solving the Red Ribbon Legion, he also got the Dragon Ball that was robbed, and there is still the last Dragon Ball left, so he can find all the Dragon Balls. It's just that the last Dragon Ball can't be found no matter how hard I look, and even the Dragon Ball radar has no response. In order to find the last Dragon Ball, Master Roshi gave a suggestion to find a person named Granny Divination. If you want to know anything, just go to her to find out. In order to collect all the Dragon Balls, revive UPA's father. Son Goku, Yamcha, and others came to the residence of the divination mother-in-law. I just want to ask the fortune-telling mother-in-law to do a fortune-telling, and I need to pay, but Son Goku and the others have no money, so I can only fight with a few masters sent by the fortune-telling mother-in-law. Yamcha, Kling, and Son Goku start to fight against the masters of Granny Divination. With the efforts of Kellen and Yamcha, the two of them defeated several opponents. It's just that the two lost to others. So, only Son Goku is left, and the opponents he has to face are 3 people. However, because Son Goku's strength has greatly increased, he easily defeated the bandaged man and the demon messenger in front. Even if it is the demon messenger's special skill, the demon light, as long as there is evil in his heart, he will surely die if he is hit. It is useless to Son Goku. In this way, as long as Son Goku defeats one more opponent, he can get the divination of the divination mother-in-law for free. The last opponent he faced was a masked man with a halo on his head. This masked man wants to have a good fight with Son Goku, so he asks the divination mother-in-law to give them a bigger battlefield. The strength of this masked man is not at the same level as the previous ones. Even if Son Goku fights with him, he won't have the upper hand. Even, he will cast Kamehameha. Son Goku and others are very curious about his identity, while Master Roshi has guessed about his identity. During the battle, the masked man accidentally broke Son Goku's tail. The pain made Son Goku very upset, and he wanted to attack the masked man more violently. But at this moment, the masked man suddenly surrendered. Chapter 41. The masked man's surrender caught Son Goku by surprise. The next moment, he took off his mask and announced his true identity. He is Son Goku's long-dead grandfather, Son Gohan. Goku's grandpa? Isn't he already trampled to death by Goku? Why did he appear here? Could it be that he was resurrected? No, look at the top of his head, there is a halo. Does this mean that he is still a dead man and has not been resurrected? So he is a dead man and returned to the world. The previous demon messenger also had a halo on his head. Does this mean that he is also a dead person? Wait a minute, if you put it another way, can they also be called ghosts? It seems to be. The dead appear in the world, it seems to be no different from ghosts. Son Gohan, a long dead person, actually appeared in the world. This made the audience feel that it was incredible. Whether it was smashing the flaming mountain or destroying the moon before, it proved that the combat power of the Dragon Ball period was unparalleled. But now that the dead person returned to the world, it can explain one more thing. That is, there were so many weird things during the Dragon Ball period. When Son Goku went to the western capital before, the audience also saw the scene of the big city. All kinds of high-tech are not surprising, and all of them have become popular. And the top powerhouses of this period are powerful enough to destroy the moon. Now, even the dead can return to the mortal world. This Dragon Ball era, what kind of era is it? I suddenly discovered that we still know too little about the Dragon Ball period. Yeah, I thought before that, through Suibai's previous life Goku, we can get a general idea of the Dragon Ball period. But now it seems that what we know is just the tip of the iceberg. Actually, I think it's the same in other periods. Maybe what we know is just the tip of the iceberg. But it's also the tip of the iceberg. In my opinion, the tip of the iceberg in the Dragon Ball period is much more exciting than those in other periods. Indeed, even if we know the tip of the iceberg in other periods, there are a few things that are certain. Other periods are not as high-tech as the Dragon Ball era. And the strength of their top players is far worse than the top players in the Dragon Ball period. And don't forget, during the Dragon Ball period, there was a Dragon Ball, an artifact that could grant any wish. Goku, he collects the Dragon Ball again, in order to revive Upaina's father who was killed in vain. In other words, if you make a wish on Shenron, you can bring the dead back to life. Bring the dead back to life. No matter where or in what period this kind of thing is placed, it is very incredible, even a fantasy. But during the Dragon Ball, just make a wish to Shenron and it will be done. Dragon Ball, what an artifact it is. This thing is beyond the imagination of ordinary people like them. Even, there are quite a few high-status people who yearn for the Dragon Ball in their hearts. As long as they have the Dragon Ball, what can't they do? It couldn't be easier to rule the world and the like. Moreover, after seeing the top combat power during the Dragon Ball period, many people suddenly felt that what they were doing now seemed meaningless. So what if their status is higher? What can they do when they meet Master Roshi who is strong enough to destroy the moon? If you accidentally offend them, just shoot Kamehameha down, and you can even destroy the moon. Wouldn't it be easier to destroy them? Strength is the most important thing. Seeing his grandpa Son Gohan, Son Goku cried and threw himself into his grandpa's arms. No matter how strong he is still a 12-year-old kid. Since grandpa died, he has been living alone. He even regards the 4 planets left by his grandfather as his own grandfather, so he misses his grandfather very deeply. Now seeing grandpa again, he finally couldn't help crying. And this is also the first and only time that Son Goku is seen with his vulnerable side. Watching Son Goku crying in his grandfather's arms. Many viewers are also very distressed. Especially those mothers who treat Son Goku as if they were their own children. They watched Son Goku come out of Bun Mountain and grow to where he is now. No matter how difficult things happen, he can face them with a smile. His optimistic and cheerful appearance is easy to forget. In fact, he is just a 12-year-old child. Think about what they were doing when they were 12 years old. Grow up under the care of parents. But what about Son Goku? He trampled his grandfather to death without knowing it, and he has been living alone in the mountains ever since. If it wasn't for good friends like Bulma, Yamcha, and Kellen, he estimated that he would die alone. What a cruel thing for a child who is only 12 years old. Chapter 42. The Son Goku crying in his grandfather's arms in front of him may be his real appearance. Only in front of his grandfather, he is that 12-year-old child. Goku, it really hurts. Yeah, he's only 12 years old. His grandfather died, and he was picked up by his grandfather. He doesn't know who his parents are. He lived with his grandfather since he was a child. After his grandfather died, he lived alone in the mountains. He must be very lonely. I don't know if I'm lonely or not, but I know, he must miss his grandpa very much, and only in front of his grandpa, he is that fragile 12-year-old child. Yeah, those things before him made us ignore, he is only 12 years old. Ah! If I ever see Goku, I'll definitely raise him as my own. FK off. Goku belongs to our male mothers. You female mothers go away. You male mothers just get the hell out of me. Why are you joining in the fun? By the way, since Goku is Suibai's previous life, can we also treat him as Goku? Oh, what a pity, Suibai is an adult now. If he is a child like Goku, then I will definitely love him as a child. I'm thankful to Bulma and the others now that they didn't tell him that Goku was the monster that stomped his grandpa to death. Otherwise, Goku will definitely be in great pain. Yeah, and you see, his grandfather didn't blame him either. Goku is very happy to have such a good grandpa and a group of friends. Then can Goku use the Dragon Ball to revive his grandpa? But isn't the Dragon Ball used to revive UPA's father? I think it is completely possible to revive Grandpa first, and then revive UPA's father after the Dragon Ball can make wishes again a year later. Indeed, although it's pitiful for UPA to do this, I still hope that Goku can revive his grandfather first. Now, it's up to Goku to choose. I learned that the masked man is Son Goku's dead grandfather. UPA thinks he can't be so selfish, he should revive Son Goku's grandfather first. But Son Gohan told them that he didn't want to be resurrected because there are many beauties in the underworld. And seeing that Son Goku has so many good friends, he can rest assured that there is no need to resurrect. Son Goku is curious why Grandpa appeared. Son Gohan told him that the divination mother-in-law had the ability to travel to and from the underworld and bring the dead back to the human world for one day. But a dead person only has one day. I met Son Goku and learned that he has not only become stronger but also has a good teacher and good friend. Son Gohan also returned to the underworld after saying goodbye to him. Because Son Goku defeated the master sent by the fortune-telling mother-in-law, according to the agreement, the fortune-telling mother-in-law will give him a free fortune-telling about the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. Coincidentally, the last Dragon Ball is in the hands of Son Goku's old friend, King Pilaf, and his team. Son Goku found Pilaf and others, easily defeated their combined robot, and got the last Dragon Ball. Afterwards, Son Goku took Woopa back to Kalan Holy Land, summoned Shenron, and revived Woopa's father. Resurrected. Really resurrected? Saw Upaina's dead dad literally being resurrected. All the audience couldn't help exclaiming. Although they know that making a wish to Shenron can resurrect the dead. But at that time, they had only heard about it, and had never seen it with their own eyes. And this kind of thing, seeing it with your own eyes is definitely more impactful than hearing about it. UPA's father was killed in vain by Tao, they saw it clearly, it could even be said that he died right in front of them. But now, he's actually been resurrected by the Dragon Ball. The resurrection of the dead is something that is legendary even in movies. In the ancient Dragon Ball period, it actually happened. I don't know if these Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball period have survived until now. If these Dragon Balls really survive until now, then I guess the whole world will be in turmoil. I remember that the top powerhouses in other periods seem to have their own goals. If you let them know that there is such a magical thing as the Dragon Ball, it is estimated that their purpose will become unified, and that is to compete for the Dragon Ball. Even if the Dragon Ball from hundreds of millions of years ago has survived until now, it probably has become a fossil. That's not necessarily the case. A divine weapon like this has such incredible power. It's normal not to become a fossil. I think it's time for the people above to take action. In the past, whenever it was found that something magical appeared in other periods, the country will send people to look for it. For example, the devil fruit in the pirate period, the Zanpakuto in the Bleach period, and various ninjutsu cheats in the Naruto period. After all, these things are all legendary treasures. Chapter 43. And now, how could it be possible not to send someone to look for such a magical thing as the Dragon Ball? But what these viewers don't know is, when I saw that Dragon Ball can really make a wish, the higher UPS have already sent people to look for it. Whether you can find it is another matter. After reviving UPA's father, Son Goku returned to the divination mother-in-law's residence. He intends to embark on another adventure to enhance his own strength, so that he can participate in the next world's #1 martial arts association. And while Son Goku was going to the bathroom, the divination mother-in-law told others that Son Goku is very amazing, and he will even save the world in the future. Afterwards, Master Roshi told Son Goku that if he wants to practice well, he should run around the world with his feet instead of riding somersault clouds. Son Goku obeyed Master Roshi's instructions and began to use his feet to run around the world to practice. Along the way, he met King Goldenhorn and King Silverhorn who have magical gourds, and he also met two people, one big and one small, wearing clothes with crane characters. The strength of these two people is so strong that even Son Goku has suffered in their hands. He also went deep into the demon realm and brought back the daughter of a castle owner from the demon realm. In short, he has encountered various things along the way, and his strength has also become stronger and stronger through training. Soon, 3 years have passed, and the new World #1 Martial Arts Association will officially begin. Son Goku traveled half the world by swimming from the other side of the world, and came to the venue where the Budokai was held, and met with Master Roshi and Bulma. Old friends are reunited, they are naturally very happy. It's just that besides them, there is an old man wearing a crane head hat and clothes with crane characters, and two people, one big and one small, also appeared here. It turns out that this old man is Master Roshi's younger brother, Immortal Crane. And the two people behind him are exactly his two apprentices, Tien Shinyan and Dumpling. This time he brought the two of them here, because he wanted them to win the championship and runner-up of this Budo meet. Of course, as Master Roshi's rivals, the two are also fighting each other, and similarly, their disciples are also fighting each other. The rules of the Budokai are the same as the previous one: first participate in the preliminaries, and then the 8 people who pass will participate in the finals. In the preliminaries, Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi also showed their strength. In the end, no matter the 3 disciples of Master Roshi or the 2 disciples of Immortal Crane, all passed the preliminaries. And in the final draw, in order to teach Yamcha a good lesson, Tien Shinyan let Dumpling use superpowers and put him and Yamcha together. While Dumpling is fighting Krillin, Son Goku is fighting a boxer, and Master Roshi is playing Ryu again and fighting a werewolf. The first game is the battle between Tien Shinyan and Yamcha. Because of the two, one is from Gaixian Liu and the other is from Hexian Liu. So as soon as they came up, the two started a very fierce battle. And during the battle, even the very proud Tien Shinyan recognized Yamcha's strength. Seeing that none of my moves had any effect on Tien Shinyan, Yamcha actually cast Kamehameha in order to defeat him. However, facing Yamcha's Kamehameha, Tien Shinyan yelled and sent Yamcha's Kamehameha flying. Then, Tien Shinyan caught Yamcha's opening and kicked Yamcha directly in the air, kicking him to the ground. It's not over yet. Tien Shinyan swooped down from the sky again and broke one of Yamcha's legs. Successive blows caused Yamcha to faint and lose the game. Tien Shinyan's powerful strength and cruel behavior also made Son Goku very angry. Not just Son Goku, after seeing how hard Tien Shinyan was doing. All the audience is also quite unhappy with him. This Tien Shinyan is too ruthless. His kick has already defeated Yamcha, but he still wants to break his foot. This Tien Shinyan is really not a good thing. And that Crane Fairy, and that Dumpling, it must be the same. Sure enough, there is such a kind of master, there is such a kind of apprentice. Master Roshi is a bit astringent, but other than that, he has no shortcomings, and he is a good teacher, so Goku and the others are also very good. But this Crane Immortal, you can tell at a glance that he is a big villain. Although Tien Shinyan is cruel, I have to say that his strength is indeed very strong. Yamcha's strength is already strong, and he can even cast Kamehameha. But even so, he still lost to Tien Shinyan. Indeed, although his character is terrible, his strength is still worth mentioning. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball period is not as simple as it seems to us, there are too many hidden powerhouses. Chapter 44. But no matter how strong Tien Shinyan is, he will definitely not be Goku's opponent. That's right. Goku was already very strong 3 years ago, and now that 3 years have passed, his strength must have become stronger. Anyway, Goku must avenge Yamcha. No, maybe Goku won't be used anymore. The next match is Chenglong, Master Roshi vs Werewolf. Master Roshi will definitely win. It's time for the battle between Master Roshi and Tien Shinyan. That's right. Yamcha has been practicing under Master Roshi for the past 3 years, and he is also a disciple of Master Roshi. So, he will definitely avenge Yamcha. We just need to see how Master Roshi avenged Yamcha. Because of his displeasure with Tien Shinyan, countless viewers hope that Master Roshi can teach Tien Shinyan a lesson and avenge Yamcha. In the second game, Master Roshi will face the werewolf. This werewolf can be said to hate Chenglong to the bone. It turns out that Chenglong destroyed the moon 3 years ago, so he couldn't transform from a werewolf back to a normal human. Because of this, he couldn't find a normal human girlfriend. In order to help him change back to a normal human being, Master Roshi asked Klin to help, and hypnotized the werewolf, allowing him to turn Klin's bald head into a full moon, thus changing back to the original. Because it changed back to the original, the werewolf was very grateful to Master Roshi, and he didn't even compete in the game, so he gave up and went to find his girlfriend. In this way, Master Roshi won easily. When Master Roshi was competing with werewolves, Krillin and Son Goku also discovered something. That's Tien Shinyan and Dumpling, they can actually float in the air. Although I don't know how they did it, if they can float in the air, it will be difficult to knock them out of the field. In the third game, Kellen will play against Dumpling. It's another battle between Gaixian Liu and Hexian Liu. As soon as the game started, the dumplings flew into the air. Because Dumpling has this move, Kellen was in crisis at the beginning. However, after that, Kellen also found a chance to fight back. However, because the dumplings can fly, there is absolutely no way for Kellen to force him out of the field. That is the unique secret technique of Crane Immortal style, flying technique. Master Roshi looked at the dumplings flying in the air, and said, "Flying technique, this trick can make people fly in the air." After experiencing the magical effects of various Qi before. Originally, the audience thought that they would no longer be surprised by the use of Qi. But now, see the dumplings flying in the air and watch Master Roshi narrate. They still couldn't help being dumbfounded. You know, this is flying in the air. The previous moves were all attack moves. And although the move this time is not an attack move, it is a move that can make people fly in the air. You know, humans have always been very keen on flying. Although it is now possible to fly. But flying by plane, how can it compare to dumplings and Tien Shinyan, flying directly by themselves? Could it be that this flying technique is also a kind of use of Qi? The previous moves were already very unscientific, and now there is another unscientific move. The previous Kamehameha, Dong Dongbo, 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm and other moves are fine. And this move, flying technique, is the most direct challenge to the rules of physics. That's right. In front of this move, the force of gravity is almost crying. Could it be that these top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period are finally too lazy to be bound by the rules of physics? Although before Master Roshi, Son Goku, they can jump hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters into the air with one jump. But at least they just stay in the air for a while, and they will still fall. At least it still conforms to the law of universal gravitation. Not only them, but also those top powerhouses in other periods. They can jump high into the air, and even stay in the air for a while. But that's it, they can stay in the air for a while, and then they will fall to the ground under the gravitational force. But now, Tian Xinyan and dumplings are more than just staying in the air. They flew directly into the air. You can even do various actions in the air. Gravity is in front of them, as if it does not exist. This is a complete violation of the physical law of gravity. Although their previous actions were already very unscientific. But now this move flying technique, that is a real challenge to the laws of physics. And the challenge was successful. What gravitational force is, it is only used to restrain ordinary people. For the truly strong, they can get rid of the shackles of gravity and fly in the air. This is simply Hong Kuo's contempt for gravity. So if you use qi to a certain extent, can you even do something that violates the laws of physics? Since they can fly, doesn't that mean that they can only be knocked out, but not knocked out of the ring? Cheating, this is cheating. Chapter 45. Jiaozi flying in the air looks down at Kellen below. Then, he stretched out his finger and cast a whole wave on Kellen. At this time, Son Goku also recognized that what Jiaozi cast was the Tao Bibai Dongbo who was killed by him at the beginning. I remembered. The moves he uses are the same as those of a man named Tao Bibai. Hearing what Son Goku said, Tian Xinyan hurried over. Brat, just now you said the same moves as whom? What are you doing? I just said that his moves are the same as the Tao Bibai I killed. Tao Bibai was killed by you, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Otherwise, what would you think? Knowing that Son Goku actually killed Tao Bibai, Tian Xinyan felt very incredible. You know, he has been working hard with the goal of Tao Bibai. But Tao Bibai is such a powerful existence, he was actually killed by this brat in front of him. Tian Xinyan glanced at Son Goku, then turned and left. Afterwards, Master Roshi told Son Goku that Tao Bibai is the younger brother of Crane Immortal. Tian Xinyan came to the auditorium and told Crane Immortal about this matter. After learning about this, Immortal Crane quickly ordered that Dumpling stop playing and kill Kellen directly. Following Immortal Crane's order, the dumplings increased Dong Dongbo's power. Krillin, who had been dodging all this time, knew that going on like this was not an option. He suddenly thought, since Yamcha can cast Kamehameha, then he should be able to do it too. He tried it out first, and found that it worked. Then, he looked at the dumpling that was gathering energy, and also made a Kamehameha pose. Jiaozi casts a powerful Dong Dongbo on Kellen. Kellen jumped up, avoided Jiaozi's attack, and came behind Jiaozi. Then, he cast Kamehameha that he had accumulated for a long time on the dumpling. Jiaozi was directly hit by Kellen's attack and was sent flying. However, because Dumpling has flying technique, Kling's attack did not eliminate Dumpling. Afterwards, Jiaozi even used superpowers to make Kling's stomach hurt and he was unable to attack. However, in the end, relying on his arithmetic ability, which was stronger than that of Jiaozi, Kellen directly punched Jiaozi out of the ring while Jiaozi was counting with his fingers, and won the victory. The fight between Kellen and Dumpling is over, and after that, there will be a fight between Son Goku and a boxing star. Although the boss of the boxing star used some tactics, Son Goku defeated him easily in the end. At this point, all four people who have advanced to the semi-finals have appeared. Tian Xinyan vs Master Roshi, Son Goku vs Krillin. The first semi-final, played by Tian Xinyan against Master Roshi. Come here. Master Roshi is going to avenge Yamcha. With Master Roshi's strength, he can definitely defeat Tian Xinyan. It's just that this Tian Xinyan is also very strong. Even if it's Master Roshi, it won't be easy to defeat him. Anyway, we just need to watch how Master Roshi defeats Tian Xinyan to avenge Yamsha. Because they knew Chenglong was Master Roshi, the audience didn't think that Master Roshi would lose to a Tian Xinyan. You know, Master Roshi is a martial arts master known as the god of martial arts. How could it be possible to lose to Tian Xinyan? As soon as the battle started, the two started a fierce battle. Master Roshi grabbed Tian Xinyan's leg and threw him out, but because Tian Xinyan knew flying technique, he was not eliminated. The warm-up exercise for the two is over, and the official battle will follow. Tian Xinyan disappeared in place at an extremely fast speed, and launched an attack on Master Roshi. However, Master Roshi jumped up to avoid his attack. Tian Xinyan jumped up not to be outdone, and the two engaged in a fierce battle in the air, not to lose each other. Before, Tian Xinyan launched the attack first, but this time Master Roshi also launched the attack. Master Roshi used multiple afterimage punches, directly splitting into 8 people. Multiple afterimage punch did cause a little trouble for Tian Xinyan. It's just that, because Tian Xinyan has 3 eyes, he saw where the real Master Roshi was, and knocked Master Roshi out. The wonderful battle between the two continues, neither of them can do anything to each other. In order to defeat Master Roshi, Tian Xinyan used a new move, Solar Flare. He spread his hands on both sides of his temples, and then his whole body emitted a dazzling light like the sun. Except for the referee wearing sunglasses, everyone else was blinded by the dazzling light of the solar flare. And Tian Xinyan took the opportunity to hit Master Roshi on the back of the neck with a heavy blow to the top of his knee, knocking Master Roshi to the ground directly. In Tian Xinyan's view, after suffering this trick, Master Roshi can't do it in a few days if he wants to wake up. But the next moment, Master Roshi stood up from the ground. Chapter 46. During the battle between the two, Crane Immortal also knew that Jinglong's true face was Master Roshi, and told Tian Xinyan about it. After learning that his opponent is Master Roshi, Tian Xinyan finally understands why the old man in front of him is so powerful. In order to surprise Master Roshi, Tian Xinyan also poses as a Kamehameha, and then casts Kamehameha on Master Roshi. Tian Xinyan's attack was bounced by Master Roshi, but seeing that Tian Xinyan is so powerful, he can learn Kamehameha at a glance. Master Roshi also knows that it is time for the change of generations. This era is no longer the era of old people like them. The strength of each of their apprentices is so strong, even surpassing them old people. The next era is the era of these young people. Master Roshi feels a little sorry for Tian Xinyan, who obviously has such great strength, but insists on following the big villain Crane Immortal. So in order not to let him continue to go astray, Master Roshi began to use a tongue attack on Tian Xinyan. He told Tian Xinyan that his strength has surpassed that of Crane Immortal, and there is no need to continue to follow Crane Immortal. Also, he has such great strength, he should use this strength in the right way. Although Tian Xinyan said that what Master Roshi said was nonsense, but from the perspective of Master Roshi, it is natural to see that Tian Xinyan's heart has begun to shake. He didn't continue to fight, but directly jumped off the ring, declaring himself to admit defeat in this way. And this scene also caused quite a shock to Tian Xinyan. He is very clear that Master Roshi didn't fight with all his strength, but now he just admits defeat. In order to clarify this matter, plus his heart is also a little shaken. So he found Master Roshi who had transformed back in the background. He really wants to know why Master Roshi deliberately conceded defeat to him. Because in his opinion, a person who learns martial arts should not do such a thing. Learn martial arts, isn't it just to win? Master Roshi told him that he did this for the sake of his apprentice. I don't want them to become arrogant people. And the reason why he conceded defeat was not, as Tian Xinyan thought, that his apprentice could not defeat him. Because this era already belongs to young people, not to old people like them. And Tian Xinyan is also one of these young people. He told Tian Xinyan that he is not a pure villain, otherwise he would not have come to him. He hopes that he can get rid of the darkness and walk towards the light. Although Tian Xinyan is still stubborn, he said that his dream is to become the world's #1 killer like Tao Bibai. However, Master Roshi knows that the Tianjin people have begun to shake more and more at this time. At this time, the battle between Son Goku and Krillin has officially begun. Both are Master Roshi's apprentices, as brothers of the same school. They didn't fight each other, but started a very fierce battle as soon as they came up. The two come and go, using their own fighting styles, but because Son Goku has more combat experience, he still has the upper hand. It's just that when Krillin was about to lose the game, he suddenly grabbed Son Goku's tail. Because he remembered that Son Goku's tail is the weak point. As long as you catch his tail, you can win. Although this is a bit despicable, as long as you can win, it doesn't matter if it is despicable or not. However, what Krillin didn't expect was that when Son Goku was about to be eliminated, he suddenly stood up. Son Goku told Krillin that he has also been training his tail for the past 3 years, so his current tail is no longer a weakness. Krillin's biggest killing move was useless, so there was no suspense in this battle, and Son Goku won the final victory. Krillin didn't even know how he lost, he just saw Son Goku suddenly disappear and then appear, and then he was hit head-on, and the whole person was blown out. Because Son Goku defeated Krillin, he advanced to the final and will compete with Tian Xinyan for the final championship. Win-win-win. Goku win. Seeing Son Goku win, all the audience were also very happy. Although they don't hate Krillin anymore, they definitely like Son Goku more. But this is also very normal. How could Krillin be Goku's opponent? Great! Master Roshi didn't avenge Yamcha, but Goku can avenge him. But to be honest, I didn't expect Master Roshi to admit defeat in the end. Yet, at first I thought he felt that he was no match for Tian Xinyan, so he didn't want to lose too badly and conceded. But since Tian Xinyan said that he didn't show his full strength, it must not be the reason. Chapter 47. So, the reason why Master Roshi took the initiative to admit defeat is really the reason he said. Because he wants to hand over the world to young people. But it's true, he and Crane Immortal and the other strong men of the older generation have lived for hundreds of years. Although they are strong, the strength of their apprentices has already caught up with them, and even surpassed them. This world, after all, still belongs to young people. Pattern, this is the pattern. Knowing that this world belongs to young people, so I just abdicate directly. I really deserve to be the god of martial arts. That is to say, the pattern of Master Roshi is much better than those who are trying to gain fame but insist on occupying the title of Master or Beast. But it looks like this Tian Xinyan has a tendency to be whitewashed. According to what Master Roshi said, he is not a very bad person, he just went astray because he followed Crane Immortal. You say, will Tian Xinyan be whitewashed in the end? I think it should be. Didn't you see that after he heard Master Roshi's words, his heart was shaken? Is this a martial arts master? When I see a talented martial artist who has gone astray, I hope to bring him back to the right path. Yet, if Tian Xinyan can really be cleansed in the end, then Master Roshi really deserves the most credit. But indeed, although Tian Xinyan says he's a bit bad now, his talent is really strong. Kamehameha can be easily seen by him at a glance, and his power is even stronger than that of Yamcha and Krillin. I think if he explodes with all his strength, he can also destroy the moon. That's for sure. I think that even if his strength is worse than Master Roshi's, it's definitely not much worse. With his strength, if he breaks out with all his strength, he can definitely destroy the moon. But Master Roshi has cultivated for 300 years to be so powerful, but this Tian Xinyan must not be so old. He actually has such a strong strength, he really deserves to be a genius. Isn't Goku the same? He was 12 3 years ago, so he is 15 now, younger than Tian Xinyan. But his strength must be stronger than Tian Xinyan. Master Roshi can become a martial arts master, the god of martial arts, strength, and talent needless to say. But Goku, Tien Shinyan, and the others have caught up at such a young age. It's no wonder that he wants to abdicate to the virtuous, and hand over the world to young people like them. It's going to be the big showdown between Goku and Tien Shinyan. Last time Goku didn't win the championship, this time I believe he will definitely win. That's right. He won the championship, better teach Tien Shinyan a lesson and avenge Yamcha. Even if Tien Shinyan may be whitewashed later. But he hasn't cleared up yet. Audiences will hate what they should hate. So they all hope that Goku can teach Tien Shinyan a lesson in the final and avenge Yamcha. If Tien Shinyan really cleans up afterwards, wouldn't it be difficult to make a move? The final match between Son Goku and Tien Shinyan officially started on the second day. The two started a very fierce battle as soon as they came up, even more intense than the previous few games. The two are using their own moves, and they are not at the disadvantage of each other. Tien Shinyan cast Solar Flare on Son Goku, trying to defeat Son Goku in this way. But what he didn't expect was that not only did he fail to attack successfully, he was punched in the stomach by Son Goku instead. Son Goku, who was temporarily blind, is not blind. When Tien Shinyan saw Son Goku's appearance at this time, he didn't know why. It turns out that Son Goku is actually wearing a pair of sunglasses. This pair of sunglasses was taken by Son Goku from Master Roshi when Tien Shinyan was casting Solar Flare. Because of the sunglasses, Solar Flare has no effect on him. Solar Flare's attack failed, and Tien Shinyan used moves such as Volleyball Punch and Four-Body Punch, but they were all cracked by Son Goku. Seeing that Tien Shinyan has fallen into a disadvantage, Immortal Crane became anxious. He let Dumpling use superpowers, and when Son Goku attacked, he was immobilized, making him unable to move. And Tien Shinyan took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Son Goku. However, he didn't know that Son Goku was given the superpower of Dumpling, and he thought it was Son Goku himself who showed his flaws. It's just that as the number of times increases, and Son Goku keeps saying that he is mean, it also makes Tien Shinyan feel that something is wrong. He looked at Son Goku, then at the Crane Immortals and Dumplings in the auditorium, and knew the truth of the matter. Jiaozi, is that you? Tien Shinyan transmits voice to Dumpling. Unlock superpowers. I don't want to win in disgrace. Tien Shinyan doesn't want to win in this way, but Crane Immortal doesn't allow it. He doesn't care if Tien Shinyan wins or loses, he just wants Tien Shinyan to kill Son Goku and avenge his younger brother Tao for nothing. Chapter 48. Okay. It seems that what Master Roshi said really worked. Tien Shinyan's heart was really shaken. Yes, if he is really hopeless, then he should take the opportunity to attack Goku, but instead of doing that, he let Dumpling unlock the power. This shows that he has gradually come out of the darkness. But this Crane Immortal is really despicable and bad. He actually let Dumpling use superpowers to deal with Goku. How can he stand up to this? This Dumpling really has so many superpowers, it's like a kid with superpowers. This Crane Immortal doesn't care about his disciples at all, he just treats his disciples as his tools. Otherwise, he could have waited until the end of the game to find a chance to attack Goku, instead of letting Tien Shinyan attack directly during the game. By doing so, not only will Tien Shinyan be disgraced, but if Tien Shinyan kills Goku, he will lose the championship right away. So, it is only natural that Tien Shinyan and Dumpling will fall into darkness after practicing with a master like Crane Immortal. I just hope that Tien Shinyan can persevere, and don't stop resisting just because Crane Immortal doesn't allow him. Yet, with such a master, it's time for him to resist. Don't obey the orders of Immortal Crane. Tien Shinyan let Dumpling unlock superpowers, and wanted to fight Son Goku fairly. It also made many viewers recognize him. Although he did do bad things before, and even broke Yamcha's leg. But at least at this moment, he is indeed a true martial deist. The Crane Immortal forced Tien Shinyan to kill Son Goku, but Tian Xinyan was unwilling. And Tian Xinyan also said that he no longer wants to be the world's #1 killer like Tao Bibai, he just wants to win with dignity. So, he resolutely let Dumpling stop. The dumplings also obeyed Tian Xinyan's order. It's just that Tian Xinyan and Jiao's resistance made Crane Immortal very upset. In order to vent his anger, he wanted to kill the dumpling beside him. Step aside. At the moment of crisis, Master Roshi roared, and Kamehameha shot instantly, directly knocking Crane Immortal into the air. The person in the way disappeared, and Tian Xinyan can finally act on his own will. He intentionally withstood Son Goku's fierce attack, which is repaying the attack he launched just now while Son Goku was immobilized. Then, the two continued to fight fiercely. The two of you come and go, and you won't lose each other. Originally, I didn't want to use this trick, because it would be a pity to kill you. Tian Xinyan looks at Son Goku and speaks. Hearing his words, Master Roshi also realized that Tian Xinyan is going to use some moves. He actually learned the Qigong Cannon. Qigong Cannon, what is that? Kellen on the side was puzzled. That is a powerful move with infinite destructive power. Because of its powerful power, it consumes a lot of energy from the user. Even if you don't die, your lifespan will be halved. Crane Immortal, you actually taught me this trick. Tian Xinyan flew into the sky, posing in the pose of a Qigong Cannon. Remember, you must get out of the way. Tian Xinyan didn't want to kill Son Goku, so he reminded him. Then, he formed a circle with his hands, and there was gas around his hands. This also caused Tian Xinyan's hands to look like they were glowing slightly. After concentrating a certain amount of qi, Tian Xinyan also used the Qigong Cannon against the ring below. A burst of dazzling light flashed, and the ring was hit hard by the Qigong Cannon, causing a violent explosion. As the movement dissipated, something that left everyone dumbfounded happened. The original arena has disappeared, replaced by a bottomless pit. It's another Qigong move. And according to Master Roshi's description, it seems to be even stronger than Kamehameha. At least Kamehameha doesn't drain the user's lifespan, while this Qigong Cannon does. In other words, after Tian Xinyan used this trick, his lifespan was directly halved. Probably not. As long as you don't use enough gas, there is no danger. Isn't that what Tian Xinyan said? However, the power of this move doesn't seem to be as strong as Kamehameha's. It just punched the ring out of a deep hole. Back then, Master Roshi directly destroyed the moon. It's different, Tian Xinyan's goal is just the ring, so he just destroys the ring. And didn't you see that bottomless pit? Maybe this pit spread directly to the other end of the earth. Makes sense. By the way, does anyone think that the scene where Master Roshi hit Immortal Flying Crane just now is very handsome? Me. This scene is really cool. Master Roshi is very reliable at the critical moment. Without Crane Immortal, Tian Xinyan is finally clean. Chapter 49. But this Tian Xinyan looks much more pleasing to the eye after getting rid of the Crane Immortal's cleansing. If this was before, I don't think he would have warned Goku to get out of the way. Yeah, it means he doesn't want to kill Goku. But the question is, did Goku really get out of the way? If you didn't get out of the way, wouldn't you have fallen into this deep pit? It's also possible to get out of the way, but if that's the case, the only place he is now is in the air. That's right, it's possible that he jumped into the air the moment the Qigong Cannon fell. Now that the ring has disappeared, the two can only decide the winner in the air. In that case, Goku will suffer a lot. Tian Xinyan knows flying technique. That's right. Isn't Goku about to lose again? Not necessarily. Tian Xinyan's move must have consumed a lot of energy. Maybe he doesn't have enough energy to keep flying in the air. Whenever this kind of critical moment for the championship, I can't help being nervous. Me too. We're just spectators, but we still can't help being nervous. Kellen and the others who were watching the battle were naturally very surprised when they saw that the ring had disappeared. However, they are even more curious about where Son Goku went. Could it be that he disappeared with the ring? Many people have this idea because they can no longer see Son Goku. It's just that the next moment they saw Son Goku's figure appearing in the sky. Son Goku jumped directly into the sky the moment he was dropped by the Kigong cannon. Seeing Son Goku alive in the sky, Tien Shinyan is also very happy. He didn't intend to kill Son Goku, so naturally he didn't want to see him die. It's amazing, to be able to jump to such a high altitude in that instant. Tien Shinyan is not stingy with his compliments. Your special skills are very strong. If I didn't escape as you said, maybe I would really die. The two fell towards the ground while talking. But unfortunately, you will lose this game. Because you can't fly in the air, and the ring below has already disappeared. That is to say, the winner or loser of this match is determined by who falls to the ground first. I can use the flying technique to fly in the air, and the winner has already been decided. Looking at the disappearing arena below, Son Goku thought for a while, and soon came up with a solution. Then you can watch my last attack. Speaking, Son Goku poses as Kamehameha to Tien Shinyan. Seeing that Son Goku wants to use Kamehameha, Tien Shinyan, Master Roshi and others don't think Son Goku can succeed. Because Kamehameha is useless against Tien Shinyan, it cannot defeat him. However, to everyone's surprise, Son Goku's Kamehameha was not used against Tien Shinyan. He turns around and casts Kamehameha behind him. Originally, Son Goku didn't intend to directly attack Tien Shinyan with Kamehameha. Instead, I planned to use Kamehameha's reaction force to attack. Because of Kamehameha's reaction force, Son Goku rushed directly towards Tien Shinyan at a very fast speed. No matter how strong you are, you will be affected even in the air. It's over. Looking at Son Goku rushing towards him, Tien Shinyan shouted. Then, Son Goku bumps into Tien Shinyan, knocking Tien Shinyan unconscious. Afterwards, Son Goku and Tien Shinyan fell towards the ground together. Whoever falls to the ground first will win. In the process of falling, Son Goku cast Kamehameha again, but the power is very small. But the situation turned in Son Goku's favor. However, just as Son Goku was about to win, a car suddenly drove over. Son Goku crashed into the car, was bounced to the ground by the car, and fell to the ground before Tien Shinyan. Just like that, Son Goku lost the game. Although it is a pity, there is no way, luck is also part of strength. Son Goku failed again, and this time it was down to luck. This made the audience feel so sorry and regretful. Ah! Goku lost again. He's the runner-up again. And this time, he lost because of luck. The last time I lost to Master Roshi was because of his short legs, which can barely be said to be his lack of strength. But this time, his strength is not weaker than Tien Shinyan, even stronger than Tien Shinyan. However, he lost because of luck. However, there is no way to do this. No one can tell what will happen during the game. Luck is also a part of strength, although it is really a pity. But then again, Goku and Tien Shinyan's physical fitness is completely beyond the reach of ordinary humans. They fell directly from a height of hundreds of meters to thousands of meters and did not die. Even Goku was hit by a high-speed car. Chapter 50. No, it should be said that this car is so strong. Goku fell from such a height, the impact must be very strong. But it didn't crash the car and scrap it. The quality of the car is so good. Yes, your focus is very different. But it's really a pity, Goku lost both times and won the runner-up twice. Yet, he wants to win a championship, why is it so difficult? It's okay, Goku will definitely win the championship in the next Tenkaichi Budokai in 3 years' time. He lost this time because of luck, and he is not weaker than Tien Shinyan in terms of strength. I don't believe it anymore, Goku won't be able to win the championship in the next world's #1 Budokai. That's right, I don't believe it either, I don't believe Goku's luck will be so bad next time. Son Goku did not win the championship twice, only finishing runner-up. This makes the audience feel sorry. Wanting to see Son Goku win the championship has become an obsession. They must see Son Goku win a championship. And they believe, Son Goku can do it. If he didn't have this strength, then they wouldn't have this obsession. The Budokai ended, and Tien Shinyan, who won the championship, received applause and praise from many audiences. And this also made Tien Shinyan feel a different feeling. In the past, he never experienced this feeling of being applauded and praised by so many people. And this feeling also makes him feel very good. After winning the championship bonus, Tien Shinyan wants to give half of the bonus to Son Goku. Because he thinks that he will win because of luck. In terms of strength, I am not as good as Son Goku. But Son Goku didn't want it. So Tien Shinyan treats guests to dinner. During the meal, because Son Goku's Dragon Ball and Ruyi stick fell in the martial arts venue. So Kellen helped him go back and get it. But just going like this gave Son Goku a very uneasy feeling. It's like the feeling that Kellen will never return once he leaves. It is also because of this feeling that Son Goku is restless. Because he was really restless, Son Goku couldn't help but ran back to the Budokai venue. However, it was there that Son Goku saw a scene he will never forget. Klin fell to the ground, not breathing. Klin, he is dead. Other people who came back were surprised to see Kellen dead. At this time, because of Krillin's death, Son Goku's anger reached a peak. The referee who fell to the side told several people that a monster appeared and took away the Dragon Ball and the roster of the Budokai. Krillin fought with the opponent in order to stop him, and was killed just like that. Damn, hate! Son Goku looked at the dead Kling, and was so angry at that monster. I was so angry that my hair stood on end. Bulma, did you bring the Dragon Ball radar? Son Goku picked up the wish stick and said to Bulma. Bulma nods and brings out the Dragon Ball radar. Although Master Roshi wants to prevent Son Goku from going to that monster, but at this moment, Son Goku can't listen to anything. He grabbed the Dragon Ball radar and chased that monster in somersaulting cloud. After Son Goku left, Oolong found a piece of paper on the ground. This piece of paper has a magic word written on it. Hearing the description about this piece of paper, Master Roshi was taken aback and hurriedly took the piece of paper. Seeing this piece of paper, he trembled all over. Master Roshi told others, "This is Piccolo Daimao's logo. This Piccolo Daimao is a very evil big devil who appeared in the past. He made the whole world into a hell. He is a very terrifying existence." In order to solve this Piccolo Daimao, Master Roshi and Crane Immortal's Master Wu Tato left to find a solution. And this is also an important factor that made Crane Immortal step into evil ways. This lets the Crane Immortal know that things like justice are very powerless in the face of powerful forces. Afterwards, Tato Wu came back and learned a powerful move called Mo Fengbo, and sealed Piccolo Daimao in the rice cooker at the cost of his life. This seal is hundreds of years old. But unexpectedly, Piccolo Daimao has appeared again now. At this time, in a huge spaceship, the old Piccolo Daimao was sitting in it. In front of him, there are guys like Pilaf again. It turns out that the people who released Piccolo Daimao were Pilaf and others. And the reason why he wants his subordinates to get the Dragon Ball and Budokai roster. The purpose is to rejuvenate myself and kill all the martial arts masters. Because he is worried that one day, he will meet a martial artist who can seal waves again and seal him in the rice cooker. The death of Kellen and the appearance of Piccolo Daimao not only shocked Master Roshi, Tien Shinyan and others greatly. At the same time, it also shocked countless viewers. Chapter 51. Klin is actually dead. Klin's strength is not weak. But he was killed so easily by this Piccolo Daimao's men. Then this Piccolo Daimao, how powerful it is. At first, I thought that after the end of this Budokai, Goku would go out for another adventure just like before. I didn't expect such an evil and powerful guy to appear. In order to revive Krillin, Goku will definitely match up with this Piccolo Daimao. But Goku has just finished fighting Tien Shinyan, so he hasn't even eaten. His condition is very poor. Even if he meets Piccolo Daimao's subordinates, he will not be his opponent. Don't. Goku won't be killed by this Piccolo Daimao's men. Impossible. How could Goku die so easily? Sure enough, every time I feel that I know enough about the Dragon Ball period, there will always be a new strong person to slap me in the face. We were still too naive, thinking that Goku and Master Roshi are strong enough that no one in this world will be their opponent. But the Piccolo Daimao that appears now can make even Master Roshi so fearful, which shows that he is definitely very powerful. Such a monster still existed in the Dragon Ball period. Then besides Piccolo Daimao, will there be other strong people? Let's not talk about other powerhouses, just a Piccolo Daimao is already difficult enough to deal with. Well, now I just hope that Goku doesn't die at the hands of Piccolo Daimao's men. The appearance of Piccolo Daimao let all the audience know. Their understanding of the Dragon Ball period is really too one-sided, too tip of the iceberg. Every time they think they know enough, something new happens to slap them in the face. Know that this is different from other times. Those top powerhouses in other periods, even the cannon fodder of that period, knew it. So the audience can also learn from the past lives of other guests. But the top players in the Dragon Ball period are different. At this time, one pops up from time to time, which is completely incomprehensible. Piccolo Daimao. Just hearing the name gives people a great sense of oppression. And it could actually plunge the whole world into darkness. Doesn't that mean that the original Earth was ruled by Piccolo Daimao? To rule the Earth, this is the first time such a character has appeared. No matter in other periods or in this period, there has never been anyone who can unify the world. And Piccolo Daimao, he did it. Although it was sealed in the end. But at least he did it. With the help of the Dragon Ball radar, Son Goku quickly found Dan Balin, Piccolo Daimao's subordinate who killed Kling and snatched the Dragon Ball. Because Son Goku was in a very bad state at this time, he was easily defeated by Dan Balin, and even Somersault Cloud was eliminated. Dan Balin thought he killed Son Goku, so he left. But Son Goku is not dead, he wakes up and finds a fish being grilled. After eating this fish, he recovered, but at the same time he also met a man named Yaki Lube. Son Goku saw the Dragon Ball on Yaki Lube, thinking that he was an accomplice with the previous monster. Yaki Lube was also very upset with Son Goku because Son Goku ate his fish, and the two had a big fight. But then, Son Goku found out that Yaki Lube's Dragon Ball was different, so the misunderstanding between the two was resolved. At this time, Piccolo Daimao sent another man over to get the Dragon Ball from Yaki Lube, but Yaki Lube killed him instantly and was even eaten. In order to avenge this newcomer and get back the Dragon Ball, Dan Balin appeared again. But this time, because Son Goku has recovered his form, he easily defeated Dan Balin, and directly hit Kamehameha to beat Dan Balin into meat sauce. Because both of my subordinates have been dealt with. There is no other way. Piccolo Daimao can only do it himself. Son Goku and Piccolo Daimao fought a battle, but the result was not Piccolo Daimao's opponent, he was defeated directly, and even the Dragon Ball was taken away. Because the remaining Dragon Ball is in the hands of Master Roshi, so Piccolo Daimao found Master Roshi and others. In order to stop Piccolo Daimao, Master Roshi stepped forward. Before he told Tien Shinyan that he didn't know how to fight Tai Do's Mo Fengbo, but it was actually a lie. He will. In order to be able to seal Piccolo Daimao again, Master Roshi resolutely sacrificed his life to cast magic sealing wave. But it is a pity that when he was about to seal Piccolo Daimao, a gust of wind blew over the rice cooker, causing the seal to fail. And I also lost my life because of the magic sealing wave. Looking at Master Roshi who fell to the ground and lost his life. Countless spectators burst into tears. They all stood up, looked at Master Roshi, and shouted in unison. Teacher Wushan, you are the real god of martial arts. Chapter 52. Originally because Master Roshi is a good teacher, it made many viewers like him. And now, Master Roshi has shown with his actions that his title of martial arts god is worthy of the name. Even if you know that you will die after casting the magic seal wave. However, like his master Wu Taidu, in order to seal Piccolo Daimao, he resolutely used Ma Fengbo. Not everyone has the courage to die. Master Roshi, Master Wushan. He is worthy of the title of God of Martial Arts. It is also worthy of their tears for him, sending him off for the last time. Although Master Roshi is a little astringent, he has always been very reliable in matters of right and wrong. In front of his advantages, even his astringent shortcomings are nothing. Giving your own life to seal Piccolo Daimao without hesitation, this is not the courage that everyone has. Of course, do you think anyone can be called the god of martial arts? But unfortunately, the seal failed. In other words, Master Roshi died in vain. Who would have thought that there would be a gust of wind blowing by? The wind will come sooner rather than later, but at this time. Now that Master Roshi is sacrificed, even Goku is defeated by Piccolo Daimao. Could it be that no one can stop him? Besides, he's going to use the Dragon Ball to make a wish now. Wish him to be young again. If Piccolo Daimao is restored to his youth, then his strength will become stronger. No, Goku is not dead yet, he must have a way. Yet, all hope now is on Goku. In order to be able to defeat Piccolo Daimao, but also to heal his own injuries. Son Goku asks Yakirobe to bring himself to Kailan Tat. Yakirobe climbed to the top of the tower with Son Goku on his back, and met Karin Immortal. Karin Immortal ate a fairy bean to Son Goku, which directly restored all his injuries. At this time, Piccolo Daimao has made a wish to Shenron to regain his youth. And in order to prevent other people from hindering him with the Dragon Ball, Piccolo Daimao directly killed Shenron. Recovering his youth, and no one hinders him, Piccolo Daimao's ambition to rule the world has finally begun. He came to the capital of the world, found the king, and threatened him to give up the king's position. Since then, the world has fallen under the rule of Piccolo Daimao. Moreover, in order to put the world into panic, Piccolo Daimao also randomly selects a city to destroy every day. Under his mighty power, cities were destroyed one by one, while other cities that were not destroyed also fell into turmoil. The whole world is in chaos. This is the result of being ruled by an evil person. Cities were destroyed one by one, and other cities fell into turmoil. The whole world fell into chaos. Damn it! It's all the fault of the Pilaf trio. If they hadn't released Piccolo Daimao, it wouldn't be like this. That is to say, when they competed with Goku for the Dragon Ball before, they didn't do too much bad things, it was just a normal snatch. But this time, they really went too far. Since they can find the rice cooker that seals Piccolo Daimao, it means that they know how terrible Piccolo Daimao is. But they let Piccolo Daimao out in order to rule the world for themselves. They are also really stupid. Don't they know that there is no good end to seeking a tiger's skin? They still hope that after Piccolo Daimao has ruled the world, he will hand over part of the world to them to rule? It's simply whimsical. At this time, we need a savior to defeat Piccolo Daimao and save the world. Do you still remember that the divination mother-in-law said before that Goku will save the world in the future? Could it be this time that she said? Very likely. So Goku is the savior. Goku. Defeat Piccolo Daimao and save the world. All audiences pinned their hopes on Son Goku. They watched the child grow up, and many miracles happened to him. Who can beat Piccolo Daimao to save the world? Then there is only him. When Piccolo Daimao threw the world into chaos. In order to defeat him, Son Goku and Tien Shinyan also started their own efforts. Tien Shinyan has seen Master Roshi perform magic sealing wave, so in order to seal Piccolo Daimao, he intends to learn this trick. Even if this trick would cost his life, he has no regrets. Master Roshi resolutely used the magic wave in front of him, and his behavior of not caring about his own life completely affected him. In order to defeat Piccolo Daimao, Son Goku was sent to a place by Kallen Immortal. It is said that there is something called super holy water in this place. As long as you drink it, you can stimulate your potential and become stronger. Chapter 53. After going through a lot of hardships, Son Goku finally found super holy water. Different from super holy water is a real treasure, the kind that can stimulate a person's potential. It's just that the premise of stimulating potential is to have potential. So, if a person with no potential drinks the super holy water, not only will he not become stronger, but he will even die. And the dead are still the majority. After all, there are very few geniuses with potential. And Son Goku is one of the very few. After drinking the super holy water, Son Goku clutched his neck and fell to the ground and rolled in pain, as if he drank poison. And this is also the characteristic after drinking super holy water. After a person with potential drinks it, the pain will be relieved after a while, and then the strength will increase greatly. But if it is a person without potential, then the pain will disappear immediately. After suffering for a while, Son Goku stood up from the ground. Looking at his appearance, his strength has increased greatly at this time. At this time, Tien Shinyan has also successfully practiced Mofengbo, and went to the location of Piccolo Daimao, intending to seal Piccolo Daimao. At this time, Piccolo Daimao has already selected another city to be destroyed, and is already planning to set off. But Tien Shinyan appeared in front of him and stopped him. Before destroying the city, Tien Shinyan must be dealt with first, but Piccolo thinks that Tien Shinyan is not qualified to do it himself. So, he created a minion to fight Tien Shinyan. Because Piccolo Daimao has regained his youth, the subordinates he created will be much stronger than the previous subordinates. Even Tien Shinyan was caught in a hard fight. However, under Tien Shinyan's desperate fight, he finally found a chance to get close to Piccolo Daimao. He took out the rice cooker, and cast a magic wave directly at Piccolo Daimao. However, what Tien Shinyan didn't expect was that his Mofengbo didn't hit Piccolo Daimao, but hit Piccolo Daimao's subordinate. Not only that, but Piccolo Daimao destroyed the rice cooker, causing Tien Shinyan to fail to seal even Piccolo Daimao's men. Exercising the magic wave, Tien Shinyan consumed a lot of physical strength. He fell to the ground and had no energy left to continue fighting. However, just when Piccolo Daimao's subordinates were about to kill Tien Shinyan, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked Piccolo Daimao's subordinates into the air. And this figure is exactly Son Goku, who arrived in time. Son Goku not only kicked Piccolo Daimao's subordinates away with one kick, but also instantly killed him with one kick. Son Goku, who has greatly increased his strength, surprised Tien Shinyan. But Piccolo Daimao didn't take it seriously. He still thinks that Son Goku is just a stupid person who came to die. Piccolo Daimao launched an attack on Son Goku, but all of his attacks were blocked by Son Goku. Afterwards, Son Goku attacked Piccolo Daimao and sent Piccolo Daimao flying with one punch. Then, Son Goku continued to attack Piccolo Daimao, and Piccolo Daimao also fought back desperately. The two fought fiercely. I saw that Son Goku was able to fight against him without losing the upper hand, and he even took the upper hand. Piccolo Daimao finally decided to fight with all his strength. Originally, he didn't want to fight with all his strength, because it would consume his lifespan. But now, there is no other way. If you don't use your full strength, then you are no match for Son Goku at all. As Piccolo Daimao roared, his aura rose extremely rapidly, and even his powerful aura caused the ground to vibrate and cracks appeared. Piccolo Daimao with full strength, just a wave of his hand, contains powerful power. Piccolo Daimao took out his full strength and knocked Son Goku to the ground with a single punch, and even made a huge deep hole in the ground. However, just when Piccolo Daimao was so happy that he killed Son Goku. Suddenly, a voice came from the deep pit. Turtle. Groob. Gas. Achievement. As Kamehameha's voice sounded, Son Goku appeared from the pit, posing as Kamehameha to Piccolo Daimao. He then casts Kamehameha on Piccolo Daimao. Although Piccolo Daimao avoided Kamehameha at first, unexpectedly, Son Goku was able to manipulate Kamehameha's movement trajectory, making Kamehameha move behind Piccolo Daimao and hit him directly in the back. Son Goku's move didn't do much damage to Piccolo Daimao. A more intense battle is unfolding between the two. Chapter 54. After some fighting, both Son Goku and Piccolo Daimao exhausted a lot of physical strength. Son Goku was hit by a ray cast by Piccolo Daimao and injured his right leg. Son Goku, with only one leg left, his speed has been greatly affected. But fortunately, he has the help of Ruyi Bang, so he still has a little advantage. In order to completely eliminate Son Goku, and to wash away the humiliation Son Goku brought to himself, Piccolo Daimao roared, his whole body swelled up, and his whole body was covered with a layer of light. A powerful energy was gathered by Piccolo Daimao, and several beams of light were emitted from Piccolo Daimao's fingers, knocking away the wish stick in Son Goku's hand. Now, you can no longer move fast. You are finished. As Piccolo Daimao said, he raised his right hand full of strength, aiming at Son Goku. Go to hell! An attack containing a majestic energy roared towards Son Goku. This attack even spread to cities tens of thousands of kilometers away. As for the city where Piccolo Daimao and Son Goku are located, it directly turned into a wilderness. Under the terrifying attack of Piccolo Daimao, Son Goku disappeared without a trace. However, Piccolo Daimao was not too happy too early. He soon discovered that Son Goku is not dead. He can feel Son Goku's breath. He looked up and saw Son Goku was in the air, caught by Tien Shinyan. At the moment of crisis, Tien Shinyan rescued Son Goku and flew into the air with Son Goku. It's too dangerous. If there is no Tien Shinyan, then Goku will probably die under this terrifying attack. It's terrifying, it's really terrifying. Piccolo Daimao's attack just now is far more powerful than all our current weapons. If his attack had directly hit the ground, the damage would have been even stronger. That's for sure. This attack is several times stronger than the previous Kamehameha and Qigong cannon. It is estimated that at least 2 or 3 moons can be destroyed. Boy, now the moon is a unit of measurement. But yes, in front of these monsters, a small satellite like the moon is indeed a unit of measurement. If even the moon does not have the strength to destroy it, then it is not a top power at all. Countless viewers didn't expect it. One day, they will actually use whether they can destroy the moon as the criterion for whether a person is a top powerhouse. Destroying the moon by manpower was undoubtedly a fantasy to them before. Now it has become the standard for them to think whether a person is a top powerhouse. What? Can't even destroy the moon? What kind of top powerhouse is this? No, you don't even need a top-level powerhouse, not even a powerhouse. After all, Master Roshi, who can destroy the moon, is just an ordinary powerhouse in front of the current Piccolo Daimao and Son Goku. Piccolo Daimao and Son Goku, the 2 top powerhouses. They estimate that they can destroy 2 or 3 moons without any problem. I used to see those top powerhouses fighting in the Hokage period and the Pirate period. It makes me feel that only those who can destroy a village or an island are truly strong. And now, after seeing these monsters in the Dragon Ball period, my vision has also become higher, and the standard for the strong has also been raised. Can't destroy the moon? What kind of power is this? If you look at it according to this standard, then those top powerhouses in other periods can't be considered real powerhouses at all. They can't even be considered ordinary powerhouses. Indeed, those top powerhouses in other periods are already very powerful for us. But in front of these monsters from the Dragon Ball era, it still doesn't work. It's not that the top powerhouses in other periods are weak, but these top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period are really monsters. In the eyes of the audience, the top players in other periods are not weak. At least stronger than them, do not know how many times. In their current period, it was an enemy of 10,000 people in the true sense, or even an enemy of 100,000 people. But the top powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period are really monsters. Master Roshi, who can destroy the moon, has gradually been unable to keep up with the version. In the new version of the Dragon Ball period, the general strong players, such as Master Roshi, Kling, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, etc. You can destroy a moon. And top players like Piccolo, Daimao, Son Goku. The number of moons that can be destroyed can be represented by several. It is still unknown whether there will be other strong people in the future. For those top powerhouses in other periods, their versions have been updated to the latest, and there will be no new versions. Even if there is a new version, the strength of those top powerhouses will not be greatly improved. But the version update during the Dragon Ball period, the strength of this top powerhouse is simply a qualitative leap. Chapter 55. But there is a problem, although this time Piccolo's attack was Tien Shinyan who saved Goku. But his physical strength has already been consumed a lot. If Piccolo uses the attack just now next time, then Tien Shinyan may not have the extra physical strength to save Goku. And there is another problem. Whether it was Wu Taidu or Master Roshi, they all died immediately after using the magic seal wave. But Tien Shinyan is not dead. What's going on? Is there a possibility that Wu Taidu and Master Roshi died after using the magic seal wave because they exhausted their chi? If a person is out of breath, he will die. And Tien Shinyan didn't die because his chi was much stronger than these two, so he just consumed a lot of chi, but his life was not in danger. So this matter also illustrates a problem, that is, as long as the strength is strong enough, the kind of moves that will kill you once you use them will not die even if you use them. That's right, the reason why the people used by Mofengbo will die is because their strength is not strong enough. Otherwise, it would be like Tien Shinyan, just exhausting his energy. Even Tien Shinyan's strength is not strong enough. If Goku is allowed to use it, then I think he will be fine in the future, and his physical strength will not be consumed much. Really? But that's not the point is what will Goku and Tien Shinyan do if Piccolo performs that powerful move later? It's up to Goku and Tien Shinyan. All we can do now is pray for them. Tien Shinyan falls to the ground with Son Goku. But as soon as it hit the ground, Tien Shinyan was lying on the ground panting. Originally, he consumed most of his physical strength because of the magic sealing wave. Rescuing Son Goku just now has exhausted his remaining physical strength. It turns out that the flying technique just now has consumed your remaining stamina. At this point, you have no way to escape from his grasp. Piccolo looked at Tien Shinyan and Son Goku and laughed. Even if Son Goku escaped once, but next time, without Tien Shinyan's help, he will still die. Piccolo Daimao gathers energy again, intending to give Son Goku a final blow. And just when Piccolo Daimao was condensing his energy, his whole body was full of weaknesses. Son Goku is waiting, this is the time. He jumped on one foot and punched Piccolo Daimao with a punch. It's just a pity that because he only has one foot to take off, his strength is simply not enough. Did not completely prevent Piccolo Daimao from condensing energy. Brat, die immediately! Piccolo Daimao let out a loud roar, and the condensed energy roared out. Because Son Goku is right in front of him right now, there is no time to dodge. So, Son Goku can only raise his hands in front of himself, resisting Piccolo Daimao's move. The majestic energy exploded again, destroying the surrounding things even more thoroughly. A very huge deep pit appeared in front of Piccolo Daimao. Son Goku's figure just disappeared into this deep pit. This time, no one rescued Son Goku, he took Piccolo Daimao's move head-on. Although Piccolo Daimao's physical strength was exhausted, the power of this move was weakened. But even the power after weakening cannot be underestimated. So in Piccolo Daimao's view, Son Goku, who took this move head-on, has absolutely no hope of surviving. However, the next moment, the thing that made Piccolo Daimao panic happened again. Somersault Cloud. With a voice calling for Somersaulting Cloud flew into the deep pit. Then, Son Goku grabbed Somersault Cloud's tail and flew out of the deep pit. Although Son Goku is in a very poor state at this time, with scars all over his body, but he still survived. After receiving a powerful attack from Piccolo Daimao, he still survived. Great! Goku, he's still alive! Oh my god! He was still alive after eating Piccolo Daimao's attack head-on. It really is Goku. Although the power of Piccolo Daimao's move just now has weakened, it can still destroy the moon. In other words, Goku survived an attack that could destroy the moon. This physical fitness has completely exceeded our imagination. When a person's chi and physical fitness are strong enough, they can really do whatever they want. Among other things, if people like Son Goku and Piccolo Daimao appeared in their period, that is the existence of invincibility. They can really do whatever they want, no one dares to control them, and no one has the strength to control them. The attack is capable of destroying several spheres. Even if the defense is all the weapons in the world, it can't kill it. The speed is even more supersonic. What to do? Chapter 56. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a human being be able to fight me, Piccolo Daimao, for so long? I don't believe it. Piccolo Daimao looks at Son Goku, who resisted his own attack and is still alive, like looking at a monster. He couldn't believe his eyes. Who is he? He is Piccolo Daimao. The invincible Piccolo Daimao. But now it will be deflated in the hands of a human child. How could such a thing happen? I have a tail, maybe I'm not human at all. But now, your strength and mine are running out. It's almost time for a break. Son Goku looked at Piccolo Daimao and said. Piccolo Daimao released 2 attacks in a row, and he also ate the opponent's attack head-on. Both of them are running out of strength left. There is no more power left for them to fight, and it is time to decide the winner. At this time, Son Goku has put his own life and death aside. Piccolo Daimao panicked as he watched Son Goku walking towards him step by step. He quickly ran to the side, towards Tien Shinyan, who fell on the ground. Then, Piccolo Daimao held Tien Shinyan's head and took Tien Shinyan hostage to threaten Son Goku. Because Tien Shinyan was taken hostage, so Son Goku had to stop the action. Seeing his threat take effect, Piccolo Daimao blew 2 stones, disabling Son Goku's other leg and left hand. Then, he throws Tien Shinyan away and flies into the air, intending to deliver the final blow to Son Goku in the air. At this time, Son Goku is covered in scars, and his legs and one hand have also been abolished. So in Piccolo Daimao's view, Son Goku can no longer resist and avoid his own attack. Go and die for me! Piccolo Daimao swoops down from the sky, intending to give Son Goku a final blow. You miscalculated. I still have one hand to use. However, what Piccolo Daimao didn't expect was that Son Goku raised his right hand and concentrated all his remaining strength on the right fist. Then, Son Goku sent a shock wave toward the ground, causing the whole person to fly up and head towards Piccolo Daimao. Everything I have, I'm betting on this punch. The right fist is packed with all of Son Goku's remaining strength. If you fail, you will be benevolent. This punch either killed him or killed Piccolo Daimao. Facing Son Goku's attack, Piccolo Daimao also raised his hands to block himself, intending to block Son Goku's punch. Heaven and earth penetrating wave. Son Goku raises his right fist to Piccolo Daimao. Behind him, there seemed to be a phantom of a giant ape. This punch that condenses everything from Son Goku, under the blessing of the phantom of the great ape, collided with Piccolo Daimao. Following a dazzling light flashed by, the collision between the two completely decided the outcome. Son Goku's punch directly passed through Piccolo Daimao's body. In front of Piccolo Daimao, a huge hole was left. Son Goku, win. Successful, I won. Grandpa Master Roshi, Kellen, I avenged you. Son Goku is so excited, he finally avenged Master Roshi and Krillin. How can this happen? I, Piccolo Daimao, will be defeated. I can only say that you are amazing. At this time, Piccolo Daimao couldn't believe that he was actually defeated. But in the face of this ironclad fact, he can only accept it. However, don't think that my demons will disappear. Piccolo Daimao exhausted his last strength and spat out an egg towards the distance. My child, one day you will avenge your father, and you must not let the evil end like this. Piccolo Daimao pinned all his hopes on this child. Afterwards, he couldn't hold on anymore, and died in an explosion. The aftermath of Piccolo Daimao's explosion also affected Son Goku, causing him to fall towards the ground faster. With Son Goku's current state, if he just falls to the ground like this, he will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Tien Shinyan has no physical strength at this time, and can't do anything. But at this time, a figure drove a car at high speed from a distance. Then, this figure jumped up, took Son Goku, and didn't let Son Goku fall to the ground. And this figure is none other than Yajirobe. After rescuing Son Goku, Yajirobe leaves with Son Goku. And Tien Shinyan joined Yamcha and others who rushed over, and told Yamcha and others about Son Goku's defeat of Piccolo Daimao. Chapter 57. Win. Goku won. Great. When I saw Goku being threatened, I really panicked. This Piccolo Daimao is really despicable. But it's okay, Goku is better. Yet, luckily Piccolo Daimao left Goku with a hand. If he takes away Goku's remaining hand, it's really over. But Goku's punch was so handsome that it exploded. It's a punch that put everything on him. Yet, and behind him there is a phantom of a giant ape. If Goku can turn into a great ape, then I think it will be easier for him to defeat Piccolo Daimao. But if Goku turns into a giant ape, then there is no distinction between friend and foe. I guess it's not just Piccolo Daimao, the whole world will be destroyed. Anyway, as long as Goku wins. I knew Goku could win. Really? I think you were nervous when you saw Goku was about to lose. What do you know, I call it emotional rendering. With Goku's current strength, he will finally be able to win the championship in the next world's #1 Budokai. Not necessarily, have you forgotten that Piccolo Daimao left behind a child before he died? This kid is sure to be Goku's new enemy. What's the matter? Goku can beat his father, why is he afraid of a child? Anyway, this child may also participate in the next world's #1 martial arts association. At that time, there will be a battle between him and Goku. This is all for the future. The problem now is that Shenron has been killed, and he can no longer make a wish. Yes, those who died cannot be resurrected. But to be honest, people who were originally dead cannot be resurrected. But after seeing the magic of the Dragon Ball, we feel sorry for not being able to bring the dead back to life. No way, who made the Dragon Ball really so magical? This is a peerless artifact. Unfortunately, Master Roshi, Kellen, and Dumpling, as well as those killed by Piccolo Daimao, cannot be resurrected. Perhaps, this is their destination. After all, the dead cannot be resurrected. Oh, yes. On Kallen Tower, Son Goku recovers from his injury. But because Shenron is dead, he now has a headache about the dead Master Roshi, Kling and the others. The immortal Kallen was also very shocked after knowing that Shenron had died. Shenron is dead, so the dead cannot be resurrected. But then, immortal Karin thought of a way. That is to find the person who made the 7 Dragon Balls, and then ask that person to revive the Dragon Ball. And the person who made the Dragon Ball is the god. And the gods live in the higher temple above the top of Kallen Tower. If you want to go to Kallen Tower, you need the help of Ruyi Bang. Because the Ruyi stick was originally something that connected the Temple of Heaven and Kallen Tower. So as long as you pass the Ruyi stick, you can reach the temple. However, because the Ruyi stick is not on Son Goku went to find the whereabouts of the Ruyi stick. Finally, with the help of the divination mother-in-law, I learned that the Ruyi stick is in the Gaixian house. Originally, Tian Xinyan found the dropped Ruyi stick, and then brought the Ruyi stick back to the Gaixian house. Son Goku rushed to the Kamisen house, got the Ruyi stick, and asked Bulma to keep the corpses of Master Roshi and others. He has a way to revive Shenron. After getting the Ruyi stick, Son Goku returned to Kallen Tower, and inserted the Ruyi stick into a small hole on the top of Kallen Tower. Then, he stretched the wish stick and started heading to the temple. God? Temple? I didn't expect such a thing to exist during the Dragon Ball period. It turns out that the Dragon Ball was actually created by the gods. No wonder it can fulfill any wish. But wait a minute, since there were gods in the Dragon Ball period, why didn't the gods appear in the subsequent periods? Maybe it's because only Goku saw Tenjin. In the following periods, although there were many strong players, there was still a big gap compared with the strong players in the Dragon Ball period. There is no need for the gods to appear. 2. You say, since there are gods in the Dragon Ball era, will there still be gods in our era? No way, the Dragon Ball period is hundreds of millions of years away from us now. Since it's a god, isn't it normal to live forever? Even Master Roshi and Crane Immortal can live hundreds of years. It makes sense for you to say that. So, the gods really live outside the 33rd heaven. If the god is really alive, then don't we have a chance to meet the god? Are you thinking about farting? Is the god so easy to see? Anyway, it's good to have a thought. Chapter 58. Before that, people always thought that gods and the like were nothing more than myths and legends. How could there be a god in this world? But now, there is a god in the time of learning about the Dragon Ball. They were immediately excited. This legendary creature actually exists. This is when the myth shines into reality. If the gods appeared in other periods, they might not believe it. But the gods appeared during the Dragon Ball period. They believe it. There were so many miraculous things during the Dragon Ball period, even immortals. It is not surprising that another god appears now. Moreover, the Dragon Ball is an artifact that can fulfill any wish, even the dead can be resurrected. Only the gods can make it. God. During the Dragon Ball period, there are gods. And now, Son Goku is about to go to the legendary temple to meet the gods. If Goku can really go to the temple, wouldn't we also be able to follow him and meet the legendary god? I didn't expect that in my lifetime, I could actually see what a god looks like. It's all thanks to Goku. It seems that Suibai's previous life, Goku, is the so-called son of destiny. No way, you didn't discover this until now, did you? I discovered it a long time ago. It's a good thing that Suibai came to the show. Otherwise, how would we know that there was such a magical and powerful period in the ancient dinosaur era? And Suibai's past life was Son Goku. If his past life is some kind of cannon fodder, then we can't know so many things. Keep going. I can't wait to see what Celestial is like. With the help of Ruyi stick, Son Goku went to a place higher than Kallen Tower. Of course, it wasn't that easy along the way. He passed through a thick layer of dark clouds and was attacked by a strong thunderbolt. In the end, with his persistence, he finally saw the temple located above the Kallen Tower. I don't know how high it is. Ruyi stick brought Son Goku to the temple. The temple is very big. Soon, a dark-skinned person appeared. He said that his name is Bobo, and he is not a god, but just a servant of the god. He knows that Son Goku has defeated Piccolo Daimao. It's just that if you want to see the gods, you need to take a test. That means you need to defeat Bobo. Son Goku thought the quiz was easy because he even beat Piccolo Daimao. But unexpectedly, the strength shown by Bobo surprised Son Goku. No matter how he attacks, Bobo can collapse. But Bobo's attack was very violent. No matter how Son Goku attacks, he can't even hit Bobo with one blow. In the end, Son Goku lost to Popo. Bobo said that Son Goku's strength is still too weak, and he is not qualified to meet the gods. He said that there are people beyond people and heaven beyond others, and if he defeated Piccolo Daimao, he would be the strongest person. Son Goku is of course unwilling to go back without seeing Tenjin. So he plans to practice on the temple, to the point where he can defeat Bobo. Bobo also told Son Goku some things. For example, because the temple is at a high place, the air is very thin, and large-scale exercise will consume a lot of energy. For example, Bobo can know where Son Goku is and even what he wants to do without even looking with his eyes. Knowing that Bobo is so powerful, and knowing that Tien Shen is even more powerful than Bobo, Son Goku was so excited. Because he can finally become stronger. He not only has the opportunity to restore Shenron and revive everyone, but also has the opportunity to become stronger. Son Goku's attitude was also approved by the gods. So, although Son Goku didn't defeat Popo, God still appeared to meet Son Goku. However, when Son Goku saw Tenjin, he was taken aback. The next moment, he rushed directly towards the God of Heaven, and launched an attack on the God of Heaven. Because, Tenjin and Piccolo Daimao actually look exactly the same. Because of this, Son Goku mistook Tenshin for Piccolo Daimao, and believed that Piccolo Daimao was not dead yet. Facing Son Goku's attack, Tenjin just flicked Son Goku away. And Bobo also told him that this is not Piccolo Daimao, but a god, but he looks the same as Piccolo Daimao. Son Goku was also very embarrassed to learn that he had made a mistake. Tenjin told Son Goku that he and Piccolo Daimao were one body a long time ago. He learned that there are temples and gods, so he found the gods. However, the god will die, and he also hopes to become the heir of the god. It's just that the previous god saw the evil in his heart, so he didn't make him a god. Chapter 59. In order to be able to become a new god, after a hard practice, the god expelled his own evil and became a new god. And the evil that was expelled by him is Piccolo Daimao. God knows Son Goku's purpose. He asked Popo to repair the broken Shenron statue, and then revived Shenron. Because Shenron was revived, Dragon Ball also returned to its original state. Bulma summoned Shenron to resurrect those killed by Piccolo Daimao and his men. Naturally, Master Roshi, Kellen, and Dumpling are also resurrected. In exchange, Son Goku needs to practice in the temple for a period of time. And this also makes Son Goku very happy. After all, he wanted to stay and practice. The god also told Son Goku that Piccolo Daimao spit out an egg before dying. This egg is equivalent to Piccolo Daimao too. And his strength is stronger than Piccolo Daimao. If you want to defeat this new Piccolo Daimao, you need to practice very hard. In this way, Son Goku began to practice in the temple. And the practice of the temple is completely different from his previous practice. Tianjin not only asked Bobo to teach Son Goku how to get rid of those redundant movements, but also used his ability to let Son Goku come to various places to practice. Because of this, Son Goku's strength began to increase at a very fast speed. Not only has his strength, speed, and defense been greatly improved. Even, I learned how to use chi and how to perceive other people's chi. The practice in the temple has given Son Goku a lot. As for the various practices of the temple, all the audience who watched were a little dull. They didn't expect that such a way of practice could exist. God directly used his ability to send Son Goku to the past world to practice. And even sent him to practice in various worlds. Even, let him learn how to know exactly who other people are and where they are without using eyes. With the chi that everyone has. So our previous guess was correct. The chi during the Dragon Ball period is actually the same as the chi we thought. That's right, according to what was said in the Dragon Ball period. In fact, each of us has chi in our body, even ordinary people do. It's nothing more than a matter of strength. A truly strong man can use his chi freely. It turns out that when Goku and the others performed Qigong such as Kamehameha and Qigong Cannon, they were not able to use their chi freely. You can't say that, maybe they only use their chi when they perform these moves. Moreover, after learning how to use your own chi, you can even sense the chi of other people, and know who the other person is and where they are through the chi of other people. Is the so-called murderous aura also a kind of aura? This is different. Murderous aura is a kind of spiritual thing, and the chi in the Dragon Ball period is energy. It really is a god, the ability is really weird. But what I didn't expect was that this Piccolo Daimao is actually one with the god. It's actually the evil side of the god. No wonder Celestial and Piccolo look exactly the same, and Piccolo is so powerful. But this god's strength is stronger, even this Bobo under him is so powerful. But why doesn't the god go and destroy Piccolo? Even if he doesn't have time, let Bobo go. With Popo's strength, it would be very easy to defeat Piccolo Daimao. Could it be because Piccolo Daimao is his evil side after all, and he can't bear it? Ah, this is a possibility. Anyway, after Goku cultivates here in Tenjin, his strength will definitely become stronger. At that time, he will definitely win the championship at the next world's #1 Budokai. The Piccolo 2 will also appear at that time, and it will definitely be Goku fighting him in the end. But to be honest, Goku and Piccolo Daimao really have a bad relationship. Piccolo Daimao himself was defeated by Goku, and Goku went to practice with his body, and then he had to fight his son. I just don't know, after Goku defeats Piccolo 2, will Piccolo 2 spit out another egg? Well, it's time to see how Goku defeats Piccolo 2. Whether Son Goku can beat Piccolo again. No one doubts. Since Son Goku can beat the old Piccolo, the new Piccolo can definitely be defeated by him too. Even if this new Piccolo is stronger than the old Piccolo. But Son Goku, he has practiced here in the gods. But really, it was Upa's father that Shenron resurrected before. But now, it's actually bringing so many people back to life. That is to say, it is indeed an artifact made by the gods. Chapter 60. But why did the god say that he doesn't have the ability to resurrect people? Obviously he was the one who created Shenron. It's nothing, for example, airplanes, rockets, and the like are made by us humans. But we humans can't do what they can. But Goku and they can. Are you sure Goku and the others are still human? They're totally superhuman. The world's #1 Budokai is about to start, and Goku is going to meet his good friends again. I'm so excited. Yes, every time I see Goku reunited with his best friends, I am very excited. After all, who doesn't like to see such a warm scene of reunion? Yes. 3 years have passed quickly, and it is the day when the new world #1 Martial Arts Association begins. Bulma, Master Roshi and others arrived at the Budokai venue early. However, Son Goku, Kellen and the others haven't arrived yet. Afterwards, Bulma helps a little girl with a balloon hanging from a tree. But because she is not tall enough, she can't get it. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of her and helped her take down the balloon. Take it, Bulma. It's just that Bulma and the others are very puzzled by this figure. They don't know who this figure is. Grandpa, I am so happy that you are resurrected. How are you all? The figure raised his head, looked at Bulma and the others and said. And seeing his face, Bulma and the others were also taken aback. They recognized it. Difficult, could it be, Goku? What's wrong with you? Of course it's me. Is it because my head is wrapped in a bandage, so you can't recognize me? Son Goku took off the bandage wrapped around his head while speaking. After taking off the bandage, Son Goku also completely appeared in front of Bulma and others. However, Son Goku at this time is no longer that short, cute little boy. He has turned into a handsome, tall boy. Looking at Son Goku who has grown up in front of me, Bulma's heart is beating. She was the first to know Son Goku, and she also grew up watching Son Goku. But Son Goku as a child, she just thought it was cute. And Son Goku, who grew up, really moved her heart. After Son Goku appeared, after waiting for a while, Kellen and others finally arrived. Good friends are reunited, everyone is naturally very happy. After signing up, everyone also came to the hotel to rest. And what they didn't know was that a figure appeared in the crowd. He leaves after saving a man who was nearly stoned to death. This man is wearing a white hat, a white cloak, and green skin. And this person looks very similar to Piccolo Daimao. He is the child left behind by Piccolo Daimao, the second generation of Piccolo Daimao. You can also call him Piccolo. Wow! Is this Goku? Is this Goku? Is this really Goku? No, no, that cute Goku has turned into such a handsome boy. I did the math, and now Goku is 18 years old, and he's an adult. But even so, he has changed a bit too much. Not only is he more handsome, but he is also much taller. That's right. Goku is so handsome now. Even Bulma is heartbroken, let alone us. Dude, it's not appropriate for a man to say that. What's wrong with the man? Can't the man be moved? How come there are homos everywhere? Annoyed. By the way, didn't you guys think of yourself as Goku's male mother and female mother before? What's wrong? Maternal love has deteriorated. That's the cute Goku from when I was a kid. Is there anyone who wouldn't be tempted by the handsome Goku now? Makes sense. Are I the only one who thinks that this Piccolo too looks good? Although his skin is green, he is actually quite handsome. No way, your taste is so strong. But then again, this Piccolo doesn't seem as bad as his dad. It actually saves people. Indeed, and I don't think he has any purpose in saving people. After all, he is Piccolo Daimao. There is no need to save people. So, in fact, this new Piccolo is much better than the old Piccolo. But he's growing up a little too fast. He was born 3 years ago, which means he's only 3 years old now. This is 3 years old. As expected, he is the son of Piccolo Daimao. His growth rate has completely exceeded our imagination. Chapter 61. The next day, the #1 martial arts association in the world officially started. The rules are the same as the previous Budokai. You need to pass the preliminaries first, compete for the top 8 and then participate in the finals. In the preliminaries, Son Goku and Tien Shinyan also met Piccolo. Because Son Goku already knew that Piccolo would come, so he was not surprised. But Tien Shinyan saw Piccolo and was startled. Among the people present, only he and Son Goku had seen Piccolo, so he thought that Piccolo was some subordinate left behind by Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo looked at Son Goku, just sneered, but didn't say anything. In addition to Piccolo, Son Goku also met Shishi. But the difference is that Shishi didn't recognize Son Goku when he saw her, but he was a little helpless and disappointed, but not angry. Oh? Sure enough, the plot has changed a little bit. Seeing this scene, Suibai also became interested. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball found by the past life search tool is a little different from the original book. Originally, Shishi was very angry when he saw that Son Goku didn't recognize her. But now it is not there, just a little helpless and lost. So, won't she marry Son Goku directly in the final as in the original book? Son Goku married Shishi, but Suibai didn't think there was anything wrong. Although many people don't like Shishi and don't want Shishi to be Son Goku's wife. Although she does have some shortcomings, for example, the future of her son Son Goku is more important than the future of the Earth. Even the Earth is about to disappear, and he still cares about Son Gohan's academic problems. But I have to say that Shishi is fine as a wife and a mother. It's just that her position was a bit too hasty. After all, the person who has been growing up with Goku is Bulma. Many people originally thought that Son Goku would end up with Bulma. And Son Goku and Shishi met only a handful of times, and ended up getting married in such a muddle? Who can accept this? But now, the content found by the past life searcher is somewhat different from the original work. It is estimated that he has explored his thoughts. So the Dragon Ball shown now may not be Shishi and Son Goku getting married. Or, it wasn't just Shishi and Son Goku who got married. But then again, I don't know what other people will look like after they know that this new Piccolo will become Son Goku's nanny in the future. Others don't know, so Abai naturally knows. Don't look at the fact that Piccolo is a big villain now, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. But in the future, he will become the nanny of the Son family. Not only help Son Goku take care of his son Son Gohan, but also help Son Gohan take care of his daughter Xiao Fang. It belongs to the model worker. And in the future, he still has the title of Son Gohan's father. In the draw for the preliminaries, Tian Xinyan asked Jiaozi to spread out everyone's numbers, so as to ensure that everyone would not meet each other during the preliminaries. During the preliminaries, Son Goku, Tian Xinyan, Kellen, and Yamcha passed easily and advanced to the top 8. Piccolo also won very easily. It's just that Jiaozi has encountered some problems here, because his enemy is actually Tao Bibai. It's just that the current Tao Bibai, because he was injured by the bomb at the beginning, many parts of his body have become machines. That is to say, the current Tao Bibai has become a mechanical Tao Bibai. Mechanical Tao Bibai is very strong, not only eliminated the dumpling, but even severely injured the dumpling. And it is said that Son Goku and Tian Xinyan will be killed in the final. After the preliminaries, the quarterfinals will start soon. The result of the lottery is that Tian Xinyan played against the mechanical Tao Bibai, Son Goku played against Shishi, Kellen played against Piccolo, and Yamcha played against a man named Xian. In the first game, Tian Xinyan will fight against the mechanical Tao Bibai. Because Tao Bibai was Tian Xinyan's idol at the beginning, and Crane Immortal was also in the audience, so Tian Xinyan didn't want to do it. But Tao Bibai didn't care about this, he not only tried his best to attack Tian Xinyan, but even took out a knife as a weapon, leaving a scar in front of Tian Xinyan. And this also made Tian Xinyan couldn't bear it anymore, he rushed directly in front of Tao Bibai, and instantly killed Tao Bibai with one punch. After defeating Do Bibai, Tian Xinyan advanced to the semi-finals. Second game, Son Goku vs Shishi. In the competition, Shishi did not force Son Goku to know her, and Son Goku also defeated Shishi with a single punch as in the original book, and advanced to the semi-finals. In the third game, Kling will play against Piccolo. The strength shown by Kellen even surprised Piccolo. He recognizes Klin's strength and thinks that Klin is also a strong man. It's just that Piccolo's strength is much stronger than Kling's. Although Kling has tried his best to attack, in the end, he still lost to Piccolo. Chapter 62. Although Kellen was very unwilling to lose, Tian Xinyan and Son Goku, who knew the identity of Piccolo, were not surprised by this result. After the third match, Yamcha will fight Xian. This fairy is an unknown enemy, he looks very inconspicuous, but his strength is very powerful. Yamcha's strength is already very strong, and he has even used moves such as Spike Wind Fist and Chi Bomb. But in the end, he still lost to Xian, and missed the semi-finals. At this point, all the people who have advanced to the top 4 have appeared. Son Goku vs Tian Xinyan. Fighting Immortals by Piccolo. The first semi-final, Son Goku will play against Tian Xinyan. Although Son Goku has been practicing with Tenjin for the past 3 years, Tian Xinyan is still very confident in his own strength and does not think he will lose to Son Goku. As soon as the battle started, Son Goku and Tian Xinyan fought fiercely. Whether it is in terms of strength or speed, the two can be said to be on par. It's just that the audience didn't expect that such a fierce battle between Son Goku and Tian Xinyan was just a warm-up. The real battle has not officially started until now. After the real battle started, the speed and strength of the two have been raised to another level. Goku, your strength is indeed very strong. But you have forgotten a very important factor in the battle. That's speed. Tian Xinyan spoke, accelerated his speed, and disappeared in front of everyone. The next moment, he appeared behind Son Goku and punched Son Goku away. As expected, Goku, although your strength is comparable to mine, but your speed is not as fast as mine. Looking at Son Goku who fell on the ground, Tian said. I didn't expect Tian Xinyan to be so fast. Son Goku was not knocked down by Tian Xinyan, he stood up from the ground as if he was not hurt at all. It's just that the next moment, he made a somewhat surprising move. He actually started to take off his clothes. Son Goku took off the black underwear, shoes, and wristbands he was wearing. And during the process of Son Goku's escape, Tian Xinyan also found something was wrong. He tried to hold Son Goku's clothes, but found that the weight was unusual. Son Goku told him that these things are the weight-bearing equipment on his body, which add up to 100 kilograms. After taking off these weights, Son Goku's speed is even better than before. Originally, Tian Xinyan's speed should be higher than Son Goku's. But after Son Goku took off the weight, Tian Xinyan couldn't keep up. In order to defeat Son Goku, Tian Xinyan used the moves he had learned in the past 3 years. He roared, and the whole person turned into 2. It's not over yet, it has changed from 2 to 4. Tian Xinyan changed from 1 to 4 directly. Moreover, this is not an afterimage created by using the afterimage fist, but the real change from 1 person to 4. Look at Tian Xinyan who turned into 4 people. Many viewers wiped their eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes and they misread. But after wiping, they found that Tian Xinyan is still 4 people and has not changed. If it's not my eyes, it's Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan turned into 4 people. That's right, and from the looks of it, this is not an afterimage created by the afterimage fist, but 4 real people. How did he do it? It's not something that can be done by just cultivating qi. At the previous Budo festival, Tian Xinyan grew 2 hands from behind and turned into 4 hands. I already feel terrible about this. I didn't expect him to evolve this move directly. 1 person splits into 4 people, is this really something that can be done with gas? Even in the Hokage period when ninjutsu was developed, at most some shadow clones could be created with chakra. But this one of Tian Xinyan is not the same as the shadow clone, but has really become 4 identical Tian Xinhans. I've given up thinking about it. In short, no matter what incredible things will happen later, or what incredible moves will be performed, I will not be surprised anymore. What I'm curious about is, Tian Xinyan has become 4 people, so how can he control the 4 himself? Do you use 1 mind and 4 things? It seems that this should be the case, but this is equivalent to turning 1 thought into 4 thoughts. This feeling must be very strange. In short, only Tian Xinyan himself knows what it feels like to become 4 people from 1 person. In other words, Goku will fight 4 Tian Xinhans next? Even if Goku is strong, Tian Xinyan is not weak. It's not easy for 1 person to deal with 4, even Goku. I can only say, it's hard to say until the end. Chapter 63. After Tian Xinyan becomes 4, Son Goku will fight 4 Tian Xinyan. So at the beginning, Son Goku also fell into a disadvantage. Then, the 4 Tian Xinhans ran to the 4 corners of the ring, preparing to perform some moves on Son Goku. Seeing this scene, Son Goku jumped into the sky, trying to dodge Tian Xinyan's move. But this is exactly what Tian Xinyan wants. The 4 Tian Xinyan looked up at Son Goku in the sky at the same time, and then shot a beam of light from the 3rd eye at the same time. 4 beams of light shoot up into the sky, aiming at Son Goku in the sky. Son Goku, who was in the air, had no time to dodge, was hit by Tian Xinyan's 4 attacks, and fell heavily from the air to the ground. However, just when Tian Xinyan thought he had won, but found that Son Goku, who fell on the ground, not only did not faint, but was even tickling. After that, Son Goku even stood up from the ground, and looked like nothing happened. Tien Shinyan, I won't be hit by your move anymore. I discovered 2 of your weaknesses. Son Goku said to Tien Shinyan. Hearing what Son Goku said, Tien Shinyan naturally didn't believe it. So, Son Goku asked Tien Shinyan to try again. Tien Shinyan ran to the 4 corners again, followed the same pattern, forcing Son Goku into the air, and then cast 4 beams at Son Goku in the air. But this time, Son Goku was not hit by Tien Shinyan's moves. Because he made a pose facing Tien Shinyan below. I'm sorry Tien Shinyan. I just borrowed your move. Solar Flare. Son Goku's figure coincides with the sun in the sky, plus he casts Solar Flare. Suddenly, a very dazzling light bloomed from Son Goku. The dazzling light made it hard for everyone except the referee wearing sunglasses and Master Roshi to open their eyes. As the target of the attack, Tien Shinyan's eyes are much better than others. Son Goku's move Solar Flare's lethality is stronger for him than others. His 12 eyes were stabbed so hard that he couldn't open them, so he could only cover his own eyes to resist the dazzling light. This is your first weakness, because your eyes are so good. Son Goku told Tien Shinyan about his first weakness. I didn't expect you to know Solar Flare. As for Son Goku's Solar Flare, Tien Shinyan really didn't expect it. Then, he braved the dazzling light, slightly squinted his eyes and attacked Son Goku. It's just that his attack was all dodged by Son Goku. Because your eyes are so good, you just want to use your eyes to capture the actions of the other party. So once your eyes lose their function, you won't be able to control my actions. Son Goku moved quickly on the ring while talking. I see, but it's only natural to use your eyes to capture movements. Aren't you the same about this? In Tien Shinyan's opinion, isn't it normal to look at the opponent's movements with your eyes? Otherwise, what are the eyes for? But the next moment, Son Goku taught Tien Shinyan a lesson. What does it means to catch the opponent's actions without using eyes? The 2 people behind me are going to attack me, one is using a knife with his right hand, and the other is kicking with his right foot in a roundabout. Son Goku obviously didn't turn around, but he knew that Tien Shinyan behind him was going to attack him. He knows exactly what attacks these 2 Tien Shinhans are going to perform, as if he saw it with his own eyes. But obviously, he didn't turn around to look. Why would you know? Son Goku's actions also shocked Tien Shinyan. This has completely exceeded his cognition. This is the result of practice. Tien Shinyan doesn't know how Son Goku knows. However, audiences who have seen Son Goku practice in the temple have their own guesses. Do you think Goku knew because he sensed the aura of Tien Shinyan behind him? I think it should be like this. When a person does not act, his chi should not move. And when a person wants to take some action, then his chi will do it. For example, if the 2 Tien Shinhans behind Goku want to use the right hand knife and the right foot to spin around, then in Goku's perception, the chi of the 2 Tien Shinhans behind him should run according to this action. In this way, even if Goku didn't see it, by sensing Tien Shinyan's chi, he can know what he wants to do. Good guy, so the standard of the strong has evolved again. Still relying on the eyes to catch the opponent's actions? It's already out of date. The current top powerhouses rely on sensing the opponent's chi to know the opponent's actions. The version of the strong, update again. Chapter 64. The ability displayed by Son Goku made the audience very incredible. After all, in those other powerful periods, there was no such way of perceiving chi. Of course, it is also possible that there is no such energy as chi in other periods, and there are other energies. But applying the method of the Dragon Ball period, those strong men in other periods can also know who this person is and what they want to do by sensing the energy of other people. But they didn't. In other words, this method is only available to the strong in the Dragon Ball period. Think about it 3 years ago, if you don't destroy a moon, you can't be considered strong. And after 3 years, if you don't know how to perceive qi, you can't be regarded as a strong person. The audience is also very emotional. The update speed of the strong version in the Dragon Ball period is really too fast. Maybe in a few more years, the next version update will come again. At that time, I don't know how to be a strong man. As time goes by, the light emitted by solar flare also gradually dissipates. Tian Xinyan, your eyes have almost recovered. Okay, then I'll win this match unceremoniously. Although the game is not over yet, Son Goku has declared victory to Tian Xinyan. It's like Tian Xinyan made a victory declaration to Son Goku before. You mean you can win for me? It seems a bit too early to say that. Tian Xinyan naturally didn't believe that Son Goku would beat him like this. He is still very confident in the strength of the four himself. The second weakness will become your fatal wound, Tian Xinyan. Listen up. Turning into 4 people is your failure. Son Goku revealed Tian Xinyan's second weakness. Then, he quickly rushed to the first Tian Xinyan, and directly punched him out of the ring. Then, he came in front of the other 3 Tian Xinhans at a very fast speed, with a few punches and kicks, he knocked the rest of Tian Xinhans out of the ring. 4 Tian Xinhans fell outside the ring, and the remaining 3 Tian Xinhans disappeared, leaving only the last Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan fell out of the ring and announced that the winner of this match is Son Goku. This way of failure is too unlike you, Tian Xinyan. Becoming 4 people is indeed a great way to fight. But the strength of one person has become that of 4 people, and the attack, defense, and speed have all become a quarter. This is not good. Son Goku said to Tian Xinyan under the ring. I saw through you, Goku. I got you because I didn't even have time to use the flying technique. Tian Xinyan is convinced by Son Goku. The first game of the semi-finals is over, and the second game will follow. Piccolo fights the immortal, that is, the god. Backstage, Son Goku also found the god and revealed his true face. However, what he was curious about was why the gods would personally come out to defeat Piccolo. God told him, because he has no way to beat Piccolo. God told Son Goku that he and Piccolo were originally a complete human being. So, once Piccolo is killed, even the gods will not be able to survive. Because of this, Son Goku can't be serious about Piccolo at all, because he has to worry about the gods. Because of this, it is said that the gods will personally deal with Piccolo. Because he doesn't think that Son Goku, who knows about this, can make up his mind to attack Piccolo. Also, he was responsible for the birth of Piccolo, so he needs to solve this matter. God also told Son Goku that he learned a good way to deal with Piccolo from humans. After saying this sentence, the gods appeared on the stage. As the game officially started, Tenshin and Piccolo did not fight as soon as they came up. God said Piccolo's plan, which is to conquer the world after killing Son Goku. But he won't let Piccolo succeed. Then, the god directly attacked Piccolo, knocking Piccolo into the air. And Piccolo was naturally shocked that the god would know his true identity and what he planned. He is eager to know who his opponent is. It's just that the gods will naturally not tell him. Then, the two started a very fierce battle. All Piccolo's attacks were blocked by the gods. It's just that it's not easy for the gods. He has already tried his best to block Piccolo's attack. And Piccolo also learned the true identity of the other party because of the god's idea, which is the god. In order to deal with Piccolo, the god took out a small bottle. Then, he performed the move he learned from humans on Piccolo, Mo Fengbo. God wants to use this trick to seal Piccolo. In this way, Piccolo will not die, but he will not be able to do evil anymore. Chapter 65. It's just that the gods didn't expect that the magic seal wave he cast would be bounced back by Piccolo. Because of this, Mo Fengbo hit himself, but was sealed in a small bottle by Piccolo instead. After the god was sealed, the human possessed by him also woke up. He didn't know what happened, saw Piccolo's scary face, and jumped off the ring directly. Because of this, Piccolo won and advanced to the final. The scene of Piccolo sealing the god was only seen by a few people, and the few people who saw it were also very surprised by what happened just now. After winning the victory, Piccolo walked up to Son Goku, and then swallowed the small bottle that sealed the god in front of Son Goku. What should I do now? If you don't kill me, then you won't be able to get the bottle. But if he kills me, he will die too. It's really nerve-wracking. Piccolo mocked Son Goku unceremoniously. You should be mentally prepared, the next thing you will do is to be cut into pieces by me. After speaking, Piccolo went backstage. And what happened just now, coupled with the fact that Piccolo sealed the gods, also made other people very puzzled. Master Roshi also came backstage at this time, asking Son Goku what was going on. Seeing other people's inquiries, Son Goku finally told the truth after struggling for a while. That guy is Piccolo Daimao. The others were naturally shocked when they learned of Piccolo's true identity. How is this possible? Piccolo Daimao, haven't you already eliminated him? Tien Shinyan said in disbelief. You must know that he saw it with his own eyes. Son Goku defeated Piccolo Daimao. And at that time, Piccolo Daimao exploded directly. How could he still be alive? I did beat him. But God told me that Piccolo Daimao spit out an egg before he died. And that egg contains all of Piccolo's hard work, so the guy who emerges from the egg is almost the same as Piccolo. And even better than the previous Piccolo. Son Goku's narration also has to convince others that that guy is Piccolo Daimao. Even, he is still a more powerful guy than Piccolo Daimao. But I saw it. Just now Mo Fengbo sucked a guy who looked like Piccolo into that little bottle in that ferry. Although they look alike, he is not Piccolo. He borrowed a human body to fight Piccolo. God. Son Goku also revealed the identity of the god. Actually, Tenjin and Piccolo were originally one. Abandoned the evil heart in order to become a god, and later became Piccolo. So as long as the two of them kill each other, they will die too. It turns out that the only way to get rid of the opponent without hurting yourself is to use the magic sealing wave. Master Roshi also knew the reason why the gods cast the magic wave. Tien Shinyan, Tenjin has been sucked into that small bottle by Mei Fubo. Is there any way to restore it? Son Goku asks Tien Shinyan. Just open the bottle cap, but that small bottle has already been swallowed by Piccolo. Because Piccolo is very powerful, there is no way for others to defeat him and save the gods. So the important task of defeating Piccolo was once again handed over to Son Goku. At this time, the audience also felt a headache about how Son Goku should save the gods. They still have confidence in whether Son Goku can beat Piccolo, thinking that Son Goku can beat Piccolo. But the problem now is not just to defeat Piccolo. It's about saving the gods from Piccolo. No wonder that man named Saiyan is so powerful, it turns out he was possessed by a god. But now it's troublesome, the god was sealed in that small bottle, and that small bottle is now eaten by Piccolo. If you want to save the gods, you need to disembowel Piccolo. But once you do that, you kill Piccolo, and the god dies that day. Yeah, but it's not a solution if you just let it go like this. Although the god will not be killed by Piccolo, it is a huge threat to Goku. So the question now is, how do I get that vial without killing Piccolo? This matter is completely an endless loop. To save the gods, Piccolo must be killed. And if you kill Piccolo, the god will die that day, and it doesn't matter whether you can save it or not. So, you need to save the gods without killing Piccolo. But this becomes an endless loop. Chapter 66. That's right. Let Goku give Piccolo a laxative. Let Piccolo pull out the bottle he ate. That's one way, but the question is how do you get Piccolo to take laxatives? Even Goku, getting Piccolo to take laxatives is not an easy task. Then you can knock Piccolo unconscious first, and then feed him laxatives. But with Piccolo's strength, it's not so easy for Goku to knock him out. And you'll see, Goku will definitely look a little timid in the ensuing battle. In this case, it will be more difficult for him to knock out Piccolo. Unless he is much stronger than Piccolo, but I don't think so. Actually, even if Piccolo ate the vial, he would have to perform an operation to take the vial out of his stomach. Even if his stomach is cut open, it can be sewn up again, and it is not certain that he will die. First of all, how do you get Piccolo to perform the operation quietly? Anesthesia? Do you think anesthesia is useful given his strength? Get Goku to knock him out? If Goku can do it, it's better to give him laxatives. Also, even if Piccolo can operate, how do you get the vial out? Like operating on other people? Please. With Piccolo's physical quality, do you think an ordinary knife can cut his skin? Only Goku can injure him. Even if Goku wounded him and took out the vial, how are you going to sew him up? Could it just be left alone? If this is the case, then Piccolo will die sooner or later, and God will die that day. After much deliberation, I can't think of a good way, just use the Dragon Ball to make a wish. But the problem is, Piccolo won't let Goku and the others collect the Dragon Ball to make a wish so easily. While many options were discussed, none of them were feasible. This also caused headaches for the audience. If they encounter such a situation, then they really have no good way to rescue the gods without killing Piccolo. They looked at Son Goku, feeling distressed and sympathetic for him. To face such a headache. If it really doesn't work, don't let God Guantian live or die, just kill Piccolo directly. With Goku's personality, I don't think he would do that. Also, with Goku's strength, it may be possible to defeat Piccolo, but it will be difficult to kill him. Also, if he really kills Piccolo, he will be directly disqualified from the competition and won't be able to win the championship. Let's see if Goku can think of a good way now. Yet, we can only put our hopes on Goku like Master Roshi and the others. Carrying the hopes of so many people, Goku is really not easy. The 10-minute break will soon pass, and the finals will begin soon. Son Goku and Piccolo step into the ring, ready to start this final match. Those who don't know the situation are cheering for this final. Because the previous two finals were very exciting, they are also looking forward to this final. But what they don't know is that this final is related to the future of this world and their survival. As the game officially started, Son Goku and Piccolo also had a very fierce battle as soon as they came up. The two of you come and go, and you won't lose each other. For those ordinary viewers, they can't see the battle between the two at all, they can only hear the sound of the two fighting. When the figures of the two appeared again, Piccolo stretched out his left hand to grab Son Goku, but was caught by Son Goku instead and threw him into the air. Son Goku took advantage of the victory and pursued, trying to attack Piccolo in the air. But what he didn't expect was that Piccolo had already recovered at this time, and attacked Son Goku first. Son Goku was directly knocked down to the ring by Piccolo's attack. It's not over yet, Piccolo keeps launching energy attacks on Son Goku, and Son Goku can only bear Piccolo's attacks non-stop. After a wave of attacks, Son Goku fell directly on the ring, covered in bruises. Others are worried that Son Goku will not be able to stand up because of this. But Piccolo knows that Son Goku won't just fall. If Son Goku fell so easily, then I wouldn't have been killed by Son Goku in the first place. Hey, you saw through. Sure enough, after hearing Piccolo's words, Son Goku stood up, and although his body was covered with bruises, his face remained unchanged, as if he had not been attacked. Although you are a big villain who does all kinds of evil, but your skills are really powerful, so I am very excited. Son Goku looked at Piccolo in front of him, and his whole body became excited. Chapter 67. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Whether it's Piccolo or Goku, these two people are so powerful. That's right. So in the battle with others before, they didn't show their real strength at all. The battle between Son Goku and Piccolo was also watched by the audience, who were stunned and excited. This battle is definitely the most exciting and intense battle ever. Even the stand between Son Goku and old Piccolo was not as exciting as this one. But to be honest, we viewers are really excited to watch. But if we're going to face Piccolo, let's not say that the blood is boiling, it's good to be able to stand. Who says it's not? Goku is the only one who can feel excited about Piccolo's strength. Goku doesn't know if he can beat Piccolo yet, but he's excited because of Piccolo's strength. This is the real powerhouse. From the audience's point of view, if the opponent's strength is so strong that they are not sure that they can defeat the opponent, they start to shrink back. Such a person cannot be regarded as a real strong man at all. A real strong person, even if he knows that he is not sure of defeating the opponent, can still start a battle, and even feel excited because of the strength of the opponent. At least for ordinary viewers like them, they can't do Son Goku. Of course, this is when he is not sure about defeating his opponent. If it means that he knows that he is not the other party's opponent, even the other party can kill him easily. Even if you are not excited, it is also a very reasonable thing. Just like Kellen, Tien Shinyan, and others. They certainly wouldn't be thrilled by Piccolo's power, but wouldn't that make them strong? Of course not. And if they can dare to fight Piccolo in this situation, then they are real warriors. But this battle is between Son Goku and Piccolo. They can't do it either. But speaking of it, although old Piccolo is indeed a big villain who does all kinds of evil. But this new Piccolo, he didn't do anything bad, he even saved people before. Indeed, and speaking of it, although he is also called Piccolo, he is not really the same person as the previous Piccolo. At least, he's not as evil as the previous Piccolo. Even so, I hope Goku can beat him. Although he is not as evil as the previous Piccolo, once Goku loses to him, I think he will still panic the world again like the previous Piccolo. Indeed, so Goku, you must defeat him like you did 3 years ago. The battle just now was at best a trial and a warm-up. And the next battle is the real battle. Son Goku and Piccolo look at each other, and the air around them seems to become tense. Then, the two roared at the same time, and 2 extremely powerful auras were released from the two of them. Son Goku exudes a fiery breath like a raging fire, while Piccolo exudes a cold breath like ice. Things like electric lights even appeared around the bodies of the two of them. Something was blown around the two of them by the wind, but it was burned by the incomparably powerful aura of the two of them. Then, the two rushed towards each other at the same time, and their aura also launched an extremely fierce collision. The momentum of the two collided to a tie, and then, the two attacked each other at a very fast speed. The limbs of the two have completely disappeared in the eyes of others, and the speed has completely exceeded the limit that other people can see with their naked eyes. Even Kellen, Tien Shinyan, and Yamcha, who are already far beyond the limits of ordinary people, cannot clearly see the battle between Son Goku and Piccolo. Afterwards, the two grabbed each other's hands and started a duel of strength. The two pushed each other, trying to push each other out. But the power of the two is evenly divided again. They can't do anything to each other. Knowing that neither of them can do anything to the other in terms of strength, they quickly changed their tactics. Son Goku disappeared in place, moving at an extremely fast speed. Tien Shinyan wants to see where Son Goku is with 3 eyes, but can't. Son Goku's current speed has far exceeded the limit that his 3 eyes can see. It's just that, although Tien Shinyan didn't see it, Piccolo found Son Goku's whereabouts. He hits the Overlord's elbow and pushes it forward. The next moment, Son Goku's figure appeared, and was directly sent flying by Piccolo's blow. Piccolo's strike directly caused Son Goku to smash into the wall on the ring. Worried about Son Goku, Kellen and others hurried forward to check on Son Goku's situation. But the next moment they discovered that Son Goku was not among them. Chapter 68. Behind you. The next moment, the figure of Son Goku appeared behind Piccolo. Afterwards, Son Goku kicked Piccolo out with one kick. Piccolo, who was kicked out, just stopped when Son Goku appeared behind him again and punched him. Seizing this opportunity, Son Goku launched a very violent attack on Piccolo. Piccolo wanted to fight back, but couldn't find a chance to fight back, so he could only let Son Goku's attack fall on him. Following another kick from Son Goku, Piccolo was kicked out. In order to prevent Son Goku from attacking him again, Piccolo immediately flew into the air after stopping his body. "Brat, you actually made me bleed." Piccolo wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Son Goku below with a very ugly face. He was actually beaten to blood by Son Goku. This is the first time since he was born that he was beaten to bleed. This is a great shame for him. No, it's still useless. And Son Goku's face is also very ugly at this time. Don't look at his attack just now was very violent, even Piccolo was beaten to blood by him. But for Piccolo, this is nothing more than a minor injury. No harm at all. Although it's just a drop of blood, you dare to let our demons bleed. Absolutely unforgivable. I'm going to blow up this venue. Piccolo said, pointing his hands at the ring below. Then, a very majestic energy condensed in his hands. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. Speaking, Piccolo is about to attack the ring below. At this time, it was too late for the audience to escape. In order not to affect the audience, Son Goku immediately jumped into the air to attract Piccolo's attention. I am here. Idiot, you actually want to protect these people. Piccolo's original target was Son Goku. Since Son Goku appeared in the air now, there was no need for him to attack the ring, but directly attacked Son Goku in the air. You think I can't hide? Watching Piccolo's attack, Son Goku pushed forward with his right hand, and a counterforce appeared, changing Son Goku's position in the air, allowing Piccolo's attack to pass him by. Piccolo's attack did not hit Son Goku, but landed in the mountains hundreds of kilometers away. Suddenly, the explosion swallowed all the mountains. Even, the shock generated by the explosion also spread to the martial arts venue, and everyone felt a very violent shock. With the disappearance of the explosion, the original mountains have disappeared. It was replaced by a huge pit with a diameter of thousands of kilometers and a depth of thousands of meters. At this time, Son Goku has already fallen into the ring. That guy still likes to mess around like always. Son Goku looked at Piccolo in the air and said with a very ugly face. If it wasn't for him to attract Piccolo's firepower and make Piccolo's attack just now fall into the ring, then except for him, everyone else will die. Humph, did you avoid it? But let me tell you, my real strength is more than that. Piccolo sneered at Son Goku below. Okay, then it's my turn to attack this time. Super Kamehameha. Turtle. Groob. Son Goku poses as Kamehameha, a very majestic energy condenses in his hands. Wait a minute. Goku, hurry up and wait a moment. But at this moment, Master Roshi hastily stopped Son Goku. Don't be too impulsive. Have you forgotten? If you kill him, God will die with him that day. Master Roshi stated the reason for his blocking. Son Goku also realized that, indeed, he couldn't kill Piccolo with his own hands. Seeing Son Goku not daring to attack, the audience not only pitied him, but also hated Piccolo. If it wasn't for Piccolo swallowing that vial, then Son Goku won't be so passive. Although from Piccolo's point of view, there is nothing wrong with his approach. But all the audience was on Son Goku's side, no one was on Piccolo's side. So for all viewers, what Piccolo did was wrong and very despicable. Damn it! If Piccolo hadn't swallowed that vial, how could Goku be as passive as he is now? That's right. Goku is so worried about the gods that he doesn't even dare to use Kamehameha. Damn it! If you don't rescue the god first, then Goku will always be passive like this. But the question is, how to rescue the god? There is no way. Could it be that Goku is going to be passive like this forever? Oh, Goku is still too kind. Because he cares about the life and death of the gods, he can't bear to do it. But this is Goku. Good and mighty Goku. Who wouldn't like Goku like this? Chapter 69. But this battle, he can't lose. Otherwise, Piccolo will start to rule the world again. Damn it. I can't imagine how Goku can win in this situation. If he doesn't care about the life and death of the gods, he can still win. But because he was worried about the gods, he couldn't attack with all his strength. Hey! Could it be that Goku is going to be the runner-up again this time? Whether Goku is the runner-up is not the key is this battle, he can't lose. But now, how else can he beat Piccolo? Piccolo is very powerful. If Goku doesn't use Kamehameha, it will be very difficult to defeat him. The game is not over yet, Goku still has hope. All viewers are praying inwardly. Pray for hope to happen and miracles to come. Son Goku, you can't just lose like this. What's wrong? Aren't you going to use some trick? Hey, your biggest weakness is that you can't be completely ruthless. Because you are worried about the gods, you can't let go and attack me at all. But I'm just the opposite, I can do anything. I am completely free. This is the virtue of the devil. Piccolo talks heartily. Let me give you an example. In this martial arts meeting, I can wipe out all the people in an instant without any effort. Just wait and see, what a beautiful world hell is. However, what is confusing is that life and death are only a moment. I can't appreciate the way you are struggling. As if to prove his words, Piccolo raised his hands to gather energy. His whole body is covered by a layer of dazzling light. Here we go. Speaking, Piccolo intends to launch a violent attack again. At this moment, Kellen on the side also suddenly thought of something, and shouted at Son Goku. Goku! Don't forget we still have 7 Dragon Balls. Even if the god is dead, you can ask Shenron to resurrect him. It's like resurrecting us. Yes. So we still have this way. Son Goku finally came to his senses after Kellen's reminder. Yes, they still have 7 Dragon Balls. Goku! Hurry up and kill Piccolo Daimao with Super Kamehameha. Thanks, Kellen. After knowing that there is still a Dragon Ball, this time Son Goku did not hesitate, and directly condensed Super Kamehameha. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, Shenron died 3 years ago. You all go to die. As Piccolo spoke, he launched an attack on Son Goku. Shenron has already been resurrected. Son Goku said, the Super Kamehameha in his hand also roared out. The attacks of the two collided in mid-air. The scene of the opposite wave appeared again. The attacks of the two collided with each other in mid-air, and both wanted to bounce back the other's attack. With a roar from Son Goku, he strengthens. As Son Goku's strength increased, Kamehameha suppressed Piccolo's attack and bounced Piccolo's attack back. What? It was bounced back. Seeing this scene, Piccolo was shocked. But it was too late to dodge, Piccolo was directly hit head-on by Son Goku's Super Kamehameha. The violent explosion occurred, even though it was high in the sky, but the aftermath still caused the audience below to be blown away. The dazzling light produced is even more like the previous solar flare, which makes people unable to open their eyes. After a while, everyone recovered. Just when everyone thought Son Goku had defeated Piccolo Daimao, they looked up into the sky and saw that Piccolo hadn't been defeated yet. Although Piccolo has suffered a lot of damage after resisting Son Goku's Super Kamehameha, but he finally resisted. You brat! Although it was only for a moment, it actually gave me the idea of fear. I will never lose to you! Piccolo yells at Son Goku. Then, he fell to the ground and looked at Son Goku with a very angry face. I can't spare you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Piccolo's anger is about to break through the sky. At this time, because Son Goku's attack caused Piccolo's clothes torn, and the hat he was wearing was also destroyed, so his true face was revealed. The audience present looked at Piccolo and thought he was very familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere. Finally, some viewers recognized it. It was Lan Chi. I think he looks like Piccolo Daimao. After what Lan Chi said, other people also realized that the person in the ring looks very similar to Piccolo Daimao. Chapter 70. Looks like it should be taken for granted. Because I am the reincarnation of Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo revealed his identity to the audience. Go back and tell the world that after I kill Son Goku, I will be your king again. Master Piccolo's world is about to recover again. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo's declaration also made the audience panic immediately. Although it was 3 years ago, they still vividly remember the fear that Piccolo Daimao brought to them at the beginning. Fresh in my memory. Now that Piccolo Daimao is still alive, they panicked. Countless spectators started to run away, wanting to escape from this place. In a blink of an eye, all the audience except Yamcha, Kellen, and Bulma ran away. As for the due diligence referee, they are still here. Although the audience finished running, the battle continued. Piccolo roared, gathering powerful energy again. He radiated light all over, and then, under the dumbstruck eyes of everyone, Piccolo's size actually became huge. Soon, Piccolo changed from a size similar to Son Goku's to a giant tens of meters tall. I can finally announce that your death is approaching. Piccolo looked down at Son Goku and spoke. At this time, Son Goku is just a small ant in his eyes. Piccolo, who became bigger, began to attack Son Goku fiercely. Every punch and every kick of his, Son Goku can only dodge. However, in the process of dodging, mistakes were inevitable, and he was hit by Piccolo's attack and slapped to the ground. Then, Piccolo walked up to Son Goku, and then planned to step on it. Seeing that Son Goku was about to be trampled to death by Piccolo, Tien Shinyan hurried forward to help. But it was stopped by Son Goku. Because if Tien Shinyan helps, then he won't be able to win the championship. Ha 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 ha. I think it's better for you to ask your companion to help you. Because you can't beat me. Piccolo doesn't mind Tien Shinyan and others helping, anyway, in his opinion, they are all the same, and they will all die in his hands. It's only this big, there's no big deal at all. Son Goku looked at the already huge Piccolo and said. You said it's nothing special. That's right. Son Goku dodged Piccolo's attack, came behind Piccolo, kicked Piccolo's knee, and kicked Piccolo. Then, he holds one of Piccolo's fingers and throws Piccolo out. Son Goku threw the Piccolo, and all the audience watching this scene were simply shocked. You must know that the current Piccolo has become a giant of tens of meters. Son Goku isn't even as big as one of his hands. But Son Goku actually threw Piccolo out. It's simply terrifying. It's like an ant throwing a person away. What a powerful force! Goku's power is really too strong. With a body as big as Piccolo, his weight must be at least dozens or even hundreds of tons. But it was thrown by Goku. It's amazing, it's really amazing. But Goku still thinks that Piccolo is not big enough. This is to make Piccolo bigger. Wait a minute. I seem to understand what Goku is going to do. I know it too. I didn't expect Goku to come up with such an idea. He's so smart. Many viewers have already understood why Son Goku wants to make Piccolo continue to grow. As for those viewers who didn't understand, after watching it, they will understand. What an annoying guy. Piccolo looks at Son Goku below, and attacks Son Goku again. But no matter how he attacks, Son Goku can dodge it. Even, you can launch a counterattack. It's just that when Son Goku rushed to Piccolo and planned to continue to attack, Piccolo's eyes suddenly fired a laser, which hit Son Goku's left leg. Son Goku was hit on the left leg and fell to the ground. And Piccolo also took advantage of this moment to step on Son Goku. This time, no one stopped Piccolo, Son Goku's figure was just stepped on by Piccolo. Krillin and others thought that Son Goku had already lost, or even been trampled to the ground. But the next moment, Piccolo's feet moved. Son Goku, who was stepped on, lifted Piccolo's feet vigorously, and then threw Piccolo flying. If it was only this big, I wouldn't be afraid at all. Looking at Piccolo who was thrown away by himself, Son Goku said. If you get bigger, I might be in danger. And Son Goku's words also made Piccolo feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 71. You think I can't get any bigger, do you? Piccolo stood up from the ground as he spoke. Then, he assumed the bigger posture again, and the aura of his whole body began to increase. Even the ground started to vibrate, and cracks appeared in the arena under his feet. Subsequently, Piccolo's already huge body became huge again. Piccolo, which has become gigantic again, has exceeded 100 meters in size. It is several times bigger than before. Originally, Son Goku was like an ant in front of Piccolo. And now, Son Goku's size is even smaller than a fingernail of Piccolo. Now you can't even hold one of my fingers. What are you going to do? Piccolo points to Son Goku and says. One of his fingers is even several times bigger than Son Goku. You've been fooled. I've been waiting for this moment. It's just that what Piccolo didn't expect was that Son Goku actually said that. Piccolo naturally didn't believe Son Goku's words, he just stepped on it. Son Goku jumps up and reaches the same height as Piccolo's mouth. Then, he casts Kamehameha in the opposite direction. With the back force of Kamehameha, Son Goku entered Piccolo's mouth. Afterwards, Son Goku shuttled through Piccolo's body, and kept attacking Piccolo's body, causing Piccolo to suffer unceasingly. The next moment, Piccolo opened his mouth and spit out Son Goku. Tien Shinyan, here you are. Son Goku who comes out throws at Tien Shinyan, and the things in his hand are thrown into Tien Shinyan's hands. And what he threw out was a small bottle that sealed the God of Heaven. It turns out that Son Goku went to Piccolo's body just now to get this bottle. And he also deliberately provoked Piccolo before, so that Piccolo's size could become even bigger, so that he could easily get the bottle. Son Goku enters the gigantic Piccolo's mouth to get the bottle. This scene also caused all audiences to have different reactions. Some of the audience had already guessed what Son Goku was going to do, so they looked like they really did. And those who don't know, at this time, just like Piccolo before, they opened their mouths wide and were stunned. They didn't expect that Son Goku would use this method to save the gods. To make Piccolo even bigger, so big that he can enter Piccolo's stomach to take out the bottle, this is Goku's plan. No wonder Goku keeps provoking Piccolo, saying that if Piccolo is only the size he used to be, he won't be able to do anything to him. It turns out that he wanted to make Piccolo even bigger, so that he could get the small bottle that seals the god. Goku was able to think of such a way in such a fierce battle. He is really too smart. Maybe Goku is a bit silly in other things, but his talent in combat is really very high. Whether it's an audience that was previously thought of or not. Feeling very emotional at this moment. In such a fierce battle, Son Goku could still think of such a way. Really very smart. You must know that they, as bystanders, can't think of such a way. Even if they saw that Piccolo had grown in size before, apart from worry and nervousness, how could they think of a way to rescue the god? It's pretty good to be able to save your own life in this situation. And Son Goku not only saved his own life, but also successfully rescued the god. Incredible, really incredible. Since the god has been rescued, Goku can attack with confidence. Yet, if it wasn't for Piccolo swallowing the vial, Goku might have won. But it's not too late, Goku is about to win. But seriously, Piccolo can go from being about the size of Goku to being this huge. Sure enough, the laws of physics are of no use to these monsters from the Dragon Ball period. Their existence is the greatest contempt for the laws of physics. Fortunately, a certain physicist was cremated. Otherwise, I guess we would not be able to hold down his coffin if we went together. At this point, the physicists in the audience were deeply skeptical about the knowledge of their field. In fact, this suspicion has already existed before, but it is only getting deeper and deeper. It can be said that for these powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period, the laws of physics do not apply to them at all. Even those strong men from other periods who have seen them before, they have never been so depressed. Those strong men in other periods can still be restrained by some laws of physics. And these powerhouses in the Dragon Ball period can't be restrained at all. Their existence is the greatest contempt for the laws of physics. No, the appearance of universal capsules is already inconsistent with modern physics. So, these physicists also made a decision. That is, no matter what these powerful people in the Dragon Ball period will do that violates the rules of physics, they won't be depressed anymore. Just mess it up. Naturally, others will not know the thoughts of these physicists. They are now all focused on the next battle between Son Goku and Piccolo. Now that the gods have been rescued, then Son Goku, you can defeat Piccolo and win. Chapter 72. Tien Shinyan got the small bottle that Son Goku threw to him, and immediately opened the cap. Oops! Seeing this scene, Piccolo's face changed drastically. The god he swallowed with great difficulty was actually released. As the bottle cap was opened, a burst of green smoke appeared, and the god was released from the small bottle. The god who came out was stunned, not knowing what happened. Then, Master Roshi briefly explained what happened just now, and told the gods that it was Son Goku who rescued him with his wit. At this time, Piccolo changed from a huge size back to its original shape. Strange, why did you change back to the original? Troubleshooting, I want you to take care of it. I understand, you are afraid that I will break into your body again and mess around, right? Son Goku saw the reason why Piccolo returned to his original state. Hearing Son Goku's words, Piccolo didn't say anything, but rushed towards Son Goku desperately, and disappeared soon. And Son Goku also disappeared in a flash. The disappearance of the two of them again surprised the gods and others who were watching the battle. They kept looking for the traces of the two, but they couldn't find them. The next moment, there was a fierce collision sound in the air, causing everyone to look up into the air. At this time, Son Goku and Piccolo are fighting fiercely in the air. The two kept attacking each other. Under Piccolo's fierce attack, Son Goku was knocked down from the air. And Son Goku is not to be outdone, he used Kamehameha directly with his feet. With the help of Kamehameha's reaction force, Son Goku used Kamehameha as a thruster, returned to the air, and hit Piccolo's head with a blow of 30. The hit Piccolo fell from the sky, but he didn't want to be in the wind, and released two rays from the tentacles above his head and hit Son Goku. Then, Piccolo flew over from a distance, and while Son Goku fell to the ground under his own attack, he rushed to Son Goku quickly, and punched Son Goku with his powerful right fist. If this punch hits Son Goku, although Son Goku is not dead, it is inevitable that he will be sent flying, or even fall into the ring. At this time, Son Goku has no time to dodge or resist. However, just when the onlookers couldn't bear to see the next scene coming, something that shocked them unceasingly happened. God rushed to the ring and blocked Piccolo's punch for Son Goku. You damn god! My attack was blocked by the gods, which made Piccolo look very ugly. The punch just now was a good opportunity for him. But it was stopped by the gods. It will not be so easy to find such an opportunity again, because Son Goku will definitely be on guard. Goku, let me help you. Let's defeat this guy together. Tenjin speaks to Son Goku. In the eyes of the gods, defeating Piccolo is the most important thing, even if you join forces. However, Son Goku directly rejected his proposal. God, stop joking. The final between me and this kid has not been decided yet. The game is exciting now, don't come to spoil the situation, okay? For Son Goku, he has a fight with Piccolo, and then defeats the opponent with his own strength. This is the most important thing. Really looks like Goku's personality. To Goku, it doesn't seem to matter much what the world turns out to be. Being able to defeat an opponent who makes him feel excited is everything. Master Roshi on the side sees through Son Goku's true nature. In fact, Son Goku is not fighting powerful enemies to save the earth, or not just save the earth. The fight with Piccolo Daimao was like this. The battle with Vegeta and the Saiyans is like this. The battle with Frieza was like this. That's how the battles are going to be. This battle again and again is not for him to fight to save the earth, but to defeat these powerful enemies. So many people say that Son Goku fought these enemies in order to protect the earth. It's not actually accurate. The real reason for his fight was spoken by Master Roshi long ago. Protecting the earth is incidental at best. Who made these enemies want to destroy or conquer the earth? Hey, that punch came back just now. Son Goku walked up to Piccolo and said to Piccolo. That punch just now. That's right, what I'm talking about is the punch that God blocked for me just now. 1. Come on, hit me. If you don't do this, I will be unhappy. In Son Goku's opinion, the punch from Piccolo just now is what he deserved. God blocked the punch for him, so he will make Piccolo return it. Because it's fair. Humph. You're still pretending to be cool at this time. Son Goku's words made Piccolo snort coldly, and then he directly punched Son Goku flying. Since Son Goku said so, he will not be polite. The punch did not cause any damage to Son Goku, and he returned to Piccolo. But Tenjin still thinks that he and Son Goku will join forces to defeat Piccolo. In his opinion, defeating Piccolo is the most important thing. As long as he joins forces with Son Goku, he can definitely defeat Piccolo. However, Son Goku refused again. Then, Tien Shinyan, Kellen and others also asked the gods to let Son Goku fight Piccolo alone. In the end, God agreed. The battle between Son Goku and Piccolo continues. Piccolo casts an energy attack on Son Goku, and this attack is tracked. No matter where Son Goku goes, this attack will follow him. After knowing this, Son Goku also thought of a way to deal with it. He's back on the ground, then snaps to Piccolo. Piccolo didn't know what Son Goku was going to do at this time, and he didn't react until Son Goku came to him. But it was too late to react at this time. Son Goku came in front of Piccolo, the next moment, he flashed aside at a very fast speed. Because at this time, Piccolo's attack is still following Son Goku. So, when Son Goku dodged at a very fast speed, Piccolo's attack didn't react and hit Piccolo himself directly. A violent explosion engulfed Piccolo, and Piccolo was hit by his own attack. As the smoke clears, Piccolo's figure appears. At this time, his left hand has been severely injured and can no longer be used. Originally, Son Goku and others believed that Piccolo would be greatly limited in this case. But what they didn't expect was that Piccolo actually tore off his left hand. Then, with his roar, a new left hand grew out of the empty left hand. It's grown. Piccolo has grown another left hand. Is this Piccolo a gecko? A broken tail can grow back. The scene where Piccolo grew his left hand moved all the audience. In their opinion, this scene was a little disgusting. Of course I was more surprised. Broken limbs reborn. I didn't expect Piccolo to have such abilities. If you have the ability of Piccolo, then if your limbs are injured in the future, you don't need to go to the hospital at all. You can just cut it off and grow a new one. Although I say that, let's not say that we don't have such ability, even if we do, it would take a lot of courage to cut off our own limbs. Indeed. Piccolo actually cut off his left hand directly. This is really a ruthless person. Anyway, I think I will definitely not be able to do it, even if I let others cut it, I will be afraid. Before they just had contempt for physics, but now Piccolo's rebirth of severed limbs is contempt for biology. Indeed, before their speed, strength, and defense, it can be explained that the potential of the human body is unlimited. But Piccolo's rebirth of a broken hand cannot be explained by this. This is completely against the laws of biology. I don't know if these monsters will violate other laws. I can see that these monsters in the Dragon Ball period, no matter what the law is, are useless to them. But the problem now is that Piccolo can be reborn with severed limbs, which is not a good thing for Yukong. Goku wants to beat Piccolo alone, that's his personality. But how he's going to beat Piccolo, that's the question. However, it seems that the current situation is that Goku has the upper hand. Even if Piccolo can be reborn with severed limbs, Goku still has some advantages. In short, this duel has come to the end. To be honest, I won't be surprised no matter which of these two wins in the end. Yes, me too. Piccolo's limb rebirth, 270 also surprised Son Goku and others. At this moment, Piccolo's complexion is extremely ugly. Unforgivable. You have pushed me to this extent. One of my left hands was crippled by Son Goku. Although it was crippled by my own attack, it was still the reason of Son Goku. This also makes Piccolo very unhappy. Just wait and see my Piccolo Daimao perform the final trick. Piccolo said, wrapping his arms around himself, and let out a loud growl. His whole body began to swell slightly, his limbs, forehead, and front of his body were full of blue veins. An extremely powerful energy gathered in front of him, and a wave invisible to the naked eye overflowed everywhere. Even the ground vibrated, and the small stones on the ground floated due to this wave. Everyone, run away from this place. Seeing Piccolo like this, Son Goku suddenly felt bad, and quickly reminded Kellen and others. He let the others go, but he decided to take the blow from Piccolo himself. He can't escape. If he escapes, he will lose the game. As Piccolo gathers more and more energy, the aura he exudes also becomes stronger and stronger. The surrounding ground and buildings began to collapse and shatter because of the energy he gathered, like a violent earthquake. Piccolo created a natural disaster catastrophe. At this point, Piccolo's energy has been condensed, his whole body is covered with a layer of light, and his whole body is shining. Even people who don't know how to fight can know that Piccolo is very bad now. It seems that his next attack is very scary. Because Piccolo's energy has been condensed successfully, it is too late for others to escape. So, Tien Shinyan fired a Qigong cannon on the ground and made a hole for others to hide in. You idiot! Do you really think that you can withstand my last trick? Seeing that Son Goku actually wanted to take his own attack head-on, Piccolo sneered. I don't know, but I'm willing to try. Son Goku doesn't know if he can resist, but this is his only way. If you don't want to escape, you can only fight head-on. Chapter 73. You arrogant kid, regret it after you get to hell. Go to hell. Piccolo said, stretching his limbs, the energy he condensed exploded at this moment. And Son Goku raised his hands in front of him, trying to take down Piccolo's blow. Incomparably powerful energy scattered in all directions, covering tens of thousands of kilometers in a semicircular energy barrier. Then, this semicircular energy shield turned into a beam of light and shot straight into the sky. This scene, like the end of the world, stunned all the audience. They have also seen many scenes of bombs being detonated, and they have even seen the scene of nuclear weapons exploding. But none of those scenes can compare to the scene where Piccolo broke out just now. The energy shield covering tens of thousands of kilometers, the energy beams that shot straight into the sky, and the scene like the end of the world. They all have a great impact on the audience. It's terrible, it's terrible. Is this the full power of Piccolo? If his attack hits the ground directly, then even if it can't destroy the earth, at least it can destroy a part of the earth. It's no exaggeration to say that the beam of light soaring into the sky can destroy several moons without any problems. Besides, this is not Piccolo's full power at his peak. If it was his full power at his peak, it would definitely be more terrifying than this time. Where's Goku? How's Goku? Can he survive this attack? If he can't bear it, then Goku is probably going to die. But if he managed it, it means that he used his body to withstand such a powerful burst of energy. This physical fitness is simply amazing. Goku, you must block it. Seeing such a powerful attack by Piccolo, countless viewers are praying for Son Goku. Pray that Son Goku will block it. Because if you can't stop it, then there is no second result other than death. Under such a powerful attack, there is no serious injury or anything. If you can't stop it, you will die. There are only two possibilities. So the audience naturally hope that Son Goku can block it. After Piccolo's attack ended, Kellen and others who were hiding in the deep pit emerged. Seeing the surrounding scene completely turned into ruins by Piccolo, I was surprised at first, and then hurriedly searched for Son Goku. The next moment Kellen found out that Son Goku was still in the ring and did not fall down. And Piccolo, who was still happy about his success, looked forward in surprise. Well, I seem to have survived. Son Goku in front of Piccolo, speaking to Piccolo. Although his injuries are worsening now, he still comes to the hall. How is it possible? Impossible. Seeing that Son Goku is not dead, Piccolo's surprise has already broken through the sky. Impossible, how is this possible? Piccolo really can't figure it out, why would Son Goku resist his trick? You have no hope of winning. The move just now should have exhausted all your strength. Look at me. This time it's my turn. As Son Goku said, he also began to gather energy. Then, he assumed a starting posture, rushed towards Piccolo quickly, and launched a storm-like attack on Piccolo. Because Piccolo has consumed a lot of energy at this time, Piccolo at this time cannot block Son Goku's attack at all. Soon, Piccolo was knocked down by Son Goku. It's not over yet. Son Goku jumped into the sky and cast Kamehameha on Piccolo below. Piccolo was hit directly by Son Goku's Kamehameha, fell into a deep pit, and seemed to have passed out. Son Goku asks the referee to count down the seconds. When the referee read 9 seconds, Son Goku made a victory gesture to the crowd behind him. But what he didn't expect was that the next moment, Piccolo, who had fainted, suddenly woke up. Then, his mouth cannon attack directly penetrated Son Goku's stone area. Son Goku clutched his right hand and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Piccolo stood up from the ground, walked up to Son Goku, and started laughing. Vitality is really strong, it's still alive L. Seeing that Son Goku is still alive, Piccolo approaches Son Goku again. You are really tricky, really amazing. 1. But unfortunately it is over. Piccolo Daimao's revenge, Piccolo Daimao too, will avenge it. Go to hell. Piccolo is talking and stomping on Son Goku's wound. And Son Goku also cried out in pain. Tien Shinyan and others wanted to rush up to help, but they were stopped by Piccolo with a wave of his hand. Piccolo's sneak attack, and the act of stomping on Son Goku's wound. Countless viewers wished they could rush into the screen and give Piccolo a hard lesson, even if they were not Piccolo's opponents. Because Piccolo, it's just too much. Despicable, so despicable. Piccolo, this guy actually engages in a sneak attack. Goku is a bit underestimating the enemy, he should wait until he wins to make a victory gesture. Goku's right side was penetrated directly, how painful it is. And Piccolo keeps stepping on Goku's wound. You can tell how much pain he is in just by hearing Goku's screams. Damn it! I thought Goku would win, but looking at the current situation, it is very difficult for Goku to win. Yet, Goku is not like Piccolo, who can regenerate his limbs. He can't recover from his injuries either. Damn, hate! This Piccolo also said that Goku's vitality is tenacious. Obviously his own vitality is not bad. After enduring such a fierce attack from Goku, he still has the strength to attack. Goku is in crisis. The hearts of countless viewers were tugged. Now Goku has been hit hard and he is in worse form than Piccolo. How can he beat Piccolo in this situation? When Piccolo stopped Tien Shinyan and others, Son Goku also stood up from the ground. Although he was seriously injured at this time, he still persisted. Great, you missed my vital part. Son Goku said very hard. Hey, the outcome between us is not over yet. Son Goku raised his head and said to Piccolo. You kid, you still haven't given up yet. Seeing that Son Goku can stand up from the ground, Piccolo also felt very incredible. This is the first time he has seen such a tenacious person. However, although Son Goku stood up, he began to get dizzy because of the heavy trauma and excessive bleeding. You are starting to get dazzled, right? Of course, shed so much blood, of course my eyes will be blurred. Seeing Son Goku's dazed look, Piccolo knew that his eyes had begun to dazzle. Blood is still flowing out of Son Goku's wound. The next moment, Piccolo continued to attack Son Goku. He hit Son Goku's wound directly with his overlord elbow, knocking Son Goku into the air. It's not over yet, Piccolo continued to chase after the victory and hit Son Goku's left foot with a knee strike, directly breaking Son Goku's left foot. The only thing that can move now is the left hand. However, it is because of the last duel that you left one of your hands. Piccolo said, and disabled Son Goku's left hand. How about it, Son Goku, now your left hand is also useless. You can say that you can't move now. Take my last blow, I have been waiting for this moment. Speaking, Piccolo flew into the sky, intending to give Son Goku the final fatal blow. Seeing this scene, in order to save Son Goku, the god made up his mind to let Tien Shinyan kill him. As long as he dies, Piccolo will die too, so Son Goku can be saved. However, just when Tien Shinyan was about to make a move, Son Goku stopped him with a voice. At this time, Piccolo in the air has gathered energy and gave Son Goku the final blow. Your hands and feet can no longer move. You can't even resist. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo is attacking and laughing wildly. In the face of Piccolo's attack, Son Goku also fell to the ground, looking helpless. Piccolo's attack finally landed, and the entire arena was covered by explosions. As the explosion disappeared, Son Goku on the ring has disappeared. Others looked at the empty ring and thought Son Goku was dead, even Piccolo was no exception. It has been completely reduced to ashes. Even Shenron, there is no way to bring him back to life. Shenron on Earth wants to resurrect a person, so the person's body needs to be kept. If it is reduced to ashes, there is no way to resurrect it. I won. Son Goku is dead. Dead. Now the world belongs to me. The world of demons full of terror will be resurrected again. Piccolo basks in the joy of killing Son Goku. And others, also immersed in the grief and pain of losing Son Goku. However, just when Piccolo was going to solve the others, and the others went to see Son Goku. Suddenly, Kellen saw a figure swooping down in the sky behind Piccolo. And this figure is exactly Son Goku. Goku. Seeing Son Goku, Krillin and others is called one. Son Goku is not dead yet. Piccolo also reacted at this time, and turned around quickly. But at this time, he has no time to dodge. It's flying technique. Tien Shinyan and Kellen, two people who know flying technique, immediately recognized the moves performed by Son Goku. Son Goku relied on flying technique, so he flew into the air. You will lose this time. Son Goku yelled, and hit Piccolo with a violent headbutt. Under Son Goku's move, Piccolo was knocked out and fell to the ground, his eyes turned white, and he passed out. The place where Piccolo fainted was outside the ring. That is to say, in the final of the world's #1 Budokai, Son Goku will win the final victory. Cling, cloth. Irma and others came to Son Goku very happily, and they were also very happy for Son Goku. But at this time, Son Goku is in poor condition, so others want to send him to the hospital. At this time, Yakilobe appeared and came in front of Son Goku. Then, he took out a fairy bean and gave it to Son Goku to eat. After eating the fairy bean, Son Goku, who was seriously injured, immediately recovered from all his injuries. Then, he flew into the sky and cheered heartily for his victory. Great! I won the world's #1 martial arts meeting. Participated in 3 Budokai, he finally won the championship. And just when Son Goku was happy, he saw that the god below seemed to have some thoughts about Piccolo, so he rushed down. At this time, the god raised his hand high, intending to kill Piccolo. But he didn't succeed. Son Goku appeared in time and stopped him. God wants to kill Piccolo and destroy evil completely. Although he will die if he does this, but, Zhuang Hao, he said that he can use the Dragon Ball to bring him back to life. It's just that Son Goku said that the gods are deceiving people. Because the god is the creator of the Dragon Ball, if the god dies, the Dragon Ball will disappear with it. So, please ask the Dragon Ball to revive the gods, it is impossible to happen. So, Piccolo cannot die. Because if Piccolo dies, God will die that day too. Then, Son Goku asked Yakilobe for a fairy bean, and gave Piccolo to eat it. Piccolo, who ate the fairy beans, recovered. He didn't continue to shoot, but just left. But Piccolo told Son Goku that he will definitely come to him for revenge in the future. Peace in this world is short-lived. After Piccolo left, Tenjin wanted Son Goku to be the new Tenjin. But Son Goku didn't agree. Taking advantage of the god's inattention, he sat on Somersault Cloud and left directly. Oh! Sure enough, Son Goku didn't leave with Shishi. Seeing that Son Goku left alone in the end, Yunbei had an expected expression. He had guessed before, whether Son Goku would leave with Shishi in the end. In the original book, he left with Shishi, and finally married Shishi. But since he and Shishi are not married now, naturally he will not leave with Shishi. It is as expected. So, what will happen 5 years from now, and whether Son Gohan will appear, depends on what happens 5 years from now. However, Suibai guessed that the general plot will not change, and everyone who should appear will also appear. It's just going to change a little bit. Suibai thinks about what will change 5 years from now. The audience who didn't know it was immersed in the joy of Son Goku defeating Piccolo and winning the championship. Chapter 74. Great! Goku won! Goku won! Scared me to death. I really thought that Goku was beaten to death by Piccolo. Unexpectedly, in the end Goku actually used the flying technique to fly into the air and escaped Piccolo's attack. Thinking about it now, it seems that Goku never used flying technique from the beginning of the battle. Do you think he did it on purpose? He deliberately made Piccolo feel that he can't flying technique, can't fly in the air, just for this last moment? I think it's for sure that he deliberately didn't use flying technique, but it wasn't for the last moment. After all, he didn't know what would happen. I think he's just keeping one hand away. If he can win without flying technique, then keep one hand. But he couldn't help it in the end, so he could only use flying technique. It makes sense, I think so. It is precisely because Goku saved a hand that he won the final victory. Piccolo didn't know he could flying technique, he thought it would be enough to abolish his limbs, but he didn't expect that. That's right, Piccolo suffered from the previous loss, and this time he was actually very cautious. He abolished Goku's limbs, so that Goku could not defeat him with one hand like last time. He is already cautious enough, but unexpectedly, Xi Kong is even more cautious than him. He never revealed that he knows flying technique. As long as you use the flying technique, even if your limbs are crippled, you can fly into the air. I can only say that Piccolo deserved to lose. But in the end Goku gave Piccolo a sage bean. He actually saved Piccolo. Yeah, and he also refused to become a god. Son Goku saves Piccolo, the audience understands. Because Son Goku has already said the reason, if Piccolo dies like this, not only will the god die, but he will also lose a very powerful opponent. But he also refused to become a god. You know, this is becoming a god. Becoming a god directly. And with the strength of Son Goku, if he becomes a god, he will definitely be the most powerful god in history. But he refused. Being able to refuse to become a god is not something everyone can do. Goku refuses to become a god, it's a pity. Not everyone can become a god. But this is not surprising. After becoming a god, you will stay in the temple for 27. With Goku's monkey-like personality, I don't think he can bear to stay in the temple all the time. That's true. Again, Goku has participated in the world's #1 Budokai 3 times and won 2 runner UPS. This time, he finally won the championship. Winning the championship also means that he is invincible, and he is truly invincible. Even if there are any hidden strong people on the earth, they will not be Goku's opponent. But he let Piccolo go, and Piccolo should be his rival after that. So after the Dragon Ball period, Goku fought Piccolo again. It should be, but with Goku's talent, he defeated Piccolo this time, and if he fights Piccolo next time, it should be easier for him to defeat Piccolo. Yeah, so the next time he beats Piccolo, it will be the end of the Dragon Ball period. I can't say that, it's just that Goku has no enemies, so he should live an ordinary life from now on. But no matter what, the Dragon Ball period is the first period in which we can see the whole picture. In those previous periods, audiences could only see the tip of the iceberg. They only know what are the top powerhouses, and the general strength of these powerhouses. But what exactly happened, they have only a half knowledge. There is no way, the other guests were either small characters or cannon fodder in their previous lives during these periods. If they want to participate in the affairs between these powerful people, they either do not have the qualifications, or they just lost their participation. And during the Dragon Ball period, because Suibai's previous life was Son Goku, so they can know many things. They also watched Son Goku grow up all the way, from just leaving Baizai Mountain to finally defeating Piccolo Daimao. In their view, when Son Goku beats Piccolo Daimao next time, it will be the end of the Dragon Ball period. Because after Son Goku defeats Piccolo Daimao again, there should be no more powerful enemies. After all, Son Goku even defeated Piccolo Daimao, even if there were any enemies, with Son Goku's strength, he would definitely be able to defeat them easily. Don't even need Son Goku, Tien Shinyan, Kling, and others, Da Si, to play. So wait until the next time Son Goku defeats Piccolo. After that in the Dragon Ball period, it is estimated that real peace will begin until the end of the Dragon Ball period. But it's a pity that such a wonderful period during the Dragon Ball period is coming to an end. Yet, wait until Goku beats Piccolo again, after that there's nothing to watch, it's nothing more than Goku starting to live a peaceful life. Maybe it's okay to compete with Kellen, Tien Shinyan, or go to the temple to continue to practice and become stronger. This is how life is. Although this kind of life is quite interesting, but after reading the previous content, I don't think Goku is suitable for this kind of ordinary life at all. But there is no way. After he defeats Piccolo next time, he will be truly invincible. Even Piccolo is no longer his opponent at all, and he can only live an ordinary life. In short, there should be a battle between him and Piccolo. Let's let this battle end first. Because in the eyes of countless viewers, the next battle between Son Goku and Piccolo will be the last wonderful battle during the Dragon Ball period. So they also cherish it very much. After all, after watching this battle, there is a high probability that they will not be able to see such a wonderful battle. And the excitement of the Dragon Ball period is over. Unless among the guests who appear later, their previous life was in a powerful period beyond the Dragon Ball period. Otherwise, it is estimated that they will not be able to see such a wonderful battle in the future. Although very reluctant. But this is also impossible. Fortunately, Suibai doesn't know what these audiences think. Otherwise he would have told them. Son Goku didn't fight Piccolo after that, but he did fight side by side. And, who said the Dragon Ball days were over? You know, the battle with Piccolo is just the start of the Dragon Ball era. The next Dragon Ball will let them know what is really exciting. Piccolo Daimao's ambition to conquer the world was stopped by Son Goku's efforts. 5 years have passed quickly, and the world is also showing a scene of peace. However, a new crisis is coming. In the dark universe, a round spaceship is approaching the Earth. At this time, Son Goku doesn't know that there is a new crisis coming. He is living an ordinary life in Baizai Mountain. Goku, Bulma called and said that she will take Gohan directly to Wushan teacher's house, so you can go directly there. Shishi looked at Son Goku who came back holding a big tree, and said, "It is good." Then, Son Goku and Shishi started to have lunch. There are several photos in the room. One of the photos is a wedding photo. However, unlike other wedding photos, there are 2 brides in the photo. Bulma and Shishi. Then the screen changed, and what happened in the past 5 years appeared. After Son Goku defeated Piccolo Daimao and left, because the world was restored to peace, everyone lived a peaceful life. Because Bulma has seen the handsome Son Goku, and she can be said to have grown up with Son Goku as a childhood sweetheart, so she naturally developed feelings for Son Goku. But at the same time, Shishi who was saved by Son Goku also likes Son Goku. The two made a decision to compete fairly. It's just that Son Goku doesn't know what love is, and he doesn't know what marriage is. He just thinks Bulma and Shishi are a bit weird, and they often ask him out, leaving him no time to practice. Later, he learns from Krillin and Yamcha that Bulma and Shishi are after him. Of course he doesn't know what pursuit means. Kling and Yamcha explain that Bulma and Shishi want to marry him. Same as in the original book, Son Goku doesn't know what marriage means at all, but after knowing that Bulma and Shishi's purpose is to marry him. In order to make the two of them no longer bother him to practice, so he directly told them that they got married together. Bulma and Shishi didn't know that Son Goku didn't know what marriage meant, they thought it was Son Goku's real idea. In addition, the two people's feelings for Son Goku are true, and in the process of fair competition, although the two are competitors, they have also formed a deep sisterhood. They know that each other's feelings for Son Goku are true, but at the same time they don't want to give up their feelings for Son Goku. Son Goku also said that they want to get married together, so let's get married together. So, Bulma and Shishi married Son Goku together. After getting married, Son Goku and Shishi live in Baizai Mountain, and Bulma is not used to life in the mountains, so he still lives in the western capital. 1 year after their marriage, Son Goku and Shishi's son, Son Gohan, was born. Different from the original book, Shishi doesn't have to worry about Son Gohan's academic problems because of Bulma, another mother, and Son Gohan will go to Zidu to live with Bulma from time to time. Although the two are not biological mothers and children, they have a very good relationship, no different from biological mothers and children. This paragraph of content also made Sobai a little unexpected. Because there is no such content in the original book. However, he is still very satisfied with this part of the content. Again, he does not exclude Shishi and Son Goku from getting married. Although many people hate Shishi, I have to say that Shishi is indeed a good mother and wife. But it would be best if Bulma could marry Son Goku at the same time Shishi married Son Goku. There are so few people's original intentions, but Bulma and Son Goku are together. Rather than worrying about whether it is better for Bulma to marry Son Goku or Shishi and Son Goku, might as well marry Son Goku together. Children make choices, adults want them all. Anyway, with Son Goku's strength, Harem Sankin has no problem. Of course, with Son Goku's personality, he doesn't know. I don't know what marriage is, and I don't know what love is. Even when he and Shishi were married to Black Goku, they never even kissed. If it were someone else who married 2 women, it might make people think he was a bit of a scumbag. But with Son Goku, no one would think so. There is even an urge to let Son Goku know what love is and what is the urge to get married. Actually, To be honest, Shishi wanted Son Gohan to be a scholar in the original book. In that case, why not let Son Gohan learn from Bulma? For this question, Suibai was very strange before. Shishi wanted Son Gohan to become a scholar. For this reason, she also hired a lot of teachers for Son Gohan. But the question is, why didn't she let Son Gohan study with Bulma? Let's talk about who has the most knowledge and the highest IQ in the world of Dragon Ball. Bulma can definitely be ranked in the top 3. She's even smarter than her dad, Professor Brive, who invented the Magnum capsule. The only one who can surpass her is Dr. Gero, the guy who created artificial humans. Let Son Gohan learn from Bulma, then Son Gohan can definitely become an excellent scholar. And with the relationship between Bulma and Son Goku, J. Irma will definitely not refuse. Unfortunately, Shishi didn't do it, but invited some tutors to teach Son Gohan at home. It will be easier for Son Gohan to become a scholar if he learns from Bulma. But Bulma is not with Vegeta anymore, so will Trunks show up? It should be. Suibai is not too worried about whether Trunks will have this problem. Although Bulma is not with Vegeta, in his prediction, Vegeta will still stay on the earth because of a woman, and feel the beauty of the earth. Trunks will still appear, Vegeta will still have a partner. It's just that Trunks' mother, Vegeta's other half, is not Bulma. As for other viewers, seeing Bulma and Shishi actually married Son Goku at the same time, that's an envy. Ah! I don't have a girlfriend yet, but Goku has 2 wives. The point is, Goku doesn't even know what marriage means, so he just married Bulma and Shishi in such a days. I'm so envious. I'm really envious of Goku. I like Baifumi like Bulma. Chapter 75. During the Dragon Ball period, Bulma was definitely a super rich beauty, stronger than any other rich beauty in this period. In terms of figure and beauty, she didn't say anything. In terms of talent, she can create the Dragon Ball radar, as well as various other high-tech. In terms of wealth, her family directly became the richest man in the world thanks to the Universal Capsule. It can be said that the sum of those rich people in this period is probably not as rich as the Bulma family. Such a super white and rich beauty is married to a stunned young man like Son Goku. I don't know how many people are envious. But envy is envy, and I don't have any opinion on the marriage between Bulma and Son Goku. They also watched Bulma and Son Goku go all the way. Bulma took Son Goku out of Baizai Mountain to the outside world. The two embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Ball together, and met other friends during this period. The two have been through so much, Son Goku doesn't know what love is. But Bulma definitely has feelings for Son Goku. Because of this, many viewers are knocking on the CP of Son Goku and Bulma. So the two got married in the end, and it can be regarded as the CP of knocking has come true. But for Shishi and Son Goku's marriage, many viewers have opinions. After all, Shishi and Son Goku have only met a few times, and they are married to Son Goku. A little too sloppy. But since the knots are all knotted, there is nothing to do. If these audiences know the plot of the original work, I guess they're going to be PD off. Aside from Goku marrying Bulma and Shishi, did you find another problem? Looks like a new crisis is coming. And this new crisis seems to come from the universe. That's right, it seems that there is a small spaceship in the universe heading to Earth. Could it be that a new enemy is about to appear? So, Piccolo Daimao is not the strongest enemy yet, there are more powerful enemies. If you say that, isn't the excitement of the Dragon Ball period not over yet? The emergence of a new crisis made countless audiences excited immediately. Originally they thought that after Son Goku and Piccolo fought again, the excitement of the Dragon Ball period was over. The following content is just like the 5 years that Son Goku and Shishi lived in the mountains, just as ordinary. But now, a new enemy is about to appear. Doesn't that mean that the excitement of the Dragon Ball period is not over yet? The enemies on Earth have been defeated, so the next step is to face the enemies in the universe? Fight those aliens. Wait a minute. Does that mean there were aliens during the Dragon Ball? Isn't the Dragon Ball period the ancient times of our time, that is to say, there are aliens in the universe? The search for extraterrestrial civilizations has never stopped in this era. But with today's technology, the searchers sent out are at most just leaving the solar map. It is not known how long it will take to find extraterrestrial civilizations. In other periods that have appeared before, although there are various strong people, there are no aliens. But now, during the Dragon Ball period, there are actually aliens going to Earth. Doesn't this prove that there are indeed extraterrestrial civilizations? And this discovery also made the people above excited immediately. They have been looking for aliens and extraterrestrial civilizations. And now, aliens are about to appear in front of them. For those who haven't discovered aliens yet, it is good to see aliens in advance and get in touch with extraterrestrial civilizations in advance. But from the looks of it, the alien who appeared on the stage seems to be an enemy. Otherwise, it would not be said that a new crisis is coming. At this time, the two spaceships sailing in the universe have landed on the Earth. This is a spherical spaceship, small in size, and can only accommodate one person. As the spaceship door opened, a figure walked out from it. This is a figure with long hair, wearing a combat uniform, and a tail. This figure is naturally Son Goku's big brother, Raditz. Raditz's landing and appearance draws the attention of a farmer. He is taken aback by Raditz's presence. And Raditz used a machine worn over his left eye to detect the peasant's combat effectiveness. It turned out that the combat power of this farmer was only 5. The combat power is only 5, it's just rubbish. As Raditz said, he directly caught the bullet fired by the farmer, and then shot it back to the farmer. Of course, the farmer never got up again. Subsequently, the detector detected a person with strong combat effectiveness. Raditz thought it was Son Goku, so he flew over quickly. Along the way, Raditz was very upset to see the people on the Earth living and working in peace and contentment. Soon, Raditz came to the person he detected. The person with powerful combat power is not Son Goku, but Hihara. Raditz probed Piccolo's strength and found that Piccolo's combat power is 322. It's just that he said that with this strength, he is still not his opponent. Raditz's contempt made Piccolo feel very uncomfortable, and he quickly attacked Raditz. However, his attack is of no use to Raditz. Piccolo is also shocked by the strength shown by Raditz. And just when Raditz was about to make a move on Piccolo, suddenly another powerful combat force was detected on the probe, and this combat force is still the most powerful force on this planet. This made Raditz sure, this person must be Son Goku. After Raditz left, Piccolo also knelt down on the ground, his face was also very ugly for Raditz's strength. Have you lost your dignity as the strongest warrior in the universe, Saiyan? Kakarot. Raditz said loudly while flying towards Son Goku's position. People on the Earth live and work in peace, which makes Raditz very unhappy. On the other side, Son Goku also came to the Kamisan house, and Bulma has brought Son Gohan. After a few people chatted for a while, Son Goku suddenly felt that a very powerful force was approaching. Soon, Raditz appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of Raditz gave Son Goku a very strong sense of oppression. I finally saw you. Although you have grown up, I still recognize you at a glance, Kakarot. You look exactly like your father. Raditz looks at Son Goku and says. The appearance of Raditz and what he said also made Son Goku and others feel puzzled. They can't understand what Raditz is saying. Kakarot, what is this planet like? Your mission, isn't it to wipe out all the people on Earth? What the hell are you doing? Raditz asks sharply at Son Goku. Klin thought Raditz was a drunk talking nonsense, so he planned to leave him. But Raditz just slapped Kling out with just one tail. Seeing Raditz's tail, Son Goku and others were also very surprised. It seems that you finally want to know my true face. True face? What do you mean? Kakarot. You're so forgetful, you even forgot about me. I don't know who Kakarote you're talking about, my name is Son Goku. What? There is such a thing. Seeing Son Goku seems to really not remember Raditz is also very surprised. Then, he thought of something and asked quickly. Let me ask you, have you ever suffered a severe blow to the head? Did you ever receive a strong blow to the head when you were young? Have you? Tell me. Yes, although I don't remember much, but when I was very young, I was indeed hit on the head. Son Goku's words also made Raditz understand. Sure enough, my guess is not wrong at all. But this doesn't mean anything. Son Goku doesn't know what it means for him to have been hit hard on the head. Goku, I remembered. At this time, Master Roshi suddenly spoke. Once upon a time your grandpa Son Gohan once said that. One day, he found strange things falling in a deep valley. He went to check and saw a child with a tail in a round machine. He took that child home to raise him, but for some reason, this child has a very violent personality, so he doesn't know what to do. 0 fur flowers. But one day, the child accidentally fell into the valley, and nearly died from a strong impact on the head. But this child survived with a natural and powerful vitality. And the temper is no longer grumpy. That child is me. Hearing the description of Master Roshi, Son Goku also immediately realized that this child is him. This also means that there is a certain relationship between that person and Sun Jun. Bulma said hastily. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do with me? Son Goku looked at Raditz and asked. Forget everything, right? What a troublesome guy. Okay, let me remind you, after all, I will use your strength in the future. Let me tell you, you are not a human being on this planet. You are Saiyan who was born on planet Vegeta and is known as the strongest fighting clan in the universe. At this moment, Son Goku's true identity is officially revealed. And I'm your big brother, Raditz. Knowing that the person in front of you is Son Goku's big brother, and knowing Son Goku's true identity, everyone is shocked. If Goku is an alien, why did he appear on Earth? The answer is simple, Kakarote, you were sent here just to kill all the humans on this planet. We Saiyan are a fighting nation with high self-esteem. Point 0. Looking for a planet with a good environment within the scope of the universe, after wiping out all the humans living on the planet, and then selling it at a high price to aliens who want to find a planet to live in, this is our job. Planets with high combatability, directly attacked by adult Saiyan. For a low-level planet like the Earth, we send children to destroy that planet, just like you did before. Kakarote, with you alone, after a few years, you can get rid of all the people who are in the way. It's a pity that you forgot the order. Fortunately, this planet still has a moon. Hey, you said fortunately there is a moon on this planet, what do you mean? Because Son Goku didn't know he could turn into a great ape, so he didn't know what Raditz meant. Stop pretending. When the moon is full, it's time for us Saiyan to show our talents. Have you forgotten? What the hell are you talking about? Son Goku doesn't know what Raditz is talking about, but after seeing Bulma and others who have Son Goku turned into a giant ape, they immediately understand. They also completely believed Raditz's words. Seeing Son Goku's bewildered look, Raditz expressed shock again. Especially when he learned that Son Goku's tail had been pulled out. UBD. No wonder you are so happy with people on this planet. As for Raditz's words, Son Goku was completely upset. Even if I really am Kakarote from planet Vegeta, even if you are really my big brother, none of this has anything to do with me. My name is Son Goku. I am from Earth. That's right. Son Goku's words also resonated with other people. The current Son Goku is more like a human on Earth than anyone else. And he saved the world. So you should go back quickly. However, Raditz was not angry about what they said. It's not that simple. Saiyan is originally a minority, plus planet Vegeta was hit by a meteorite and exploded. All Saiyans turned into universe dust and disappeared. Even our parents are the same. The remaining Saiyan, including you, there are only 4 people left. Me and another person were attacking other planets at that time, so we didn't die. And the rest of the people, like you, were sent to other planets to be saved when they were young. Not long ago, I found a planet that can be sold for a good price. I want to attack there, but the strength of the 3 people is not enough, and I almost fell into a hard fight. It's only now that I thought of you, Kakarot. Although your combat power has not been fully utilized yet, it will be helpful to have you join in. Raditz reveals why he came to Son Goku. Chapter 76. Raditz wants Son Goku to follow them to attack another planet. Son Goku is naturally unwilling. In order to get Son Goku to agree, Raditz intends to capture Son Gohan to make Son Goku submit. Although Son Goku tried his best to stop him, he couldn't even resist Raditz's move, and he was directly hit by Raditz's move and couldn't get up. Raditz took away Son Gohan, and also asked Son Goku to kill hundreds of Earthlings as a token of honor. And Son Goku can only watch Raditz take Son Gohan away, but can't do anything. All the things that happened have completely stunned all the audience. Because the scene they saw just now contains too much information. It's so big that they can't accept it for a while. It took a while for them to react. What's the situation? Why do I seem to be reading a Bible? The amount of information contained in these contents is too much. It made my brain shut down for a while. So the alien who came to Earth is an alien called the Saiyan race. And he's Goku's big brother. And this Saiyan, what is the universe's first fighting nation? They destroy other planets, and then sell them at high prices to those aliens who want to find planets to live in. Goku will be sent to Earth to conquer Earth. This information is really hard for them to accept. They can be said to have watched Son Goku grow up. Son Goku was so cute when he was a child, and he is so handsome when he grows up. The point is, he has a very kind heart, and even saved the world twice from the Piccolo Big Devil 767. But this is such a person, he was sent to the Earth to conquer the Earth in the first place. No wonder Goku has a tail, and he doesn't turn into a great ape when he sees the full moon. So it's because he's not from Earth at all. It's no wonder he was able to defeat Piccolo, too. How could the Earthlings defeat a monster like Piccolo? So, we want to thank Goku for hitting his brain when he was a child. Otherwise, wouldn't we not exist now? Our Earth will also be inhabited by other aliens. Speaking of this, countless viewers shuddered. I feel very grateful in my heart. Luckily, Son Goku had a bump on his head when he was little, which made him forget everything before. Otherwise, the Earth now is not owned by their Earthlings, but by other aliens. With Son Goku's strength, when he grows up, he can definitely wipe out all the people on Earth. If this is the case, then the Dragon Ball period is not known to be the first period since the birth of the Earth. But definitely the last period. After that, the Hokage period, the Pirate period and so on will cease to exist. And the Earth will melt into the hands of other aliens. If this is the case, wouldn't Piccolo Daimao turn from a villain who conquered the Earth to a warrior who fought to save the Earth? The purpose of Piccolo Daimao is to conquer the Earth. If Son Goku has not lost his memory, then he will definitely confront Son Goku. At that time, the positions of the two will be reversed. Son Goku has turned into a villain who wants to wipe out humanity. And Piccolo Daimao became a warrior to save the Earth. After all, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Son Goku wants to destroy the Earth, and Piccolo Daimao must stop it in order to conquer the Earth. But then again, even if Goku lost to Piccolo 5 years ago, the time for Piccolo to rule the Earth is only 5 years. 5 years from now, Goku's big brother Raditz will come to Earth, and he'll definitely face Piccolo. Why? By then, Piccolo probably won't even know how to die. That is to say, Goku's big brother Raditz, isn't his strength a bit too strong and outrageous? For the enemy coming from the universe, the audience has already made psychological preparations, and they have made psychological preparations that the enemy coming from the universe must be very strong. But they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Piccolo's attack didn't help him at all, he didn't even move his hands, he just pinned Piccolo to his knees. And, he killed Son Goku in one hit. This terrifying strength far surpasses the actual experience of Son Goku and Piccolo. You know, even when Son Goku faced old Piccolo for the first time when he was a kid, he was never so powerless. Moreover, such a powerful enemy actually captured Son Goku's son Son Gohan. And forced Son Goku to submit. Let Son Goku kill hundreds of Earthlings. How will Son Goku choose? You know, this Raditz only gave him a day and a night. Son Goku wants to improve to match Raditz in such a short time. No matter how you think about it, it's a bit impossible. Can you collect the Dragon Ball and make Shenron bean Raditz? But there is a Dragon Ball on Gohan's hat. If you want to collect all the Dragon Balls, you need to match up with Raditz. Could it be that Goku can only be forced to submit? Did he attack the Earthlings? Probably not, he is the man who saved the Earth twice. But this time it's different. His son is in Raditz's hands. Many in the audience fell silent. Yes, his own sons are in Raditz's hands. Is it possible to sacrifice his son for those hundreds of people on Earth? Seriously, they can't do moral kidnapping even if they want to. After all, Son Goku has saved the Earth twice before. If they want to kidnap morally, then they really can't even look down on themselves. And the point is, if Son Goku is angered, he will no longer want to protect the Earth. That would be a huge disaster for the Earth. But then again, the detector worn by Raditz's left eye can actually detect a person's position in combat effectiveness. A farmer's fighting strength is 5, but Piccolo's fighting strength is 322. However, I think that this combat power is definitely not determined by simply looking at the value. Otherwise, just looking at the numbers 10 beams are equivalent to more than 60 farmers? I don't think so. I don't think that 60 farmers can destroy the moon. Indeed, the meaning expressed by this numerical value is definitely more than that. I'm curious, what is the fighting power of Goku? It must be higher than Piccolo. What about Raditz? What is the combat power of this Raditz? The audience is also very interested in the emergence of combat power. After all, in the previous Dragon Ball period, there was no such thing as combat effectiveness. So they were very curious about how strong Son Goku was in combat. What about Raditz? How much more powerful is he than Son Goku and Piccolo? And just when countless viewers were curious, several rows of values appeared on the screen. And these values are exactly the combat power corresponding to the previous stages. When Son Goku first appeared, his combat power was 10. And after he turned into a giant ape in Pilaf Castle, his combat power became 100. At the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, Master Roshi's fighting strength was 139, while Son Goku's fighting strength was 8000. At the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai, Son Goku's fighting strength was 180, and so was Tien Shinyan. And Piccolo Daimao, who became younger, has a combat power of 260, and Son Goku is the same as him after drinking the super holy water. So, as long as the combat power reaches more than 100, it is already a monster level. No, let alone more than 100, as long as there are dozens of combat power, it is already a monster level. So when Master Roshi destroyed the moon, his fighting power was only 139. Good one, I guess I don't even have a fraction of him. Give up the estimate, who among us can have a combat power of 9 points? Let's not talk about us, even in the whole world, there are not many people whose combat power can be at 9 o'clock. You know, when Goku first appeared on the stage, he had 10 points of combat power, and at that time he could resist bullets without being injured. With a combat power of 9 points, the hard-resistant bullets are probably just scratches. Indeed, and this increase in combat power by dozens of points is already a huge increase in strength. Old Piccolo's fighting strength was 260 after he regained his youth, and Tien Shinyan had been trained at that time, so his fighting strength was probably 190 to 200. But it's only a few dozen points short of combat power, and it can't even beat Piccolo's men. Now Piccolo's combat power is 322, and Goku's combat power should be more than 350. Why? And the combat power of this Raditz must be more than 500. 500 fighting power, even if Goku and Piccolo are combined, they won't be his opponent. 0. After 5 years of peace, I never thought that Goku would encounter such a big crisis as soon as I came up. Oh, yes. Between the lives of hundreds of people on Earth and the lives of his own son, I think it must be very difficult for him to choose. Isn't there a way to save Gohan without killing the Earthlings? Yes, just beat Raditz. But it's too difficult. I thought Piccolo was the strongest enemy Goku has ever encountered in his life. I didn't expect it to be the weakest one. All we can do now is to pray that Goku can save himself. Yes. The crisis this time can be said to be bigger than when Piccolo Daimao wanted to rule the world. After all, when it was Piccolo Daimao, Son Goku was capable of dealing with it. But now, this Raditz kills Son Goku in one hit. How is this going to be done? So, I can only pray. After Raditz took Son Gohan away, it took a while before Son Goku recovered. He didn't want to kill the Earthlings, and he didn't want his son to fall into the hands of Raditz. So, he decided to go to Raditz alone and fight to the death with him. However, Krillin and Master Roshi will naturally not allow Son Goku to go alone, so they want to help. But at this moment, a voice sounded, stopping them. There's nothing you can do about it. The sound of this voice caught the attention of Son Goku and others. They looked up and saw a figure flying in Kongchen. And this figure is exactly Piccolo. Because Piccolo has already fought Raditz, so he knows exactly how strong Raditz is. Krillin and the turtle. The two immortals can't help anything, they just go to die in vain. So he decided to go with Son Goku. He decided to team up with Son Goku and fight Raditz. And Piccolo also said that he helped Son Goku not for world peace, he just wanted to remove the obstacle of Raditz. After all, the existence of Raditz is a huge obstacle for him to conquer the world. Although Son Goku does not allow Piccolo to conquer the world, but now there is only one way to join forces with Piccolo. Son Goku asked Bulma about the Dragon Ball radar, because Son Gohan has a Dragon Ball on his hat, so he can use the Dragon Ball radar to find the whereabouts of Raditz and Son Gohan. On the other side, Raditz took Son Gohan to the place where his spaceship landed. He imprisoned Son Gohan in his spaceship, and he was looking for food. However, during this 0.2 process, his detectors detected a very powerful fighting force. However, he looked around and found no one, only Son Gohan. Thinking of how a child could have such a powerful combat power, Raditz thought the detector was broken. However, after that, the detector detected this powerful combat power again, and this time it clearly indicated that this powerful combat power came from the spaceship. This also makes Raditz completely sure that the detector is really broken. He doesn't believe that a little brat will have such a powerful fighting power. But the next moment, he detected two combat forces approaching. One unit has a combat power of 322, and the Japanese stock has a combat power of 334. Then, Son Goku and Piccolo flew over from afar. When seeing Son Goku and Piccolo, Raditz quickly looked at Son Gohan in the spaceship. Since Son Goku and Piccolo did come, it means the detector is not broken. If the detector is not broken, then the powerful combat power he detected earlier is really Son Gohan's. It's just that Raditz still can't believe it, and still thinks that the detector must be broken somewhere. After all, it's just a child, How could it be possible to have such a strong fighting power? Leaving that aside for now, Raditz focuses on Son Goku and Piccolo. Then, Son Goku and Piccolo launched an attack on Raditz at the same time. However, Raditz is very powerful, even if Son Goku and Piccolo join forces, they are not his opponent. Chapter 77. In the face of Raditz's strong strength, the combination of Son Goku and Piccolo does not have much effect. Even if Son Goku casts Kamehameha, it has absolutely no effect on Raditz. Seeing that it would be useless to attack no matter what, Piccolo told Son Goku that he had a trick that could kill Raditz. It's just that this trick requires a certain amount of time to gather energy. In order for Piccolo to gather enough energy, Son Goku faced Raditz alone. However, even Son Goku and Piccolo are not the opponent of Raditz, let alone Son Goku alone. In the process of delaying time, Son Goku was knocked to the ground by Raditz's fierce attack and was seriously injured. Then, Raditz stepped on Son Goku one by one, causing Son Goku to scream in pain. Son Goku's screams lingered above, and Son Gohan, who was locked in the spaceship, heard it. Hearing his father's screams in pain, Son Gohan, who was already very scared, became even more angry now. Subsequently, a very powerful momentum erupted from Son Gohan. Under this powerful momentum, the spaceship trapping Son Gohan suddenly burst, and Son Gohan's figure appeared from it. "You are not allowed to bully my father." Son Gohan looked at Raditz in front of him, very angry. "No, impossible." Raditz saw from the detector that Son Gohan's combat effectiveness at this time has actually risen to a very high level. It's so high that he can't believe it. The combat power is as high as 1307. You know, even if it's him himself, the combat power is only 1500. But how old is he? And what about this kid in front of him? How old is he? He actually has more than 1300 fighting power. How can that be? It's unbelievable. Raditz's unbelievable, in the eyes of countless viewers, let them enjoy themselves. Especially when they saw how powerful Son Gohan was, they were even more delighted. Great! This kid Gohan 30's fighting power is so high. At first, I thought everything was over. Raditz is so powerful that even Son Goku and Piccolo are no match for him. I didn't expect that Kid Gohan would stand up at the critical moment. More than 1300 combat power. This combat power is much stronger than his father Goku and Piccolo. But he is a child, how can he have such fighting power? Maybe it's his talent, but anyway, now that Gohan is so angry, Goku will be saved. Raditz is hopefully defeated. That's right, although Raditz's fighting strength is 1500, Gohan is only 200 lower than him. With the help of Goku and Piccolo, Raditz can definitely be beaten. Originally, the incomparable strength of Raditz made the audience despair. Son Goku's and Piccolo's attacks did nothing for him. They really don't know how to beat Raditz. But now, Son Gohan has stepped up, and his fighting power is so high. He even caught up with Raditz. This immediately gave them hope. With the help of Son Gohan, Raditz is likely to be defeated. "You are not allowed to bully my father." Son Gohan roared loudly, a tyrannical energy burst out, and the whole person rushed out like a shell. Raditz didn't have time to dodge, and was directly hit by a rocket head hammer from Son Gohan. And Son Gohan's strike directly caused huge damage to Raditz. It's just this one. After this, Son Gohan recovered, and his combat power dropped directly from more than 1300 to single digits. Raditz was hit hard, this is also a good chance to defeat him. Piccolo once again condensed the magic gun to kill Raditz, wanting to give Raditz a final blow. In order to ensure that Piccolo's attack hits, Son Goku came behind Raditz and hugged him tightly. "Piccolo! Let's do it!" Son Goku shouts at Piccolo. "Son Goku, it is my wish to be able to eliminate you and him together. I will not show mercy." At this time, Piccolo's energy has been condensed, and in Raditz detector, Piccolo's combat power is as high as 1480. Raditz is very clear, if he is hit by this move, he will definitely die. He wanted to break free from Son Goku, but he was hit hard by the blow that Son Gohan gave him before. So no matter how he breaks free, he just can't break free. And at this time, Piccolo's magic light cannon has already shot. Magic penetration light killing cannon. Piccolo roared, and the magic light cannon hit Raditz. At the same time, it also penetrated Son Goku's body. The two were hit by Piccolo's attack and were seriously injured at the same time. Raditz couldn't believe that Son Goku would sacrifice himself for the Earthlings. And Piccolo told him that there is something called Dragon Ball on this planet, which can bring the dead back to life. So, Son Goku will be revived later. Raditz was naturally very surprised when he learned of this. But at the same time, he also told Piccolo that this incident has passed through his detector and has been known by his other two partners. The strength of these two partners is much stronger than him. After knowing this, these two partners will definitely come to Earth to collect Dragon Balls to revive themselves. And their arrival time is 1 year later. After learning about this incident, I was so angry that I sent Raditz off for the last time. On the other hand, on a certain planet in the distant universe, after learning about the Dragon Ball, the two Saiyans also decided to set off for Earth. However, their purpose is not to revive Raditz, but to fulfill their own wishes. To them, Raditz is just a waste, not worth resurrecting at all. At this time, Bulma and others drove the plane up. They looked at Son Goku, who was seriously injured and was about to die. Especially Bulma, crying so loudly. Although you can use Dragon Ball to revive Son Goku, but the death of important people will always make people feel sad and sad. In Bulma's arms, Son Goku closed his eyes. But the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared. Humph, the only one who can do this kind of thing is the God of Heaven. Seeing the disappearance of Son Goku's body, Piccolo sneered, knowing who did it. Then, in order to cope with the arrival of two stronger Saiyans a year later, Piccolo took Son Goku's son Son Gohan away. The strength that Son Gohan showed before made Piccolo very moved. To deal with those two stronger Saiyans, he will be a good help. So during this year, he has to train Son Gohan well. The death of Son Goku not only made Bulma and others very sad. It made countless viewers cry. Even though there are many hunks among them, the hunks are still crying. You know, they grew up watching Son Goku. When Son Goku was young, they became his male mother and female mother. After growing up, Son Goku is also very handsome, making countless female audiences call her husband directly, and countless male audiences don't mind calling her husband directly. And now, Son Goku is dead. Killed before their eyes. How can they accept this? Ah! Don't! Goku is dead. Why did Goku die? Piccolo didn't mind killing Raditz, but he killed Goku too. But to be honest, Piccolo can't help it. If Goku doesn't restrain Raditz, then he may not be able to hit. But Raditz was seriously injured by Gohan? In this case, can Piccolo still play? But that's already Piccolo's final blow. If it misses, then there's really no way to kill Raditz. Goku and him can't bet. Indeed, the only way to guarantee Raditz's death is for Goku to hold him tight. But the price of killing Raditz is a bit too high. Goku actually paid for his own life. Although he can be resurrected, he is still dead. That's not the point. The point is that after a year, two more powerful Saiyans will come to Earth. The two of them are stronger than Raditz. It's only been a year, and Goku is still dead. Even if he can be resurrected, his strength won't improve much, so how do we deal with these two Saiyans? It seems that I can only hand it over to Gohan. If Son Goku is not dead, then he may still be able to practice hard in a year to improve his strength. But now that Son Goku is dead, is it possible that dead people can become stronger? This is completely impossible. So, even if Son Goku is resurrected by then, his strength should be about the same as before his death. This kind of strength is simply not enough for two Saiyans who are stronger than Raditz. So, we can only rely on Son Gohan and Piccolo. But can it grow enough to rival the other two Saiyans within a year? This is still an unknown. After Son Goku died, the gods took him to Lord Hades of the underworld. God wants to let Son Goku walk the snake path to meet the king of the realm, and let Son Goku practice with the king of the realm. There is a snake road with a length of 1 million kilometers in the underworld, and at the end of the snake road is the seat of the king of the world. This world king is very strong. If Son Goku can practice with him, he can improve his strength in this year and use it to deal with the two Saiyans after a year. In the human world, Piccolo also brought Son Gohan to a plane, intending to train Son Gohan well during this year. As for Yamcha, Kellen, and Tien Shinyan also went to the temple to practice in order to deal with Saiyan. A group of fighters are working hard for Saiyan's arrival in a year. And those people on Earth who don't know anything are still living their ordinary lives. Seeing two completely different lives, the audience is also full of emotion. For 550, Son Goku and others are monster-level existences, and even Son Goku is not a human from Earth. To them, they are no different from gods. Most of the people on Earth are the portrayal of their lives. But the Earthlings in the Dragon Ball period can be said to be more dangerous than the Earthlings in any previous period. Ordinary people in other periods, even the Hokage period and the Pirate period. Even the top powerhouses in these periods are above them. But the security is still much higher. But what about ordinary people in the Dragon Ball era? The danger they encounter is to conquer the world, or even destroy the world. And the most frightening thing is that sometimes they don't even know that there is a crisis that can destroy the world. They knew about Piccolo Daimao. But they don't know about Saiyan's crisis. If Son Goku and the others can't stop Saiyan, then these Earthlings will be wiped out by the Saiyans without knowing it. Although knowing that there is a crisis can make people panic. But he didn't know the crisis, and he didn't even know how he died in the end. This is even more sad. So you say, in our current period, will it be like the Dragon Ball period, facing some powerful enemies, with people like Goku protecting us? There must be, but it is not as exaggerated as in the Dragon Ball period, and there is no such powerful existence as Goku and others. Seriously, if I had to choose, I would still choose to be like these ordinary people in the Dragon Ball era, living their lives without knowing any powerful enemies. Even if we die at the hands of these enemies, it will be better than the panic caused before. Indeed, when Piccolo Daimao, these ordinary people in the Dragon Ball period were already so panicked. If we let them know, there are enemies dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than Piccolo Daimao coming to Earth. The panic brought about by this sense of despair will make many people lose hope of living. Yet, although there are Goku and the others, but without knowing whether Goku and the others can stop these enemies, despair and panic are inevitable. Now we can only ask Goku and the others to save the Earth again. But the good thing is that Goku can also practice in the underworld, and he can even practice with a man named Kai Wang. I hope he can become stronger after training. Every time the Earth is in crisis, we can only rely on Goku and other fighters to deal with it. Chapter 78. Because there is still a year before the arrival of the other two Saiyans. So during this year, all fighters are practicing to the greatest extent. Kellen, Tien Shinyan, and others are practicing in the temple. Piccolo took Son Gohan to practice in the wilderness. As for Son Goku, after going through some troubles, such as falling under the snake path and coming to hell, after leaving hell and returning to the palace of Hades, he needs to run the snake path again. 1. For example, he encountered the temptation of a snake girl halfway through the snake road, but he finally resolved it. After experiencing a series of troubles, he finally came to the end of the snake path, and saw a planet floating in the sky at the end of the snake path. Son Goku came to this planet and found that the gravity of this planet is very heavy. Even if an apple is here, it becomes very heavy. Afterwards, a man who was somewhat chubby and somewhat short, with 2 tentacles on his head, and wearing a suit with the word King of the Realm appeared on his front. And this person is the owner of this planet, the King of the World. The King of Kai told Son Goku that the gravity on the planet Kaiwang is 10 times that of the Earth. If you want to defeat the upcoming Saiyan, being able to endure 10 times the gravity is the most basic. Because Saiyan's hometown, planet Vegeta, is 10 times stronger than Earth. Those Saiyans all grew up in such an environment. Also, if you want to worship him as a teacher, you need to tell him cold jokes. Under the efforts of Son Goku, he finally became a disciple of the King of the Realm and began to practice. During this year, Son Goku was unable to walk at the beginning, and gradually adapted to 10 times the gravity, and in the end, he was no different from the Earth. He has also completed the tasks given to him by the kings of the world. And other people have changed a lot. With the help of the gods, Kellen and others went to the past time and space, fought with the Saiyan in the past, and learned how terrible and cruel the Saiyan race is. In the process of training Son Gohan, Piccolo gradually put all his heart on Son Gohan. Son Gohan warmed Piccolo's heart with his behavior, and also made Piccolo's feelings for him, not just like training a tool man at the beginning. Son Gohan has also changed a lot. At the beginning, he lived alone in the wasteland, knowing nothing, and crying. He can be said to be a real wind and camp, everything depends on himself. Of course, sometimes Piccolo will help a little bit. And once when the moon was full, Son Gohan saw his whole body. Piccolo destroyed the moon and tore off Son Gohan's tail. Gradually, Son Gohan also got used to living alone in the wilderness, and he gradually lost his childishness and began to mature. The 2 Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa, who went to Earth in the universe, came to other planets because of an accident. After they saw that this planet was worthless, they directly destroyed this planet in the universe, which was several times larger than the moon and not much worse than the Earth. Sure enough, even Piccolo has the strength to destroy several moons. That Saiyan, who is many times stronger than him, even destroyed this planet that is not much smaller than the Earth. The enemy's limit before was to destroy a few moons, but they couldn't destroy the Earth. Is there finally an enemy that can destroy the Earth now? The version of the strong man has been updated again. Although the moon is also a planet, it is only a small satellite. The size is completely incomparable with the Earth. The previous Piccolo had the power to destroy several moons, but it definitely couldn't destroy the Earth. At most, it will leave a very huge deep hole on the Earth. But for the Earth, the problem is actually not very big. But now that Saiyan appears, since it can easily destroy a planet not much smaller than the Earth. In the same way, destroying the Earth is also an easy task for them. You know, when Vegeta destroyed that planet, he only used 2 fingers to do it. It's just so easy, so easy. People like him are the ones who can truly destroy the world. The destruction of the world we talked about before is really too childish in front of these 2 Saiyans. They are the ones who are truly destroying the world. Although people often talk about destroying the world, the power of human weapons today is enough to destroy the world several times. But it's not really destroying the world. At most it is the destruction of human civilization. As far as the current level of human weapons is concerned, even all the weapons in the world will explode. The power released is not as powerful as Piccolo's previous blow. This kind of power is at most scraping the Earth and then destroying the civilization on the Earth. But Vegeta and the Saiyan are different. They are truly destroying the world. Such annihilation that could destroy the Earth, turning it into dust in the universe. Such a strong man is coming to Earth. If only ordinary people knew about this. Then the whole Earth will definitely fall into incomparable despair and panic. And the appearance of Vegeta, these Saiyans. It also represents the strong version of the Dragon Ball period, updated again. If you can't destroy the moon in the past, you can't be considered strong. And now, if you can't destroy the earth, you can't be considered strong. And this version update, it can be said that the span is too big. Can destroy the moon and can destroy the earth. Although they both have Star Destroyer combat power, the gap in combat power between the two is unknown how many times the difference is. Only 1 year, Goku they want to upgrade to the level of these two Saiyan, Vegeta and Nappa, it's a bit too difficult. Vegeta has the strength to destroy the earth, and this Nappa is weaker than him, but he is much stronger than that Raditz. I'm worried that Goku and the others won't even be able to beat this Nappa. Although I know your worry is justified, but at this time, don't raise the morale of these Saiyans and destroy Goku's prestige. 1 year is coming soon, and this battle to defend the earth is finally about to begin. We are still alive on earth, which means that Goku and the others should have won. But to win, I don't know how much it will cost, how many people will die. Oh yeah. 1 year passes quickly. The other fighters except Son Goku gathered one after another. The two Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa, finally came to Earth. As soon as it landed on the Earth, it directly destroyed a city. Looking at the destroyed city, Vegeta and Nappa are still laughing wildly. They are brutal Saiyan. Destruction is something they are accustomed to, and watching the scene of being destroyed is also their pleasure. Subsequently, with the help of the probe, Vegeta and Nappa knew the place where Kellen and others gathered. The two went to the place where Kellen and the others were, intending to destroy them. When the two arrived, Kellen and the others had already been waiting for a long time. However, Vegeta and Nappa did not personally deal with Kellen and others. Because they feel that with Kellen's strength, there is no need for them to do it themselves. So, Vegeta asked Nappa to plant a few seeds. Soon, these seeds will become cultivators one by one. The number of cultivators is the same as that of Kellen and others. Vegeta wants these cultivators to deal with Kellen and the others one-on-one. In his view, with the strength of Kellen and the others, cultivating people is enough to deal with them. As for his and Nappa's goal, it is Sun Zi Review. Yamcha was the first to go on stage. Clint should have been the first to go on stage, but Yamcha went on stage first. Although the cultivator's strength is very strong, Yamcha's strength has also become much stronger after a year of training. Under his powerful strength, he quickly defeated a cultivator. It's just that because he underestimated the enemy, he didn't immediately eliminate the cultivator, thinking he had already been defeated. So the cultivated person found the opportunity, hugged Yamcha, and then blew himself up. Under the self-destruct of the cultivator, even with Yamcha's strength, he couldn't resist, and died under the self-destruct of the cultivator. As the self-destruct explosion of the cultivator dissipated, Yamcha fell to the ground in a strange posture. Seeing Yamcha's posture of falling to the ground, for some reason, countless viewers felt that they wanted to persecute Yamcha. Although I know it's not good, but for some reason, I saw Yamcha's dead posture and wanted to persecute him. It turns out that you're not the only one who feels this way. Seriously, I do too. Me too. I don't know why, Yamcha's fallen posture makes me want people to persecute him. Can you be more serious? Yamcha died to protect the earth, but you still want to persecute him. I didn't expect this battle to defend the earth to be so tragic. Yamcha died as soon as he came up. It's not good to say that, but Yamcha died because of his underestimation. If it wasn't because he underestimated the enemy too much, how could he and the cultivator die together? Indeed, with Yamcha's strength, the cultivator is not his opponent. I don't even think it is a problem for one person to defeat all the cultivators. It's a pity, just lost a general like this. But to be honest, Raditz said before that he is the best among Saiyans. I thought it was just that he was humble, and he couldn't be better than any other. But now I know, he is a real dish. That is to say, the fighting strength of these cultivators is 1,200, and except for Yamcha and Gohan, the fighting strength of the others is more than 1,500. Even Piccolo's fighting power is more than 3,000. If Raditz comes now, even Kling and the others can beat him. But this also shows how strong Vegeta and Nappa are. Yet, even the cultivators under them are so powerful, let alone them. Don't look at the cultivators as if they are weak. But this is just under the hands of Vegeta and Nappa. Moreover, even cultivators have such a strong combat effectiveness. Then Vegeta and Nappa, how powerful are they? Can Piccolo and their teamwork defeat the two of them? These questions hovered in the minds of countless viewers. And what happened next completely answered their questions. Yamcha's death also made others feel uncomfortable and sad. But now is not the time to be sad, the enemy in front of you must be defeated first. Kellen made a move, killing several cultivators in a single move. Seeing that the cultivator was dealt with so easily, Vegeta and Nappa also became a little interested. Nappa took the lead in the battle and came before Piccolo and others. The real identity of Piccolo was also exposed by Vegeta and Nappa. It turns out that Piccolo, like Son Goku, is not from Earth, but from Namek. The Namek people are not only powerful, but also have magical abilities, such as making Dragon Balls. Li Hao, of course, knowing Piccolo's identity is just incidental. After Nappa came out, the rest of Kling, Piccolo, and others are all fighting. It's just that Nappa's strength is really too terrifying. The efforts of several people did not even hurt Nappa. On the side of Warrior Z, one of Tian Xinyan's hands was directly interrupted. And in order to defeat Nappa, Jiaozi lay on Nappa's back and chose to blow himself up. No bones left. However, the self-explosion of the dumpling only blew up Nappa's clothes, but Nappa himself was not harmed. Jiaozi's death has completely stimulated Tian Xinyan. He used his only remaining hand to fully display the Qigong cannon. But it's a pity that his full attack has no effect in front of Nappa. In the end, Tian Xinyan became the third Zhan who died after Yamcha and Dumpling. To solve Tian Xinyan and Dumplings, for Nappa, it is just to solve a few ants. He set his sights on Son Gohan again. Nappa has gathered a very powerful force, intending to kill Son Gohan with one blow. With Son Gohan's strength, he can't dodge the attack of Huang naturally. Wheat. However, just when he was about to be hit by Nappa's attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Nappa's attack for him. And this figure is exactly Piccolo. Being attacked by Nappa, even Piccolo was seriously injured and dying. Before dying, Piccolo told Son Gohan to jump quickly. He also told Son Gohan that Son Gohan was the first to see him as a human being, which made him feel warm. "Don't die, Gohan." Piccolo said this last sentence to Son Gohan with tears in his eyes and closed his eyes. Chapter 79. Piccolo's death brought tears to the eyes of those who hated him. Originally, because of Piccolo's previous behavior, they didn't like him. Not to hate him as much as old Piccolo though. But it's impossible to like him. But now, seeing Piccolo give up his life to save Son Gohan, this moved the audience a lot. In fact, when they watched the relationship between Son Gohan and Piccolo this year, they found that Piccolo seemed to have changed. Now that they've confirmed it, Piccolo has changed. If it was the old Piccolo, it is absolutely impossible to give up his life to save Son Gohan. In other words, Son Gohan thoroughly influenced Piccolo. I really didn't expect that Piccolo, the former Big Devil, would do such a thing. In order to save Gohan, he blocked Nappa's attack for him, and was willing to exchange his life for Gohan's life. Piccolo is really touching. Piccolo used to be a big devil, but after getting along with Gohan this year, his original cold heart has also been influenced by Gohan. Yet, the cruel Piccolo Daimao is gone forever. With Gohan here, then Piccolo will no longer be the big devil. But these are not the key now. The key now is that this battle is too tragic. Yamcha is dead, Dumpling is dead, Tian Xinyan is dead. Now even Piccolo is dead. The only survivors are Kling and Gohan, and they may die later. Why? The only hope now is on Goku. Damn it! If it wasn't just the previous Vegeta reminding Nappa to be careful of Kling's moves, this Nappa's head would have been chopped off by Kling a long time ago. When fighting Nappa before, Kellen used his own move, Chi Yuan Slash. Originally, Pa was going to take this move hard. But because of Vegeta's reminder, he avoided it. If Nappa did not choose to dodge, but chose to take it hard, then Nappa would not be able to block this move. He would have his head cut off by this move. But what a pity, there is only one chance to solve Nappa. Right now, just hope Goku shows up in time for 060. Otherwise, his best brother and his son will all die. Seeing Piccolo dying in front of him, Son Gohan was furious. Originally, the fighting strength was only 1,000, but it suddenly increased to 2008. With the blessing of 2008 combat powers, Son Gohan cast a magic flash on Nappa. It's just that even Son Gohan's angry blow was still thrown away by Nappa's punch. After casting the magic flash, Son Gohan also exhausted his strength and fell to the ground. Nappa came to him, raised his foot, and stepped on it. However, just when his feet were about to fall on Son Gohan, suddenly a figure flashed past, saved Son Gohan, and let NA's attack fail. And the figure who saved Son Gohan is precisely Son Goku, who has already arrived. The appearance of Son Goku made both Son Gohan and Kellen very happy. It also makes Vegeta very happy, because he has been waiting for Son Goku's arrival. Son Goku looked at Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Piccolo, and others who fell on the ground with a very ugly expression. Especially Piccolo's death. Because Piccolo is dead, so is the god, so the Dragon Ball will disappear. Those who died, can no longer be resurrected. Looking at Son Goku with an ugly face, Nappa was still sneering there, and he told Son Goku that these people were all killed by him. And it will be Son Goku's turn next. Nappa's words, let Son Goku walk towards him. Looking at Son Goku walking towards him, Nappa punched him. It's just that this punch didn't hit Son Goku. Son Goku avoided Nappa's attack at an extremely fast speed and came to Son Gohan and Kellen. Then, he split the only remaining fairy bean in half and gave it to Kellen and Son Gohan. After eating the fairy beans, Kellen and Son Gohan, who were seriously injured, also recovered from their injuries. After rescuing Kellen and Son Gohan, Son Goku asked the two to go a little farther away, and then walked up to Nappa alone. You bastards, you will never be forgiven. Son Goku looked at Nappa angrily, and began to raise his aura. Under his powerful aura, even the ground began to shake. Under Vegeta's detector, Son Goku's combat power at this time has exceeded 8,000. When I heard about Son Goku's fighting power, my first reaction was to not believe it. He rushed to Son Goku with a look of disbelief, trying to defeat Son Goku. However, at the next moment, Son Goku appeared behind Nappa, kicking Nappa to the ground with one kick. Nappa didn't believe that Son Goku could defeat him, so he kept attacking Son Goku fiercely. But his attack, the whole pig, was dodged by Son Goku. After Nappa's attack is over, Son Goku's attack will follow. Son Goku quickly rushed to Nappa and punched Nappa, making Nappa hold his stomach in pain. This punch is to avenge the dumpling. Son Goku's punch made Nappa kneel on the ground, clutching his stomach, with a painful expression on his face. He looked at Son Goku with a very ugly face, roared loudly, endured the pain and continued to attack Son Goku. But Son Goku still dodged all his attacks. This punch is for Yamcha. Son Goku was talking, and at the same time, he was sent flying out of the doctor. Impossible. Nappa can't believe that Son Goku has such a strong strength, it's impossible. He looked at Son Goku, gathered his energy, and attacked Son Goku with an attack. However, in the face of Nappa's attack, which is enough to kill other fighters, Son Goku not only did not dodge, but even stood still. An attack of this level is not worth dodging at all. Son Goku said, raised his hands, and resisted Nappa's move directly with his body. And after resisting this move, he was unscathed. What? Damn! Seeing that his attack was useless against Son Goku, Nappa yelled and wanted to continue attacking. But at this time, Son Goku flew high and came behind Nappa. Then, he clasped his fists in both hands and smashed down hard. This punch is for Tian Xinyan. Nappa was hit by this move and fell hard towards the ground. Why? Why is Kakarot so powerful? Nappa, who was beaten down by Son Goku, was puzzled. Son Goku is obviously just a low-level fighter, yet there is such a powerful king of power. Before Nappa landed, Son Goku appeared beside him, and kicked him hard. This time it's for Piccolo. Nappa was kicked by Son Goku and flew out, smashed several mountain peaks and fell to the ground. The strength shown by Son Goku also made Kellen and Son Gohan very happy. Since Son Goku has such a strong strength, it is possible to defeat Saiyan. Nappa, who was kicked out, stood up again. He looked at Son Goku, his whole body was covered with bulging veins, and his face was very hideous. At this time, his anger towards Son Goku has already broken through the sky. It is a great shame for him to be beaten like this, daft, by a low-level fighter. Hateful! I am an excellent fighter from a famous family. How can I be looked down upon by a low-level fighter like you? Unforgivable, I must kill you. At this time, Nappa has been dominated by anger, and he walked towards Son Goku, with only one thought in his mind. He must kill Son Goku. You idiot! Let your head cool first. At this moment, a voice sounded, it was Vegeta. If you deal with it calmly, you won't be defeated, Nappa. Vegeta shouts at Nappa. Vegeta's words made Nappa, who was originally furious, gradually calm down. Makes sense. Thanks for reminding me. Single cell idiot, if this continues, it will be my turn to end. Looking at Nappa, Vegeta said inwardly with disdain. He didn't intend to shoot at first, thinking that just taking pictures of one person would be enough. But it seems that it is not working now. Nappa is not necessarily Son Goku's opponent. When Nappa is defeated, it will be his turn to play next. That's right, I was red-eyed just now. Now, I'm going to start to show my true skills. You are ready to die, Kakarot. Nappa said, let out a roar, and the aura on his body began to increase rapidly. Then, his whole body was surrounded by a layer of light. Nappa, who showed his full strength, started a very fierce battle with Son Goku. Nappa, who couldn't see Son Goku's movements clearly, can now keep up with Son Goku's speed, and even compete with Son Goku. Nappa opened his mouth, and a mouth cannon flew towards Son Goku. And Son Goku's reaction is also very fast, directly cast Kamehameha to resist. The two started a fierce confrontation, and the aftermath of the confrontation even affected Kellen, Vegeta, and others who were watching the battle. This time the confrontation, the two ended in a tie. A tie is a very unacceptable thing for Nappa. Because the attack he just performed is already his most powerful move, but it can only be a tie with Son Goku. Come down, Vapa. At this time, Vegeta, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, spoke. You can't make a deal with him, let me solve it. He is finally going to do it himself. What a useless guy, I didn't expect to have to come forward and clean up things like Kakarot quickly. Even if Nappa is his subordinate, Vegeta still feels very disdainful towards him. Although Nappa was very unwilling, he did not dare to disobey Vegeta's order, so he could only give up the right to fight with Son Goku. It's just that Nappa didn't give up just like that. He fell towards the ground, and the targets were Son Gohan and Kellen who were watching the battle. Since Son Goku can't be killed, he will kill these two. Although Son Goku caught up quickly, but because Nappa moved before him, Son Goku couldn't catch up with his speed. No solution anymore. Kaioken. In order to save Son Gohan and Kellen, Son Goku roared, and a layer of red light immediately surrounded him. Then, his speed was directly raised to a higher level, and he caught up with Nappa in an instant. Son Goku came behind Nappa, knocked Nappa unconscious with a heavy blow, and then raised Nappa in his hands. After being hit hard by Son Goku, Nappa, who was already scarred, couldn't even move. Son Goku throws Nappa in front of Vegeta and asks Vegeta to take him away. At the same time, Son Goku also told Kellen and Son Gohan that the move he just used was Kaioken, a move that can double his combat power. It's just that he can't use too strong Kaioken yet, at most he can only double his strength, that is, use twice Kaioken. If he uses a stronger Kaioken, even he himself will be backlashed by Kaioken. However, what Son Goku didn't expect was that when he, Kellen and Son Gohan were talking about Kaioken, instead of leaving with Nappa, Vegeta threw Nappa into the air and launched a blaze against his subordinates. Attack girls! Under Vegeta's attack, Nappa's bones were gone. Vegeta's cruelty also shocked Son Goku and others. It's the first time they saw someone who even killed his subordinates. Even Piccolo Daimao didn't do anything to his subordinates. To Vegeta, dealing with his subordinates is like trampling an ant to death, and he didn't take it to heart at all. He looked at Son Goku again, and sneered. Son Goku took Kellen and Son Gohan into the air, avoiding the aftermath of Vegeta's attack just now. He told the two of them to return to the Gaixian house as soon as possible, and if they stayed, even if it was the aftermath of the battle between him and Vegeta, both of them might not be able to resist it. So, getting out of here is the best. Krillin understands that staying with Son Gohan will only become a burden to Son Goku, so he didn't say that he must stay. He stretched out a hand in front of Son Goku and spoke. Goku, every time we always entrust you with heavy responsibilities, I'm so sorry. Good brother, you must not die. Son Goku also extended his hand to hold Kellen's hand, and nodded to him. Chapter 80. Then, Son Goku turned his head to look at Son Gohan again, and reached out to touch his head. Gohan, if Dad can come back alive, I will definitely take you fishing. Son Gohan nodded and left with Kellen. And Son Goku, facing Vegeta alone. Oops, oops. Goku has already set the flag. Yet. This is the first time Goku has set a flag, and this kind of thing is not easy to set up. Hear what Son Goku said to Son Gohan. Countless viewers are worried. Those who have watched many movies and TV shows naturally know that Son Goku is setting a flag by saying this. What if you can come back alive? Anyone who says this kind of thing will basically not be able to survive in the end. Unless it is the protagonist with the protagonist halo. But this is only what happens in movies and TV shows. What is happening now really existed in the Dragon Ball period in ancient times. Although Son Goku is the protagonist with the aura of the protagonist. But such things as the protagonist's aura are only useful in fantasy works, and have no effect in reality. That is to say, even if Son Goku is the main character, if he sets such a flag, he may not be able to survive. I didn't expect this Vegeta to be so cruel and inhumane. He even killed his own subordinates. Yet, Nappa never thought until he died that he didn't die at the hands of Goku, but at the hands of his own partner. Next, there will be a battle between Goku and this Vegeta. I can already imagine how tragic this battle is. Even if Goku has the magic Kaioken, he can only use Kaioken twice at most, that is, double his strength. It would be nice if he could use Kaioken without limit. But it's impossible to think about it. Such a powerful move is also a very heavy burden on the user's body. Only double Kaioken, probably not Vegeta's opponent. Goku's maximum combat power is 8000 now, if it is doubled, it will be 16,000. If Vegeta is stronger than Goku with twice Kaioken's strength, then his strength must be at least 16,000. It's strange, not long ago, the fighting power was only a few 100,000, how come to Vegeta, it's directly more than 10,000. The strongest combat power 5 years ago didn't even reach 500. It can only be said that the update speed of the strong version is really too fast, and the span is really too big. Thinking of the combat power value they saw before, compare it with the current combat power value. The audience was full of emotion. Before they saw Son Goku and others fighting at the Budokai, and when Son Goku fought Piccolo Daimao. The combat power they displayed at that time had already surpassed the strongest in other periods. It is already a Mars-level force that can destroy the moon. But at that time, their fighting power was only 1 or 200, and even the strongest Son Goku didn't even reach 500. But now, the combat power has suddenly increased to several thousand, and there are more than 10,000 people with combat power. The difference in combat power is really too big. In other words, in fact, Goku's original battle, although in our eyes, was already beyond imagination, and even destroyed the world. But they didn't even come out of Novice Village. And now, the arrival of Saiyan and the others means that Goku and the others have just left the Novice Village. It seems to be true. The opponents that Goku and the others faced before were all native to the Earth. Even if Piccolo Daimao is an alien, his strength is actually not very strong now, and he has been living on the Earth. However, the arrival of Saiyan means that the next enemy Goku will face will come from the universe. Compared with the enemies in the universe, those opponents on Earth are indeed like Novice Village. The Xinqiao Village, the combat power that can destroy the moon is just the Novice Village. If those powerhouses from other periods knew about it, I don't know what they would think. Although those strong men in other periods were also very powerful, they would destroy a village or a small island in battle. This level of battle, before the appearance of the Dragon Ball era, was already the highest level of battle, enough to make people dumbfounded. However, during the Dragon Ball period, it was just a battle in Novice Village. And it's not the most powerful battle in Novice Village. The strongest battle in the Novice Village during the Dragon Ball period had to be the battle between Son Goku and Piccolo at the Budokai. But this is just a battle in Novice Village. The enemies you face outside the Novice Village all have tens of thousands of combat power. There is no comparison with those enemies in Novice Village. And this is just out of Novice Village, who knows what powerful enemies will be encountered in the future. However, the battle just out of Novice Village is already very difficult. I don't know if Goku can defeat Vegeta. Yeah, if you can't beat Vegeta, it means that Goku and the others lost the first battle just after leaving the Earth Novice Village. Goku's flag has been set, I only hope that Goku can break this flag. Son Goku and Vegeta didn't fight right away, but changed places. The two came to a wilderness, and each came to the top of a boulder, looking at each other. You should be honored. A superior fighter like me rarely degrades to compete with a junior fighter. Saiyan will undergo a medical examination for warrior quality immediately after birth. Children who are considered to be too low in combat effectiveness will be sent to a planet that has not deceived the enemy just like you. In other words, you are recognized as weak. Vegeta said to Son Goku. Thanks to you, I was sent to this earth. I really should thank you. Besides, there is only a thin line between an idiot and a genius, and the more talented you are if you work hard. Son Goku said. Humph, that's an interesting joke. Then I'll let you see, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to cross the gap. Speaking, both Vegeta and Son Goku took a fighting pose. Then, Son Goku rushed to Vegeta first, and started a fierce battle with Vegeta. However, as soon as the battle started, Son Goku was directly suppressed. Son Goku's attack had no effect on Vegeta, but Vegeta's attack directly sent Son Goku flying. What's wrong, Kakarot? When you defeated Nappa, your fighting power wasn't so weak. I really can't believe it. He has surpassed me in speed and strength before he has shown his true strength. Son Goku looked at Vegeta. Facing a strong enemy like Vegeta, there was no expression of fear on his face. But with an excited smile. Show me your strength, or have you exhausted your strength? Vegeta said very indifferently. I know, I'll show it to you right now. Son Goku said, the momentum on his body began to increase rapidly. Then, a layer of reddish flames enveloped him. Double Kaioken. Facing the extremely powerful Vegeta, Son Goku directly cast Kaioken twice. Son Goku, after taking out twice the Kaioken, doubles his strength directly. Originally, his attack couldn't have any effect on Vegeta. But after using Kaioken, he suppressed Vegeta directly. Son Goku continued to attack Vegeta, his attacks landed on Vegeta like a storm, and directly sent Vegeta flying. However, just when Son Goku was about to pursue the victory, Vegeta's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Son Goku, and then kicked Son Goku into the air. If it was already your limit just now, then my expectations of you are really too high. Although blood was still hanging from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta still said disdainfully. How can there be such a guy? However, the more unfavorable the situation is, the more the blood in my body is boiling. Although Vegeta's power has exceeded Son Goku's imagination. But Son Goku not only didn't feel scared, but became excited. I think you've almost reached your limit. I will give you a farewell gift to the world. Show me the strongest overwhelming power of Saiyan. Vegeta is going to fight with all his might. Then, he roared loudly, and an incomparably thin momentum erupted from him. Even the sky is covered by dark clouds brought by this powerful momentum. Zero fur flowers zero. The surrounding boulders began to collapse and shatter, and the rubble was also floating in the air because of Vegeta's powerful force. Okay, what a powerful chi! It actually made the whole earth shake. Feeling the powerful aura coming from Vegeta, Son Goku said in shock. Aha! Vegeta let out a loud roar, and an incomparably dazzling light bloomed from him. A violent breath turned into a hurricane and released from him. It blew the surrounding cliffs and cliffs down. Even Son Goku can only raise his hand to resist the aftermath of this breath. You are finished, Kakarot. Vegeta, who has already pulled out all his strength, sneered at Son Goku, and then rushed towards Sun Wuzui. His speed has increased by a level compared to before, Son Goku can't react at all. Vegeta's incomparable strength forced Son Goku to use twice the Kaioken to fight. However, he was still scratched by Vegeta's attack and was injured. Damn it! What strength and speed is this? Even twice the Kaioken can't keep up. I can't help it. Even if the body has no way to support it, it doesn't matter, just die. I have to triple Kaioken. Son Goku tore off his broken clothes, revealing his perfect body, planning to fight to the death. 0. And Son Goku's incomparably perfect body also made countless viewers lick the screen crazily. Ah! Is this Goku's figure? It's really perfect. Look at his chest and abdominal muscles, they are even more perfect than the best bodybuilder in the world. Though he was not the most burly build. But the perfection of these muscles is not something those fitness gentlemen can touch. No, 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 my saliva will stay. After seeing Son Goku's perfect figure, countless female viewers' eyes shone brightly. Son Goku's perfect body is many times stronger than those muscular men they saw before. And Son Goku is a real muscular guy. In front of him, those muscular hunks are amazing if they can resist one of his fingers. I have been exercising and said, I am so envious of Goku's figure. A figure like his can't be achieved by our kind of fitness. As long as you can follow Goku's training method, and find a place where the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth, you should be able to obtain such a figure after a period of time. Then you are letting me die. But I have a question. Goku was able to push several tons of boulders before. His strength should be very strong. But why, his actions on King Realm were so difficult at the beginning? Even if his weight increases tenfold, it will only be over 1,000 catties, and he will only weigh a ton. Can it be the same? One is your own weight, and the other is the force given by the outside. It seems that Goku's weight has increased by 10 times, which is only a little over half a ton, but this half-ton is a blessing in all aspects. That's right. For example, the gravity of the moon is 1/6 of that of the earth. After you arrive on the moon, you feel light, and you can even jump a few meters high. But conversely, what if the gravity was 6 times that of Earth? What would you become? You will probably be crushed into a lump of meat sauce. A person may be able to lift as much as his body weight and still move. But if the gravity is doubled directly, then he may not even be able to stand up. So, if you want to have a good figure like Goku, first find a place where the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth, and you can survive here. Well, that's impossible, so we have nothing to do but envy Goku's figure. By the way, is your focus wrong? The focus now should not be on Goku's figure, but on what Goku wants to do, right? Goku sees that the double Kaioken is no match for Vegeta, so he needs to cast triple Kaioken. If Goku casts Kaioken 3 times, then his combat power will increase to 24,000. Not to mention whether he can defeat Vegeta, it is still a question whether he can withstand it. Chapter 81. Son Goku said before that he can only cast Kaioken twice at most. If he casts a stronger Kaioken, his body will be backlashed by Kaioken. And he also said just now that it doesn't matter even if he dies, he has to cast Kaioken 3 times. That is to say, casting Kaioken 3 times is life-threatening for Son Goku. Not to mention whether triple Kaioken can defeat Vegeta. Even if it can be defeated, it will hurt the enemy 1000 and self-damage 800. And, what if he can't beat Vegeta? That would be even worse. However, since Son Goku is forced to use only triple Kaioken, that also shows that Vegeta's strength has exceeded his imagination, and he has nothing to do. I missed you on purpose just now. Because it would be too boring for you to die all at once. Vegeta said to Son Goku with a sneer. If the Kaioken is increased to 3 times, I don't know if the body can hold it. Damn it! If I have any reservations, I will definitely do it. Have made a decision, Son Goku is going to use triple Kaioken. Son Goku spread out his hands, and the muscles of his whole body began to swell. You must hold on to your body. Triple Kaioken! Son Goku roared, triple Kaioken's arrogance surrounded him. This incomparably powerful momentum, even Vegeta couldn't help being moved. Son Goku stepped on a boulder directly under his feet, rushed to Vegeta at a very fast speed, and then punched Vegeta flying. Then, Son Goku launched an extremely violent attack on Vegeta's 100 at an extremely fast speed. He directly sent Vegeta flying. Angrily Vegeta launched a counterattack, but in front of Son Goku who was triple Kaioken, his counterattack was ineffective, and instead he was punched back by Son Goku. However, while triple Kaioken repelled Vegeta, but the side effects also followed, Son Goku felt cramps all over his body and was in great pain. Enduring severe pain all over his body, Son Goku blocked Vegeta's attack and continued to give Vegeta a heavy blow. But also because of this, Son Goku's body is in more pain, and he can't even control his body. Impossible, Kakarot's combat power cannot surpass mine. Vegeta fell to the ground clutching his stomach, his face full of disbelief. I must not lose. I am the strongest Saiyan. How could I lose to that low-level fighter? I am the strongest fighter in the world. Vegeta felt the pain coming from his body, wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and the expression on his face was ferocious. For him, being beaten like this by Son Goku, a low-level fighter, is simply a great shame. Unforgivable. Simply unforgivable. There is no need for this planet to exist anymore, I will destroy you and this earth together. Vegeta roared, and he flew into the air, surrounded by a majestic energy. If you have the ability, just block it. Even if you don't die, the earth will be destroyed. Speaking, Vegeta put his hands on the left side, and the energy on his body began to condense on the left side. Seeing this scene, in order to prevent Vegeta from destroying the earth, Son Goku intends to cast Kamehameha with triple Kaioken. Two extremely powerful energies cover an unknown area around the circle. You can't stop my strongest move, Garrick Cannon. Together with the earth, become the dust of the universe. Vegeta said, the condensed garlic cannon in his hand shot, and the move that could destroy the earth fell towards Son Goku. If Son Goku can't block this trick, then he will become dust in the universe with the earth, as Vegeta said. Take the move. At this time, Son Goku's work has also been completed. Triple Kaioken's Kamehameha, whistling out in the hands of Son Goku. The attacks of the two collided in the air, and the resulting aftermath destroyed countless boulders around them. Countless gravels were thrown into the air by this violent collision. The collision between the two became a civilian for a while. It's just that if this goes on, it will be Vegeta's victory. Because Son Goku cast Kaioken 3 times, he can't last much time at all. So in order to decide the winner, at the risk of his body breaking down, Son Goku strengthened his strength. Quadruple Kaioken. Double the Kaioken, making Son Goku's Kamehameha even more powerful. Kamehameha, who could only draw with the Gallic Cannon, immediately suppressed the Gallic Cannon and flew towards Vegeta. How is it possible? How can it be unstoppable? Looking at the attack that bounced back, Vegeta couldn't believe it. He didn't have time to dodge, and was directly sent flying by Son Goku's quadruple Kamehameha. Published. However, although it blocked Vegeta's attack, it also sent Vegeta flying. However, Son Goku's body at this time has almost reached its limit and is on the verge of collapse. Jockey Rob, who was watching from the sidelines, saw that Son Goku had won, and ran out to celebrate. However, he just slapped Son Goku's body like this, and Son Goku screamed in pain, which shows how painful his body is at this time. Son Goku told Jockey Rob to run away, because Vegeta is not dead yet. On the other side, Vegeta was directly hit by Son Goku's attack to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Damn it! Why is Kakarot's fighting power higher than mine? Damn guy! I'm Saiyan. I'm the strongest fighter in the world. Vegeta finds it hard to accept that Son Goku's fighting power is higher than his own. In order to be able to kill Son Goku, Vegeta decided to become a giant ape. It's just that, because the moon has been destroyed by Piccolo, Vegeta can't find the full moon. There is no way, Vegeta can only make an artificial group by himself. Although making an artificial full moon will weaken one's own strength, there is no way around it. Seeing the artificial full moon he created, Vegeta also turned into a giant ape. However, unlike the great ape transformed by Son Goku, the great ape transformed by Vegeta has not lost his mind. Vegeta told Son Goku that after Saiyan becomes a giant ape, his fighting power will double. Son Goku finally understood after seeing the giant ape that Vegeta turned into. He was the one who trampled Grandpa to death, and he was the one who destroyed the castle and the martial arts venue back then. Because Vegeta's anger became very strong, Son Gohan and Kellen chose to go back because they were worried about Son Goku's safety. They are going to help Son Goku. It may be useless, but they can't let Son Goku face such a powerful enemy alone. Because Vegeta has become a giant ape and his strength has increased tenfold, Son Goku is no match for Vegeta at all. In order to defeat Vegeta, Son Goku can only use his trump card and use another trick taught to him by the King of the World. He practiced with the King of the Realm, not only improved his strength, but also learned 2 powerful moves from the King of the Realm. One of the tricks is Kaioken. And another trick, called Spirit Bomb. Spirit Bomb is a move that absorbs the vitality of all things in the world, gathers the vitality together and then shoots it out. This trick can only be used by righteous people, and it has a very lethal effect on evil people. It just takes a little time to absorb energy. Son Goku needs to avoid Vegeta's attack while collecting energy. In order to complete the Spirit Bomb, Son Goku cast Solar Flare on Vegeta. Vegeta was hit by Solar Flare and temporarily lost his eyesight. And Son Goku also took advantage of this time to go far away to collect vitality. Because solar flare was delayed for some time, Son Goku's spirit bomb was coagulated. However, he did not have this opportunity to display it. Vegeta has recovered his eyesight at this time, and came to Son Goku. Vegeta first broke Son Goku's legs with one kick, then he grabbed Son Goku and crushed all the bones in Son Goku's body. Severe pain, Son Goku couldn't help screaming. However, just when Vegeta was about to crush Son Goku's head, Son Gohan and Krillin arrived in time. Seeing his father being pinched by Vegeta in such pain, Son Gohan was so angry. He appeared in front of Vegeta, while Krillin stood behind Vegeta. 0. He condensed Chi Yuan to cut off Vegeta's tail. However, Vegeta noticed Kling's actions and jumped up, avoiding Kling's attack. The plan failed. Vegeta laughed loudly, and was about to give Son Goku the final blow. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Vegeta and cut off his tail. And this figure is none other than Yakilobe, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines. Originally, Yakilobe had been watching the battle from the sidelines, and he didn't make a move, nor did he have the ability to make a move. But at the most critical moment, he still stood up. With his knife, he chopped off Vegeta's tail. Seeing Yakilobe cut off Vegeta's tail, the audience who were originally very upset with him were also very happy. This guy, Yakilobe, has finally stood up. That's right. He was watching the battle from the sidelines and didn't help, but now he has finally stood up. Although I don't know, he can't help much with his strength, but it's one thing not to help, and another thing to be willing to help. He even ran away before. Fortunately, he finally stepped forward. His knife cut off Vegeta's tail, which also brought hope of victory. Thanks to his knife, Vegeta can finally transform back from a great ape. I remember when Goku beat Piccolo Daimao, Yakilobe saved him twice. The first time he caught Goku who fell from the sky, the second time he gave Goku a sage bean, and this is the third time. By the way, have you noticed that although Yakilobe is very unreliable, every time he makes a shot, it is when Goku is in desperation? Indeed, so we should look at Goku in good times and Yakilobe in bad times. Makes sense. Tail cut off. After all, Vegeta also changed back from the great ape, and Son Goku also temporarily survived. Vegeta, who has returned to his original state, is naturally furious. He's not even going to kill Son Goku for now, but plans to kill Krillin and Son Gohan first. Vegeta's first goal is Son Gohan. He came to Son Gohan and directly knocked Son Gohan to the ground. Krillin wanted to help, but was kicked by Vegeta and flew out. Then, Vegeta kept attacking Son Gohan, but Son Gohan didn't have the strength to resist, so he could only keep screaming. Vegeta threw Son Gohan next to Son Goku, intending to solve their father and son together. At this time, Son Goku asked Son Gohan to stand up and fight, under some encouragement, especially the death 2.7 of Piccolo and others as a stimulus. Son Gohan finally stood up and looked at Vegeta very angrily, wanting to resurrect those who died. At this time, Krillin came to Son Goku. Son Goku took advantage of the battle between Son Gohan and Vegeta, and gave the collected spirit bomb to Kling. Krillin seized the opportunity of Vegeta's attention on Son Gohan and threw the spirit bomb in his hand to Vegeta. However, Krillin's shot was in vain. Vegeta reacted and directly dodged the spirit bomb thrown by Kling. And, because Son Gohan was right in front of Vegeta, after Vegeta dodged the spirit bomb flew towards Son Gohan. Gohan, bounce back! At this time, Son Goku's voice rang in Son Gohan's ear. Gohan, that ball is your friend, a person with no evil spirit can bounce it away. Hearing what his father said, Son Gohan stretched out his hands and bounced back the spirit bomb that flew towards him. Vegeta, who had escaped the spirit bomb and was planning to breathe a sigh of relief, did not expect the spirit bomb to be bounced back. So, he has no time to dodge this time. Spirit bomb hits Vegeta directly. What? Vegeta, who was hit by the spirit bomb, let out a very tragic cry. He was sent flying into the sky by the spirit bomb. Spirit bomb hits Vegeta, Kling and Son Gohan are very happy. They came to Son Goku, already planning to celebrate the victory. Chapter 82. Vegeta left in the spaceship, and Kellen also held the fainted Son Gohan and came to Son Goku. I'm sorry, Clint. Son Goku is also very guilty about letting Vegeta go. Although I feel a little guilty about my dead partners like this, there may be a way to bring them back to life. Krillin speaks to Son Goku. At this time, Bulma and others arrived in the spaceship. Seeing the seriously injured Son Goku and the other dead people, Bulma, Master Roshi and others are naturally very uncomfortable. But the matter has come to this point, there is nothing to do. Bulma and others took Son Goku and others to the hospital. Since there were no fairy beans left, the injured could only rely on hospital treatment. Because the Dragon Ball has disappeared, the dead cannot be resurrected, so several people are also very sad. But Kellen said that although the possibility is very small, it is still possible to bring those dead back to life. Others were naturally very surprised when they heard Kellen's words. Krillin told others that when he was fighting Saiyan, Saiyan said something interesting. It turns out that Piccolo and Tien Shen are not from Earth, but from a Namek named Namek. The Dragon Ball is made by the gods. According to Saiyan, the Namek people have magical abilities. In other words, as long as you go to Namek, there might be a Dragon Ball on Namek. If it is true, then just ask Shenron of Namek to resurrect the dead. Others are naturally very happy to learn about this, those who died can hope to be resurrected. But Bulma told them that if they want to travel from Earth to Namek, they will have to fly for thousands of years at least according to the technological level of Earth. Not to mention whether we can revive other people, just going to Namek is already a very big problem. No way, because I can't go to Namek in the first 30 for the time being, so the matter of resurrecting the dead can only be put on hold for the time being. After coming to the hospital, Son Goku suffered the most serious injuries, so he was directly admitted to the intensive care unit. Krillin and Son Gohan suffered much less injuries, so they just need to be bandaged. While Son Goku was hospitalized, Bobo, the servant of the God of Heaven, suddenly appeared. He told everyone that the gods had told him that when he came to Earth, he came in a spaceship. So, as long as you can find this spaceship, you might be able to go to Namek. Bulma followed Bobo to search for the spaceship, and the two found the spaceship in a valley. In order to test the speed of the spaceship, Bulma and Popo did an experiment. The two sent the spacecraft to Jupiter, knowing how long it would take from the Earth to Jupiter. To their surprise, it took only a few minutes to reach the outside of Jupiter. The speed displayed by the spaceship of the gods also made Bulma very happy and shocked. Bulma was not the only one who was shocked. Countless spectators saw the spaceship of the gods and came to Jupiter so quickly. Everyone was so surprised that they didn't know what to say. Although they are not astronomers, nor are they amateurs. But I also know that with their current technology, if they want to fly from the Earth to Jupiter, it will not be possible in hundreds of years. But the spacecraft of the gods has arrived at Jupiter in just a few minutes. What a terrifying speed! Is this alien technology? Their spacecraft can fly from Earth to Jupiter so quickly. That's right. From the Earth to Jupiter, it may not even take a few minutes. It's so fast. This is many times stronger than our current spaceship. Did the spaceship of Tien Shen sit on it when Tien Shen was a child? In other words, it is estimated that it has been eliminated in alien technology. That's right. The spherical spaceship that Saiyan, Vegeta and Nappa are on, is not only much smaller than the spaceship of the God of God, but also much faster. Wait a minute. It took them a year to fly to Earth in such an advanced spaceship. Does that mean that the place where they were originally located is already an unknown distance outside the solar system? Maybe they're not in the Milky Way anymore. Originally, Everyone's attention was on Vegeta and their strength. Now Vegeta and the others have been defeated, and there are no new enemies for the time being. This brought them back to their senses. The aliens like Vegeta are not only extremely powerful, and even the technology is many times higher than that of the Earth. You must know that the spacecraft they are launching to explore alien civilizations has just left the solar system. And it took hundreds of years to fly from the Earth to leaving the solar system. But what about alien technology? Their spacecraft can come to the Earth from other galaxies far away from the solar system within 1 year. This speed has even exceeded the speed of light. Sure enough, the Earth really belongs to novice village in the universe. Whether it is strength or technology, they are all beaten by those alien civilizations. At the same time, they also feel that what they have done to find and contact alien civilizations, it seems a little pointless. In this era, in order to explore alien civilizations, they did not know how much manpower and material resources were consumed. But in the Dragon Ball period of ancient times, Son Goku and the others had come into contact with alien civilizations, and even fought against aliens. And those aliens are too dangerous for the Earth. If they really come into contact with aliens in the future, what should they do if those aliens are hostile to the Earth? We must know that they don't have a strong man like Son Goku standing up to protect the Earth now. Anyway, this is not a problem we have to worry about now. I guess it will be hundreds or even thousands of years before we want to contact aliens in this era. It's very far away from where we are now. That's right, let's focus on the Dragon Ball period now. Now that Goku and the others are going to Namek, it means they have officially contacted aliens. Indeed, the previous Saiyan was passively contacted by them. And now, they are the ones who took the initiative to go to other planets to contact aliens. Find the spaceship of the god, and have the opportunity to go to Namek. Bulma and her dad start to modify the spaceship. As for Son Goku and the others, they are also the ones who decide to go to Namek. Final decision, Son Gohan, Kling, and Bulma go to Namek. Because Son Goku is still seriously injured, we can only go there after his injury is healed. Also, just go to Namek to collect Dragon Balls. According to King Kai, Namek people are a group of peace-loving people, so there should be no danger. After everything was ready, Bulma, Son Gohan and Kellen embarked on a journey to Namek. In their view, there is no danger in this trip to Namek. But what they didn't expect was, on the other side of the distant universe, Vegeta came to a planet in a spaceship. And this planet is named after Frieza. According to Vegeta's conversations with other people on this planet, they are all subordinates of a person named Frieza. Vegeta came to the treatment room and began to treat his injuries. While treating the injury, he is also thinking in his heart that after the injury on his body is cured, he will go to Namek to find the Dragon Ball. He will rely on the Dragon Ball to gain immortality. Use it to fight Frieza. He no longer wants to be Frieza's subordinate. After healing the wounds on his body, Vegeta drove the spaceship away and headed for Namek. And his actions alone also attracted the attention of others. At this time, Bulma, Son Gohan, and Kellen have arrived at Namek. With the help of the Namek people, the three quickly collected several Dragon Balls. However, what they didn't expect was that there is still a group of people collecting Dragon Balls on Namek. And they are the Frieza Star headed by Frieza. They are very powerful, and soon found several Dragon Balls. Because of Vegeta's arrival, there are three factions on Namek looking for Dragon Ball. Vegeta's arrival let Frieza's people know that Vegeta has betrayed them. So, Ganless's men started to deal with the surrounding towers. But what they don't know is that after Vegeta healed his injuries, his strength has improved a lot. So, a person who was originally stronger than Vegeta died in Vegeta's hands very quickly. On the other side, Frieza's men also found Kellen and others. Krillin and Son Gohan teamed up to defeat them, but at the same time they also knew one thing. That is, besides Vegeta, there is also a person named Frieza who is also collecting Dragon Balls. And this Frieza is very powerful. Even Vegeta is just his subordinate. So, although several of Frisia's subordinates have been dealt with, Kellen and Son Gohan's faces are still very ugly. They don't know how to collect Dragon Ball from Vegeta and people stronger than Vegeta. Because of insufficient strength, they can only contact Master Roshi on Earth through the spaceship's communicator. Master Roshi came to the hospital and told Son Goku what happened during this period and about Frisia. Son Goku was naturally very surprised when he learned about this. He didn't expect that there would be someone with less strength than Vegeta. At this time, Yaki Lobe came with Xiandu. After this period of growth, several new fairy beans have grown. After eating the fairy bean, Son Goku's injury immediately recovered. He didn't dare to delay, he took the spaceship made by Bulma's father, and planned to go to Namek in the shortest time. However, although Bulma's father increased the speed of the spaceship, it will take 6 days to reach Namek. That is to say, Kellen and 647 Son Gohan need to deal with Frisia and Vegeta on Namek for 6 days. 1. Because time is urgent, so Son Goku is not wasting time, just go straight to Namek. What happened on Namek once again gave all the audience a huge shock. They had thought that the journey to Namek this time would not be so smooth. But they didn't expect that they would be so sleepy. Is this the universe? It's too dangerous. This guy Vegeta said before that he is the #1 fighter in the universe, it's complete bullshit. He's actually just one of Frisia's subordinates, and even among his subordinates, he's not the strongest. According to Frisia and his subordinates, Vegeta, who has been healed and his strength has been greatly improved, is not considered by them. In other words, Vegeta is just a small character under this Frisia. Shock. Big shock. How powerful Vegeta was before, the audience can still vividly remember it. Not only did he destroy a planet not much worse than Earth, but he forced Son Goku to use quadruple Kaioken to gain the upper hand. And from what he said, it is possible to destroy the Earth with his strength. But it is such a person with such terrifying strength. It turned out to be someone else's subordinate. Moreover, it's not the most powerful subordinate yet. It's just a little bit stronger than miscellaneous soldiers, and it's just a small leader-level existence. Unexpectedly, there are so many strong people in the universe. As their immediate boss, Frisia, how powerful will he be? You know, when you know that Vegeta's strength has increased greatly, and he has reached a combat power of 24,000. Frisia still has a lot of disdain for him. As if in his eyes, even Vegeta, whose strength has greatly increased, is nothing more than an ant. As long as he wants to, he can crush him to death. The strength of this Frisia is simply terrifying. So, this Frisia is the root of the evil that the King Kai said before. It should be, and this Frisia is also very powerful, even spanning several galaxies. Is this the universe civilization? It is difficult for us to leave the Earth, and these universe civilizations can even sail across galaxies. Yet, it's powerful, and it has such a high technology. Our Earth is really like dust in the universe. The power of universe civilization has brought wave after wave to countless viewers. Chapter 83. In order to be able to deal with Vegeta and the stronger Frisia, Son Goku specially asked his father-in-law, that is, Bulma's father, to build him a training machine on the spaceship. And this machine can change the gravity. It can reach up to 100 times the gravity of the Earth. During the 6 days to Namek, he needs to practice in an environment of 100 times the gravity, and he needs to get used to it. And when Son Goku went to Namek, on Namek, Kellen and Son Gohan also started to deal with Frisia's men. Their biggest enemy now is Frisia, and Vegeta has become a small role in front of Frisia. They came to the residence of the Great Elder of Namek in the process of circling. And this Great Elder of Namek is the one who created Namek's Dragon Ball. And this Great Elder also has the ability to stimulate a person's potential. He sees that Kellen and Son Gohan are kind, unlike Frisia and the others who are big villains. So, in order for the two to better deal with Frisia's men, he helped them to stimulate their potential. After the potential was stimulated, the strength of Son Gohan and Kellen has also been greatly improved. It's just that their improved strength can be used to deal with Frisia's miscellaneous soldiers. However, it is a bit stretched to deal with those subordinates with names and surnames. When facing an enemy called Dodoria, Son Gohan's strength is not his opponent at all. And when Son Gohan was in crisis, Vegeta suddenly appeared, killed Dodoria, and saved Son Gohan. While Vegeta was fighting with Dodoria, Son Gohan ran away. After eliminating Dodoria, Vegeta also began to look for the whereabouts of Krillin, Son Gohan, and others. Under the tricks of Kellen and Son Gohan, they were not found by Vegeta. Can't find the two, Vegeta decides to find the remaining Dragon Ball first. Since the Dragon Ball cannot be taken away from Frieza, he decided to hide the remaining Dragon Ball, so that Frieza cannot collect all the Dragon Balls. When the time comes, he will find another opportunity to steal the Dragon Ball from Frieza's hand, and then he can take the opportunity to make a wish. And Frieza sent 2 of his men to find the remaining Dragon Ball. One of the men was directly killed by Vegeta after meeting Vegeta. And another man named Sabo, he was not Vegeta's opponent at first. However, he has the ability to transform, and after transforming, his strength can be greatly improved. Sabo was handsome before the transformation, but after the transformation, he turned into an ugly monster. Of course, although it has become ugly, its strength has improved a lot. After Sabo's strength increased greatly, Vegeta was no match for him, and was beaten up by Sabo. Because he is not Sabo's opponent, Vegeta can only find an opportunity to slip away. The escaped Vegeta returned to the treatment room again and healed his injuries. More than that, his strength has improved again, and because of this, he threw out all the Dragon Balls that Frieza had collected with great difficulty. By the time Frieza and Sabo found out, it was too late, Vegeta and Dragon Ball had all disappeared. Because Vegeta has learned how to suppress his chi at this time, Frieza and Sabo did not find him. In this way, Vegeta hid in the river and slipped away. In order to atone for his crime, Sabo went out again, trying to capture Vegeta and get those Dragon Balls back. At this time, Vegeta came in front of Kellen and Bulma. At this time, Klin still holds the remaining Dragon Ball in his hand. Seeing Vegeta, Kellen and Bulma were naturally very shocked. However, Vegeta did not star Kling and Bulma. Because before that, he still has one person to solve. And this person is Sabo who followed him. Let yourself be blamed by Frieza because of Vegeta. This also makes Sabo full of anger towards Vegeta. He needs to kill Vegeta to resolve his anger, and to appease Frieza's anger. Because Vegeta was not his opponent at all before, so this time, Sabo did not take Vegeta seriously. But what he didn't expect was that after Vegeta healed his injuries, his strength had improved a lot again. Don't say it's time to transform. Even if it has transformed, it is no longer Vegeta's opponent. Vegeta told Sabo that Saiyan is a fighting race, and every time he is severely injured, recovering from his injuries can greatly improve his strength. He was severely injured several times before, and recovered several times. It is these few times of recovery that have greatly improved Vegeta's strength. It has even surpassed Sabo after the transformation. Because of this, Sabo was not Vegeta's opponent, and was directly killed by Vegeta. After killing Sabo, Vegeta turned his attention to Krillin and the Dragon Ball in his hand. Because Vegeta's strength is too strong, Kling has no choice but to hand over the Dragon Ball in his hand to Vegeta. After getting the Dragon Ball, Vegeta didn't kill Krillin and Bulma because he was very happy, but left with the Dragon Ball. Plus the 5 Dragon Balls he threw from Frieza earlier. He has now obtained 6 Dragon Balls. And the last remaining Dragon Ball is in the hands of Son Gohan. Because my subordinates were killed one by one, and Wazoo didn't get it. So Frieza decided to call his strongest men, the Jinnu team, to Namek. The Jinnu team is the most powerful force under him. With their help, Vegeta can definitely be dealt with, and the Dragon Ball can also be brought back. At this time, Vegeta didn't know that Frieza had already called the Jinnu team. He met Son Gohan holding the Dragon Ball and asked Son Gohan to hand over the last Dragon Ball. Son Gohan hides the last Dragon Ball and confronts Vegeta himself. Because Vegeta didn't know the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball, so seeing Son Gohan who didn't have the Dragon Ball, he believed Son Gohan didn't find the Dragon Ball. After punching Son Gohan, he left. Looking at the back of Vegeta leaving, although Son Gohan was injured by Vegeta, he still had a smile on his face. Fortunately, Dragon Ball was not taken away by Vegeta. Afterwards, Son Gohan took the last Dragon Ball and joined Krillin and Bulma. On the other side, Vegeta took the Dragon Ball to the lake where he hid Frieza's Dragon Ball. But after looking around, he didn't find any trace of Dragon Ball. The next moment he suddenly remembered what happened when he met Son Gohan just now. When he met Son Gohan before, because Son Gohan didn't bring the Dragon Ball, he didn't suspect that the other party found the Dragon Ball. He also had doubts about something in Son Gohan's hand, but Son Gohan told him that it was a watch. Although he was a little puzzled about the size of the watch, he didn't think much about it because he was focused on the Dragon Ball at that time. Now that I think about it, that thing is not a watch. It's a Dragon Ball radar that can find Dragon Balls. Knowing that he was cheated, Vegeta was also very angry, and hurriedly flew towards the place where he met Son Gohan before. It's just that he came late, and when he arrived, Son Gohan, Krillin and others had already left. Can't find a few people, Vegeta is so angry that he can only vent his anger in the cave where Bulma hid before. Because Son Gohan and Krillin have already suppressed their chi, Vegeta has no way to sense their chi at all, so he doesn't know their whereabouts. But then Vegeta thought of one thing. Sooner or later, those guys will come and grab my 6 Dragon Balls. By the time. As he spoke, a sneer appeared on Vegeta's face. He just needs to sit back and wait for the rabbit. The struggle between Son Gohan and Krillin on Namek left countless viewers stunned. You know, among the group that was looking for the Dragon Ball on Namek, the strength of Son Gohan and Krillin can be said to be the weakest. Even though their potentials have been improved by the Great Elder of Namek, their strength is still at the bottom. Because of this, no one blamed Krillin when he saw that he couldn't hand over the Dragon Ball. Because at that time, if Krillin doesn't hand over the Dragon Ball, both he and Bulma will die. The so-called keep the green hills, don't worry about no firewood. If the Dragon Ball is gone, you can get it back, but if the person dies, it's really over. However, the two can prevent Vegeta and Frieza from collecting all the Dragon Balls with such weak strength. This is no easy task. In front of Vegeta and Frieza, Son Gohan and Kling are like ants. But these two ants, with their own efforts and wit, prevented both parties from collecting all the Dragon Balls. Brilliant, really amazing. Seriously, seeing Vegeta and Frieza both come to collect Dragon Balls, I don't have much hope for Gohan and Kling. But I didn't expect that they would have such a wonderful and outstanding performance. That's right. It's already impossible to collect all the Dragon Balls from Vegeta and Frieza. But they were able to prevent Vegeta from collecting all the Dragon Balls, which is already very powerful. Gohan is indeed the son of Goku. Under such circumstances, he can still deceive Vegeta, so that he did not get the last Dragon Ball. It really is a tiger father and no dog son. As expected of Gohan. When seeing Son Gohan meet Vegeta, it can be said that the hearts of all viewers were lifted. If Vegeta gets the last Dragon Ball, then he will have collected all the Dragon Balls and his wish will come true. At that time, Krillin and Son Gohan will all die, and the dead Piccolo and Tien Shinyan will never be resurrected. Even the audience like them felt a sense of suffocation. If it were them, the moment they saw Vegeta, their legs would be weak and they would be unable to speak. As for the Dragon Ball, I can't keep it. But Son Gohan, facing Vegeta directly, was able to withstand such a strong sense of oppression and successfully deceive Vegeta. This performance is really outstanding. Because of his good job keeping Vegeta from collecting all the Dragon Balls. Goku is now on his way to Namek, and will be there in a few days. When Goku arrives, it will be much easier to retrieve all the Dragon Balls. But now Vegeta's strength has been greatly improved, and there is a Frieza who is many times stronger than him. Even though Goku has been cultivating desperately these days, the time is too short. Even if he can defeat Vegeta, he cannot defeat Frieza. 11. Hey, I don't expect them to collect all the Dragon Balls now, and then resurrect the dead Piccolo and others. I just hope that Goku can bring Klin and the others back to Manos, Earth safely. Oh, yes. According to the previous content, this Frieza should be the most powerful person in the entire universe, that is, the final big boss. Goku and the others can say that they have just left Novice Village. It is already very good to beat Vegeta and Saiyan, but they want to fight Frieza now. The final big boss is still too difficult. If you want to fight Frieza, Goku will have to practice for a few more years. Even, no matter how hard Goku practices, he can't beat Frieza. Don't forget, Goku is also Saiyan, and Saiyan's hometown, planet Vegeta, was destroyed by Frieza. Moreover, Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyan, also wants to obtain immortality through the Dragon Ball, so he has the courage to compete with Frieza. This is just to give him confidence not to be killed by Frieza. It is almost impossible to cultivate to the point where he is stronger than Frieza. In the final analysis, although the Saiyan race is much stronger than the people on Earth, but in the face of other stronger races, it's still not enough to look at. Fortunately, Raditz and Vegeta said before that Saiyan is the #1 fighting nation in the universe, so that's the result? If you don't know that there is Frieza, then Saiyan, the first fighting nation in the universe, they might still admit it. After all, the sense of oppression of Vegeta and the Saiyans is too much. Even Piccolo, who is also an alien, is not their opponent. Even if they were defeated by Son Goku in the end, Son Goku is still Saiyan. But now, after learning about Frieza, the audience felt that what Vegeta and the others said before, Saiyan is the first fighting nation in the universe. There is a lot of moisture. Chapter 84. Not to mention Frieza, the final big boss. Even those under him who can be named look down on Vegeta. It shows that Vegeta before coming to Earth was not their opponent at all. If it weren't for Vegeta relying on Saiyan's passive talent, he would become stronger after treating several injuries. With his strength, he can't even be ranked among Frieza's subordinates. With such strength, how dare they say that Saiyan is the #1 fighting nation in the universe? The title of the first fighting nation in the universe is probably said by Vegeta and Saiyan themselves. If other people feel the same way, then the moisture in this title is really too great. Ah, but at least Saiyan's strength is indeed strong, at least compared to our Earthlings. Yeah, the most powerful person among the Earthlings should be Klin. After his strength has been improved by the Elder Namek, he should be the strongest among the Earthlings. But even so, he can't even compare to Vegeta who just came to Earth. No way, this is the bloodline problem. The bloodlines of our Earthlings are too weak in front of those aliens. But it's already pretty good. Well, at least Klin, as the face of our Earthlings, is stronger than Raditz and Nappa right now. It's already very good that we Earthlings can do this. But the current crisis is still not resolved. Goku will not come here for a few days now. And Frieza called his strongest subordinate, the Jinnu team, over here. If the Jinnu team arrives before Goku, Krillin and Gohan will be in danger. Even if Goku arrives first, if they meet the Jinnu team, their opponents don't know yet. 17. Well, who said otherwise? So what we hope now is that only Goku can arrive first, and then leave with Krillin and the others. As for the Dragon Ball, let Vegeta and Frieza mess with them. However, I guess Vegeta won't be around for long. After seeing the strength of Frieza and his men, no one has confidence in Krillin and the others, not even Son Goku. Although they grew up watching Son Goku, although they think Son Goku is the main character, the son of destiny. But it will take time for the child of destiny to grow up. In just a few days, it is estimated that he can compete against Vegeta already very well. Want to counter Frieza's stronger minions, even Frieza herself. Son Goku sure can't do it. So from the audience's point of view, Son Goku's goal now is not to find the Dragon Ball, but to escape from the cold. Although this way Piccolo and the others cannot be resurrected. But you can't risk your own life just to bring them back to life. If they survived, there might be hope for them to be revived later. But if you die, then there is really no hope at all. It's just that based on what I know about Goku, I guess he won't be willing to leave like this, and it's very likely that he will face off with Frieza. By the way, I remember we talked about before, whether Vegeta will be whitewashed. Now there is a stronger enemy, Frieza, and Vegeta wants to be betrayed by him. Do you think Vegeta and Goku will join forces to deal with Frieza? It's not impossible, but the problem is, even if the two of them work together, they may not be able to defeat Frieza. And judging by Vegeta's personality, he might not necessarily team up with Goku. In short, all we can do now is to watch the development of things. Krillin and Son Gohan take Bulma to another place. Krillin and Son Gohan let Bulma hide while the two of them continued to move. They can't just hide without doing anything before Goku arrives. Even if they can't collect all the Dragon Balls, they have to give Vegeta resistance. Son Gohan and Krillin left, leaving the last Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand, because it was inconvenient for them to move with the Dragon Ball. However, what they don't know is that because Bulma was bored, he played with the Dragon Ball, but lost the Dragon Ball. Although she eventually retrieved the Dragon Ball, she was discovered by Frieza's men because she left her hiding place. In order to know the whereabouts of Vegeta, Frieza's men took Bulma and Dragon Ball to Frieza's location. In order to survive, Bulma told the two subordinates that as long as they collect all 7 Dragon Balls, they can gain power beyond Frieza. So it's better to just let her go and find the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. The two subordinates were tempted and took Bulma, wanting her to find the rest of the Dragon Ball. And during this period, Bulma relied on her ingenuity to get rid of these two subordinates. When several parties were dealing with each other, a few days passed, and it was less than 2 days before Son Goku arrived in Daegu. He has fully adapted to 100 times the gravity, and his practice is over. In the rest of the time, he needs to take a good rest, fully recover his strength, and recharge his batteries. And the Jinute team is faster than Son Goku, they arrived at Namek first. After the Jinute team arrived in Namek, they went in front of Frieza and performed an awkward dance for Frieza. Frieza was a little embarrassed when he saw the expression, and there was a cold sweat. Then, Frieza asked the Jinute team to find 7 Dragon Balls. He has great confidence in the Jinute team. As long as the Jinute team goes out, they will definitely be able to find Dragon Ball. The arrival of the Jinute team made Vegeta, who originally wanted to attack Kling and Son Gohan, change his mind. If he is alone, it will be very difficult to compete against the Jinute team. So, he needs Krillin and Son Gohan's help. With no other choice, the 3 of them can only temporarily form an alliance. Let's deal with the Jinute team first. The strength of the Jinute team is very strong. They quickly found Vegeta, Kling and Son Gohan, and they didn't even take all of them, and only relied on Guldo, the weakest of them, to deal with the 3. Although Guldo's strength is the weakest among the 5 members of the Jinute team, he has very powerful superpowers. It can even pause time. Under his ability, the 7 Dragon Balls were taken away by others, and Son Gohan and Krillin were in mortal danger. In a critical moment, Vegeta got rid of Guldo's superpower, killed Guldo, and saved Son Gohan and Kling. Because all 7 Dragon Balls have been obtained, Jinyu brought 7 Dragon Balls to Frieza. The remaining Bart, Keith, and Likum intend to kill Vegeta, Kling and Son Gohan. Facing the 3 of Vegeta, the 3 of the Jinute team didn't even plan to make a shot together, but decided who made the shot by guessing punches. It can be said that they didn't take Vegeta, Krillin and Son Gohan seriously at all. In the end, Likum won the boxing game and got the chance to kill the three of Vegeta. Seeing the actions of the three of them, Vegeta was naturally very angry. Because their actions are looking down on him. At this time, there are still 10 minutes before Son Goku arrives at Namek. Facing Likum, Vegeta didn't dare to neglect, immediately burst out with all his aura, and showed his own history. And now Vegeta has more than 30,000 fighting power. With full force, Vegeta launched a very violent attack on Likum. Facing Vegeta's fierce attack, Likum was beaten non-stop and did not fight back. However, just when Vegeta thought he had reached Likum, something shocked him happened. Likum, who was violently attacked by him, not only did not die. He didn't even suffer any damage. My warm-up exercise is done. Vegeta's fierce attack is actually just a warm-up for Likum. Likum, who finished warming up, started to attack Vegeta violently. His attack is very powerful, although Vegeta has already counterattacked fiercely, but in Likum's view, it is nothing more than that. Even, he is still praising Vegeta's attack like a master. Under Likum's fierce attack, Vegeta was soon scarred. Then, Likum even grabbed Vegeta's body, and directly inserted Vegeta into the ground in a head-down posture. Being hit by Likum, Vegeta, who was already scarred, made the situation even worse. And Likum's move also made the necks of countless audiences ache. Just smashing it head first into the ground? It's too hard. If it were ordinary people like us, our necks and heads would have been broken long ago. Don't say it's broken, it's impossible to be complete even if it's complete. Vegeta shouldn't just die like this. Death is impossible, but the problem is that if you don't die now, you will die later. This Likum's strength is really too strong. Vegeta's combat strength has already exceeded 30,000, and he is not even his opponent. He doesn't even care about Vegeta's attack. Isn't this a bit too scary? Besides, he is only one member of the Jinnu team. Even if one Gerdo dies, there are 4 more. There are still 3 people who are as strong as him, or even stronger than him. I don't know if the other 2 are stronger than him, I only know that Jinyu, as the captain, must be stronger than him. Is this the strongest subordinate of Frisia? It really is terrifying. The strength shown by the Jinnu team has shocked countless audiences. You must know that even the weakest Guldo, his superpowers are very terrifying. His fighting strength is only 10,000, but he can join the Jinnu team because of his powerful superpower. Just his superpower to pause time is already a hard control skill. And he was killed only because his own strength was too weak, and Vegeta found an opportunity. If his own strength can be stronger, then Krillin and Son Gohan will be really dangerous. And even the weakest Guldo is so powerful, and Likum's strength explodes directly. Vegeta's full-blown attack hit him, probably like scratching an itch. And there are 2 people as strong as him, and there is a Captain Jinyu who is stronger than him. Is this the strongest force under Frisia? And other men, not at all. 1 level. Originally, the audience thought that although Vegeta's strength was not strong compared to Frisia's other subordinates, he could still be ranked in the top 10. But now it seems that whether his strength can be ranked in the top 10 is still a question. And this also makes him say that Saiyan is the first fighting nation in the universe, and it becomes more watery. Vegeta was beaten so badly, and there was only 1 Rikum Tao. I guess even if Goku comes, the situation will not get any better. Goku is coming soon, although he has done a very hard training, but no matter how much his strength improves, he will probably be on the same level as Vegeta. It's really hard to compete against the Jinnu team. No one has faith in Son Goku. They had no confidence before. Now, after seeing the strength of the Jinnu team, this confidence has been completely wiped out. Even if Son Goku has gone through 100 times the gravity of the practice. But from their point of view, his strength can only be raised to the same level as Vegeta at most. After all, although Vegeta has not undergone gravity training, he has undergone several treatments, and with Saiyan's passive talent, his strength has been greatly improved. And now, Vegeta has been beaten so badly. Even if it is Son Goku's shot, it is estimated that it will not be much better. Even if Son Goku can beat Likum, he can beat the other two geese and Bart. But there is also a stronger Captain Jinyu. On top of Jinyu, there's a Frieza. How to fight this? But the problem now is that Gohan and Kling have already played against the Jinyu team. If Goku wants to take them away, he needs to fight Likum and the others. And Likum's strength is so strong, this is very troublesome. And there are Bart and Keith who are watching the show, it's very tricky. Well, now I just hope that Goku can become a little stronger after going through the 100 times the gravity training. It would be great if he can defeat Likum and the others. For defeating Frieza and Jinyu, the audience is hopeless. Their hope now is that Son Goku can defeat Likum and the others and save Son Gohan and Kellen. And leave Namek with them both and Bulma. As for Dragon Ball or Frieza, let's talk about it later. Now let's talk about survival first. Chapter 85. Vegeta, who was hit head down to the ground, used all his strength to attack Likum and sent Likum flying. But this time, it also consumed a lot of his strength, making him out of breath. On the other hand, Likum, after being attacked by Vegeta, this guy still looks like a normal person, it's just terrifying. Even Vegeta called Likum a big monster. And just when Likum was about to give Vegeta the final blow, Kling and Son Gohan, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally made a move. The two save Vegeta. Once Vegeta is killed, then it will be their turn. So, they have to join forces with Vegeta to be able to fight. It's just that, although they saved Vegeta, there is still no good way to face Likum. Likum severely injured Kling in one move. Now, only Son Gohan is left with the strength to fight. He exploded with all his strength, intending to fight Likum to the death. It's just that even Son Gohan's full power explosion still has no effect on Likum, and it can't even add a little damage to Likum. Son Gohan's neck was broken by Likum's fierce attack. He was dying. On the other side, Jinyu has returned to Frieza's place with the Dragon Ball. Frieza looked at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him, wanting to gain immortality for himself. It's just that he doesn't know how to make a wish. So, in order to know how to make a wish to the Dragon Ball, Frieza intends to ask the remaining Namek people how to make a wish. In order to ensure nothing goes wrong, Frieza decided to go out in person this time. At this time, a spaceship landed on Namek. After 6 days of flying, Son Goku finally arrived in Namek. Hurry up, Goku! If you don't hurry up, Gohan and Krillin will be killed. Goku! You must defeat this Likum and avenge Krillin and Gohan. When they saw that Krillin was severely injured by Likum with one move, countless viewers were already furious. They also grew up watching Krillin, although they didn't like Krillin as much as they liked Son Goku. But they also liked this little bald head very much. And when they saw, Likum broke Son Gohan's neck with a kick. This anger is about to break through the sky. You know Son Gohan is the son of Son Goku. For those mothers and mothers who treat Son Goku like a child, then Son Gohan is their grandson. For those female viewers and male H who see Son Goku as her husband, Son Gohan is their child. And now, Son Gohan was kicked with a broken neck and was about to die. How can they bear it? They don't have the strength and the means to avenge Son Gohan. Therefore, I can only leave the thought of revenge to Son Goku. Although they don't know if Son Goku can defeat Likum to avenge Kellen and Son Gohan with Son Goku's strength. But all they can do now is pray and hope. As for Vegeta being seriously injured by Likum, then they can only say that they played well. This is the only good thing Likum has done. Although Vegeta and Kellen and Son Gohan have joined forces for the time being, but the audience's dislike for him cannot be easily erased. Son Goku left the spaceship, and through perception, he perceived the two very powerful chi of Frieza and Jinyu. The situation of Son Gohan and Kellen is not good, so he naturally sensed it. Don't worry about Frieza and Jinyu, Son Goku hastened to the location of Son Gohan and Krillin. Even Son Goku used Kaioken directly in order to get there quickly. With the blessing of Kaioken, even if the distance is hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Son Goku will arrive soon. The arrival of Son Goku also made several people have different moods. Likum and the others from the Jinyu team are naturally puzzled, not knowing who this sudden appearance is. And Kellen and Vegeta are very happy. At the critical moment, Son Goku has finally arrived. Even Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Son Goku's arrival. Son Goku first fed Son Gohan, who was about to die, a fairy bean. Then gave Kellen the fairy beans. After the two ate the fairy beans, the two who were seriously injured recovered quickly. And the last fairy bean left, Son Goku threw it to Vegeta. After eating the fairy beans, Vegeta recovered from all his injuries in an instant. When the last fairy bean was eaten by Vegeta, many viewers feel that the situation is not good. They didn't think it was bad because Son Goku gave Vegeta senzu. After all, Son Goku also gave Piccolo some fairy beans. They feel bad because this is the last bean. By the way, what happened after the last fairy bean was eaten last time? Looks like the last time was when I was fighting Vegeta and the others. Goku split the last fairy bean in half for Kellen and Gohan to eat, but because there was no fairy bean, Goku was lying in the hospital for a while. So this time, Goku gave Vegeta the last fairy bean to eat. Do you think the same thing will happen as before? You mean, Goku was severely wounded, and then he didn't have the beans to heal him? It can still happen, but if you get badly wounded on Namek, it's the same as being finished. Although Son Goku was seriously injured last time, at least Vegeta was driven away. But this time, it is estimated that Son Goku was severely injured before he met Frieza. If Son Goku is seriously injured, and there is no Sento treatment, that is really a very bad thing. Wouldn't half a celestial bean heal the wound? Then Goku can take out 1.5 celestial beans and heal 3 people like before. In this case, he still has 1.5 fairy beans left, which can heal his injuries 3 times. Maybe it's because he feels that he doesn't need Saiyan anymore. In any case, now that the fairy bean is gone, if it is accidentally injured, it will be very troublesome, even impossible, to recover. But why did the number of sen beans become so small? I remember when Goku was a child, there were jars of sen beans. Maybe it was eaten by Yaki Lobe. I remember when he ate fairy beans for the first time, he ate them in handfuls. He has lived on Kallen Tower for so many years, it seems that it is not impossible to eat up the fairy beans. Regarding the scarcity of fairy beans, countless viewers feel sorry and puzzled. Obviously, there were a lot of fairy beans before. Looking at the number of cylinders, there must be hundreds of them. But now there are only a few. It has become a scarce thing. You must know that fairy beans are very magical. No matter how many injuries you have suffered, as long as you are not dead, even if you only have your last breath left. As long as you eat a fairy bean, you can recover all of them in an instant. The key is that the bug level of this thing is that no matter how strong or weak it is, the effect is the same. But something with such a bug has become so scarce now. If there is no shortage like before, then you don't have to worry about your injuries, and you can go directly to the powerful enemy. As long as you are not instantly killed, you can immediately recover and fight again after eating the fairy beans. But now, what a pity! After Kellen and others recovered, Son Goku walked towards Likum. He told Kellen and Son Gohan that it is enough for these people to be handed over to him alone. Hearing Son Goku's words, Likum was naturally very disdainful. He asked Bart how much Son Goku's combat power was. After investigation, Son Goku's combat power was only 5,000. In the eyes of Likum and the others, this level of combat power is no different from garbage. So, Likum felt even more disdainful towards Son Goku, and even extended an international friendly middle finger gesture to Son Goku to express his contempt and disdain for Son Goku 1. It's just that Son Goku is very indifferent, Tianfen is calm. He even said that Likum would not be his opponent, even if he didn't make a move, he would know it. And Son Goku's calmness, his strong self-confidence also made Vegeta unbelievable. Impossible, it is impossible for Kakarot to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta is convincing himself, he can't believe it, and he doesn't want to believe it. Super Saiyan only appears once every 1,000 years. Super Saiyan is able to surpass the bottleneck that no genius fighter can surpass. 0 Fur Flowers. I originally thought that it was just a nonsense legend. 1. If the legend is true, then the person who has the potential to become a Super Saiyan should be me. Vegeta has always been very confident in himself. In his opinion, even if Saiyan's Super Saiyan legend is true, he should be the one who can become a Super Saiyan. But now it seems that Son Goku is more likely. At this time, Likum has already launched an attack on Son Goku. Only facing his attack, Son Goku disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he had already come behind Keith and Bart, who were watching the show. His speed is so fast that even Geese and Bart knew it through the detector. The only person who can see the speed of Son Goku is Vegeta, whose strength has greatly increased again after eating fairy beans to recover from his injuries. Son Goku's terrifying speed also shocked Keith and Bart. The two shot at Son Goku at the same time, but their attacks didn't even touch Son Goku. Then, Son Goku returned to Likum, intending to deal with Likum first. In order to completely eliminate Son Goku, Likum intends to use the last trick, to eliminate Son Goku, Vegeta, Kellen and Son Gohan together. However, when he was posing and preparing to perform his own trick, the next moment, he froze completely. Only a stunned expression remained on his face. Then, his expression became painful. The expression of the whole person is ferocious, as if he has suffered great pain. And it is true. When Likum was about to perform a move, Son Goku came to Likum at an extremely fast speed, and then hit Likum directly with the Overlord elbow. I'm sorry, because your whole body is full of flaws, so I couldn't help but make a move. I'm so sorry. Looking at the fallen Likum, Son Goku is still there and apologizes embarrassingly. And his move directly knocked Likum down to the ground, and he couldn't get up again. With just one move, Likum was instantly killed. This scene directly saw everyone watching the battle. Especially Vegeta, he clenched his fists and looked at Son Goku and the fallen Likum very unwillingly. Hateful. That's not an ordinary attack, you can't fool my eyes. Vegeta has seen the whole process of Son Goku's shot, so he naturally knows that Son Goku's shot just now is not as ordinary as it seems. That was a blow, an unimaginably strong super punch. He has surpassed Saiyan's fighting level. Why? What kind of special training did he receive? Could it be that the legend is true? Is he really Super Saiyan? Although I really don't want to believe it, but the strength shown by Son Goku still makes Vegeta can't help but think so. In his opinion, only Super Saiyan can have the strength beyond Saiyan's fighting level. Ordinary Saiyan, even if he is the Prince of Saiyan, the strongest genius among Saiyan, the #1 powerhouse. Not so powerful. But Vegeta doesn't want to believe it, and is unwilling to believe it. Because in the legend, Super Saiyan is a super soldier who will only appear once in 1,000 years. If Son Goku is Super Saiyan, then he is the Prince of Saiyan, isn't he? This makes the proud Vegeta, how could he be willing? After solving Likum, Son Goku turned his attention to Bart and Keith. Although Son Goku defeated Likum, Bart and Keith still don't care about him. Because in the eyes of the two of them, it was just a coincidence that Son Goku was able to defeat Likum just now, and Likum was too careless. Because when Son Goku was fighting just now, the combat value on their detectors did not change at all. So in the eyes of Geese and Bart, Son Goku's combat power is still only 5,000. He didn't defeat Likam by his own strength at all, so naturally he doesn't need to be taken to heart by them. Because the two believed and paid too much attention to the data of the detector, they didn't take Son Goku seriously at all. Chapter 86. After Likam was defeated, Keith and Bart were finally ready to make a move. The two of them, one red and one blue, are a pair of fighting partners. The two shot at the same time and launched a fierce attack on Son Goku. But looking at Son Goku, he didn't even move at all. It's just that it can be seen from his footprints that he has moved. But because the speed is so fast, it looks like it's just standing there without moving. It's just that although it is moving, Son Goku is only moving slightly. Then, Keith and Bart continue to attack Son Goku. And this time, Son Goku also launched a counterattack. His counterattack directly sent Geese and Bart flying. Afterwards, Geese and Bart displayed their combination skills, the blue-red light ball. It's just that the attacks of the two were either dodged by Son Goku, or bounced away. In short, no matter how the two of them attack, they can't hurt Son Goku points. Afterwards, Son Goku took the initiative to attack and easily killed Bart in seconds. Son Goku let the remaining Geese leave with Likam and Bart, he didn't kill them. But at this time, Geese has been frightened by the strength displayed by Son Goku and lost his courage. He ran away by himself, and didn't care about the life and death of Likam and Bart at all. And taking advantage of this moment, Vegeta made a move and killed Likam and Bart. He doesn't kill his opponent like Son Goku, he always believes in killing the enemy. On the other side, Geese returned to Jinyu's 603 and told Jinyu about the defeat of the remaining three. In order to teach Son Goku and Vegeta a lesson, Jinyu plans to do it himself. The actions of the two also attracted the attention of Son Goku and others. Vegeta learned from Son Goku, Kellen, and Son Gohan that Frieza went to the Great Elder Namek to inquire about how to make a wish. Plus at this time, Geese and Jinyu have arrived, and Son Goku originally wanted Vegeta to help him defeat another person. But I didn't expect Vegeta to leave directly, leaving Son Goku alone to deal with Keith and Jinyu. And Son Gohan and Kellen were called by Son Goku to find Dragon Ball. So there is no way, Son Goku can only deal with Jinyu and Geese alone. Son Goku and Jinyu started a fierce battle. With Jinyu's strong strength, Son Goku also showed part of his own strength. The battle between the two is very fierce, and you come and I go to each other without losing the wind. It's just that when Son Goku was about to attack Jinyu, Geese suddenly attacked, allowing Jinyu to seize the opportunity to come behind Son Goku and imprison him. 1. Jinyu restrains Son Goku, making it impossible for Son Goku to break free. And just when Son Goku was about to use Kaioken to break free from Jinyu's shackles, Jinyu actually let go of Son Goku on his own initiative. Not only that, Jinyu also attacked Geese. Of course, he didn't hit Geese, but just taught Geese a lesson, let him not intervene in the battle between him and Son Goku. 1. Facing such a powerful opponent like Son Goku, Joe said that his blood has begun to boil. He asked Son Goku to fight with his real strength, stop hiding his clumsiness. And Son Goku also decided at this time to show his true strength to fight. Ha! Kaioken! With Son Goku's loud roar, his aura began to increase crazily. On the detectors worn by Jinyu and Geese, Son Goku's combat power at this time is also beginning to appear. As Son Goku's aura continues to increase, the expressions of the two have also changed from being indifferent at the beginning to shocked, unbelievable. 90,000. 95,000. 100,000, 105,000, 106,000, 107,000, 108,000. Impossible. 110,000. And still improving. The improvement of Son Goku's combat power shocked both Geese and Jinyu. Jinyu was shocked because, according to his calculation, Son Goku's combat power should be around 85,000. But the current combat power is actually more than 100,000. Even more than 110,000. The reason for Gisa's shock is similar to that of Jinyu. As far as he knows, Jinyu's full strength is about 120,000. But what about Son Goku? He's just a Saiyan. His combat power is almost catching up with Jinyu. How can this not be shocking? Also, Son Goku's fighting power is still rising to become the king. 120,000. 130,000. 140,000. Son Goku's fighting power is still improving. It has surpassed Jinyu. And this time, Jinyu's mentality almost collapsed. Other than King Frieza in the entire universe, I should be the strongest person. Jinyu has always thought so before. But seeing Son Goku's fighting power now, he suddenly lost his confidence. He just thought that he met Son Goku, a guy with good fighting power, so he can let him fight well. But he never thought that Son Goku's combat power could approach him, or even surpass him. Jinyu, whose mentality is a little broken, keeps attacking Son Goku, trying to prevent Son Goku from continuing to improve his combat effectiveness. It's just that his attack, Son Goku didn't even move, it all collapsed. At this time, Son Goku's combat power is still improving. 180,000. I can't believe it, is this your real strength? Seeing Son Goku's fighting power at this time, Jinyu was already in a cold sweat, and he was stunned. His strongest combat power is only 120,000, but now Son Goku's combat power is 50% stronger than him. How to fight? No wonder we can't beat him, how can the demi-human be so strong? Geese on the side finally understood why Son Goku could defeat Bart and Likum so easily by himself. With his terrifying fighting power, even Captain Jinyu is on par with others in front of him. Not to mention those who are far inferior to Captain Jinyu. However, what Keith can't figure out is why the demi-humans are so powerful. Even Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyan, is not so powerful. 180,000. Combat power of 180,000. Is this the real strength of Goku now? It's so terrifying. Geese and Jinyu were not the only ones who were shocked by Son Goku's fighting power. All the audience are a little sluggish at this time. They had guessed how strong Son Goku was before. But the conclusion is that it should be similar to Vegeta. So what they hoped before was that Son Goku could avenge Kellen and Son Gohan, and defeating Likum would be good enough. And then they saw that Son Goku defeated Likum and Bart so easily. This made them feel that they underestimated Son Goku's strength. However, there is still no clear understanding of how strong Son Goku is. It is not known whether he can defeat the strongest Jinyu and Frieza of the Jinyu team. And now, after seeing that Son Goku's true strength is actually so powerful, everyone was stunned. 180,000 combat power. 50% stronger than Jinyu. Don't underestimate the 50% combat power that is stronger. Judging from the previous battles and the fighting power of the people fighting. If one party's combat power can exceed the other party's by 10%, then there will be no suspense in the battle, and the side with the strongest fighting power can easily win. If it is 20% stronger, then you can directly press the other party on the ground and rub it. If it is 30% stronger, then it can directly kill the other party with one move. If it is more than 30% stronger, there will be no suspense in the battle. Unless the party with the stronger combat power does not fight seriously and starts to wave, it is possible to be injured by the party with the lower combat power. Or there are some moves that can leapfrog to kill, such as Kellen's Chi-Yuan Slash. Or a few people with low combat effectiveness will besiege together, but the effect is not very obvious. And Son Goku's current combat power is 50% stronger than Jinyu's. What is this concept? As long as Son Goku is willing, he can instantly kill Jinyu with one move. I really didn't expect that Goku's strength would rise to this level after going through 100 times the gravity. But this is Goku's improved strength after using Kaioken, not his real strength. I just don't know, Goku is using Kaioken several times now, According to what he said before, his current body can support him to use Kaioken 10 times. 0. If it is said that he is using 10 times Kaioken now, then his real strength is around 18,000. I don't think Goku should be casting Kaioken 10 times now. You must know that when he defeated Likum and Bart before, he didn't use Kaioken, but he still directly killed them instantly. So, even if his combat power has not been boosted by Kaioken, I think it must be at least higher than the two of them. I just don't know how powerful Likum and the others are. At this time, the combat power value of all members of the Jinute team appeared on the screen. The weakest Guldo has a combat power of 10,000. Bart and Keith have the same fighting power, at 45,000. Likum's combat strength is 50,000. And the strongest Jinyu has a combat power of 120,000. In other words, Goku's strength before Kaioken's increase was at least 50,000. If you want to kill Likum in an instant, then his combat power will be over 65,000. That is to say, the Kaioken that Goku casts now can't exceed 3 times at most. If Goku broke out with all his strength, wouldn't his combat power be over 600,000? This value shocked countless viewers. You must know that Son Goku's combat power not long ago was at most 4 times Kaioken's 32,000. The real strength before the increase is only 8,000. But now, even if the real strength before the increase is not increased, it is already above 60,000. If you use 10 times Kaioken, it will be more than 600,000. What a terrifying number this is! Even Vegeta, who just came to Earth, only has 18,000 fighting power. And this combat power is enough to destroy the Earth. So how powerful is Son Goku's 600,000 combat power? It should be impossible to destroy the Sun. After all, the Sun is 1.3 million times bigger than the Earth. If you want to destroy the Sun, only hundreds of thousands of combat power should not be enough. But destroying a planet that is dozens or even hundreds of times larger than the Earth should be no problem. As for the Earth, it is no problem to destroy dozens of them with one blow. Good guy, the Moon became a unit of measurement for the strong before. Now the Earth has become the unit of measurement for the strong. Can't destroy the Earth? What kind of strong man? In front of this gang of monsters from the Dragon Ball era, even the Earth has become like paper, and can only be reduced to a unit of measurement for the strong. After you say it, will even the Sun become a unit of measurement for the strong? It's not impossible. Goku is so powerful, even that Frieza can handle it. Yet, if Goku explodes at full strength, he will have a combat power of more than 600,000. No matter how strong this Frieza is, it's impossible for 4.2 to be so strong. Jinyu, as the strongest under Frieza, has a strength of 120,000. That Frieza as the final big boss. The combat power must be far more than 120,000, but it is impossible to directly increase it to more than 600,000. In the eyes of many viewers, Frieza's combat power is about 300,000. Up to 400,000. If this is the case, then Son Goku can still defeat Frieza with all his strength. And still easily beat Frieza. After all, Son Goku is at least 50% stronger than Frieza, or even twice as powerful when he explodes with all his strength. If this is the case, then after Goku defeated Jinyu, he can also defeat Frieza. Frieza is the final big boss, right? After defeating Frieza, Goku will be invincible in the universe. I really didn't expect that Goku has just stepped out of the novice village of the Earth, and he can directly defeat the final big boss. Kaioken, what a genius! The audience knew very well that Son Goku would have such a strong strength. Great credit to Kaioken. This move is simply a bug-level move. It can increase your strength exponentially. Originally, Son Goku's combat power was probably above 60,000. But under the use of 10 times Kaioken, it will directly increase to 60 million certificates. It's a pity that this trick is too demanding on the body. If there is no limit, it would be really scary. But also, if there is no restriction on such a buggy move, then let other people live? Chapter 87. Frisia heads towards the location of the Grand Elder Namek. On the way, he met Dende, who was sent out by the Great Elder, but because his attention at this time was on how to make a wish, he didn't pay much attention to Dende. Soon, he arrived at the location of the Great Elder. Here, he met the guardian of the Great Elder and the strongest person in Namek, Nai Lu. Through the detector, Frisia learned that Niru's combat power is 40,000 taels. But this combat power is nothing to him at all. He didn't even bother to dodge Neil's attack. Then I will tell you a good thing. Frisia walks towards Niru while talking. My combat strength is 530,000. Under Frisia's overwhelming power, Niru was no match at all, and was soon beaten to death by Frisia. Frisia didn't kill him either, but came to the Great Elder and asked him how to make a wish. But the Great Elder told him that he had sent people to find Son Gohan and Kellen, and told them Su Xia's method. The words of the Great Elder also reminded Frisia of Dende, who passed him by before. Before, he didn't care about the other party, he only thought of the other party as a little ant. But I didn't expect that this little ant would bring him so much trouble. Frisia hurriedly headed towards the direction where Dende disappeared. He wanted to capture Shenron before Son Gohan and Kellen summoned Shenron to make a wish, and let him realize his wish. On the other side, after feeling Son Goku's combat power exceeding 180,000. Originally thought that Son Goku was Super Saiyan's Jinyu, but also calmed down. Because he knows one thing, that is Son Goku is not Super Saiyan. Originally, he saw Son Goku's combat power so high, and thought he was Super Saiyan, so he was very afraid. After all, this Super Saiyan is an existence that even King Frisia fears. However, although Son Goku 30's combat effectiveness is very high now, it is far from being able to threaten King Frisia. In other words, Son Goku is not Super Saiyan. After all, if the legendary Super Saiyan only has such a little strength, then King Frisia won't be so afraid. Knowing that Son Goku is not Super Saiyan, Jinyu is also relieved. Although Son Goku's combat power is much higher than him now, he has a way to deal with it. He found an opportunity to get close to Son Goku, first punched himself, injured himself, and then yelled. Exchange bodies. With Jinyu's roar, 2 rays of light emanate from him and Son Goku. Then, the 2 lights exchanged, the light from Jinyu fell on Son Goku, and the light from Son Goku fell on Jinyu. Afterwards, a sneer appeared on Son Goku's face, while a very surprised expression appeared on Jinyu's face. What's going on? Son Goku looked at himself opposite, and said in surprise. He looked at his body again and found that he had turned into Jinyu. At this time, Jinyu, who switched bodies with Son Goku, told him that he has a trick to switch bodies with others. Because he saw that Son Goku was very powerful, he switched bodies with Son Goku. In this way, Son Goku's powerful combat power will be his. After successfully exchanging Son Goku's body, Jinyu left with Geese and Son Goku because it was Jinyu's body at this time, but Jinyu injured Zhang before switching bodies. So now this injured body is Son Goku's, the injury directly affects him. Seeing that Jinyu actually switched bodies with Son Goku, the mentality of countless viewers suddenly exploded. What Goku actually swapped bodies with this Jinyu? Doesn't that mean that Goku will live in Jinyu's body from now on? No. Damn Jinyu, I thought he wasn't so bad when I saw him trying to fight Goku fairly. I didn't expect him to be so bad. Frisia's men, how could they not be villains? Damn Jinyu! Give me back my handsome Goku! They were used to Son Goku's handsome appearance. Now that Son Goku has become Jinyu's body, is it possible that they will look at Jinyu's body in the future? Though they know, it's not Jinyu, it's Son Goku. However, it will always be very strange in my heart. But seriously, after Jinyu swapped bodies with Goku, he gave that evil smile with Goku's body, which made me think Goku's face became more attractive. Me too. Maybe this is the contrast. Ah, I saw Sora before, with a handsome face, and sometimes he would show a cute smile. But he never had that evil smile, and it gave us a great contrast that made him even more attractive. But it's a pity that this smile is made by Jinyu. I still hope that he can exchange bodies with Goku. Sigh, but getting Jinyu and Goku to switch bodies back is not easy. Unless Jinyu is voluntary, I want him and Son Goku to switch bodies back. It's almost impossible. Leave aside the matter of Goku and Jinyu, have you seen just now, Frieza revealed his fighting power. Of course I saw it, his combat power is actually as high as 530,000. Even that name X Niru, his combat power is as high as 42,000, he really deserves to be the strongest Namek. Yet, although he and Piccolo look very similar, the difference in combat power between the two is really too big. The combat power of 42,000, even under Frieza's men, is only inferior to those of the Jinyu team. As far as I remember, Vegeta seemed to look down on the Namek people before. But Niru's fighting power is even stronger than after he has improved his strength. What right does he have to look down on the Namek people? Saiyan, the title of the universe's first fighting nation, is more watery. Not to mention other races, even the Namek people who are looked down upon by them, the strongest can kill them indiscriminately. After learning about Niru's combat effectiveness, the audience is even more disdainful of Saiyan, the title of the first fighting nation in the universe. What is universe first? Not to mention not being ranked under Frieza. Even the Namek people who are looked down upon by their Saiyan. The strongest of them are much stronger than Vegeta. Vegeta also said before that he was going to find the Dragon Ball on Namek. Fortunately, Frieza is also looking for the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, Vegeta is alone in finding the Dragon Ball. Then he was not beaten to death by Neil. But what is this Super Saiyan they keep talking about? It's not just Vegeta talking, Jinyu is talking too. According to what Vegeta said, this Super Saiyan is a legend among Saiyans. It seems to be a super warrior with great strength. But this is just a legend, whether there is really such a Super Saiyan is still a question. If there is one, the only one who can become this Super Saiyan is Goku. But it's over now. Goku's body was taken by Jinyu. If it is not taken away, then with Goku's full strength, even if Frieza's combat power is 530,000, Goku's full strength is more than 600,000. He can still defeat Frieza. But now it's gone. With Jinyu's body, he can't have such a strong fighting power. Wait a minute. Did you guys spot a problem? At this time, some viewers suddenly discovered a blind spot. Goku can have a combat power of more than 180,000 only when he uses Kaioken. But Jinyu didn't know. He thought that Goku's real strength was more than 180,000, that's why he exchanged bodies with Goku. But in fact, Goku's real strength is probably around 60,000. And Jinyu's combat power is 120,000. Then if Goku uses Jinyu's body to cast Kaioken 10 times, wouldn't his combat power be increased to 1.2 million? Isn't that much stronger than 600,000? Yup. Some viewers said so, and other viewers suddenly responded to this question. Son Goku uses Kaioken, so his combat power can be increased to more than 180,000. But his real fighting strength is not so high, only more than 60,000. And Jinyu doesn't know Kaioken. So if he and Son Goku exchanged bodies, then instead of becoming stronger, his strength would become weaker. But Son Goku's strength will become stronger. Alas, although Goku is Jinyu's body now, his strength has become stronger. Perhaps, this is the improvement in strength gained after sacrificing appearance. Since Goku got Jinyu's body, his strength has become stronger. Then do we still want Goku and Jinyu's bodies back? I think it's better to switch back. Although Goku's strength will become weaker after switching back, even a combat power of 600,000 is enough to defeat Frieza. And after defeating Frieza, if Goku works harder, his strength will surpass Jinyu's sooner or later. He doesn't need to sacrifice his body for temporary strength. 2. But whether his and Jinyu's bodies can be exchanged, and whether they will be exchanged, is not up to us. Also, now that Goku is also injured, what he needs to do now is to heal. Wait a minute. Krillin and Gohan don't know that Goku's body was swapped. When they see Jinyu in Goku's body, will they be attacked by Jinyu? It's possible. And Jinyu might stop them from making a wish. Gohan, Kellen. You must not be fooled. The current language space is not empty anymore. Neither Son Gohan nor Kellen knew about Son Goku being swapped and Frieza coming. After they were sent by Son Goku to find the Dragon Ball, they found Bulma, asked her to get the Dragon Ball radar, and found the Dragon Ball hidden by 830 Jinyu. But what they don't know is that Vegeta. This time around, watch them find the Dragon Ball. However, Vegeta didn't appear right away, but planned to kill them after they summoned Shenron. After Kellen and Son Gohan got the Dragon Ball, they also started to summon Shenron. However, their summoning failed. Shenron didn't show up. They tried to summon again, but it still failed. And at this time, Jinyu came with geese. Because Son Gohan and Kellen didn't know that Son Goku was no longer Son Goku at this time, so they who were hiding originally also appeared and greeted Son Goku. But Jinyu didn't know them, and didn't respond to their greetings. At this time, the real Son Goku arrives. He told Son Gohan and Kellen that he and Jinyu's bodies had been swapped, and let the two of them teach Jinyu a hard lesson. Son Gohan and Kellen don't have the confidence to teach Jinyu a lesson. After all, Jinyu is now in Son Goku's body. And they have seen with their own eyes how strong Son Goku is. However, Son Goku told them that Jinyu's body is his body, and he can't exert his full fighting power at all. Jinyu naturally wouldn't believe Son Goku's words. He started to improve his own energy, and wanted to show Son Goku how he fully mastered his power. But what he didn't expect was that the strength he displayed was simply incomparable with Son Goku's 180,000 combat power before. Jinyu's combat power is only about 23,000. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? My combat power is only 23,000. At this time, Jinyu has not yet realized how much fighting power he has. He looked at Son Gohan and Kellen, and proudly spoke about his fighting power. But the next moment, he was stunned. Only 23,000. Jinyu was stunned. His combat power is actually so low. If I had known this, he would have changed into a ghost body. Knowing Jinyu's combat power at this time, Kellen began to attack Jinyu. But because Son Gohan saw that Jinyu's face was Son Goku at this time, he couldn't make a move at all. But under Kellen's persuasion, Son Gohan still made a move. The two of them know that the current Son Goku is not Son Goku, but Jinyu with Son Goku's face. Under the joint attack of the two, Jinyu was soon wounded. Chapter 88. Seeing that he is not the opponent of Son Gohan and Kling, Jinyu asks Keith, who is watching the battle, to help. It's just that when Geese wanted to help, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. And this figure is none other than Vegeta. Under Vegeta's powerful strength, Geese was no match at all, and was easily killed by Vegeta. After solving Geese, the 4-weak tower focused on Ki. Under Vegeta's strength, Jinyu was quickly knocked to the ground and was seriously injured. The strength displayed by Vegeta also attracted Jinyu's attention. Taking advantage of Vegeta's final attack on him, Jinyu sneered, and also performed a body-swapping move on Vegeta. Seeing this scene, Son Goku didn't hesitate, and jumped in front of Vegeta, blocking the move for him. Because of this, the bodies of Son Goku and Jinyu were exchanged again. Son Goku is back in his own body again. Just because Son Goku's body was injured by several people at this time, so he fell to the ground and has no fighting ability. At this time, Jinyu once again used the skill of exchanging bodies on Vegeta. Because Son Goku was seriously injured at this time, it is impossible to rush up to stop him again. But at this moment, a frog suddenly jumped onto his hand. Son Goku exhausted his last strength and threw the frog in front of Vegeta. And Jinyu's exchange light hit the frog. Because of this, Jinyu came into the frog's body, and Jinyu's body contained a frog. The frog jumped away from Jinyu's body, and Jinyu, who had turned into a frog, also jumped away. He has turned into a frog, and he no longer has any fighting power. Fix Jinyu, Vegeta brought the seriously injured Son Goku to the treatment room to treat Son Goku's injury. Fighting Frieza, he needs Son Goku's power. Son Goku began to treat his injuries in the treatment room, while Kellen and Son Gohan put on the battle suits prepared for them by Vegeta. Everything is ready, the next step is to wait for the decisive battle with Frieza. But what Vegeta didn't know was that while he was asleep, Krillin and Son Gohan secretly took out all the Dragon Balls. At this time, Dende also came. The three meet. Dende calls out the spell to summon Shenron to the Dragon Ball. It turns out that Namek's Dragon Ball needs to be summoned and wished in the Namek language. As Dende shouted the spell, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated dazzling light, an array of light shot up into the sky, and the sky of Namek also became dark. Then, a Shenron bigger than the Earth Shenron appeared from the Dragon Ball. However, the difference is that Namek's Shenron is not like the Earth Shenron, but more like a monster dragon. Krillin asked Dende to make a wish to resurrect those killed by Saiyan. However, while Namek's Shenron pollen can grant a wish. But if you want to resurrect people, you can only resurrect one person with one wish. It's not like Shenron on Earth, where one wish can revive countless people. So, with 3 wishes, only 3 people can be resurrected. But the dead are Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Dumpling and Piccolo, 4. So, there is a person who cannot be resurrected. And when he was struggling with who would not be resurrected, Piccolo suddenly proposed. He told Kellen and others to revive him first. Once he is resurrected, the gods will be able to speak again. And if the gods are resurrected, then the Earth Shenron can also be resurrected. At that time, the Earth Shenron can be used to resurrect other dead people. Piccolo's proposal was also approved by other people, and the first resurrection spot was given to him. With Dende's wish, Piccolo was successfully resurrected. Then, Dende made a second wish, which is to let Piccolo come to Namek. He's going to fight Frieza too. After the second wish came true, Piccolo came to Namek. However, because the wish only made him come to Namek, so he didn't come directly to Son Gohan and the others, and he needed to fly a certain distance. At this time, Vegeta also discovered that Shenron was summoned, and he hurried to the location of Son Gohan and others. But when he arrived, 2 wishes had already been fulfilled, leaving only the last wish. Vegeta forces Dende to make a 3rd wish, making him immortal. Under Vegeta's persecution, Kellen and others had no choice but to ask Dende to help Vegeta realize his 3rd wish. However, just when Dende was about to make his first wish, Shenron Polenga suddenly disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Dende said with a sad face that the elder who made the 7 Dragon Balls is dead. Because the great elder died, Shenron disappeared. Shenron's disappearance completely shattered Vegeta's ambition to realize his wish. Not only that, Frieza has also arrived. Knowing that Shenron has disappeared, he can no longer fulfill his wish. Frieza's anger has broken through the sky. He wants to kill everyone to appease his anger. On the other side, Piccolo met Neru, who was seriously injured by Frieza on the way over. Neru stopped Piccolo and asked him to absorb himself to complete assimilation. Namek people have the ability to assimilate, they can assimilate their fellow Namek people. Once the assimilation is successful, you can get a very powerful force zone. Piccolo didn't believe it at the beginning, but if he didn't take a gamble, with his current strength, he wouldn't be Frieza's opponent at all. And after the assimilation was completed, Piccolo's expression changed from disbelief to shock. Because after assimilating Neil, he felt an extremely powerful force flowing in his body. This power is so powerful that it is many times stronger than the power he obtained from the Realm King. I can win. With this power, no matter who the opponent is, I can win. The huge improvement in strength also gave Piccolo great confidence. He is very confident now, even if his opponent is Frieza, with his current strength, he can still defeat him. On the other hand, the extremely angry Frieza also showed his true history. In order to fight against Frieza, Vegeta can only suppress his killing intent on Krillin and Son Gohan, and join hands with the two to deal with Frieza. Frieza's strength is very strong, but the strength of the three of them has also been greatly improved at this time. So, with the cooperation of the three of them, it is also a temporary tie with Frieza. Vegeta, whose strength has greatly increased, becomes complacent. He told Frieza that he was about to become the Super Saiyan he was afraid of. He also knows that Frieza has the ability to transform. In order to let Frieza feel how strong he is now, Vegeta asked Frieza to transform. He wants to defeat the transformed Frieza to show how powerful he is. Okay, since you think so, I'll show it to you. You have to open your eyes and look carefully, this is not something you can see just by looking. I remember the last time I attacked the planet Vegeta where you Saiyan lived, but I didn't even change my transformation, so I defeated you. Vegeta, your father, King Vegeta, can't even pretend to be one of my fingers. Frieza sneers at Vegeta. Don't get too carried away, I already had the strength to surpass the king when I was a child. Vegeta said. Okay, keep your eyes open and watch carefully, don't be scared to death. Frieza said, smashing his outer battlesuit. Then, he roared. An incomparably powerful momentum erupted from him. With the improvement of momentum, Frieza's appearance has also changed a lot. The originally short body began to become tall and burly, and the two horns on his head also stood up. The small Frieza turned into a monster several meters tall. You guys have to be careful, I am not as gentle as before after my transformation. After the transformation is completed, Frieza sneered at Vegeta and the others. This is a nightmare. Looking at the transformed Frieza, Krillin and the others were stunned at this moment, and even the whole body was trembling. They couldn't believe what they saw. In their perception, Frieza after transformation is several times stronger than him before transformation. This kind of monster, how could they be able to defeat it? Vegeta, where did your prestige just now go? Fortunately, you said a lot of harsh words just now. Frieza looked at Vegeta with an unbelievable expression, and said with a sneer. At this time, Vegeta was speechless when he saw the transformed Frieza. The development of the matter has completely exceeded his control. But it's no wonder, everyone who sees my strength looks like this. As Frieza spoke, the tail behind him stretched out, and he attacked Vegeta and the others. His attack was dodged by Vegeta and others, but he didn't care because it was just a warning. That's why I warned you to be careful. Because my strength is too great, if I am not careful, I will hit too hard. By the way, my current combat power is over 1 million. What? Hearing Frieza's words, Vegeta couldn't believe it. No matter how strong you are, you shouldn't be like this. In Vegeta's view, Frieza's strength after transformation can only increase a little. Just like Sabo, he can also transform, but his strength after transformation is not that exaggerated. Because I always thought so I said he made Frieza transform. But I didn't expect that the transformed Frieza would be so scary. The transformation of others is just to increase some strength, but Frieza's transformation actually directly doubles the strength. What's the matter? Beat? Look at Vegeta's unbelievable expression. The audience who didn't like him very much at first became more disgusted with him. This Vegeta is really more than successful. If it weren't for him, maybe Frieza wouldn't be transformed. That's right. If Frieza hasn't transformed and he joins forces with Gohan and Krillin, he still has a chance to defeat Frieza. But he was so arrogant that he transformed Frieza. It's all right now, after transforming, Frieza's fighting power is doubled. How can I fight like this? Damn it! Now that Frieza is so powerful, Gohan and Krillin are in danger. It doesn't matter whether Vegeta is dead or not, but this guy also got Yufan and Krillin involved. It's unforgivable. Whether Vegeta is dead or not, the audience doesn't care very much, and many people even want him to die. But after he died, Son Gohan and Krillin were also killed by Frieza. So Vegeta is really a heinous sin. A combat power of more than 1 million. If Goku is still Jinyu's body, he can still compete with him when he uses Kaioken 10 times. But now that Goku's body has been changed back, his full strength explodes, and he only has a combat power of more than 600,000. It can't be compared with Frieza at all. But his injury is so serious, according to Saiyan's passive talent, after he heals his injury, his strength should improve. As long as Goku's real strength can be increased to more than 100,000, then he can compete with Frieza when he uses 10 times Kaioken. However, I don't know if it is possible to increase the combat power from more than 60,000 to more than 100,000. It's the only way now. By the way, isn't there Piccolo? He has merged with that Niru. Didn't he say that his strength has become very strong, and he can win no matter who the opponent is? That's just talking. How much strength can he improve by combining with Neil? His previous combat power was only a few thousand, not even 5,000. He practiced with the King of the Realm for a period of time, and then merged with Neil again. It would be pretty good if his combat power could increase by tens of thousands. It is estimated that Piccolo has never felt such a powerful combat power, so it gave him the illusion of invincibility. But how does he know that tens of thousands of fighting power is simply not enough?